Hey everyone, as most of you are aware, the first thing I ever debunked on my channel was that absolute dumbest of all hoaxes in human history, Flat Earth. The Globe Busters dragged me into an interaction, I made this gem that's still the most viewed video on my entire channel, and the rest is history. Well, everything is now coming full circle for these frauds in the most hilarious way due to a recent development. Let me tell you all about it. On February 13th of this year, a rather cryptic video was uploaded to YouTube on a channel called The Final Experiment. Pretty mysterious, no? Kind of looks like another dumb flat earther, huh? Well, over the weeks that followed, the uploads continued. The second video summarized some past experiments, both real and fake. A classic one is an idiot named D. Marble who tried to debunk the globe by bringing a spirit level on a plane, demonstrating simultaneously that he doesn't know how planes work or what the word level means.
If we're living on a spinning ball, or a globe, that's 25,000 miles in circumference around the equator, according to curvature math, then the plane should be constantly dipping its nose forward in order to compensate for the curvature.
I don't feel like explaining how stupid this is for the 10th time, so just go watch my debunk of Eric Dubé's 200 flat earth proofs if that's what you're looking for, since that's the crap all these bozos regurgitate. Now, the third video got a bit more specific, inviting some people to participate in an experiment of some kind. Okay, 48 people. Who are they? Hey, it's Dave Weiss, that guy I humiliated in a debate that one time. What's he saying?
And the container for that water is the higher land that surrounds it. The higher land that surrounds it. All of the continents are surrounded by water, but all of the water is surrounded by Antarctica. Antarctica is not an island at the bottom of a ball.
Antarctica is not a continent. It's a huge ice wall that surrounds the whole world. Yeah, in case you weren't aware, that's one of the very dumb things they say, which will be the focal point of this video. Then it's debunker Simon Dan. Then it's Eric Dubé, the idiot I humiliated in that video I just told you about, who, by the way, really hates Jews a lot.
There's fucking flat, Holocaust denied. Hitler was cool and not a bad guy. Talmudic Jews, the control of your mind. Masons, a tool, singing Shalom Lahaim.
But let's continue. Hey, look, it's me. Yeah, I did debunk Flat Earth a little bit, didn't I? Then it's Jaron from the Globe Busters, another idiot I humiliated in that one video you've all seen. And it continues like this, alternating between debunkers and flat earthers, like Austin Whitsitt, who I also humiliated in a debate recently. Man, I've humiliated a lot of these guys. Quick aside on Austin, he's been doing damage control since that debate where I obliterated him with my very first point on the apparent rotation of the celestial sphere. Here's this pathetic mischaracterization of our exchange during some Q&A on a recent debate.
This one from Alex says, Whitsitt, have you not changed your mind on flat earth at all after getting destroyed by Professor Dave? Oh my goodness.
It's such a cope, and I hope people just go watch it. Yeah, this dude said that I was wrong about this. Watch. So you see how this is turning one way? Well, if you're on the other side, it's turning the opposite way, right? He said that wasn't true. Like if you draw a circle on a window, you'll see it from the opposite. If you're outside the window, you'll see it going the opposite way. Or if a bicycle spins and you're in a garage on both sides, you'll see it spinning the opposite way, even though it's only... He said that wasn't true.
Austin, that's not what we were talking about, now was it? I said in the northern hemisphere, the sky rotates counterclockwise around the north celestial pole, and in the southern hemisphere, the sky rotates clockwise around the south celestial pole. Why would the sky rotate in different directions depending on where you're standing? He said that in the north, all you have to do is turn around and it'll spin the other way, to which I responded, Put a clock on the ceiling and tell me which way I have to face to make the hands go counterclockwise, a thing which is obviously impossible. Explain the observations of the celestial sphere. In the north, you get counterclockwise rotation. In the south, you get clockwise rotation. Explain that to me on your default flat plane. Explain it.
Yeah, so the counterclockwise and clockwise direction is super simple. It's based on looking different directions. Your better question is, why does it go around a singular point, is what you're trying to say.
No. I'm asking about the direction. I'm asking about the direction.
Just looking opposite directions would make them go the opposite directions. They all go east to west.
If you put a clock on your ceiling, which way can you face to make the hands go counterclockwise? Tell me which way you can face.
Not analogous. The stars drop.
It is though, because the hands on a clock. The hands on a clock.
You don't get it.
He just crapped his pants and said the word perspective over and over again. He's now pretending this is solved by being on the other side of the thing that is rotating, as though you can get to the other side of the stars, and that's what we were talking about, instead of the thing we were actually talking about. Of course, this moron can't even tell the difference between clockwise and counterclockwise, so what do you expect? Which way is this turning? Which way is this going, buddy? Which way is this going?
I don't know. Which way is it going?
Yeah, which way is it turning?
Who cares?
What is the... Astounding. Anyway, more on Austin Witless a bit later. After him, references made to a bunch of other flat earthers I've never heard of, because why would I? So let's move on to the next video, which tells us where the experiment will take place.
These two locations hold inherent significance in the flat Earth model of the cosmos, because Antarctica is the elevated outer rim, encompassing and extending around all the other continents.
That's right, you heard neo-Nazi Eric Dubé, just like you heard from aspiring door-to-door vacuum cleaner salesman Dave Weiss a bit earlier. Antarctica is the key. Flat Earthers think it's this huge dumb ring. Normal people know it's a continent. They can't both be right, so let's go there and find out. You flat earthers are up for that, right? You're interested in truth, right?
And the dome, if we are able to, say, get to Antarctica, that is a celestial thing that will become terrestrial if we can reach it, and touch it and have empirical verification of it. So that's why I'm always pushing for full independent exploration of the realm, especially Antarctica.
Neo-Nazi Eric Dubé agrees. We have to explore the realm and go to Antarctica. Well, that's great news. But what will we do when we get there? I mean, in the past, I've outlined many things we can do without even setting foot on the continent, such as circumnavigating in a boat, a thing that is done by hundreds of people in a sailing race every year, where they constantly turn towards the land rather than away from it, which already proves it's not a giant ice wall perimeter. But that race is fake, right? Anything flat earthers don't like is fake NASA CGI. We have to go there ourselves, something I've also been telling them for years now. Here's me in July of 2022. And everything about it demolishes them, so they just say, you can't go there. Well, yes, you can. You can get jobs at the South Pole. You can. People have civilians have traversed Antarctica. Some guy did it by himself a couple years ago. You can go. No, you can't. No, you can't go to Antarctica. Well, yes, you can. No, you can't. You can't go there. It's like, you can, and you should go. You can make videos about it, and you'd be heroes in your flat Earth community for going to Antarctica. And we're going to go, and we're going to find those NASA people with the guns, and we're going to show them that they're not going to take it. But of course they don't do it. Well, it sounds like flat earthers are finally going to get their chance, but what will they do when they get there? The next video reveals the nature of the experiment. It's true, this is another thing I've brought up before. They have no ability to explain long days in the southern hemisphere. They like to show the sun doing huge donuts on their pizza land, which should leave most of Antarctica all the way on the other side of the world and therefore totally dark most of the day. And yet, at the South Pole, there is 24-hour daylight for months every year. Flat earthers always complain that nobody can go to the South Pole, which of course is a lie anyway, but that's why I brought up towns at very southerly latitudes, like Ushuaia, where where people live and anyone can go. They wouldn't go there either. But now they have an opportunity to go to Antarctica and see the real deal.
If you want to know for sure if the Earth is spherical or not, go to Antarctica during the summer and see if you can watch the sun for 24 hours.
You know, this would be easy to prove, but they hide this from us too. All we'd have to prove is go to Antarctica. Let me and you go to Antarctica, spend a week there in the summer, and let's see if the sun does a 360-degree circle all the way around us. If so, it's a ball.
On the pizza land, once again, there absolutely can't be 24 hours of daylight while the sun does huge donuts around the perimeter of the pizza. There is no way light could reach the other end of the pizza while regions towards the center experience 24-hour night. And no, their dumb coffee cup caustic thing doesn't work. In their middle school science fair demonstration, they use a toy that's made of solid glass. And air is not glass. Also, there is no dome. 24-hour daylight in Antarctica crushes the flat Earth whether you can see the sun or not, but especially if you can see the sun the whole time, which you can. On a globe, it makes perfect sense, due to the tilt in Earth's rotational axis. During a certain part of Earth's orbit, the most southerly latitudes will be facing the sun at all times as the Earth rotates. That's why the sun never sets. Easy enough for even a child to understand. So if the sun were to set during that time, that would mean Earth is not a globe. Of course, once again, people are stationed there doing research, and anyone can go there and even apply for jobs there. So we know there's a 24-hour sun. But to flat earthers, it's all fake NASA CGI because reasons.
In order to fit the heliocentric globe model, this midnight sun phenomenon must also occur for observers south of the Antarctic Circle during winter solstice. Depending how far south the observer is, the sun should be seen for several days or weeks, never fully setting, just like it does in the north. In reality, however, there is never 24-hour sunlight anywhere in Antarctica at any time of year.
Well, neo-Nazi Eric Dubé, yes there is, and now it's time for you and your idiot cronies to see it with your own eyes. Government NASA Jew penguins be damned.
Let's say we are trying to prove the globe or trying to prove it's flat. Should be very, very easy, right? I mean, on a globe, we would have a 24-hour sun in the southern summer. That means that the sun would circle the continent. That's quite different from the flat Earth model where the sun circles the entire Earth from above, and since Antarctica is around the outside, well, that doesn't include a circling sun, at least not around you at the bottom continent.
You mentioned the sun, right? Like the idea is, yeah, if you see the sun in the sky for 24 hours, that's what the globe predicts, and how would the flat Earth explain that? But that's not what happens.
One of the arguments that people give is on a flat Earth, you can't have a 24-hour sun, a midnight sun in Antarctica. And I totally agree. But there is no midnight sun in Antarctica.
In the flat Earth model, we say there isn't a 24-hour sun in the south, and there isn't.
I want you to pay special attention to the fact that for the most part, these buffoons are all flat out stating that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica debunks the flat Earth. And aw shucks gee whiz, it's too bad that the global lizard person government won't let us go down there and check for ourselves. That's going to bite them all in the ass, as you'll see a bit later. Now, I should note that as these videos were being released, the person making them was emailing all the flat earthers and flat earth debunkers, including me. And I'll be honest, I didn't know what to make of it. It felt like they were from some random flat earther, and therefore a scam in one way or another, so I just ignored them and went about my business. But then in the next video, the identity of the orchestrator was revealed.
I'm Will Duffy, and I pastor a small church in Colorado. And driving is where I do most of my deep thinking. And I decided on that drive that I was going to come up with a way to settle this debate. This would be the final experiment in the flat Earth versus globe debate.
But there is no midnight sun in Antarctica.
That's it. Antarctica and the 24-hour sun. But most importantly, Dave Weiss made me realize the single most important thing when it comes to the final experiment is that both sides agree. I do believe we live on a globe, but I came up with the final experiment because I can't prove it. And we simply perform the experiment together, side by side, with an agreement ahead of time that there either will be a 24-hour sun or there won't be. And what it means depending on which one we find while we're there. And we will be paying for one person from each side to go to Antarctica for the final experiment. Who is going to go back on what they've been saying all along? If they do, that means they really don't believe what they've been saying to their followers.
Wow, this fellow named Will Duffy is gonna pay for a flat earther to go to Antarctica. And you heard those guys, they're all dying to go, so I'm sure they'll be lining up to take advantage of this generous offer, right? I mean, of course they would. Why would they say they want to go to Antarctica and then refuse a free trip to Antarctica? I mean, that would be insane. That would make them pathetic, hypocritical, lying frauds, right? And flat earthers are famous for their intellectual integrity, so I am 100% positive that all of them will want to go. I mean, how could this go any other way? Well, we are now in the month of May in our timeline, and the next video involved a public poll to see which flat earther should get the trip. Guess who won? Flat Earth Dave, aka Dave Weiss. Oh my goodness, he's gonna be so excited.
Is we created this poll on YouTube and this one on X, asking people if they thought Dave Weiss would accept a free trip to Antarctica. And as you can see, the results were very similar to each other, but also surprising. So we got almost 1,000 votes combined between YouTube and X, and a major 91% of people on YouTube and 92% of people on X believed that Dave Weiss would not accept a free trip to Antarctica.
For shame. You guys are totally out of line. Weiss is a man of honor. He said he would go to Antarctica, and he's going to stick to his word, obviously.
Dave Weiss and I have been in communication, and he has said no. He's unwilling to go to Antarctica. So whatever you guys all knew, all of you who voted and said no, you were right. Now, there's probably going to be speculation as to why he said no, and I want to kind of stay away from all of that. So I'm just going to tell you and show you here on the screen his exact words to me as to why he's unwilling to go to Antarctica. Here's what he said. Here's his original email. And he said this: as I said before, I want nothing to do with you whatsoever. He's talking to me. I don't trust you at all. The people you hang with are demons and liars, in my opinion. There's his answer.
Now, that is shocking. Who would think that a guy who lies about the shape of the earth to make money on the internet would decline an opportunity to disprove his own grift? Truly unexpected. But hey, at least he had a good reason. I mean, demons are scary and also real. You don't want to mess with demons, which, again, are a real thing. It's better for Widow Boy Davy to stay home, I guess. So where do we go from here?
We're now going to move on to the next person in line, who is Jaron Campanella.
The second choice is Jaron, who, once again, you may remember as the globebuster who humiliated himself the least in my response to them. That's an achievement, I guess. In the meantime, a poll was run to choose the normal person who would go, and that went to Flat Earth debunker Dave McKeegan.
So we ran this poll right here on YouTube. We received almost 1,000 votes, and the voting wasn't even close. As you can see, Dave McKeegan won the vote.
I guess this Dave isn't afraid of demons. What a brave warrior. So the Globe representative is locked in. Now back to Jaron.
Jaron has asked me to make a public video stating that I will cover all of his expenses for our trip to Antarctica this December. There's going to be additional expenses like flying to South America and food and lodging in South America before the flight to Antarctica. Jaron thinks that these added expenses could get all the way up to $45,000. I don't think they'll go that high, but yes, if they do go that high, Jaron, I will cover all of your expenses. I believe you're in California, and so you probably don't have any winter clothing. That will be required as well. So all expenses will be covered, even if it goes all the way up to $45,000.
$45,000, Jaron? Are you going to charter a private jet to get to South America and eat Almas caviar the whole way there? Pretty freaking ridiculous, and a very obvious attempt to weasel out of going by throwing out an unreasonable number that nobody in their right mind would be willing to pay. And yet, Will delivers. Now what? Oh yeah, Jaron can whine about having to go alone. He needs a buddy.
But I wouldn't accept it yet because of the fact that I would want another person to go. I don't want to stay in a tent with Dave McKeegan. That sounds like a nightmare. If there was another flat earther that you were to select, that you were to send both of us down there, and then we could request to stay in the same tent. So now I'm staying in the same tent as this flat earther.
But I'm ready to commit to pay for you and one other person.
You ready to commit?
One other flat earther.
And all expenses for both.
That's right.
Okay.
Will is just coming through like a champion. Need extra money to get down there? No problem. Need to utilize the buddy system? No problem. Will agrees, and Jaron is right back in the same predicament. What else could these tools whine about?
We've been getting a lot of comments and emails from flat earthers stating that we are not going to be able to prove that we are actually in Antarctica this December.
Yeah, you tricky globehead, you're gonna just say it's Antarctica, but in actuality, it'll be some other frozen, barren wasteland that is somehow right on the South Magnetic Pole. You can't fool us.
This is where the trip will begin. So we are going to be at the southern tip of South America. And then this star here is Punta Arenas, Chile, which is where we are going to begin. Now, we are going to be taking a flight from Punta Arenas that's about a 4.5-hour flight in order to get to Antarctica. So my challenge for anybody that is wondering how we know we will be in Antarctica or how we can prove that we are flying to Antarctica is to explain to me where we can get to on a 4.5-hour flight from Punta Arenas.
Not much else needs to be said here. There is no other place on Earth that is like Antarctica, and there's nowhere they can get to other than Antarctica by flying south from the southern tip of South America. This is the most pathetic excuse imaginable. Flat Earth debunkers like MCToon, on the other hand, went on the record saying that if everyone went and the sun was to set during their stay, that he would delete his content and become a flat earther.
If the sun sets or if it stays north within a particular variance, I will say that the Earth is flat. I will upload a video to my channel saying that the Earth is flat, to both of my channels saying the Earth is flat, and then I will delete all of my other videos.
His website has a list of similar promises made by other debunkers. And why don't I add myself to this list? My plucky little flurf balls, if you go down to Antarctica in December and the sun sets, I will delete all my flat earth debunks from my channel. And I will upload a video saying that the earth is flat and that I'm a big dumb shill. Come on, morons, don't you want to see evil Professor Dave admit that he's a big shill? You gotta get down there. But no, the excuses just kept coming. It was at this point that flat earthers really started losing their minds as they desperately scrambled for any reason they could possibly come up with to avoid going. Here's a flat earther who's come up with an interesting idea.
Austin is a shill. He has been a shill all along. And Austin is a shill. He gets Jaron alive to dead in Antarctica. He comes back from there saying there's a 360 degrees sun.
That's right. Austin was a shill all along, and he's going to murder Jaron. I love how they're already preemptively throwing these guys under the bus, since they know they're absolutely going to see the 24-hour sun if they can find the courage to go, so they have to resort to calling them shills and casting them out of the flat earth community so that they can continue spewing their stupidity unfazed. Immaculate. Other flat earthers began frantically backpedaling on their admission that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica debunks the flat earth, inventing gibberish and soiling themselves for half an hour at a whiteboard.
The male meets the sun becomes a hermaphrodite. That's the only time they can actually create spiritual children, is through the solar eclipse. It's when the spiritual sperm, check out my Patreon page.
Cutting-edge science you have there, lunatic. Sounds like you've been studying under Terrence Howard.
And they call that a bisexual tone.
Energy is being reproduced. There's a sexual mating.
Groundbreaking stuff. I'll be sure to support you on Patreon right away. Other flat earthers started claiming that NASA is going to put a sun simulator in the sky to trick the flat earthers.
NASA simulates the sun's power on Earth to test. Let's go look at it. Look at that. So they're already simulating the power. This is the European Space Agency Solar Simulator. Are you seeing this? Okay. Because I know you're seeing it. I'm seeing it. Okay. This is their solar. Look how big it is. Look at all those wires.
Yeah, a sun simulator. Hey, that's kind of like Simulated Sun, my musical project that everyone should go check out and subscribe to, and which sounds like this.
It knows your face and what you wanna be, whispering a blade of fantasy. We'll be lost in time.
Sorry, I couldn't resist. Anyway, if these boners are so worried about a fake spotlight sun in the sky, they can just bring a telescope with a solar filter pointed at the sun and see that it's the same sun everyone else on Earth is seeing. They can verify this by recording the locations of sunspots and comparing them to observations made by a friend back home to confirm that they're seeing the same sunspots. They can record the direction it rotates, which changes based on latitude, just like how the orientation of the moon changes based on latitude. They can even make a prediction and either verify or falsify it on location, since they're such whiny toddlers regarding what qualifies as an experiment. Beef it up a little, guys. Oh right, they have no real interest in doing science. Then in July, some guy named Alex Stein got into the mix. Who is that? I didn't know either, but it's this guy.
Hello, Council. My name's Primetime 99 Alex Stein, and I have a little presentation for you today. I have a little audio accompaniment. Prime time 99 on the grind all the time. Go insane for Ukraine.
Sick track, bro. What is it with flat earthers and terrible rapping? Anyway, apparently he's a flat earther, and alt-right beanie baby Tim Pool agreed on the air to pay for him to go to Antarctica.
If you want to go on an expedition, ain't nobody stopping you.
That's not true.
Where are you? Like, where does this story come from that you can't go to Antarctica?
You can go to Antarctica. There's no independent exploration. So if I go to Antarctica, it's government approved.
Let's fund it.
Well, no, I would do.
Right
There's
now.
actually people that are trying to do that. I'll be the first one to go, and then you need to send me to space too. I want to go to the International Space Station.
Well,
as well.
How much do you think we need to get you to traverse Antarctica?
I don't know. It's probably $100,000, I'm guessing.
That's it. Let's do it. Done.
I'll go to Antarctica right.
It's a rare day when someone can make walking foreskin Tim Pool seem intelligent, but this bozo made it happen, and you can see how sheepish he gets when he, like Jaron a bit earlier, throws out some huge number to sabotage his own suggestion, and the other person agrees to pay it anyway. He's been dead silent on this matter since that day, in case you were wondering. By the way, Tim was right. Anyone can traverse Antarctica. Many people have done so, and several have even done it by themselves. Every flat earther who claims people can't freely explore Antarctica is completely full of shit. In the meantime, the rest of the flat earthers were panicking and pleading with Jaron not to go, because the simplest solution is for all of them to just ignore all of this, never go anywhere or do anything, and continue spewing the same dumb script forever.
Don't do it, Jaron. Don't you dare do it. So they're gonna do two brandings. One is gonna be the 24-hour sun, and then they're gonna flip it to the midnight sun. And then they're gonna edit you guys saying, yeah, you can see the sun at midnight. And then when you don't see the 24-hour sun, they're just gonna say, well, it was a midnight sun. They're gonna flip it on you. That's what they always do.
Yeah, you're totally right, young ZZ Top. They are gonna sit in a dark, windowless room the entire time and only go outside right at midnight for 10 seconds. They're definitely not going to look at the sky for 24 hours straight, the exact thing they're going there to do. And of course, most of the others just completely turn on Jaron, as we mentioned before.
And I'm hoping somebody as smart as Jaron, he's a motherfucker, if you ask me. Lying son of a bitch. If anybody goes there, I hope they're going to use their brain, if they have one, to figure out, maybe that's not the actual sun. Why am I seeing two suns in the sky? Because if they're having a sun simulator, there's going to be two suns in the sky at some point.
Now I know what you're thinking. Here's a guy who's really got his head on straight. Two suns in the sky, a thing we've totally all seen before, and not just on Tatooine. He's nailing it. But some other moments in this little soliloquy don't hit quite as hard.
And I'm going to do, actually I should do this tonight, because I know it's not windy. I'm going to show you, oh wait, I think I hear the trumpets. Just a little bit of advice. Oh wait, hold on. Is that the firmament? Is that the trumpets? I will give you my example. Oh wait. I think they were supposed to come around early tonight, the trumpets. We might have to go look for them.
I genuinely couldn't write a monologue this insane if I tried. And trust me, I have.
Oh, let's pick a specific day. Okay. Whatever. Why not all the month of December? Why not the Christmas week of the week of December? Why not December 18th? Why not December 27th? Why not do it for 2 weeks? Why not do it for 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 days? Interesting.
Yes, random bald idiot, why don't they all just permanently move to the South Pole? Because they're really government shills? I think I've subjected you to enough of that. And anyway, it's time to pivot once again to Flat Earth guru, neo-Nazi Eric Dubé. After 5 months, he finally decided to speak up about the matter.
So what is Will's brilliant idea? What is his ingenious experiment to finally silence all globe skepticism? Invite 12 Flat Earth YouTubers and 12 Globe Earth YouTubers to Antarctica in December to see if there's a midnight sun. In other words, the final experiment is not an experiment, and not even a demonstration, but merely an observation. In typical Globe Defender strawman fashion, Will is conflating a celestial observation with our terrestrial foundation. He's claiming that the motion of a light in the sky overhead somehow gives proof of the shape of the ground underfoot.
It's not a Flat Earth video without someone shouting straw man for no reason and whining about observations of the sky that definitely disprove a flat Earth.
The only reason this straw man argument even has any legs to stand on are because a couple suspicious, shilly, so-called flat earthers who I have repeatedly called out as disinformation agents, like Jaron from Jeranism, have claimed that they believe a midnight sun in Antarctica somehow does prove the globe.
You guys, so much fighting. You're supposed to be on the same dumb team. Of course, this pageantry is all very transparent, since there are countless examples of Eric singing a very different tune about Antarctica and what should be seen there.
Well, why can't I, similar to like Antarctica, but why can't I go see for myself? Why are you just telling me, oh, it's a globe, it's a little continent on the bottom, you don't fall off because of gravity, you're good, don't bother going there. Well, why can't I go and see?
Excluding overpriced, chaperoned penguin tours and government-approved contractors, nobody is allowed to step foot in Antarctica, especially not during winter solstice, when there should supposedly be constant 24-hour sunlight. In reality, however, there is never 24-hour sunlight anywhere in Antarctica at any time of year. There is, in fact, never 24-hour sunlight anywhere in Antarctica, because even when the sun reaches its outermost circuit over the Tropic of Capricorn, the entirety of the Antarctic circumference cannot be reached by its light at any one time, and so it will still set every day.
You seem pretty confident about that, Eric. Don't you think it'd be a good idea to go and check for yourself? As you've stated many times you're dying to do, and which you have no excuse to not do with someone paying for you to go? Oh, right, if you did the thing you've been pretending to want to do for years, you'd just be a big shill like Jaron.
If someone is telling you that it doesn't matter if there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, they are lying to you. So I'd like to think if you're here watching this show, you are actually a truth seeker. And if you are a truth seeker, then you shouldn't appreciate other truthers lying to your face. Listen again, anybody telling you that the 24-hour sun in Antarctica doesn't matter is a fucking liar. Why? Because it's impossible on our motherfucking model.
I suppose you can give Jaron an ounce of credit for displaying a modicum of integrity here, though I would wager that he's just sick of the grift and sees this as a way to jump ship and reclaim some semblance of respect from normal humans. But either way, we can at least say that he's a better person than all the other idiots in his camp. He's the only one who is remaining consistent on a position that virtually all of them have specifically expressed for years.
All we'd have to prove is go to Antarctica. Let me and you go to Antarctica, spend a week there in the summer, and let's see if the sun does a 360-degree circle all the way around us. If so, it's a ball. But if the sun comes in this way and then leaves that way, then it's not.
Is that what you're
it's
saying?
not, and they admit it's doctored.
So then why can't we go and just see it for ourselves?
Well, let's just see if they'll let us.
Oh, they will let us. I've already checked into it.
Right.
They'll absolutely let us.
Let's go.
They will absolutely let us.
Now, when I heard this firsthand, I was shocked. This was the exact same thing that I was already working on. And by the way, this excitement wasn't just during the debate. Check out what Robot Polisher said on X, on Twitter, after the debate. He said, let's settle this whole flat earth thing once and for all. To Antarctica.
Let's settle it once and for all. But no, wait, let's not actually do it, because it will be settled, and we will have to all admit the earth isn't flat. A bunch of toddlers.
The same Robot Polisher guy who stood with Dean Odell and said we should go to Antarctica to settle the flat earth debate, then posted this tweet a couple months ago about me and TFE. He says, leave it to the Globies to come up with the brilliant idea of traveling to Antarctica on a guided tour to look at the sky in order to determine the shape of the ground. You supported his brilliant idea and you wanted to do it. What changed?
It's cartoonish. They are like dumb people in a cartoon, and we should all treat them as such. Anyone who contradicts themselves in such a transparent and toxic manner should never be taken seriously for the rest of their lives. Not that anyone takes flat earthers seriously in the first place. Instead of actually doing something with their time and flying to Antarctica like big boys, they just make dumb songs like this.
You do the globy pokey, and you turn yourself around. That's what it's all about.
If Dubé's Jew-hating wasn't enough for you, toss some blatant homophobia into the mix, I suppose. Also, call me pedantic, but you can get better Photoshop work on Fiverr. By the way, the guy who made this is the same idiot who flip-flopped in his tweets a minute ago, and specifically as a response to being called out for flip-flopping in those tweets. Astounding. Anyway, moving along in the timeline, we arrive at late August. What's the status at this point with who's going on the trip?
And you will quickly notice there is a pattern emerging. The colors quickly show you and tell you a story. On the globe side, all you have there are people who have agreed to go to Antarctica or who paid to go to Antarctica or who are crowdfunding to go to Antarctica. Now contrast that with the flat earth side, whose list is getting quite long. On the flat earth side so far, all we have is people either declining or free trips being offered to them that are just pending. So the offer has been made and all they have to do is accept it. All they have to do is say yes and receive it, and then they will get to go to Antarctica without spending a dime.
Please try to contain your disbelief. It's true, none of the flat earthers have formally accepted the trip yet, not even Jaron. Offers kept pouring in for people willing to pay for specific flat earthers to go, like Nathan Oakley, probably the most obnoxious of all of these half-wits, apart from being genuinely extremely stupid and also a child abuser.
I missed that. Oh my god. Yeah. Right.
Careful, careful.
Anything that's moving with regard to something else is...
No.
Nathan, question. You ready? How do you convert meters into kilometers?
I don't know. How do you convert meters into kilometers?
What's the correct way?
You tell me.
The correct way is divide meters by 1,000. You didn't do that.
So if you have a meter and I divide that meter by 1,000, you don't think that would give you millimeters?
Meters into kilometers, Nathan.
You just said
That's
you
what I'm
divide
talking
meters by 1,000 to get kilometers. So you're saying I divide something that is 1 meter long by 1,000, and that will come out to a kilometer value.
Nathan,
it sounds like you are quite literally retarded with that statement. You do not divide meters to come out with kilometers.
Hard to believe that's a real person, huh? Kind of seems like a Monty Python character, huh? Anyway, what reason could this wanker have to not take the trip?
But he said he doesn't want to go with us to Antarctica because he says the final experiment is not an experiment, but is actually fraud. Yes, he says it's fraud, and he doesn't want to participate in fraud. Don't believe me that he said this? Hear for yourself.
Now he's inviting me to go along, and I'm saying I don't need to go along because you're affirming the consequent with a pseudoscience fraud. Now, not only have I said I don't want to go with him, I've called him a fraud. Because he is. He's saying he's got an experiment. No, you're a fraud. You want to know why I won't go down to Antarctica? Interview me about him. Because I don't associate with frauds. Why is he a fraud? He said he's got an experiment.
Well, that doesn't reek of desperation at all, especially since he too has gone on the record saying this.
In the one model, the heliocentric model, it would necessitate having a 24-hour sun in the south. Now, further to the fact that we do have a 24-hour sun in the south, the north, we do not have a 24-hour sun in the south. So the reality of our world is that in both models, we're supposed to have a 24-hour sun. In the flat earth model, we say there isn't a 24-hour sun in the south, and there isn't. And there is a 24-hour sun in the north, and there is.
Pretty sure of yourself there, eh, Nate Dogg?
Someone named Robbie O'Hare asked someone, fancy a trip to the South Pole? And Nathan replied to that comment saying, yes, I'd love to go, but you have to take an escorted trip. So Nathan previously said we need to go to Antarctica and that he would love to go to Antarctica. But now that someone is willing to pay for him to go, he does not want to go anymore.
Just like the rest of them, including this German flat earther named Volker Meyer.
Well, Mr. Meyer is a prominent flat earther on Facebook. He resides in Germany and has been proudly defending flat earth on Facebook for quite a while. Now, when Mark Harmon heard about TFE, he issued this public challenge to Fulka. He offered to pay for both of them to go to Antarctica this December, and he sweetened the deal by agreeing to pay Mr. Meyer an additional $25,000 US if there was no 24-hour sun. After I communicated that to Mr. Meyer, I noticed that he just disappeared. Poof, gone. No sign anywhere of our German flat earth friend. Account deleted.
Shocking. Where does that put us?
I've tried from the very beginning of TFE to help bring both sides of this debate together, but the flat earth side consistently is just making themselves look bad. But turning down a trip to Antarctica, when you've been saying how much you want to go to Antarctica, and when you've been saying Antarctica holds the key to the shape of the earth, and Austin Whitsitt saying over 6 months ago that he was already planning a trip to Antarctica this December to see if there's a 24-hour sun or not, this is not a good look. That's actually something that will never be forgotten and will be forever attached to your reputation.
That's right, guys. You're having your shining reputation sullied. You are known worldwide as brave iconoclasts. Statues will be torn down if you don't get it together real fast. It sounds like Jaron and Austin are sort of trying to get it together.
So I met with both Jaron and Austin over Zoom last night, and they both did reiterate their commitment to going. The current holdup is the contract. Now, people have this impression, not from me, people have the impression that I am making them sign a contract, that I'm asking them to sign a contract. Nothing could be further from the truth. They asked me for a contract. Let me say that again. They asked me for a contract. Not only that, they gave me a detailed list of what they wanted in the contract, and I simply forwarded that list to my attorney, and he drafted an agreement based on their requests. Well, now they have all sorts of issues with it, and I'm a little perplexed, as they're the ones who asked me for it in the first place.
Are you seeing a pattern of ridiculous demands that are then swiftly met, only for them to continue evading a firm response? Meanwhile, the other idiots are still crapping their pants and revising their entire worldview.
But you do have to go, Dave, though, right? So
what, to Antarctica? I never said I want to go to Antarctica and stare up at the sky. I said go to Antarctica, take 2 airplanes and fly around the coast and meet on the other side. Right. I said that's a task, but I never said I want to go look at the lights in the sky. I did say 10 years ago that there's no circling sun in Antarctica. I still believe that today, right? But if the sun sets in Antarctica, the Earth is not a globe. That's just a fact, because the globe has its set parameters. If the sun sets, the Earth is not a globe. If the sun doesn't set, flat earthers can go, we don't know what the hell the sky is. That's it. It doesn't disprove flat Earth. It just disproves our understanding of the sky. Sorry, Globers, but that's the way it is. Doesn't seem fair, but that's the way it is, because we don't have a set model like you do.
You have to love this moron flat out admitting they don't have a model, which means they have zero ability to explain how anything could possibly work on a flat Earth, something I've been telling them continually since my very first flat Earth debunk.
Therein lies the problem with the flat Earth model. You don't have one.
The fact that Weiss says this as some sort of flex is beyond hilarious. Other less stable flat earthers, however, are beginning to completely unravel psychologically because of this Antarctica trip.
And he's just gonna have this mental apish breakdown. They're going to try to get that, then that's going to go, and then he's going to go on mainstream. And he's going to be on Good Morning America. The guy who used to think the Earth was flat, Jaron Campanella, come out here, I thought it was flat, and everybody will laugh. And you guys are fucking around, even giving time to these nerds. I'm the guy who did it. I'm the king of this thing, okay? And you need to follow your king. I'm the king of the flat Earth. There's no delusion here. They want to call me that. Thank you. Crown. I'm the guy. They brought in me. And I openly say it now. The artist that is known for painting space, outer space, and the globe, and the originator of the flat Earth, the modern day flat Earth. I put that now. Just look at me. Look at this guy.
Yeah, we're looking, buddy. Get some help. In the meantime, the stakes are being raised as per the participants.
This guy messages me, and this is what he says. His name is Will Duffy. He said, I heard you recently talking about the flat Earth versus the globe debate. I'm a pastor from Colorado, and I've created something called The Final Experiment. It's a trip to Antarctica this December to settle the debate once and for all. It would be really cool if you and or George joined us in Antarctica. But if not, I would be more than happy to come on your show to talk about it.
And I'm very excited to announce that although Candace Owens will not be able to go with us, she is sending her director with us, and she will be reporting on our trip this December through her director, who will be her boots on the ground in Antarctica, reporting back to her whether or not there was a 24-hour sun or if the sun rises and sets each day. Super cool.
Candace, of course, had a viral clip where she admitted she wasn't convinced the Earth is a sphere just to appear as insane as possible. So this is a nice way for her to backpedal to sanity. But it's also admittedly a nice addition to the attendance list, and flat earthers are freaking out about it. It makes it absolutely impossible for them to deny what the participants see when they go down there, and the 24-hour sun will be documented and publicized more than ever before. Then there was the guy who offered to pay for Nathan Oakley to go, who spinelessly turned it down. This invitation is now being extended to any other flat earther, so Will took applications and chose one live.
And we have a winner.
Well, someone's excited, but it turned out that the golden ticket offer was from a scornful flat earther playing a prank.
I'm embarrassed to admit that I was scammed. I was deceived and duped by a flat earther concerning TFE's golden ticket offer. It was not a real offer. I was being lied to.
Not to worry, Will decided to crowdfund the golden ticket instead.
There's a link to Liz GoFundMe below. Once we hit the goal, which I have no doubt we'll hit, I will announce the real golden ticket has now been found. Super exciting update today. Lisbeth Acosta's real golden ticket has been found.
And you won't be surprised to learn that it wasn't flat earthers who put the money down. In the meantime, the big name flat earthers, if that could be considered a thing that exists, just keep turning the trip down one by one, such as arguably the most recognizable name in flat earth, Mark Sargent.
See, with all the attention that you must be Mark Sargent.
I am Mark Sargent.
Mark Sargent is one of the leading voices in the flat earth movement.
So are you certain this is what the earth looks like?
Pretty sure. Almost. I mean, there are some details to be worked out, sure, but the basic concept is sound.
Wow, this guy seems like he would want to know the truth, right? He's a real pro.
I was invited to the to do the Antarctic experiment down with Jaron and Whitsitt. Flat Earthers and Round Earthers don't mix. They never have. And that trip, would I go with an all Flat Earth cast? Sure. But having trolls, dedicated round earth trolls, for an extended trip like this, that's a nightmare. Ask anybody, it's like, no, it's white on white on white. Photographer, no, you guys are going to figure that out really quick. McKeegan, my God.
And just cold and miserable.
It's horrible.
Aw, Mark is scared of the mean globies who would ruin the free trip to Antarctica that otherwise should prove the Earth is flat, the thing he's been trying to do his entire adult life. What a baby.
I don't trust this man.
Me either.
Mm-hmm.
And Mark's already building a fire for him.
Yeah, Mark, you making us s'mores? Like, what's going on?
Sorry, I keep hearing Will Duffy's name, and I just think flames. So that's for you. That's for you, Will.
Burn the witch. She turned me into a newt. I got better. To wrap things up, neo-Nazi Eric Dubé finally formally declined as well. Sad face emoji.
Okay. With that out of the way, let's talk about Eric Dubé. He is not easy to get a hold of. He doesn't respond to my emails. He doesn't attempt to reach out to me. I am very easy to get a hold of, as so many people can attest to. And so getting an answer from him was not easy. But the other day I noticed he released a new video. And so I commented and was one of the first people to comment. Here is what I said. Are you going to Antarctica with us? Someone has offered to pay for you. That, of course, was Mark Harmon. And Eric responded to me. He said, I already know the Earth is flat, Will, and so do you.
Actually, we all know the Earth is a sphere, including you, Eric. That's why you're passing on the opportunity to be the guy who conclusively debunked the globe. If you weren't a massive fraud, you'd say yes. Yoga pose!
If the Earth is flat, we can end the globe by showing a setting sun in Antarctica where there is supposed to be a 24-hour sun. Hear me out. Imagine we are all in Antarctica together. Me, Jared, Dave McKeegan, Austin Whitsitt, MCToon, Lisbeth, and Critical Think. And the globe side gets all their camera gear set up because they are just so confident that the sun will never set. And then the sun sets. How powerful would that be? Jaron and Austin and Lise need to grab their own cameras and walk up to Dave McKeegan and say, Dave, where's the sun? They need to walk up to MCToon and say, where's the sun, Toon? And walk up to Critical Think and say, where's the sun? Just point it out for me. Come on, where is it? I don't know about you, but I think that would be some incredible footage to have. Don't you?
It can't be expressed any more clearly than this. Anyone who actually believes the Earth is flat would definitely want to be there to personally prove it and rub it in the faces of the Flat Earth debunkers who also will be there and have to react to the devastating result in real time. Therefore, any Flat Earther who is declining this fully funded trip knows that the Earth isn't flat. End of story. And that's also the end of my summary of this knee-slappingly hilarious series of events. The big trip is less than 2 months away now, so why don't we check in with Will Duffy himself about the status? Who definitely is going, who definitely is not going, and are there any more surprises or changes that we can expect as the trip approaches? Here's that conversation now. Okay, everybody, we're here with Will. I've just got you up to speed on the final experiment. We're here now with the architect himself. Will, how's it going?
Great. Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. So now that everybody knows what's going on, I also would like to know, where are we at right now? Who is for sure going? Who is not going? I think I have an idea, but I'm not exactly sure what's been going on behind the scenes. So fill us in terms of that.
Yeah, so on the Flat Earth side, we've got Jaron Campanella, who runs Jeranism, Austin Whitsitt, who runs Whitsitt Gets It, and then Lisbeth Acosta. Those are the Flat Earthers that are confirmed, signed up to go to Antarctica. Then on the Globe side, we've got Dave McKeegan, MCToon, and Critical Think. They all run debunking channels on YouTube. And so it's three. So far, it's three from each side, which is pretty exciting.
Okay. So Jaron and Austin you're paying for. And then, sorry, what's her name again? Lisbeth?
Lisbeth, yeah.
She got a crowdfunded ticket, and then Dave you're paying for, and then the other two guys they crowdfunded or something, or they're covering themselves, or
they're both crowdfunding, and then whatever shortage they have, they'll pay for themselves.
Got it. Interesting. Okay, so I totally believe that Lisbeth is going because she seemed super duper excited. Do you really believe that Jaron and Austin are going to go?
I do. A lot of people have told me that they think they'll back out at the last minute. I hope that's not true, but time will tell.
I would put some money on that, but also, I don't know, they want to do this heroic thing. What do you think? So you're down there. Okay, first of all the Flat Earthers that are going to say, oh, it's not really Antarctica, or it's a different time or a day or something, or like, what do you anticipate in terms of their ridiculous excuses, and do you have any plans already to preemptively counter those?
Yeah, so I've tried to tell the Flat Earthers this entire time, if you see a potential issue or you think that we're going to lie or something's going to go wrong, give me the solution.
Right.
So that we can make sure that this doesn't happen, but they don't do that. So for example, I hear a lot that we're not going to be in Antarctica. And it's like, okay, well, then where will we be? And the only answer I hear is Greenland or somewhere near the North Pole. And it's like, okay, well, even in your model in December, there's no sun there. And so we're trying to see if there's a 24-hour sun. So we're going to be at the southern tip of Chile. We'll be able to prove that to you guys. And then we're flying south from there. There's nowhere we can be that's covered in snow and ice other than Antarctica.
No, you're using a funky, globy, weirdo compass. You're not really going south. Also, how the hell are you going to get to Greenland in 3 hours from the southern tip of... Oh, my goodness. So what are the dates? What are the actual dates that you're going to be there? What's the duration?
It's 5 days. It's December 14th through the 18th are the days we'll actually be boots on the ground in Antarctica.
Yeah, and it will be sun visible in the sky the whole time, right? Even if there's like one overcast day or something, there's no way, right? You're definitely going to get the full 24 hours and certainly probably a lot more than that of just direct visibility of the sun. What is everyone planning on doing? I mean, obviously, they're not just going to stand there and go, yep, I saw it, or no, I didn't, right? Everybody's going to be filming something, right? I'm hoping that Jaron and Austin are going to be filming something, right? Have they said anything about their plans? Or
A little bit, not a lot. I think they're going to either invest in like a 360-degree camera or some sort of a camera mount that will move with the sun.
Yeah.
We're hoping to do a lot of live streaming down there with Starlink. And so, yeah, I think we're going to have terabytes of video when we come back.
Yeah, each of them should be live streaming 24 hours, looking at the sun, right? That would be the most honorable thing to do. What do you think? I'm just trying to what are they going to say? Like, in my mind, like Jaron and Austin are both like doing this as a way out of flat Earth, so they can, like, Austin's been doing like politics stuff and that whole thing. So maybe he'll just completely pivot and he'll go, "Oh, I used to be a flat earther, and now I do this other stuff." How do you think they're going to react? Like, maybe it's not for you to guess how they will react to seeing the 24-hour sun. Any idea? Has Jaron given you any indication of what he'll do?
A little bit. I mean, I've communicated with Jaron more than any other flat earther, way more than Austin. Austin barely responds to my texts or emails. I do think Jaron is, as they call themselves, truthers. And I think he is seeking truth. And so if he sees the 24-hour sun, I think he'll say, "Hey guys, this doesn't work on a flat earth."
Well, I'm dubious. I don't know about this truther thing, but okay. And then in terms of, I think what probably may end up happening is they are just then rejected by the flat earth community, who will all make up any reason imaginable to call them shills, and then just, Dubé is already doing that. That guy is freaking hilarious. Let's see. So what else? What do you plan to do? Obviously, you're going to come back and you're going to make a lot of content about it. You'll do a bunch of pieces, probably highlighting what you did down there. What do you have? Do you have any plans for after all of this?
The only plan I have is to try to take a break. So this has taken up way more of my time than I originally anticipated.
Yeah.
Something I've noticed, which I think is fascinating and would be fascinating to your audience, is that flat earth content is extremely long. It's so long, I can't even keep up with it. I was trying to make sure I know what they're saying, if they have questions for me, but like the average flat earth YouTube video is multiple hours long.
Yeah, 2-3 hours. They do their live streams because that's how they get their super chats and everything. Time consuming in terms of that, and then obviously time consuming in terms of wrangling flat earthers. What has been your experience obviously I probably know the answer to the question, but in terms of interacting with flat earthers versus the flat earth debunkers, what's that been like?
Yeah, so it's been night and day different. The globe side has been very nice to me. They have told me, like, Will, like, we don't need to prove the globe. It's already been proven 1,000 times over, but it's okay. This is a valid experiment. The flat earth side is really just a lot of vitriol, a lot of hatred, a lot of name calling, a lot of lies made up about me. Yeah. They just make stuff up about me.
Gee, what a surprise. Flat earthers making stuff up. It's interesting. I mean, if I had known what this all was when you first started sending out those emails, I might have been more enthusiastic, and then I might have been included on that poll, and I might have won the free trip. So that's my loss. But I think my wife would have killed me if she's like, "You're going, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? We have 2 little kids. Like, you don't go to Antarctica." But it would have been cool. What's, my one chance to have a free trip to Antarctica. Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of anything else. Do you have anything else you want to add, or concerns or goals or things that you're most excited about? Obviously, you're excited to go on the trip as well, right?
Yeah, definitely. So one of the main reasons I came up with this was because I think there is way too much time spent and energy wasted debating the shape of the Earth. There are valid things to debate, like especially debating things that happened in the past, because we can't travel to the past. And so we have to look for clues and put our minds together to figure it out. This is something that is the shape of an object that happens to be the largest object we come in contact with on a daily basis. This is something, in my opinion, a child should be able to figure out. And so I want to end this debate and then hopefully have people channel their energies into something that will benefit humanity.
Well, yeah, I think that You probably will get a certain percentage of flat earthers. Sadly, I think that a good chunk will remain. But who knows? Maybe it'll just end the whole thing. I definitely tried. I tried my best to end it all, and it just kept going. So maybe this will be the thing. Well, anyway, yeah, I think I find it hilarious. Actually, making this video, I didn't know how hilarious it was going to be. I mean, I knew like what the main guys were saying, but there are all those peripheral characters that are just losing it. It's just the funniest thing, and I'm pretty sure my viewers found it to be pretty funny. So we'll be waiting. If anything really interesting or unexpected happens, I can definitely do a follow-up video where I can talk about what happened down there and then talk to you again and get your impression of it. But other than that, I think everyone wants to thank you probably for being the one to put up a big chunk of money to hopefully shut these guys up for good. And it's quite a service, so we thank you for it.
For sure, I'll keep you guys updated.
And there you have it. Some people are going to Antarctica to prove what the rest of the world already knows and has known for 2,500 years. Will the flat earthers in attendance admit the earth isn't flat? Will the sheep that follow them accept this revelation and attempt to get a life? Or will they make up some bullshit excuse to remain in their cult? Is this the straw that will finally break the back of the dumbest camel on the entire internet? I have my doubts, but maybe they'll surprise me. So that's it for this introduction to the final experiment. I hope you all find this as hilarious as I do, and truly, after debunking so many vile, dangerous charlatans in other realms, flat earthers just seem adorable in comparison. I guess that's why I just can't quit flat earth, no matter how hard I try. I mean, genuinely, all of this is so funny to me. Anyway, I'll keep you updated if anything interesting happens down there. See you next time. Yoga pose, 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 yoga pose. Hey everyone, so it's been almost exactly 1 year since I published my innocuous little flat earth debunk as part of my astronomy series. That was the one that the Globe Busters foolishly engaged with, and their idiotic insult-filled commentary prompted me to make this little gem that they never recovered from. Then, based on the ridiculous comments I received on that video, I made one more to mock the moronic things that all flat earthers say verbatim, or at least they did until that video made the rounds. And then I put the whole thing down for a while. It was never my intention to make that kind of content, but it was quite satisfying, and I got 10 times the views of my normal content, which was a plus, but I had to move on. Lest I be tempted to rebrand myself from a channel with academic intentions to one devoted purely to debunking con men. However, it's been a year, I've made so many tutorials since then, so why not jump back in the muck for a second? This time I'd like to offer some challenges to you remaining few that are desperately clinging to this dying fad to derive some semblance of self-worth. Let's call them 10 Challenges for Flat Earthers. These will be some basic things that anyone could do to test the validity of the flat earth hypothesis. These are so mind-numbingly obvious that the fact that you don't do them is an immediate indicator of your complete lack of intellectual integrity. Let's get started and you'll see what I mean. Number 1. Here's the flat earth map that you all seem to agree upon. Anyone with half a brain can immediately tell that this does not correlate with reality, but for those with an even smaller fraction, let's do a few things to prove it. For example, make a scale. You know, a scale? It's that thing on maps that tells you how far away things are from each other. Look at this map. There's a scale. You can pick 2 cities and determine the approximate distance between them. Then you can drive your car from one to another and verify that it is the correct distance. Now back to your little map. Where's the scale here? Why do you never include one? Is it because it's impossible? Yes, that is exactly why. And if you disagree, here's your challenge. Pick some distance on this map. A centimeter? An inch? Whatever. Tell me the distance it corresponds to in reality. Then pick some cities and use your scale to estimate the distances between them. Pick 2 on the same continent. Pick 2 on different continents. Use it to tell me how wide this inappropriately enormous ocean is. Use it to tell me literally anything about the distances between literally anything. When you can't do it and your numbers do not correlate with reality in the slightest, recall that this map does it just fine, and then admit that your map is stupid. Your complete inability to make any kind of remotely legitimate map single-handedly proves the Earth isn't flat. But let's continue just for fun. Number 2, as we all know, the existence of Antarctica poses a huge problem for you. When it is summer in the northern hemisphere, you love to pretend that the sun moves inwards to this tropic, making the days longer here and shorter in the southern hemisphere. And then when it's winter in the north, you like to put the sun at the other tropic, which you think gives you the shorter days up north that you want, but in the south, it's total chaos. You have the sun tracing this enormous trajectory, which would leave everything out here in darkness for most of the day, when in reality, there are long periods of time in Antarctica where the sun never sets. Since your dinky little sun can never illuminate this entire fantasy ice wall at once, this completely obliterates your model, which is why you resort to conspiracy. You simply deny that this midnight sun ever occurs, while claiming that no one can go to Antarctica to verify it for themselves, because the government NASA Jew penguins will kill you. Well, apart from all the commercial cruises, civilians can even apply for jobs there, so you totally could go see it for yourself. But you don't really have to go all the way to Antarctica. Just go to the tip of South America, like this town, where people live. Or don't even go there. Just look up times of sunrise and sunset on the internet. In mid-December, sunrise is earlier than 5 a.m., and sunset is later than 10 p.m. Now take your little model for the seasons and make it show night and day. Then try and make the night and day portions match up with these sunrise and sunset times. Demonstrate the light from the sun illuminating this location for more than 70% of its trajectory. And as you do that, make sure that it does not illuminate Point Barrow, Alaska whatsoever during its entire trajectory, as that town has endless night during this time of the year. That's right, lots of sun over here and zero sun over here. Good luck. If you decide to even try, observe that the light patterns become so nonsensical that not even the most meth-fueled creatives amongst you could vomit enough magnetism jargon to justify it. If you can't make your model show the seasons and night and day at the same time, as I pointed out that you can't almost a year ago, then seriously consider shutting up forever. Number 3, here's an idea. What if you were to actually make a prediction with your model? Like any prediction. You know, those things that you have to do in science for it to be science? Pick any celestial object, a planet, a comet, a star. Now pick any time in the future, and using only the flat Earth model and nothing else, tell me where it will be at that time. If you can't do this, and I know you can't, consider admitting that your model is absolutely irrelevant. People who actually understand the geometry of the Earth and the solar system can predict a solar eclipse, specifying the start and end time down to the second and tracing its precise path down to the square mile. Doing that even a single time means the model used to make the prediction has been undeniably verified, and it's done every single time. Anyone who doesn't see the importance of that has no clue how science works. Number 4, after I demolished essentially all of your favorite talking points in my previous videos, you all now cling primarily to the classic "I shouldn't see this thing" argument. You love this one because you can lie about heights and distances, do incorrect math, and in general act incredulous without having to actually do any science. Well, every time you whine about this, the objects are always suspiciously close, such that you can fudge the numbers, and they're always over water, so you can lie about refractive effects to people who have no idea how refraction works. So try this one on for size. Show me a picture of something over land that's 1,000 miles away. May I suggest the middle of the country where there's not much in the way? It's a straight shot after all, so what's the problem? Use a telescope. Pull Las Vegas into focus from Dallas, Texas. Isn't that where you have your little meeting? Maybe you should try doing something productive rather than blindly perpetuating the dumbest hoax on the internet.
Number 5, speaking of things that are far away, you all love whipping out your Nikons so much that I wouldn't be surprised if a Nikon executive dreamt up the entire flat earth hoax as a viral marketing campaign. You take a boat that's far away, pull it back into focus, and then marvel at your own brilliance for figuring out how to operate a camera. Well, try this one then. Stay on the boat. Don't cut away. Stay on it until it disappears. How will it disappear? Bottom up, just like everything else. I wonder why you've never put that on YouTube. Number 6, the most hilarious thing about Flat Earth is that the most mundane everyday observations make absolutely no sense in your model. Like a sunset. A small sun above a flat Earth would simply recede high in the sky and get smaller and smaller until it fades away. It absolutely would not retain the same angular size and set below the horizon. It stays the same size because it's unbelievably far away, and it sets below the horizon because the Earth is a sphere that is turning. Even a toddler can understand this. It's so blatantly obvious that you have to resort to your typical ad hoc antics, talking about refractive effects that defy all logic and somehow magically apply to the sun but nothing else. Or even better, some of you talk about a dome with the sun on the other side that produces some bizarre optical effect. Apart from the sheer absurdity of this magical dome that no one has ever seen or touched, it creates big problems for you because you also claim that the sun and moon perform other kinds of magic to push the air and water around, to get tides and storms and what have you. That would require that it is inside the dome. So which is it? Is the sun outside of the magical non-existent dome so you can pretend to get the sunset? Or is it inside the magical non-existent dome so you can pretend to get the tides? It can't be both. Or if you bail on the dome and say it's just water, how do all those water molecules that make up around 1% of the atmosphere produce 1,000 times greater refractive effect than actual liquid water? How does the appearance of a sunset never vary at all, whether it's dry or humid or raining? Why does nothing else but the sun behave that way? Show me a projectile or a plane going below the horizon as it recedes. Or show me this dome and explain the phenomena with more than buzzwords. Do something to explain a sunset. Do anything besides making idiotic videos with action movie soundtracks that contradict middle school level science. Number 7, what the hell is a lunar eclipse to you? Seriously, explain anything about a lunar eclipse. The things you say about solar eclipses are stupid enough, but at least you say something. A lunar eclipse happens when the Earth gets between the sun and the moon. That's right, in between. These two objects are not perpetually above a flat plane, and you know it, which is why you're totally silent on lunar eclipses. And if you're going to propose that some other object besides the Earth is what obscures the moon, good luck trying to demonstrate its existence. Number 8, speaking of the sun and moon being small and close to the Earth, what is stopping you from strapping a camera to a weather balloon and sending it up there? Go get up close and personal with either of these objects and take some pictures. If you get crafty with some robotics, which is a stretch given your complete lack of education, you could even scoop up a little sample. Maybe the moon is made of cheese after all. Can't you get even halfway there such that the sizes change? Reach for the sky, fellas. Number 9, take some flights, like any direct flight in the southern hemisphere. Whoops, shouldn't that be impossible? Better yet, fly between two cities 2 different ways, the shortest way on the globe and the shortest way on the flat Earth. Which one do you think will be faster? I'm just joking. I know that none of you will ever be employed long enough to afford a private jet, but next time you're on a regular plane, notice that flights going east or west are not constantly turning slightly to one side, as you seem to believe they all must be. Yeah, you would notice that. If humanity is unfortunate enough that you've actually procreated, send your kid up to the cockpit to meet the pilot and snap a pic of the wheel. What do you know? Straight as an arrow. And number 10, do anything legitimately scientific at all. Publish anything whatsoever about your model in anything reputable anywhere. Invent any technology based on your model. Do anything at all that could be considered actual empirical science. Here's a hint. You may have to study some real science to do it, but then of course you would immediately learn that the Earth isn't flat, so it probably won't be of much use. So that's it for the 10 challenges. I use the word challenge facetiously since all of you will immediately recognize the futility and resort instead to calling me names in the comments section. You flat earth priests with your waste of space channels know full well that doing anything even remotely empirical demolishes your hoax, which is why you stick to shouting conspiracy and very little else. And you handful of mindless followers hanging on to the only thing that makes you feel special, maybe 2020 is the year you finally get a clue and move on with your lives. There's a whole spherical world out there, a world filled with people who won't instantly mock you or be ashamed to know you. There are so many opportunities to actually be a person of even minor consequence. I know I've been hard on you, but I really am rooting for you folks. All you have to do is disengage from these charlatans that lie for a living. Save that $10 super chat and buy yourself some dignity, or even put it in a college fund so you can go to school and learn something useful. The choice is yours. Good luck and good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, I sit before you today a completely different person. I think I've been far too hard on flat earthers for far too long. I think I've missed the simplistic beauty in the meaningless waffle.
If you pour water out of a bottle, what's it gonna do? It's gonna pour down onto the floor and find its level.
Of course water is going to fall to the floor when you empty a bottle, and the way that this falling water disproves gravity and the shape of the earth, that escaped me for far too long, and I really, really regret it. In fact, I regret it so much I recently hopped into the comment section of famous flat earther Mark Sargent's live stream to leave this man here, DJ Curious, a nice message to let them know how special I think their show is. He thanked me. What a guy. So I decided in the same week that the world has seen a well-publicised eclipse that I would give flat earth science a real go, and I would look at how the flat earthers explain an eclipse on the flat earth. And this time I'm going to take it seriously, so please don't accuse me of any kind of sarcasm this week in the comment section. This is genuine. So I started my research on Twitter because, as any flat earther knows, that is where the best research is done. And I found this post here from somebody who thought they'd found some kind of anomaly with the way the eclipse looked. And he wasn't the only person to have spotted this anomaly. This Twitter user had also found the same problem. Apparently, lunar eclipses go the wrong way, and there is no globe explanation at all. Now, I know what you're thinking. When a flat earther usually says there is no globe explanation for something, what that usually means is the explanation can be found within 10 seconds of Googling. But I'm not going to be bringing my cynicism to that party. Let's give this guy a first shake.
Okay, well, it's being occulted from the bottom left. Wait, hold on a second. What the hell is that? How is it coming from the other side to re-occult it? Did it take like a right-hand turn? Did it go left? What happened there?
Exactly. Did it take a right-angle turn? Did it go left? What the hell happened there? These are questions that professional astronomers are asking all over the world, because clearly, if we ignore the fact this is exactly what we would expect to see, we would have a problem explaining why we see it. In fact, it's no wonder that Michael from Twitter was also confused. And Brian from Twitter might be onto something when he asked the question, is the Earth actually translucent? And while the world obviously owes a great debt of gratitude to great minds like that, in this instance they are slightly off. There is a slightly more normal explanation. But to actually find out what that explanation was, I had to spend literally minutes of my time coming up with this on PowerPoint. And thanks to this high-level research, I can now reassure astronomers across the globe that actually when the moon passes behind the Earth's circular shadow, we would indeed expect to see it be covered from the bottom left to the top right, and then uncovered from the top left to the bottom right. We can now all sleep just that little bit more easily. But if I'm truly going to be a flat earther, I can't simply just accept an answer that makes absolute sense and perfectly explains what we see around us. I need to find a way to make up utter bullshit to explain what I see, and for that I needed some help. So I checked out Eric Dubé's channel, and he's previously made up some fantastic nonsense about how eclipses can happen on a flat Earth. So good, in fact, that he's used exactly the same explanation twice.
Many people think that modern astronomy's ability to accurately predict lunar and solar eclipses is a result and proof positive of the heliocentric theory of the universe. Many people think that modern astronomy's ability to accurately predict lunar and solar eclipses is a result and proof positive of the heliocentric theory of the universe.
I seriously don't know why I don't think of that as a way to get out more content. Just simply release the same video over and over again under different headings would be fantastic. Now, in Eric Dubé's video, some people might criticize him for not actually explaining how an eclipse happens on a flat Earth, but that's not the point of Eric Dubé's video, even if the title is How Eclipses Work on a Flat Earth. But anyway, I did watch Eric Dubé's video. I watched it from start to finish, and after the bleeding stopped, I cut out this clip here, which is the little section where he explains how an eclipse works on the flat Earth.
This phenomenon is wholly celestial, involving the luminaries and their regular interactions with one another, and not in any way terrestrial, involving the earth beneath our feet, causing upward casting shadows into the heavens.
Now, those of you who are extraordinarily observant might realize that that clip didn't actually explain in any way, shape or form how an eclipse happens on a flat Earth. And Eric Dubé was challenged by one of his own subscribers in his comment section on that very point. Yeah, this guy here kind of had the sense that he'd been left hanging, and he didn't want to be left hanging. He wanted to know, how do these eclipses work? But luckily for everybody, Eric Dubé replied, and he gave us this link here. So I clicked on that link, and it changed my life forever. What I found is something that I can never ever unsee, and I'm going to show you as well. But before I do, can I just remind you that Eric Dubé has nearly 250,000 subscribers. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. If you could help me out there, just ping that button. Just, please. Anyway, let's check out what was on the other end of Eric Dubé's linky. What I found was this article here, and as I was reading it, I realised that I've never ever before been so confused, bewildered, but also simultaneously enlightened and excited. I think I felt exactly like a flat earther might have felt the first time they actually closed their eyes. And they realised that even though everything around them was dark, they were not actually dead. It was a real revolutionary moment for me. You see, what I learned was how Eric Dubé really believes an eclipse happens, and it involves this guy here. Now, if you don't know him, his name is Rahu. So Rahu, apparently, is the eternal enemy of the sun and moon. And when an eclipse happens, it's because he's catching the sun and moon by surprise, even though he only comes out when the moon is full. Or, as a subscriber of mine, Timo, said, he catches them by surprise by coming out at perfectly predictable times. He's also a severed head of something called an Asura, and he causes eclipses by swallowing the sun. Of course he does. Now, all superheroes deserve a backstory, and Rahu's backstory is that he drank some magic nectar, and that obviously made his disembodied head immortal. And now he spends his time being ravenous, and he regularly ascends into the sky attempting to swallow the sun and the moon. But since he's disembodied, his meals fall back out again. Oh, always hungry. Wow, and after reading that, can you imagine how stupid I feel now, thinking that I could explain something so complicated with this simple PowerPoint presentation? What a fool I was. So I do have to applaud Eric Dubé and his fantastic imagination, but he's not the only flat earther capable of coming up with spectacular nonsense when it comes to explaining how an eclipse might work. For example, this man here giving a flat earth lecture is also asked the question, how does an eclipse work?
What happened with the eclipse of the sun about 15 years ago? Yeah, they reckon that there may be what's called a black sun in the sky which causes it.
And that's also some great made-up nonsense, well done. And we shouldn't forget Flat Earth Dave. He's brilliant at just coming up with some nonsense. For example, in this video on his channel, he demonstrates peak flat earth thinking by filming a torch through some kind of fabric and then just putting the words on the screen, this proves the sun and eclipsing object is small and close to the earth. Fantastic flat earthing, Dave. Or maybe I should adopt Flatzoid's model of what the moon is and how moon phases and eclipses work. He once showed me in a live stream that the moon is actually a ring of plasma.
Look how it's moving based on that.
Does the moon do that? Does the moon do that? Yes or no? Be honest.
Is that part invisible and that part you can see?
It's
which you
an
said
honesty test. Does the moon move like that? Yes or no? Now, spoiler alert, the moon doesn't move like that, but you can't be right every time. Don't hold that against Flatzoid. Anyway, Flat Earth Dave is back and he's showing us how eclipses work in a slightly different way this time. Away goes the plastic sheet and out comes some weird kind of bottle top coin thing. And if you place that in front of a torch, I guess that just shows us everything we need to know. There are literally no more questions that need to be asked. So hopefully that gives you some options in how you might choose to alternatively explain what the moon is and how an eclipse happens. We're going to have a look at a guy now who's going to prove to us that the moon isn't a rock. And he starts off his video, I think what he's doing here is saying the moon isn't a rock because a rock can't lift their arm out and point at something, I think.
I challenge anyone in the comment section to prove that rocks can do that.
Now, that is an interesting argument, but to be honest, we're going to save him for another video. This is really about eclipses, so let's get back to how an eclipse happens. Let's see what this guy's got to say.
So a full moon eclipse happens when the full moon and sun opposition is happening in the same zodiac signs as Rahu and Ketu. Astrologers, they get all excited, you know, oh my god, it's eclipse season, shit's popping off, right? It's because the sun is transiting in the same zodiac sign as either Ketu or Rahu, either the south node or the north node. As Rahu and Ketu are the karmic axis, right? Ketu is like your past life. It's your past life deeds. It's what you're already good at. Rahu is your future. It's what you're learning in this lifetime. It's what you're obsessed about in this lifetime. You want to conquer that in this lifetime. This is based on my intuition and what I know, but yeah, you know, your life is fated change happens in your life all the freaking time. And it's just like, oh, what am I going to do?
So we have learned a lot today, but regardless of whether you believe the moon is a two-dimensional local object, or whether you believe it's a cooling light that provides perfect balance with the sun, just like men versus women, or whether you believe that eclipses happen because of some kind of cosmic coin that blocks out the sun, or whether you believe that the moon itself is somehow made of plasma and dances around in the sky in predictable patterns, or whether you believe that eclipses occur because of some decapitated magic superhero that once drunk some magic nectar, who can no longer fulfill his hunger because he has no stomach and he tries to devour the sun, or whether you believe that eclipses occur because there's some kind of fabric that hides the sun and basically that's all we need to know. Whatever your belief, hold on to it, because the one thing we must agree on is that an eclipse certainly can never be explained by this. Because in my mission of self-reflection this week, one thing I've learned is if we are truly going to be flat earthers, if we're truly going to embrace that lifestyle, the most simple and obviously correct scientific answer is always the answer we must say no to. I want you to rise up and think of as much spectacular bullshit as you possibly can. There is no end to the amount of nonsense that we can make up in the flat earth community. There is no end of nonsense that we can embarrass ourselves with and try and push on other people as if they are meant to take us seriously. We can say whatever we want. We can do whatever we want, and we will be hailed as heroes for it. I am so glad my eyes have been opened to what it is like to be a flat earther. See you next week.
Hey everyone, we are live again from Antarctica, which is super exciting. It is midnight again here at Union Glacier. By the way, go ahead and turn the computer here, and that is a midnight sun. Once again, so the sun has never set the entire time that we've been here. All right, I'm going to do my best to see here. It's incredibly bright, hard to explain. but it's like all day is magic hour. Essentially, it's feels like it's the middle of the day. In fact, I put sunscreen on so that I would not get burned at midnight while I was doing this live stream. So just imagine being in a place where you can get severe sunburn at midnight. I'm going to do my best to see the comments. Someone just asked if we are using Starlink, and the answer is yes, we are using Starlink. It has actually been phenomenal for us, which is exciting. So a lot of things to talk about tonight, a lot of updates. I will also be thanking some people, recognizing some people. I'm going to be giving out some awards, some TFE awards. And then I'm also going to announce the winners of the 3 TFE challenges. So hopefully everyone has been looking forward to that. Before I start, I do want to say that the last 24 hours was probably the most difficult 24 hours I can remember in my life. This was just incredibly taxing. It's hard to explain, but you've got the reality of very little sleep with what we're trying to pull off here. You've got the exhaustion from the sun being up for 24 hours. You have the extreme cold that you're battling and making sure you're staying warm. You have the just the mental stress of trying to think of everything and make everything work, and remember to change batteries and check on things and make sure no one touches or bumps the tripod. So anyway, yeah, it was very difficult. Tonight we were talking just a few minutes ago, and Jaron couldn't believe that we got here yesterday, that it's only been 24 hours. It was the longest 24 hours of our lives. Just crazy what this took to accomplish. And so that's a reminder for everyone to think about the things that you ask for and the things that you state should be easy to do, which are not. Flat earthers have asked for many years for just give us a video of the 24-hour sun. And when you do, they say, well, it's not all 24 hours. Or they say it's a time lapse and not a video. It's like, you guys have no idea how difficult it was to film the sun for 24 hours in Antarctica, but we pulled it off. I personally filmed the sun from 2 different angles with my 360 camera. It might sound weird to people. How can you have angles with a 360-degree camera? But it's really 2 cameras that are like this and come together on the sides. And so that side angle we had facing different directions. And I filmed the sun for 25.5 hours straight without interruption. And I did that at 5.7K resolution, 30 frames per second. I don't even know if that's ever been done before, to be honest with you. Usually long form videos like that are time lapses as opposed to videos. And a time lapse will take a picture every few seconds, whereas video is 30 pictures per second. So yeah, very exciting times. We obviously dealt with the crazy green screen conspiracy today. Never thought I would be accused of that one, but we dismantled that rather easily by doing back-to-back, meaning 2 people with our backs to each other, live streams. People are already putting those on YouTube side by side to show that we couldn't have been using a green screen to pull that off. I wore a blue jacket in case somebody would say there was a blue screen, and I brought out my green water bottle and a green and red can of some Chilean Pringle type chips to show that we're definitely not using a green screen. And then I flew my drone backward and then came right back. So there is no screen. The mountain back there, which is just absolutely stunning, is Mount Rossman here in Antarctica, right by Union Glacier. That's about 4,000 to 5,000 foot peak there. And I do want to mention that I was able to drone a little bit around Antarctica today. I actually got my drone higher than I've ever flown it before, 5,000 feet. So I was actually higher than that mountain and was able to do a beautiful cinematic panorama of this area, which I will hope to release soon, one day, maybe in the next few weeks on the TFE channel. But anyway, there is a new conspiracy, surprise, surprise, which is that we are lying about the time and this being midnight. And that's not true. So again, people need to focus on asking questions. If you want to learn, that's the best way to learn. The best way to learn is to not make accusations and do Google searches and believe the first thing that you read. It's to ask questions and to be inquisitive. And that's how you learn, because then you're going to get answers and you can process those answers. So let's deal with this one now. Googling what time is it in Antarctica is not a valid question. There are 8 time zones in Antarctica, which actually makes perfectly logical sense. It's funny to me that flat earthers would think there's only one time zone when they have made Antarctica so much bigger than it really is as an island continent on the globe. There's 8 time zones. And the reason why is because the different areas and bases and stations around Antarctica are usually in touch and in communication with somewhere else in another continent. And that's where supplies come in, and that's where the people come in through. So, for example, you know, I think McMurdo is on New Zealand time. Maybe it's Scott Base. I don't know. They're both right next to each other. But Union Glacier is on Chile time. And the reason why is because ALE runs Union Glacier, and ALE is run out of Punta Arenas, Chile. That's where their flights come out of. That's where their staff is. They have a headquarters in Salt Lake City, Utah, as they're an American company, but they have staff here in Chile. So they use that time zone for logistical and just efficient reasons. So anyway, if you look up what time it is in Chile right now, it is just past midnight. So that would be GMT -3. So last night we covered midnight as the time, which we're doing again right now. So again, there's another beautiful midnight sun. It's the second midnight sun we have broadcast live from Antarctica. And we also did a live stream yesterday at solar midnight, which is different than the midnight of time. Solar midnight is when the sun reaches its lowest point. So anyway, we're covering all our bases here. I did want to mention Steve from England. I woke up this morning with a very negative email from him. He was very upset with me for not calling him at midnight yesterday when we did the live stream. I did mention him. The reason I wasn't able to call him, which everybody should know, is because our original plan with Candace Owens was to live stream the 24-hour sun on a camera known as an X4 made by Insta360. It was going to be a 360-degree camera. Now that camera is capable of live streaming directly to YouTube. And Mark brought it out. Mark Herman, Candace Owens' director. He practiced it back home and it was all ready to go. And when we got out here, it did not work. So we did a little bit of research, and the reason it did not work is because you need cell service and Wi-Fi simultaneously in order to live stream with that device. We did not know that. Obviously, back in the United States, you got cell service everywhere. So he was just live streaming and it worked, and we thought it would work. And so there is no cell service in Antarctica. There are no towers in Antarctica, no cables, nothing like that. So we're able to do this through satellite internet only. So yeah, that threw a huge wrench into things, and we really wanted to do the live stream. So we pivoted, and I let them use my cell phone to do the live stream. So we took my cell phone and we kind of jerry-rigged it onto the top of a camera tripod and did the live stream that way. Now, we did it through Rumble because Candace had some big things she was getting out on her YouTube channel and didn't want to tie up her YouTube channel for 24 hours. So we used her Rumble channel to do that. And then we ran into a couple of issues. The first one was that my cell phone, Murphy's Law, asked to do a software update. And so that cut the live feed. We caught that and got it back up and running again. And then Starlink actually did an update as well. It was funny because the Starlink did an update in the middle of MCToon's live stream, which was around 3 to 3:30 in the morning here at Union Glacier. And so I'm guessing that Starlink does updates like that at the most, ungodly hour of the night, thinking that that's when people will not be utilizing the internet and sleeping. But we're doing something pretty special and pretty historic here. So that actually cut MCToon's live stream as well, very abruptly. So anyway, that caused an outage for a long time. And after that, we were not able to get the live stream back up and running on Rumble. Rumble, from a UI/technology standpoint, is very inferior to YouTube. And so I don't think they were able to handle it being cut out a couple of times. So anyway, that's what happened there. What we're doing is still pretty incredible. With just the technology here. And I'm just really excited that I can bring everybody with us to see the beautiful landscape and to see the midnight sun and to just get some live updates. Again, people are trying to state that this is all a studio, and that's a green screen behind me, which of course is ridiculous. I can spin around here. Somebody said today that I spin really slowly or something like that, but I can spin very, very quickly. And I can also show you the snow down here is actual snow, and you can pick it up and throw it at somebody if you want, or eat it, or whatever else you want to do. So anyway, yes, so we're trying to keep up with all the reactions/coping, whatever it may be, from what we're doing out here, but it's not stopping us. We are all very tired, but we all feel very privileged to have this opportunity and excited that we were able to pull it off. So with that, I would like to mention some names for a few different reasons. The first one is I'd like to give a shout out to Frankie. Frankie is the daughter of Cassidy, who was the runner-up in the golden ticket offer. And I felt bad. I had to choose one person out of so many people who gave entries, and I narrowed it down to the top 10, and I had to pick one out of the top 10, and Cassidy ended up coming in second place. And so I told her that I would give her daughter Frankie a shout out from Antarctica Live. So hopefully you're watching, Frankie, and you enjoy hearing your name from Antarctica. I want to thank some people individually who have been very, very helpful to me throughout this entire process. I could not have done this without so many people coming together and just volunteering their time, being available to me to do tasks, answer questions. So the first one I would like to mention is Globie McGlobeface. You can check him out on TikTok, but he's been very, very helpful with me throughout the process of creating and bringing the final experiment to where we're at today. He actually did some crowdfunding to try to get here, which didn't quite work out. But yeah, I just want to thank you, Globie, for everything that you did to help me out there. Next is Peter Markley. So Peter Markley is someone that I was introduced to this year, and he's been very helpful to me in many different ways with social media and answering questions. And so I'm sure many of you have already heard his name in this space of debating the shape of the earth. And if you haven't, you probably will soon. Next up is a YouTuber by the name of Wolfie6020. Many of you probably know who he is. He is a pilot and very knowledgeable. And so he's been very helpful to me throughout the past year or so as I've been trying to bring all of this together to just be there to offer suggestions, answer questions, and just always be there for me. So thank you, Wolfie6020, for that. Up next is Where's Wally? So another YouTuber you can check out. He is very thoughtful and is always thinking. I think he's comes up with ideas in all hours of the night, and when he does, he sends them to me, and they're always so great. He actually created something. I believe he built it from scratch. The name he gave it is the Jeranometer, and he's going to be releasing that on his channel soon. And I'm telling you right now, you have to watch his video when he releases it. You have to see exactly what it is he built. When I saw it, it was so intricate and detailed. I just couldn't believe it. I was just in awe, and I didn't even know if it would work. A lot of moving parts and a lot going on there, but it definitely worked out. And so you'll want to see that. Up next is Ruhif. You can look him up on YouTube, Roohif. Ruhif has been very helpful. He's a numbers guy. He's very, very knowledgeable. And whenever I had complicated questions about math or numbers or flight plans and flight paths, he was always there for me to help me get the data that I needed and to understand what I was trying to accomplish. So Ruhif, thank you so much for everything that you did to help me out there. And then also Danny Faulkner. Danny is an astronomer. He taught astronomy and physics, has a PhD in astronomy, and was very, very helpful. The world we live in is incredible, but it's also incredibly complex. And sometimes it's a bit hard to wrap your mind around what's going on and understanding it. And so when I had questions about the cosmos, I would reach out to him, and he would always give me great answers and help me understand it in a way that I could understand it, at least with not having a PhD in astronomy. So Danny, thank you very much. All right, I am going to give out some TFE awards right now. It's nothing physical. It's just going to be just some recognition for a couple of people that really, really, really went overboard in helping out with the final experiment. So the first one I'm calling the TFE Promoter Award. So this would have never happened had we not had people talking about it, had we not had people making videos about it and sharing it with their friends and their families and their audiences and their social media groups. And so the TFE Promoter Award goes to the Creaky Blinder. If you don't know who he is, please look him up on YouTube. Go ahead and give him a subscribe. He is knocking on the door of 100,000 subscribers. And I think with our influence, he could hit that before the end of the year, which would be amazing. So Creaky has really supported the final experiment, and he has done I just checked. He's done 51 videos on his channel promoting TFE. So thank you so much, Creaky. Really appreciate it. He comes to us all the way from Wales, which is pretty exciting. That's a place I've never visited and would love to visit one day. But can't thank you enough. Your bringing attention to the final experiment was such a huge help for us. And it was clear that you believed in us and were excited about what we were doing because you just kept talking about it and talking about it and talking about it. So thank you so much, Creaky. Next award, I am calling the Beast Mode Award. And this one goes to Dave McKeegan. who I just noticed is standing here right next to me. So Dave McKeegan obviously came all the way out here to Antarctica with us. And I want to let everybody know he has not gone to sleep since we got to Antarctica. He brought multiple cameras, multiple tripods, and an equatorial mount, and so many other things. And he just was not willing to let that fail. And so he's like, I'm not going to go to bed. I need to make sure all of this is working and continues to work so that we get all of the data that we need. So I don't even know the exact number, but I think it's been about 40 hours since he has slept. So Dave, you have my permission to get a good night's sleep tonight.
I've thoroughly enjoyed seeing the 24-hour sun, and now I'm thoroughly looking forward to not looking at it again.
Awesome. Yeah, so it's been really great having Dave here, because there were times where, as I mentioned at the beginning, this has been the hardest 24 hours of my life, and there were times where I was just completely physically exhausted, where I was completely mentally exhausted, and I would just lay down on the floor and fall asleep. And when you do that, things can happen that are not good, that you don't want, such as batteries dying in your cameras or things going wrong. And so without even me asking him, he kept an eye on all of my stuff and made sure everything was going well. So thank you to Dave. All right, that brings us to the TFE challenges. So these are very, very important. These are going to end up being part of the final experiment. So what became clear to me throughout time, so this wasn't clear to me at the beginning, but what's become clear to me throughout the last year is that the final experiment was actually so much bigger than just the 24-hour sun. The final experiment is really more the final experiments, plural. There are so many other things that I didn't realize until I became more educated, such as things that we could do being at the southern tip of South America, other things that we could do in Antarctica. And so anyway, as will be clear in the coming weeks, there is a lot of data that we're going to be releasing. There were a lot of predictions made by the globe, and we'll see if those predictions came true. And there were actually a lot of predictions made by Flat Earth as well, and we're going to take a look at those predictions. So the TFE challenges were inviting people from both sides of the debate, Flat Earth and Globe, to make predictions prior to our trip. So all of these challenges were open to the general public. Anybody could have made a submission to me, but it just had to be prior to us departing for Chile for the first time. So the first challenge that we did, and this is where I'm going to need to see my screen here, hopefully. First challenge that we did was flight times. This is an important one. So I do believe, as I've hinted at in previous videos, that if we look at flight paths, we will see something that quickly tells us that we live on a globe. Flight paths have to be efficient. They have to be efficient. They have to be efficient for multiple reasons. One, so that the company can stay in business, the airline can stay in business, because they want to make that flight happen in the cheapest way possible, without sacrificing safety. So they're not going to want to just spend tons of money on extra fuel for no reason. They won't be able to stay competitive in that regard, and they'll quickly go out of business. Flights also have to be as short as possible, again, as safely as possible. You're not going to fly an airline whose flights take twice as long or 50% as long as some other airline. That's one of the beauties of capitalism, is letting the market dictate pricing. And so it's a very competitive market, and they're all fighting for your business. And so flight paths are very, very telling. Again, I've mentioned this in the past, but my grandfather worked for Delta Airlines for his entire career. And so I kind of grew up around planes, and my dad had a love of planes. And so he would always talk about them. He could just look at one up in the sky and tell me exactly what it was. I still don't have that skill, but you know, the ability to travel by air today is just an incredible blessing that we have. And it's just completely changed the world. We can visit family that's very far away. We can visit and see so many different places in the world in a relatively short amount of time with a relatively low amount of cost. And so the reason the flight paths for the final experiment were so important was because we were all 9 of us took a direct flight to Santiago, Chile. And all 9 of us went through one of 4 airports, LAX, Atlanta, London Heathrow, and Sydney. And so what I did is TFE challenge number 1 asked for submissions on the distance for those flights. And the cool thing is that I had people make sure that they gave their math. Giving the math is super important because there's a big difference between the globe and a flat earth when it comes to flight paths. And there's especially a big difference when it comes to the southern hemisphere. I received a lot of submissions on the globe. Let's see, I received submissions from 5 different continents. So countries spanning 5 different continents, which is pretty incredible. And I received all globe submissions except for 1. I only received 1 submission on the flat earth side. There were some people who are globers that submitted answers and numbers for what it should be on a flat earth, which I thought was interesting. They did the math for the flat earth side, but only 1 official flat earther made a submission. So again, there's a huge difference between the globe and the flat earth when it comes to flight paths, especially when it gets to the southern hemisphere. So I'll tell you what the main difference was related to the final experiment. On the globe model, the flight from London to Santiago is actually longer in distance than the flight is from Sydney to Santiago. And so on a flat earth, it's not even close. On a flat earth, the flight from Sydney to Santiago would be 2 to 3 times as long as the flight from London to Santiago. So it's a very, very big difference. Let's see here. I am trying to read my screen. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and announce the winners for TFE challenge number 1, which again, I wanted there to be a winner from each side. The winner on the globe side was Andres Puelma. Andres, I wouldn't say that this was an unfair advantage, but he actually lives in Santiago, Chile, which is cool. So he was having to calculate the distances from those airports to his own hometown. All of the globe answers that came in were all very close to each other, which makes sense because the formula for calculating distances on a globe includes the radius of the globe. And so that's why I was asking for the math, was so that I could look and make sure that people were actually doing the math themselves and not just looking it up online. The one flat earther who made a submission, which means he wins, right? If there's a winner from the globe side and there's a winner from the flat earth side, if there's only one flat earth entry, that's the winner. So the winner is a Stephen Alonso. Stephen Alonso. Now, what's fascinating about this is that his numbers also were very, very close to the globe, which doesn't make sense. As I just mentioned, on a flat earth, that flight from Sydney to Santiago should be 2 to 3 times longer than London to Santiago. But this flat earther, Stephen Alonso, said that the London to Santiago flight was longer. So this didn't make any sense. But this is why I planned ahead and said you must include your math. So I went ahead and checked his math, and what do you know? He used the radius, the average radius of the globe in his formula. But this was supposed to be a flat Earth entry, Stephen. So in asking and looking into why he was using the globe's radius to calculate his numbers, I found out that he says that the height of the firmament is the exact same number of the globe radius, which I believe is 6,371 kilometers. Very interesting, Stephen. So I think you know what I'm going to have to ask you, which is, how did you measure the height of the dome? As far as I know, the dome has yet to be seen, which means it can't be measured and can't be tested. And why? And how is it that it just so happens to be the exact average radius of the globe? This smells a little fishy to me. So anyway, the second question I've got for Stephen is, can you please explain how the height of this dome would affect the flight path of an airplane? That doesn't make any sense to me. So these planes are not going that high. And so I don't quite understand what that has anything to do with it. If I had to be honest with you, I would say that you knew ahead of time that the globe numbers would be accurate. And so you wanted to essentially hijack the globe math formula and use it for yourself. And so in a sense, you kind of proved the globe by stealing the radius of the globe and stealing the globe model for your submission. So anyway, thank you for those two winners, Andres Puelma and Stephen Alonso. Thank you for taking the time to take part in TFE challenge number 1. And thanks for everyone else who did as well. Again, blown away, entries from 5 different continents. So that brings us to TFE challenge number 2. This one had to do with the sunrise and the sunset in Punta Arenas, Chile, which is where we stayed for a few days prior to flying here to Antarctica. Again, this was a very significant one because the sunrise direction is different on the globe versus the flat Earth model. The main difference is that on the globe, the sunrise should come from the southeast and it should set in the southwest. But if you look at a Gleason's map or an AE map, the sunrise down that far south, which would be beyond the Tropic of Capricorn, should be from the northeast and set in the northwest. By the way, I was watching a lot of videos from flat earthers once we got to Punta Arenas, and they were asking questions like which direction was the sun rising and which direction was the sun setting. They know the importance of this, and good on them. They probably thought if they could get a northeast sunrise and a northwest sunset, that would be evidence for flat Earth, and it would be an argument against the globe, which I agree. So before I tell you what actually happened while we were there, I received a ton of entries on this one as well, countries spanning 4 continents for this one. And I received all globe entries and only 1 flat Earth entry until the last minute. I got a second flat Earth entry. So everybody on the globe side gave sunrise times and sunset times, and then also sunrise directions and sunset directions. The winner for this one was PD194. So PD194, thank you so much for entering. He is coming from the UK, and he did a great job with showing me how he came up with this. By the way, I told people they could cheat if they wanted to and look this up online, because again, on the globe, it's the southeast and southwest, but on a flat Earth, it's northeast and northwest. So it's completely different. So if you want to look it up online, that's completely fine. PD194 actually posted a video about this prior to my challenge, which I didn't realize. He made me aware of that when he sent his email. All right, now on to the 2 flat earth entries. The first one is from a guy who you may recognize his name, none other than Stephen Alonzo. Before I get to him, I will say the second guy was a David Henry. Now, David Henry told me that he used Stellarium to get his answer, which again is completely fine. You can use Stellarium. But I responded to him and let him know that Stellarium is a globe app. And so I was curious why he was making a submission that completely and perfectly matched the globe if he was a flat earther. He responded by asking me what we saw in while we were in Punta Arenas, and I wouldn't tell him. I just said, are you willing to admit that you're submitting a globe answer as a flat earther? And he was unwilling to do so. That brings us to Stephen Alonzo. Stephen Alonzo told me that he expects the sun to rise in the southeast and set in the southwest, and he gave pretty accurate times. Once again, his answers aligned with the globe. We have a common theme here, ladies and gentlemen. You may recall on the channel, if you haven't seen this video, I highly recommend you go watch it. But we released a video in the last few weeks, which was challenging flat earthers to give any globe prediction at all, future prediction, that they think will not come true. The globe has thousands of predictions. This is a prediction. When the globe says on such and such a future date, at such and such a time, the sun will rise in this direction, and the sun will set at this time, and the sun will set in this direction. That is a prediction. So the globe makes lots of predictions. One of the globe predictions right now is that there will be a total solar eclipse over Orlando, Florida in 2045. And so that's a pretty specific prediction. And so I'm curious, which globe predictions do flat earthers think will not come true? If all the globe predictions come true, that would obviously be evidence of the globe. So interesting pattern we have here. Stephen Alonzo, I do know from seeing his stuff that he ascribes to the AE map, which of course has been falsified now with the final experiment. And so he gave a globe answer, even though that doesn't work on the AE map. And I don't know why. All I can do is speculate. And I speculate that he did that because he knew that the globe model would come true. Now, I will say this, the sun did rise in the southeast and it did set in the southwest, just like the globe predicts. I will also tell you that we had a very difficult time filming that. That was something that I really wanted to film, and it was very difficult. We were so far south in Chile that we were experiencing 17 hours of daylight. 17 hours of daylight. So the sun would rise around 5 a.m. or so, and it would set after 10 p.m. And so why did that make it difficult? Well, we're on a mission here with the final experiment, and so we were doing a lot of things. We were also hanging out, and we were excited about going to Antarctica. And so when the sun's out, you're out. And so we would stay up very late, which made it very difficult to get up in the morning. And it just was a rinse and repeat cycle. One morning I woke up at 4:45 and it was already light out. And I was like, oh, wow, maybe I could catch the sunrise. And so I ran outside and I was able to catch the sunrise for only once. There was a ton of clouds while we were there, but one time I was able to catch the sunrise. I will be releasing a video of that on my channel. And I was also able to catch a sunset as well, which we'll be releasing a video. But those videos will prove that they happen in the southeast and the southwest, just as the globe predicts. But anyway, the winner for the flat earth side is none other than Stephen Alonzo. All right, that brings us to TFE challenge number 3. Now, this one is very, very important. And again, it is a significant difference between the globe and the flat earth model. So let me try to make this easy to understand for everyone, because these issues can be complicated. On the globe, lines of longitude at the equator are the furthest apart. As they go away from the equator, either north or south, they get closer and closer together until they eventually meet up at the poles, North Pole and South Pole. On the flat Earth model, that's not the case. On the flat Earth model, the North Pole is in the center, and then everything is south from the North Pole. And so lines of longitude diverge. They get further and further apart indefinitely on the flat Earth model. Whereas south of the equator, they converge on the globe model and they get closer and closer together. We were so far south at the southern tip of Chile that we were able to test this. We could measure between lines of longitude and see, are they getting closer together than they are towards the equator further north, or are they getting further apart, which is what you would have on a flat Earth. And so what the TFE challenge number 3 was, which was the most difficult, was we asked people to calculate for us the distance between lines of longitude, the distance between these meridians at 53 degrees south, which is where Punta Arenas, Chile is. And so we received tons of entries again that cover 4 continents, and they were all globe entries except for one flat earther, and I'm guessing you know who that is. Yes, Stephen Alonso. So all the globe entries had very similar answers, and the winner of TFE challenge number 3 is Hall Store. Hall Store. Thank you for participating. And Hall comes to us from Norway. And what is Norway? Well, Norway is the home of the midnight sun. Norway is the home of a 24-hour sun, but that would be in the north. He's not having a midnight sun right now or a 24-hour sun. Why? Because we are having that right now in the south. This is the southern summer. So, Stephen Alonso, interestingly enough, what a surprise, his answer almost perfectly lined up with the globe. This doesn't make any sense. Why would he say this? And so this was getting a little bit crazy. And so I decided to email him and ask him a question. And so I did. I asked him a question and I said, Stephen, can you please help me understand your math here? Based on what I'm seeing, which by the way was globe math, I said, based on what I'm seeing, you would say that the distance between lines of longitude is the same at 53 degrees south as it is at 53 degrees north. Do I have that correct? And he said yes. So he confirmed that in his math, the distance between meridians at 53 degrees south, which is the southern tip of South America, is identical to the distance between meridians at 53 degrees north. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you know what that means. He is describing the globe. So, Stephen Alonso, you are the winner again. You get the trifecta. You won all 3 TFE challenges. But what's super interesting is that you used the globe for all 3. And I think that means you knew what we were going to find down here as part of the final experiment. Yes, super, super interesting. We are going to be releasing all of this data once we get back. We have a ton of data. I believe we have well over 100 terabytes of information already. Obviously, a lot of that is high definition video and pictures, but we brought hard drives on top of hard drives on top of hard drives just to make sure we could collect all of the data that we were going to be obtaining as part of the final experiment. But anyway, spoiler alert, the distance between the lines of longitude at 53 degrees south matched the globe. They did not match flat Earth. So anyway, thank you everybody for participating in those 3 challenges. I did think it was a little interesting that well over 95% of the submissions came from the globe side, and we only had 2 people, 2 flat earthers make submissions. Stephen Alonso made 3, and the other guy made 1. using the Globe app Stellarium. But anyway, all of these things are important. They're important because we are in search of the truth about the world that we live in. That was the goal of the final experiment from day one, was to settle this debate. That is still my goal, and I do believe we have succeeded. You may not agree, but all I would ask for is a little bit of patience, and let us get back to our families, let us get back to the warmth, and let us get back into our own homes and spend some time with our families over Christmas and the New Year's, and then we can start to release all of this information. But it is a plethora of information. We have measurements, we have videos, we have so many cool things that I've never seen before. And so again, it became clear to me over time that the final experiment was going to become so much bigger than just the 24-hour sun, even though I think the 24-hour sun is definitely definitive as well. So that is all that I have. I am a little delirious. I am really looking forward to getting a good night's sleep tonight. But I am really happy that we did this and that we pushed through very hard for our first 24 hours in Antarctica. We have an uninterrupted video of the sun over 24 hours, which is super, super exciting. What's on deck for us tomorrow? We have a couple more things. I would call them experiments that we have set up that take time to run. They actually take more than 24 hours or so to run. So we've got those running, and those are just going to be running through until tomorrow at midnight. But we're also going to be doing something fun tomorrow, which I think everyone that joined us, all 9 of us, are really looking forward to, which is we will be taking a scenic flight over Antarctica. It's mainly going to be over the Ellsworth mountain range, but we're going to be getting in some smaller planes, much smaller than the 757 we came over here in, and they're going to fly us over the Ellsworth mountain range and let us enjoy the beauty of Antarctica by air. So we'll be sure to get a lot of great video to share with everyone so that you can enjoy it as much as you can with us through that as well. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and sign off. I'll give you one more look at the midnight sun here in Antarctica, and I'll do one more spin around here so that you can take one last look at everything that we did and where we stayed. It was amazing. So we're actually leaving this campsite. All of this area behind me was just full of devices and tripods and cameras and equatorial mounts and sun trackers and you name it. But it's all been packed up, and our last 2 remaining experiments are set up over there. It's a little bit hard to see, but we'll get you good high quality video of that when we return. And we're also going to be leaving tonight. This will no longer be our special TFE camp. That orange vehicle back there is called a Tucker, and we're going to pack up right now, and they're going to take us back to Union Glacier base camp, which is where our tents will be for the next few nights or so. So I'll try to keep everybody updated. And again, just want to thank everybody for all the support, all the love for this last year. We made it, we did it, and it's gonna be fun sharing all the details with everybody. So, all right, have a great night, everyone. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Got Questions podcast. So often on the podcast, we discuss a frequently asked question or a controversial question or something that's hot in the current culture. Today, we're kind of covering one that wasn't even on our radar. It's not since we've gotten a lot of questions about it in the past, but for whatever reason, in the past couple of weeks, we've been inundated with questions about this. And it seems to come and go. But the topic is, does the Bible teach that there is a flat earth? And to some, you may find this hilarious that we're even talking about it, but believe it or not, this is a common enough question. I have no idea what's driving the recent increase in questions or interest about it, but so here we are discussing, does the Bible teach a flat earth? And joining me today is Jeff. He's the administrator of BibleRef.com, and Kevin, who is the managing editor of Got Questions Ministries. So Kevin, why don't you start us off? Does the Bible teach that there is a flat earth?
Well, no, it does not teach that there is a flat earth. Of course, I live in Kansas, and that's the big thing I always hear is that, Kansas is so flat. But you got to come visit because it's not flat. And the Bible, when we're talking about the Bible's teaching on the shape of the earth, well, the Bible doesn't really deal with the shape of the earth, but there are some passages that people twist and take to mean that there are that the earth is flat, and they'll go so far as to say that if you don't accept the flat earth theory, then you are denying the word of God, because this is what Scripture teaches. And I've got three passages here, three places in Scripture that some people draw out of these things, out of these passages, that the earth is flat. One is Revelation 7:1, which says, "I saw four angels standing at the four corners of the earth, holding back the four winds of the earth." And so we've got the four corners of the earth. Well, that sounds pretty much like a square or a rectangle or something flat. And this is where they get the idea that people will point to this and say, "See, Earth has corners. It's not round. It's not spherical. It has corners." Well, of course, this is one example in the Bible of idiomatic language. The phrase, "the four corners of the earth," is an idiom, and it is simply referring to every distant location. We divide our compass up into four cardinal directions: north, south, east, and west. And you take those four and you can describe it idiomatically as the four corners of the earth. And we still use this idiom today when around Olympics time. Olympic Games rolls around every 4 years. So every now and then, invariably, you'll hear somebody saying that athletes are coming from every corner of the world. By that, they don't mean that the world has actual corners, and neither does the writer of Scripture mean that the earth has actual physical corners. The writer of Revelation here is simply saying that at one point in the coming tribulation period, God's going to cause all wind to stop blowing from the north, south, the east, the west. The wind is going to be stilled, and it will be ceasing at God's command, part of the judgment on the earth. So another idiom that we see sometimes used by the flat earth conspiracy theorists is Psalm 75, verse 3, which says, "When the earth and all its people quake, it is I who hold its pillars firm." So here God speaks of the pillars of the earth, and he's the one who's holding those pillars firm. Well, some say, well, that sounds like the earth is flat and it's being supported by pillars from underneath it. And so God's the one who speaks of the pillars. He's the one who is holding those. We see the same idiom also in 1 Samuel chapter 2. But in both cases, in 1 Samuel 2 and in Psalm 75, we're speaking of poetry. These are both poetic passages. Much of the Bible was written in poetry. And poetry comes with poetry comes a lot of idiomatic language and metaphors and similes, and we want to recognize it for what it is. We want to appreciate the poetry for what it is and the beautiful way that it expresses truth. We don't want to start taking it all so literally that we destroy the poetry. That would be a great loss for the beauty of Scripture. And here in Psalm 73, we have the earth, the founding of the earth being likened to the building of a house. I mean, this is just this is metaphorical language. So like a house has pillars that support its roof and all the rest. So this is being used as a picture of how God made the earth. And the point is that God made it very firm, that God is in control of it even today. If I built a house, you would worry about its pillars falling down, its roof collapsing, and all the rest. I'm not a house builder, but the psalmist here is saying that God's house, so to speak, the world that he made, is very firm. And even when everything seems to be going wrong in this world and people are quaking for fear, God is going to still be sustaining the world. He's going to hold those pillars firm. But it's poetic language. It's idiomatic language. We also have another idiom used in Deuteronomy 13, verse 7. And Moses here warns the people of the gods of the people who are around you, whether near you or far off from you, from one end of the earth to the other. Now, this one is the ends of the earth is used, I think we counted up 28 times in the King James Version. And this phrase is similar to that of the four corners of the earth. It's idiomatic, it's metaphorical. And the biblical writers are simply speaking of the farthest reaches of the inhabited world. As, you can go anywhere you want, the ends of the earth, and you're still going to find the truth of God there. And this is very plain, actually, in Psalm 67, verse 7, which says, "May God bless us still, so that all the ends of the earth will fear him." Here, the ends of the earth is obviously not referring to a geographical feature, but the ends of the earth is referring to people who live in the uttermost reaches of the earth, the people who are the farthest from us. They are fearing God. And so poetry is beautiful, and much of the Bible is written in poetry. We need to accept it and appreciate it for what it is.
Poetry is a good thing for us to recognize in Scripture, and it's also important for us to recognize when the Bible is actually speaking on a topic and when it's not. And this is not one of those circumstances where the Bible says anything. There is no place in Scripture where it makes any sort of reference to the actual shape of the earth. And that's important to emphasize because there are other mythologies that specifically talk about things like discs or cylinders or squares, cubes, things like that. They're the only places that we have references in the Bible that people take are these sorts of poetic, idiomatic references. There just isn't anywhere that it talks about that. So first of all, we got to recognize that this is just not something the Bible addresses. And the danger in that is that means that people can take verses and read them the way they sort of prefer. I've seen people read some verses in Scripture saying that they indicate a spherical earth. There's verses that talk about God sits on the circle of the earth, and people have said, see, that's a reference to a sphere. It just doesn't say anything one way or the other. It's not a topic that's especially important. And, there's things we can talk about history and what people did and didn't know about the shape of the earth and when they knew it. All of those things are worthwhile and interesting, but sometimes it's just a question of understanding how do we handle this in the first place. For the most part, you aren't really having conversations as a believer with people about does the Bible actually say this or not. It's mostly just about why would a person believe this anyway? What's leading a person into this mindset, and what do you do about it? And I think it's important to remember that people believe things for reasons. They're not always great reasons, but there is something that causes a person to take certain interpretations. And the flat earth thing is like a lot of other conspiracy theories. It is rooted in something that's real but misunderstood. So it is in the conspiracy theory standpoint. And the problem is that for a lot of people in the flat earth mindset, and it has very little to do with religion per se, it has everything to do with not trusting the experts. And one of the worst things that we can do when somebody's in that circumstance is just tell them, well, you're stupid and you're wrong and you're a fool and you just need to accept this. The whole reason that they're doubting this is because we actually do have evidence that sometimes the so-called experts have been wrong. We do have evidence that sometimes authority figures have lied to people. for their own reasons. We do have reasons to think that established science sometimes overturns. What we don't want to do is we don't want to say, no, you just need to listen to the experts, listen to the science, listen to everything just because. We should acknowledge, you're right, there's times where people have said things that turned out to be incorrect. There's times where people have said things that have turned out to be a lie. That really does happen. That is a thing, and it is something that goes on. But let's take a look at this actual scenario that we're looking at right now. And usually what you find out with the flat earth issue is that it's like a lot of other conspiracy theories. Some of these points are difficult to understand. Not everybody is going to be able to sit down and grasp the geometry that Greeks in 500 BC used to figure out the basic size of the sphere of the earth. It's not necessarily an intuitive thing. And as human beings, we have this natural tendency to want to say, if I can't understand it, it cannot be true. And that's a dangerous place to be, because we don't want to be in a position of gullibility. We don't want to say, well, I'm just not that smart, so I guess whatever people say is whatever people say. But there's this habit of us to say, if I don't fully grasp it, if I don't understand it, it can't be true. And that affects our spiritual lives. We see that a lot of times with things about God's nature, about theology, translations of the Bible, all sorts of things we see where people get stuck in that mindset that says, I don't understand it, but I'm sticking with this belief because this particular belief is either simpler or easier, or it meets some particular need or idea. So I think if anybody's listening and they, for whatever reason, feel attracted to the flat earth concept, or if we're talking to people who are in there, we need to acknowledge this is not about people lacking intellect. This is not about people being paranoid or gullible or stupid. It really is rooted in real things that we really see. But at the same time, Scripture never says anything that would suggest that the earth is flat. And the shape of the earth at this point in time is proven about as obviously as you could say, does Jeff have a beard? You know, I know deep fakes exist and everything else like that, but it's pretty hard to deny. And to deny the stuff that we see in the idea of what the earth is really shaped like takes an awful lot of conspiracy thinking. So as we deal with this as believers, once we get through the idea of what Scripture says and doesn't say, we do need to remember that people have their reasons for why they believe this. And we should try to acknowledge the semi-legitimate reasons why people are skeptical and why people lean to this, instead of just throwing them under the bus and saying, well, they just must be stupid, because they're not.
Yeah. When I remember back when the first time Got Questions received a question about the flat earth, and I was like, I didn't even know this was still a thing. I mean, in my mind, once Columbus didn't fall off the edge of the earth trying to get to India and accidentally discovering the Caribbean, it was pretty much settled science from that point on. And but it's not even an accurate telling of the story, but that was kind of my mindset. I had no idea there were still people who believe this. And I've run across people who will say that Australia doesn't exist, at least in the sense that it's not on the opposite side of the planet. I've had people say that people who pretend to be Australians are actually hired actors of the conspiracy mongers and trying to convince us that the earth is a globe. I've heard people say that when you're on an airplane and you're flying a really long flight and you're high enough up, you can actually see the curvature of the earth, that's actually essentially a movie that they're playing on the airplane windows. So some of these, like, wow, the depths that people will go to argue for the conspiracy theories, it's mind-blowing, especially when, at least from a Christian perspective, they become so convinced that the verses that Kevin talked about earlier are teaching a flat earth, that to them, this is, I have to defend the faith. The earth cannot be a globe because the Bible clearly teaches that it's flat. And this is so disturbing that they invest so much time and effort into something that's not even necessary. That NASA is not a satanic conspiracy to attack the Bible. I mean, that's the depths that some people will go. But like Jeff said, we don't want to argue with them in a way that we're convincing they're stupid. Like, no, let's point them towards, I mean, you need to read these verses in the Bible differently and thereby be a little more open-minded to other possibilities. I like, Jeff, that you explained that some people will say, oh, the Bible absolutely clearly teaches that the earth is a sphere based on these other passages. And it's like, at most, the Bible allows for that understanding with some of those passages. So we don't want to go either direction. But again, the Bible is not a geographic textbook. It's not a scientific textbook in the sense that it's not designed to, when God was speaking of scientific things, he used the language of the common understanding of that time to communicate spiritual truths. He did not feel it was necessary to communicate to people living in 2000 BC that the earth is a globe that's floating in space, actually revolving around the sun, and the earth revolves around the moon revolves around. He didn't concern himself with explaining those things because in the terms of what he was trying to communicate, those things are not that important. But again, it blows my mind that to some people, the flat earth issue is so important that they will get hostile, angry, belligerent with any, even fellow believers who buy into the conspiracy that the earth is actually a globe that revolves around the sun. And I've chosen to not make this a major focus of Got Questions or definitely of my life, but for some people, this is the end-all, be-all issue, and that is something to be concerned about, way more than the issue itself.
And I'm glad that Got Questions Ministries does not make this a major point to try to refute all of these types of things. But how to engage people who are holding to the flat Earth theory? This is for a lot of people, it's a conversation stopper. As soon as it starts coming out that they believe in a flat Earth, it's like, okay, I'm out of here. They walk away, and but I don't think that's the proper response. Just to not even engage at all. But how do we engage with these types of conversations? And it's not just flat Earth, but there are a lot of conspiracy theories out there now, politically, medical conspiracy theories, a lot of different stuff that people really latch onto, and it becomes a very important part of their belief system, and a huge topic of conversation usually when you meet them. But you guys have any tips on how we engage and how we speak the truth in love and try to present the truth of what the Bible says?
Usually the best way to go about it is to try to approach somebody by asking precisely what it is that they think and what they believe. Just to understand accurately, what exactly is it that you think? What exactly is it that you believe? Why do you think this? And then you pick your battles. If you're at a family function with 17 people around and your 85-year-old uncle wants to argue about whether or not the earth is flat, probably not the most opportune time to get into that. But if it's a private conversation, maybe you press a little bit more to find out what the reasons are. And you're right also, Kevin, that the way we approach this is important because it's not just about flat earth. There's a lot of different topics where the same basic idea comes up, whether it's theological. It happens when it's science, regardless of what a Christian believes about topics like the age of the earth or evolution or anything else like that. It is still possible to have incorrect ideas about something that you feel you have to stick to simply because that's your perception of what your view means. And that can be difficult because then when you have doubt about one little sliver of it, you start having doubts about the rest of it. So at least in my experience, I think it's a question of just standing firm on the idea that Scripture does not in any sense say such a thing. And theologically, that's easier because if we can at least get to that point where somebody can agree, you're right, the Bible doesn't demand and it doesn't forbid a particular stance on there, well, now we can open this up to something reasonable, to where a person can say, okay, I now know spiritually that, there's a lot of different ways that a person could approach the idea, but definitely truth and love is something that's important. I think we also don't want to waste an excessive amount of time on the idea. In other words, there is a sense in which you can give too much credit to something that, and I know we're talking about speaking truth and love, but it is an idea that in the context in which we're speaking is vaguely ridiculous. This is not something even on the level of like the moon landing, where there's a certain level of explanation for how you could have a conspiracy to make people think this happened when it never really did. This is like telling people the color blue doesn't really exist. It's very difficult to actually have this belief and to hold to it. So to some extent, we don't want to waste an excessive amount of time on it, but we do want to take people seriously, just mostly by starting with asking, what do you believe and why? Explain this to me.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. I mean, all three of us have been involved at Got Questions long enough that we have become more discerning about which conversations are worth having and which ones are ultimately going to be a waste of time. And at Got Questions, we love dealing with the truly important questions, majoring on the majors, minoring on the minors. So often when I run across someone like this, whether it's online or in person, I really try to focus as like, are you sure that this is really worth the amount of time and emotional and mental energy you're pouring into it? And in many cases, focusing them back on the gospel. I mean, whether the earth is flat or whether the earth is a globe, that doesn't change the message of the gospel. And why are you spending so much time focusing on this? And I've never heard you once say anything about pointing someone to faith in Christ for salvation. So I'm not saying that method is often successful, but that's usually what I try to go, just to really force them to think more about why are they dedicating so much time to something that in the grand scheme of things is not a foundational issue of the faith. But then also there are two verses in Proverbs that I like to point to. And again, by using the word fool, I'm not saying stupid, and saying someone who's unwise and someone who is dedicating so much time to something like this is being unwise. It's Proverbs 26, 4-5. Verse 4 says, answer not a fool according to his folly, lest you be like him yourself. And verse 5 says, answer a fool according to his folly, lest he be wise in his own eyes. And some people look at these two verses, they contradict each other. And in a sense they do, but what they're doing is presenting a no-win situation. That if you answer a fool according to a folly, you're going to be like him. So if you spend so much time arguing with someone on an issue like this, you're going to look just as foolish as he does. But at the same time, answer a fool according to his folly, lest he be wise in his own eyes. There is a time when we are to correct someone. We are to point out the error of his ways. So these two verses are presenting, it's a difficult decision to know which direction do I go. How can I correct this person without appearing like him? That's very difficult to accomplish. So it requires a lot of discernment. It requires a lot of prayer for wisdom. Like, Lord, is this worth my time? Is it worth me engaging with this person on this issue? Or is it just going to make things worse? So that's kind of the approach I take. Generally speaking, I avoid getting into arguments on these things, non-essentials of the faith. But at times, if I really think there's a possibility of making some progress with someone, I will engage on a issue like this. But it's difficult because I know that the three of us, none of us are interested in wasting our time. And often that's what conversations like this result in.
And it's good that we're bringing up that idea in Proverbs. The core of what that is really saying is that sometimes you need to correct somebody so that they don't keep doing something foolish, but you don't want to imitate the style of their foolishness. Yeah. So if somebody's involved in let's say it's flat Earth or something like that, we don't want to go off and assume all this scientific, mathematical, historical expertise that we don't have, that they don't have, because now we're answering the fool according to their folly. We're just doing exactly the same thing this person is and not approaching it the right way. So we do need to be careful about the way that we actually go about it. And that starts with enough humility to say, look, there's some things we don't fully grasp and get. Let's converse about this instead of just looking at other people and assuming that there's something blatantly wrong with them. And to that person, it's important. We may not understand why it's important, but to them, it is. So we need to treat it like it's important, at least in that context.
Yeah. So this has been the Got Questions podcast on discussing, does the Bible teach that there is a flat earth? I guess in summary, there are some verses that if interpreted strictly literally can lead to that conclusion, but in context, it's very clear that they're using poetic or idiomatic language. So no, we do not believe that the Bible teaches a flat earth, and we do not in any sense believe that the earth is flat. But I think the crux of our conversation has been more along the lines of how to deal with conspiracy theories like this and how to maybe point people towards investing their time in more important things. So I hope our conversation has been both informative and also interesting to you. And again, speaking the truth in love. That's a repeated theme of our podcast, and all these controversial issues that we discuss. Speaking the truth in love, Ephesians 4:15, is something we always want to go back to. So I hope our conversation has been interesting, informative to you. Thank you for tuning in. Come back next time for another interesting conversation on something else that we're getting hit with a lot lately. So, got questions? Bible has answers, and we'll help you find them.
Okay, this video is not going to be bashing on flat earth proponents. There's been plenty of that, too much of that on the internet, but it is going to be doing something more useful than that, which is to take the fact that flat earth proponents very often pride themselves on the idea that they're handling the Bible really well, that they are one of the few groups that are saying, hey, I'm really going to believe what this text of scripture says, and it says that the earth is flat. What I'm going to say and suggest in this video and through this 2-hour interview that you're about to listen to is that the flat earth proponents have been mishandling the Bible, the thing that they're priding themselves in particular. This is not something that you need some sort of advanced degree to understand. It's not based on some difficult studies of ancient history. It's only based upon taking scripture in context. Anybody with the Bible can see these things. They seem very plain to me. And after having looked up flat earth Bible verses that are presented by you, the flat earth community, to tell me that I should believe, a Bible believer, that I should believe the earth is flat, after looking up these verses, I found them to be refutations of your position and not support for your position. So this is not just an empty claim. I'm only letting you know what this video is about. So I did this interview on a program called Cultish, and it was actually 2 podcasts that I've put into one giant video that's going to be this video right now. What I want to ask, though, is only one thing. I only ask one thing of flat earth proponents who watch this video. Please address what I address, and don't change the subject to things that don't come up in the video. Those things have relevance, they're valid, and there's going to be links below to some other stuff, like say the firmament or rakia, that whole thing. But that's not what this video is about. This is about the shape of the earth, not the shape of the sky or whatever you want to put in that category. So please enjoy this long video examining verse by verse flat earth proponents' best scriptures that actually end up refuting their positions. And thanks to Cultish, a very interesting and relevant program that examines sort of different beliefs, tends to examine more fringe positions on different issues. I'll put a link below for their content if you want to check out their website or their podcast as well.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Cultish. My name is Jeremiah Roberts. I'm one of the co-hosts here. I am joined, as always, once again, by Andrew, the super sleuth of the show, sleuthing in the background in your super secret headquarters in Harriman, Utah, right next to the soon-to-be-built Costco, right next to the Winco. So I don't know if I should give any more hints about your super secret headquarters, but it's good to have you. Good to be with you, Andrew.
Thank you. Well, that Costco is open now. I went there opening day. It was great, and I'm having a good day because I'm drinking out of my Mike Winger mug that he sent me, which is a blessing. He
Really?
graciously sent it
You
to
have
me.
a Mike Winger mug? That's interesting.
I do.
Because it just so happens I have a Mike Winger mug too. So I want to give cheers to my water, which is in this Mike Winger mug, which is definitely well needed because it's now summer here in Arizona. Trying to stay super hydrated. You have a Mike Winger mug too. That's
I have
awesome.
one too. You know, I find that my coffee tastes a little bit more biblical.
Okay.
Oh,
That's
nice.
awesome. That's awesome. Like, how did you get these coffee cups made, by the way?
It was actually just there's a potter who is a fan of the ministry, and he reached out and was like, "Hey, I'd love to make some stuff. I'll put your logo on it." And they're kind of pricey because they're handmade and everything, but I think it's about all the money goes to him pretty much, but about $5 per mug we donate to a ministry that does ministries to refugees. So Iranian refugees at the moment.
Okay.
And yeah. So I don't make anything off of it. I always feel weird about merchandise stuff.
Yeah, I know. It's definitely interesting there. But it's nice. I like it though. It's a cool aesthetic. It's funny to think too because I forgot that you had told me you were going to send me something, and so when I got, you ever get a package you don't know what it is, and it took me, even when I opened the box up and looked at it, it took me. Like, I feel like there's like a 30-second time delay before I put two and two together.
What is this? What am I looking at? Yeah.
Exactly. So anyways, I'm glad to have you on, man. So we are going to be talking about a subject that people have asked us to talk about for a long time. You've talked about before. We're going to be talking about whether or not the Bible teaches that the earth is flat. And that stuff, there's definitely a lot to unpack with that. And just so you know, we're not going to be able to cover every single proof text here. So we're actually going to have additional blog content. We're going to have a couple articles by the time this article gets dropped, this podcast gets dropped. We're going to be covering different things like the firmament and a couple other major texts that people have questions specifically about. For the sake of time, there's only so much stuff we're going to be able to cover in this podcast. But you've been on our podcast before. For anyone who's not familiar with you, just tell them just a little about yourself, your YouTube channel, and what you're all about.
Well, I mean, my goal is to help people learn to think biblically about everything. And so that has to do with basically asking questions and then pulling up scriptures in context, studying carefully through the Word of God to kind of give not only here's the answer, but rather here's how we get that answer with scripture. And so I'm trying to get people into the process of being able to test everything with how we're reading the Bible. So I'm just really convinced that the Bible is like a lot better than almost everybody thinks. And by putting it on display, the nutrients and the benefits and the life transformation that comes from it is just happening in people's lives through the ministry. So people are starved from scripture or they're confused about it. And I don't think I'm like the perfect teacher who's going to fix everything for everyone, but rather I'm one of those who's out there saying, let's really pay careful attention to verses in context and watch it change our lives.
Oh yeah. Awesome. And hence the name of your YouTube channel, Bible Thinker.
Yeah.
Right. And you covered definitely a broad variety of topics, and it's good to have you back on. So yeah, I'm just, so you dropped a video about 2 years ago dealing with this exact subject. We're going to be kind of re-exploring that in this episode. I'm just curious, Mike, what initially prompted you to put that video together? Is there kind of a story behind it? Did you have close friends and acquaintances? Because I know for myself, I've got friends who, I know who are acquaintances of mine who I care for, who are intelligent, smart people who are into this, and they believe that, the Bible teaches a flat earth model, I've had back and forth conversations, and there's always, where did it stem from for you to do this video?
Well, I mean, like a lot of people, I had seen where flat earth content took over YouTube for a while. And you knew you could get a viral video if you made a flat earth video at the time. And I never made one because I don't care. I actually don't make content for the sake of going viral. And so I just I ignored it. But when I encountered a few people I knew personally who were really getting roped in to the flat earth stuff, primarily not because of science related discussions, but because they became convinced, at least they were starting to be convinced, that the Bible actually teaches a flat earth, that this is something that we should all be believing if we're going to trust scripture as the word of God. And when I saw that happening and I looked around and I realized every response to flat earth, content online is either mocking or it approaches the science, but nothing approached the Bible.
Right.
Like nothing I could find anyways really approached the Bible. And even, I don't know if you guys probably aware of this, but a lot of the audience might not know, even scholars, like Christian scholars, will affirm that the Bible does teach a flat earth.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when you look at the verses in context, you're like, this is one of those areas where many scholars are utterly failing in the basics of reading scripture. And this is not because I have a scientific commitment to a spherical earth or something like that. I just thought, what if someone just examined all the proof texts for a flat earth in context, not to be inflammatory, not to mock or ridicule anybody, just examine them in context? Then the people who trust the Bible, and that's been the important gateway for them into this movement, they'll be able to rethink it, in my opinion, because as I look at the text, I go, guys, it's not even questionable. It's like really obvious that this is not what Scripture's teaching us.
Yeah. Right. And in this too, and I get, there's friends of mine, that are going to listen into this, and there's nothing I want to say on this podcast that I wouldn't say to them face to face. So, Andrew, you can jump in here as well too, but I'm not here to make fun of anyone or condescend to one. And in fact, I actually want to go as far as to actually compliment people who are passionate about that subject, because I want to at least give them credence to the fact that they care about the Bible. They care about the fact that that they believe that God's word is authoritative in that. But I think in that, which is a correct belief, I think there is on levels we'll explore it. Some of that passion is very misguided, and we'll definitely unravel into that. So we definitely want to be able to really look at this and really do what your YouTube channel entails us too. Let's be Bible thinkers about this. Andrew, is there any thoughts you want to kind of you want to lay down as well too as we kind of jump into this?
Yeah, and I'm totally in agreement in terms of being sensitive to the people that may hold to this flat earth model. My question would be essentially for Pastor Mike too, to elaborate on, because we know that we want to think biblically. Well, if they're trying to use the Bible and they're trying to use the Bible in order to prove the flat earth model, I think they'd be like, well, how am I not thinking biblically? I'm using the Bible, So what does it mean to read the Bible and then to read the Bible and think biblically about the Bible, Pastor Mike?
So it just comes down to really basic reading skills at this. And forgive me, I don't mean anyone with a modicum of intelligence can do, because brilliant people get this stuff wrong all the time. But you just read a verse and you read it in context, right? So Jesus says, for instance, hate your father and mother. If you don't hate your father and mother, you can't be my disciple. And there are some who do actually, some sort of cultish type groups will take those verses and they'll use them to tell members of the group, you have to leave your family and join our group. You can't talk to them anymore. And that's out of context. And how do we fix that? We read all that Jesus said about the topic. We read where Scripture says, honor your father and mother. We read the context to see that Jesus is talking, in that case, in this example, he's talking about, you love your parents, you serve them, you honor them as a Christian, but if they're asking you to choose between Jesus and them, you pick Jesus. Mm-hmm. It's about choosing one over the other in this case. It's not about actually just hating people. I hate them because I follow Jesus. But this is what I mean. This little example is what I'm seeing in many cases with some of the proof texts to demonstrate a flat earth. Terms like ends of the earth, right? Or the pillars of heaven. There's terms that are commonly understood by a flat earth community to indicate like a physical edge on the end of the earth. And the question we should ask is, when we read those in context, is that how the author meant it? Is that what God was saying? Is that how the original readers understood it? And so we just read it in context, just basic reading comprehension stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And so again, just you emphasize this too, Mike, is that, and you can definitely elaborate as well too, is that this specific episode, this isn't about getting into any sort of specific conspiracies or the geocentrism or ancient Near Eastern thought, any of those particular topics. We are just looking at specifically when you look at certain proof texts that come up, and I actually only recently experienced in the last couple of years where I would see people who are Facebook friends and they were just very passionate. So the Bible emphatically teaches that the earth is flat, and like you have to adhere by that. And anyone who doesn't really, and this isn't the case with everyone, there's a general what's implied a lot of times, what comes up is that anyone who does not adhere to the specific model or who questions it on some level is under satanic deception. And I think what we want to do is that anytime someone makes a biblical claim, we have the right, and it says in Acts 17, verse 11, the Bereans, who were more noble-minded than those in Thessalonica when they received Paul's message, they searched the scriptures daily to see if those things were so. In the same way, in Thessalonians, it says in 5:13, it says, test all things, hold fast to that which is good. So what we're looking to do is we're going to look at what has been brought up in the flat earth community, people who are passionate about this subject. We're going to look at specific verses. And in this, our main point in this is that we need to interpret the Bible correctly. And in fact, what you emphasize too, is that it's people can be passionate about that subject, is that the earth is flat, but the reality is, and you emphasize this in your videos, that they're not getting it from the Bible, at least correct biblical interpretation. So people, if you're watching this, you may be opposed to that. That's what we want to graciously demonstrate, and that's really the point of having you on and really having this conversation.
Right. I just want to make it super clear so people to get this. Yeah, I'm not saying what the earth is. I'm asking, do these texts tell us X about the earth? Do they tell us that the earth is flat? When it comes to the question of, like, for instance, does the Bible support a spherical earth? I'm not making a case for that today. I'm asking if these proof texts about a flat earth are being read in context, if that's what they really mean. That's it. That's the whole case. I'm not trying to talk about science. I'm not dealing with those things. I'm not deriding that stuff. I'm not commenting on it at all. It's just, we're talking about one issue at a time. And that really helps, because some of these conversations get very heated, and then you end up bouncing between NASA and public schools, and then the topic of evolution, right? And then you go into like the shape of the earth, and then the Bible, and then ancient Near Eastern texts, and you have a skull, and you start moving through all these things, and it's like, how do we get our bearings?
Right.
And just ask the question: Is the Bible supporting this view or not? That's all.
Right. And that's a simplistic approach. Again, we're not trying to be advocate for a particular Earth model. We're just looking at these particular proof texts. We're not trying to be shills for NASA. We're not part of some elaborate Jesuit conspiracy across going on the last couple centuries. We're simply trying to look at, does the Bible actually match up with the claims that are being made, for sure? So on that note, let's go ahead and just jump into it. So let's go ahead and jump into it. So one of the things you brought up in your video is that there are texts that talk about the ends of the earth. This gets brought up, and that was one of the first things that you brought up. So tell me about, when you were putting this video together, how did you see people using those specific verses? Give us some examples of how are people who are adhering to a flat earth model, how are they using those particular verses?
So it's often used, what I've seen is it's often used to indicate, hey, we see the phrase ends of the earth in scripture, and therefore the earth is like it has edges, right? It's not spherical. It's not rounded with no ends. The land goes out for a while, then there's ocean, and then there's like usually they say there's an ice wall. and this is where confusion came in for me when I first started hearing flat earth stuff, because I didn't really understand what they were doing with our picture. So imagine if you have the idea of a globe, and you like put your finger right inside the middle of the South Pole, and you stretched that out, and you opened it up, and now you've got that Arctic ice all around this sort of circular shape, and that is like an Arctic ice wall, and beyond that there's just nothing, right? And so that's the ends of the earth. Then there's text after text after text in the New Testament, and Old Testament primarily, that says ends of the earth, and they go, well, that's what that means. It's talking about the ends of the earth. So when we look at, say, Job 28:24, that says he looks to the ends of the earth and sees everything under the heavens. So then they go, well, there you go. Now, most often when I found flat earth, promotional materials like content and videos and stuff like that, they wouldn't actually walk through this carefully or slowly, I should say. They would just quickly list verses and then move on to the next topic. But I wanted to do it more slowly and methodically. Yeah.
Okay. Andrew, do you have any initial questions about that subject when it comes to the end of the earth, or what are your thoughts on that initially when you're kind of looking through this?
Oh yeah, just a question. Like, so with Job 28:24, in terms of what the context is in Job, what exactly is being communicated here? Then instead of saying that, hey, I'm going to read this, and obviously it's teaching a flat earth model, it's saying ends of the earth, and we see that there's ends of the earth in this picture of a flat earth model. What is being communicated here in Job then?
So what we have with the term ends of the earth is we have a phrase that appears several times in Scripture. And one way to understand not just a word, but an actual phrase, a repeated phrase in Scripture, is to look at its use in multiple places and say, hey, if I want to be consistent, I'd like to see not, and this is important to stress, not just a word, but a phrase. I'd like to see, how is this phrase being used? What meaning does it have? When the original readers, saw it, did they think of that sort of edge of the ice wall kind of thing? That terminates all of what we would call earth in the broadest sense. And so there's other scriptures that talk about this. So Psalm 67:7, we'll bring another verse in to talk about it. So it says here, God shall bless us. Let all the ends of the earth fear him. Now, when I just started this research, I just, searched ends of the earth and started reading all the verses that had to do with the topic. Because again, there's no magic here. It's just reading stuff in context. This, on a view that affirms a flat earth, you'd have to say that there are people on that ice wall edge of the earth, and they're going to turn to him and fear God. Now that starts to sound a little strange because on their view, there aren't people there, to my knowledge. But there's more. So Isaiah 45:22, it says, turn to me and be saved, all the ends of the earth, for I am God and there is no other. And here there's people that can be saved that live on the ends of the earth. I'm starting to get the impression that this text is just talking about people from far away places. Right? This is just, you turn to God, all the ends of the earth, that it's just a far away place. I think one of the best scriptures, though, that shows how this phrase is being used is Deuteronomy 28. So in Deuteronomy 28, verse 49, we read, the Lord will bring a nation against you. God's speaking to Israel about, curses that will happen to them if they rebel against him. It's the Lord will bring a nation against you from far away, from the end of the earth. So on that model where you have this ice wall, you'd have to have people that live there that are actually attacking Israel. It starts to feel like, wait, is that really the context? Because what ended up happening is Babylon and Assyria attacked northern and southern kingdoms of Israel and carried them away. And that's the fulfillment of Deuteronomy 28. So Babylon and Assyria become the ends of the earth. And there's more support for this in Scripture. Deuteronomy 28, verse 64 says this, and the Lord will scatter you among the peoples from one end of the earth to the other. Now, from a flat earth perspective that I've heard, one end of the earth to the other is one ice wall all the way across to the other. So I'm going to pass Australia, and I'm going to pass, what we would consider the North Pole over here. We're going to pass the Americas, and then boom, we got the other ice wall. So Israel was scattered that far in the ancient times. Like, that didn't happen. What did happen was they were brought to Babylon. They were brought to Egypt. They were brought to other places that are not that far, actually. So the biblical phrase seems to be referring to Babylon. Mm-hmm. There's other scripture that and not only Babylon. I'll say it seems like it's being used in the sense of far away places. Ends of the earth is just places that are far away, because I think that most of the time the Bible's being written from the perspective of a human being who's just looking out going, yeah, that's super far. It's like Babylon's like super duper far. They're not thinking about cosmology. They're just thinking about their normal daily experiences. So there's other scripture on this.
That's good, man. So pretty much what we're saying too is, like, in Job 28:24, if we're going to take the ends of the earth literal and look and bring into the text something that's actually foreign to the text, we actually need to apply that to the other scriptures that use the same phrase, ends of the earth. And if we do that, we see that you can't actually understand that scripture in context, especially with Deuteronomy 28:64, like you just mentioned. What about like Mark 13:27? Isn't that another good use of scripture so that we can understand correctly what the ends of the earth what it means? Could you go into that?
Yeah. So Mark 13:27 says, now he will send out the angels and gather his elect from the four winds, from the ends of the earth to the ends of heaven. This is a very hopeful passage for the future, I believe. I don't know if your guys' perspective on that is.
Right.
So this just means, I think, that all people all over the earth
rather all over the earth are going to be people that belong to God. This is interesting because here's Jesus speaking in the first century in the middle of Israel, sort of a subtle prophecy that Christianity will spread everywhere, will spread all over the place. It'll go much further than just the land of Israel, which is kind of like a pretty neat thing. But the biblical phrase end of the earth can't be used as a proof text here for those who support a flat earth, because it's just not a literal phrase about cosmology. This just means people all over are his. You know, when Nehemiah was at the ends of the earth, we know he was in about 1,035 miles from Jerusalem in Susa, right?
Right.
And so he's taught, and we know this. Let me read to you. We skipped this verse, but I'll share it real quick. Nehemiah 1:8. Nehemiah says, "Remember the word that you commanded your servant Moses, saying, if you are unfaithful, I will scatter you among the peoples. But if you return and keep my commandments and do them, though your outcasts are in the uttermost parts of heaven." That's an interesting phrase, uttermost parts of heaven. You would think uttermost parts of heaven, if on a flat earth model, is that ice wall, is right there near the ice wall. And he says, "From there I will gather them and bring them to the place I have chosen to make my name dwell there." Nehemiah is speaking about the fulfillment of the Deuteronomy 28 curse into the earth. And he's about 1,000 miles from Jerusalem. They knew there was land far beyond Babylon.
Right.
They didn't think it was a literal edge. They just thought it meant really far from where you are.
Yeah, and I think that the fact too, Mike, is that, you know, we mentioned like Mark 13, so you and I will probably differ in certain particular areas in eschatology. I'm sure you've covered that too on Bible Thinker as well too. But I think one of the things we can agree on is that there is an importance, biblical languages are important, and there are many a times where there is specific geographical language used, but not necessarily meaning geography. For example, in Acts 17:6, this would be one example people need to think about. You mentioned the ends of the earth. Here's something to think about. And this is talking about, you know, the New Testament church. And it says, but when they did not find them, talking about, you know, the apostles who were doing evangelism in Acts 17, says they dragged Jason and some other believers before the officials, shouting, "These men who have caused trouble all over the world have now come here." Okay. So the question is, for this particular passage, are they saying that these people have gone to every single geographical location over the entirety of the world? Is that what they're truly arguing? No, these people that they're saying, you know, it's kind of like, oh, when something is taking a long time and a kid says, you know, oh, this is taking forever. That doesn't mean like forever and eternity. It's like it's taking a long time. And so this is an example where it's just talking about a specific geographical location. There's other areas too, where in Psalms, where it says, as far as the east is from the west, so as he removed our transgressions from us. Is that adhering? Is that giving and I've had friends of mine who I've, you know, just having a drink with and talking about this. I'm like, that's not giving a geographical measurement as far as how you measure the earth. You can't make that argument. So that's where you need to look at the consistency of what does the Bible actually mean when it's giving these geographical locations. And it's very easy many a times if you're passionate about this subject, and I'm capable of it too, to take something and then read it into the text. That's the issue that we're having here. And so when something is done, when there's a verse geographically, you need to just take away any aspect of what you believe the earth is and ask yourself, what is the actual context of that? Like I said, given that in Acts and also giving that in Psalms. What are your thoughts on that, Mike?
Yeah, I agree. We want to put yourself into the mind of the original readers of the text.
Right.
How many of them are thinking, you know, all over the world means that's a cosmological description of, you know, it's like they're just not thinking of it. And I don't know that they were answering the question, you know, any more than we would answer those questions if we weren't raised with those answers being inputted into us at a fairly young age. Like you would just look out and you think, yeah, from the ends of the earth, okay, it's way over there. Another one, like say, is Psalm 19:6 that says that the sun rises from one end of the heavens and its circuit is to the end of them. Mm-hmm. And there's nothing hidden from its heat. Okay, now if I take this from a flat earth perspective, I don't actually think on any flat earth model I've seen that the sun actually reaches the end of any of the heavens, because they consider the end of the heavens where it's connecting with the earth on this sort of dome, you know, ice wall connection point. And this is saying that it reaches the end of the heavens. And you could say, well, this supports the globe thing. And I'm like, well, or you're just an earlier, pre-scientific person looking around going, it's fun. It comes up and then it goes down and it comes up. And all you're doing is describing how it looks. And that's what I think we're actually getting in the text.
Gotcha. Definitely. Andrew, do you have any thoughts on that before we kind of jump on to the next subject?
No, it's like poetic language, right? It's like trying to take things that are poetic and making them literal. I mean, you have the situation when you're talking to some LDS people in terms of God having a body of flesh and bone. They'll go to texts where saying the hands of God this or the feet of God there. But I mean, if you're consistent in that type of biblical interpretation, you can go to Psalm 91:4, right? And it says, he will cover you with his pinions, and under his wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness is a shield and a buckler. How are you going to interpret that text? Does God have feathers? Does he have wings? No, people are speaking poetically. We need to read the Bible in context for what it's saying, specifically and especially in Job, one of the most beautifully poetic descriptions of God's sovereignty that we have in all text of Scripture. Like we've got to think biblically about those things, right?
Right. Amen to that, man. I think that what we don't want to do is say things are poetry that aren't. But it would be an equal mistake to say things are not poetry when they are. So we have to let it be what it is and take it that way. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So speaking of Job, this is something that you brought up in your original video too. Maybe you can expand on it too, Mike, is that one of the things that a proof text that comes up is, does the book of Job describe specifically the nature of the earth? So maybe you could do is give some examples of how this is used as specifically Job chapter 38, verse 14. I'll go ahead and read it. It says, "It is turned as clay to the seal, and they stand as a garment. Word turned into..." Yeah, so that's the context. So maybe if you could just elaborate on that. But also, I think, again, it's very easy in this conversation to jump to a conclusion and talk about a specific verse. Also, if you want to maybe expand to it, maybe explain to people too, like, what is the whole context of the book of Job? Because I think when you actually understand the purpose of a book, then you'll get a better understanding of how to understand when something is mentioned as far as, the earth, as far as when anything is mentioned as far as any sort of cosmology goes.
Yeah. Well, let me share some thoughts and then get your guys' responses to those things.
Sure.
But so one of the real proponents who really has pushed forward flat Earth views has been a guy named Dean Odell. And Dean Odell, I'll quote him now. Here's what he says. He says, when God was talking about the earth, and he's talking about Job 38:14, about turned as clay to the seal, and how he formed it, the word picture he gives in Hebrew is that it was changed as clay to the signet ring, pushed down flat. And when that happens, it causes an upturned edge. It causes a border around it. Now you look at any seal, there's going to be a border around it. That pressed down piece of wax or clay or whatever it is. Now, that's a quote from him from one of his popular videos that promotes these views. So Dean Odell's claims are interesting, and he kind of puts this stuff out. A lot of these Dean Odell, Rob Skiba, they've put these things out like they're on a journey, and they're like, and then I found this thing, and it was amazing, and I couldn't believe it. And so they present it like that, but often they're presenting things as if they're discovering these new things. It's a little misleading, to be honest with you guys. So he says that the word turned is in Strong's, and it means to change, not to spin. Okay, so apparently some people are using this, that the earth is turned as clay, to say that the earth is a spinning globe. I think just like I say, others, flat earth views can be pushed. That could be pushing a globe view here. I don't think this is the context at all. But the word itself, you could translate it turned or change. I don't care. The Hebrew word for seal, however, means signet ring. And here's a big part of that sort of flat earth perspective. The Hebrew word means signet ring, he says. And he says, think of a ring used to stamp wax, right? It's a ring. But when you actually look up Strong's, even Strong's, which is a pretty bare dictionary, there's little data there. But when you look up Strong's, it says that typically when this word is used, unless a hand is mentioned, it refers to a disc, a cylinder, not a ring. And all of a sudden, all of Dean Odell's word picture, where he has like clay, he has a wax, and you stamp it with a ring, and it has a ridge, and that's the ice wall. That all falls apart because now it's a disc that rolls over clay, and it's like it comes out like a rectangular flat with bumps, whatever they wanted to put onto the seal. And so that's actually what's strong. But it also, here's the bigger issue though. The context was not checked. It was just a verse out of context. Job 38:14. Just don't look behind the curtain to see the wizard back there doing his thing. And so the context here, Job 38:14, it says, yes, it's changed like clay under the seal. But if you read from verse 12 to verse 14, you see the poetic stuff that's going on here. And Job, the entire book, you asked for some context, the whole book of Job is poetry. The entire book, it's like Psalms is poetry. It is poetry, the whole thing. And not to say it's not teaching true things, real things, but yeah, it's poetry. A lot of it has to do with God's sovereignty and his right to do what he pleases, and the rightness of us to trust him no matter what is happening in our lives. And I think that this is something we can agree on, and I'm going to sound like a Calvinist, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that's the elephant in the room that people always like message about. Like, hasn't he had back and forth with James White? I'm like, yeah, we know that. So,
yeah.
But this, yeah.
So, okay, but let me just read the text. Okay, Job 38:12-14 says, have you commanded the morning? This is God asking Job questions, these rhetorical questions to kind of say like, Job, you're really small, I'm really big. This is kind of the thing. He says, have you commanded the morning since your days began and caused the dawn to know its place? Notice that the morning and the dawn, we're talking about the sunrise, aren't we? Mm-hmm. Then it says that it might take hold of the skirts of the earth and the wicked be shaken out of it. Nobody's going to take that literal. I'm not going to grab the skirt. The earth doesn't have giant skirts and the wicked are in them and they're going to be shaken out by the morning. What's he talking about? Then in verse 14, it says, it is changed like clay under the seal and its features stand out like a garment. So here we arbitrarily take verse 14 to be like this literal description of the cosmology of earth. But verse 13, we ignore because it's skirts and shaking the wicked out of skirts. Like that doesn't make sense. So here's what I get in this passage in Job. It's a description of the sun coming up. And just like when you have clay, it's just this flat piece of clay and you roll the cylinder over it. Now it's all got all these contours and bumps. When the sun comes up, the light shines onto the earth, and this causes the wicked to stop what they're doing or to be caught. Now, this fits the context of Job really well because Job 24, verses 13-17 describes the wicked as doing their stuff at nighttime so they won't be caught. So let me read it to you guys. Job 24, 13-17, it says, there are those who rebel against the light, who are not acquainted with its ways, and do not sit in its paths. The murderer rises before it is light, that he may kill the poor and needy, and in the night he is like a thief. The eye of the adulterer also waits for the twilight, saying, no eye will see me, and he veils his face. In the dark they dig through houses. By day they shut themselves up. They do not know the light, for deep darkness is morning to all of them. And it's as though morning, like it's the light to them. They come out in the dark, and they are friends with the terrors of deep darkness. And so God's like, I'm the one that commands the morning that shakes the wicked out who are hiding in the dark. This is talking about, it happens every day. This thing that's being described in Job 38 is not the creation of the universe or of the world. It is actually the sun rising, and it shakes the wicked out. Yeah, because it brings light into the things that they're doing. Mm-hmm. So it's just the contours of light being cast onto mountains and valleys and trees and stuff like that.
Yeah. In fact, Andrew, do you have something you're gonna say, or?
I mean, even in Job 38, in the context, this is God replying to Job. Where were you when I was doing all of these things? Like, did you see this? Did you walk the chasms of the great deep? The picture again, it's just the sovereignty of God. If we're going to take texts like this and interpret them literal, we're going to have to go to like Hebrews chapter 1 as well, when we have the Father bringing the Son into the world, talking about the deity of Jesus, saying in verse, 11, it says, talking about, verse 10, it says, and you, Lord, laid the foundation of the earth in the beginning, and the heavens are the works of your hands. They will perish, but you remain. They will all wear out like a garment, like a robe you will roll them up. If we're going to take these things literally in Job, and we're reading the same type of language in Hebrews, is the earth now like laying on fabric? And then Jesus is going to literally roll it up like fabric? We have to be consistent in our interpretation of biblical text. And if we can't be consistent in that interpretation, hermeneutically, your interpretation's probably wrong. Right. Because scripture is going to be right. So I think that's extremely important, something to say. And in terms of this too, Pastor Mike and Jerry, you guys can speak to this.
Yeah.
Some of my worries when I was watching some of the videos by it's Dean Odell, right?
I believe.
Yeah. Well, before he starts giving these types of revelations, he says like the Holy Spirit showed me, right? The Holy Spirit led me to these things. And this is a big deal to me, because if someone's coming to know who Christ is through the flat earth model, well, what about the gospel? What about the gospel? Because all of a sudden, if somebody then is unconvinced of this flat earth model through biblical text later, maybe they were never saved to begin with, right? Maybe the whole Bible is then rejected. I think that's a big worry, right? Because we shouldn't use the Lord's name in vain, is what I'm saying. I don't think that's a good thing to do, to say the Holy Spirit is showing me this when you could be utterly wrong. And that's a worry for me, is, just haphazardly using the Lord's name in vain.
Right. Well, let's say hypothetically, if I could add to that Dean Odell had said the Holy Spirit showed me this clay passage, which I think he may do that if I remember in the video, but I'm not sure. But let's say that he did. The Holy Spirit showed me this passage. Then he proceeds to misinterpret the Hebrew terms and to completely misinterpret the passage. Obviously, it's not talking about a creation thing. It's talking about something that happens every morning, and it's picturesque and poetic. Then this shows me Dean Odell does not know the voice of the Holy Spirit. He's saying God's leading him when he's not. So now we've elevated him from having a mistaken interpretation of a passage that is always a sad and unfortunate thing, to actually doing it in the name of inspiration. So now he's in a new category, if that's the case.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, and in fact, and here's the thing too, is that, and I'm glad you mentioned that, Andrew, as well. And obviously, I was joking earlier about you mentioned the whole Calvinist thing too. Obviously, we're Reformed, you're not. There's still areas, but still, there's areas in which we disagree when it comes to that, but we're still unified around the essentials. And so, we can definitely still have those conversations and disagree with each other, but still be unified as brothers in the Lord, and to be able to focus and to have an edifying conversation like this. And even, like the video series you recently did with your women in ministry. And so I haven't had a chance to actually go through it in depth. I've just seen some of your posts, and just part of me initially, I think our views might be different than that. And again, that's a conversation where you can be back and forth, but again, it's a secondary issue, and it's one of those things where this should not be something you purposely and you have to completely divide over. I think my concern when you kind of look into this whole discussion, and even why it's kind of on our platform, is because I think a lot of times, and this isn't indicative of everyone, this whole conversation about what the model of the earth is, it starts to become very white hat and black hat. Like, we have the complete truth that is this specific model, and anyone who holds to a heliocentric model or anything else on some level, they're under spiritual deception. And to actually test what we're doing, we're taking a look at these verses, which biblically we have the warrant to do. It's almost like you're questioning the very revelation of God. And that's kind of the concern that I have. And so honestly, what we want to just encourage anyone listening in is that you want to just look at these verses and say, can you make a case for your belief of the model? Can you typically make a case for that? And when it comes to Job 38, what you see is things that are real and tangible that God is talking about, but there's also like a lot of poetic language. So, the point of Job 38 is to talk about God's sovereignty and him being able to, and God's wisdom versus Job. It's not there to give you a specific cosmological model. It's there to talk about the superiority and the supremacy of God and who he is and how he created the world. And that's really the purpose of creation as well too, is to declare the glory of God and to proclaim the work of his hands. And I think a lot of times if you start getting into these intricacies, you start losing track of what biblical cosmology, the purpose of it is to begin with.
Good thoughts. I think that my summary would be the stakes are so high for some people who think this issue gets elevated and elevated and elevated, where it was like I'm not actually that worried theologically in a person's life if they think the earth is flat. I don't really care that much.
Right.
I'm worried when it becomes a pillar of Christian faith, because it's not, biblically speaking, it's just not. And so where did this pillar come from, and how's it going to affect other things? Like you're saying, the whole looking at people as being under spiritual deception. They're like under the God of this world has blinded their eyes. They're like, well, that's usually terminology we use for someone who rejects the gospel, not someone who has a different cosmological perspective than you. Yeah.
Yeah, so Mike, I appreciate you bringing those points, and this has been a great conversation so far. And I almost forgot at the beginning, we have a couple of sponsors too of Cultish that makes our podcast a possibility. So just real quickly, this podcast is brought to you by Forged Beard Company. If you go to forgedbeardco.com/Cultish, you can get some goodies for your beard, whether it's beard oils, beard washes, all the goodness and intricacies you need for your beard. Go to forgedbeardco.com/Cultish, and you will get all the goodies, and then a good portion of that will go towards this ministry. Also, a program like Cultish cannot continue without your support. So if you want to support Cultish, you can go to thecultishshow.com. You can go to the donate tab. You can donate one time or monthly. And also make sure you go to apologiastudios.com and you can become an all access member if you want to support the studio, which makes Cultish a possibility. You can definitely get some great content, so definitely check that out. Also, make sure you go to shopcultish.com. We've got a merch store, so if you want to get some Cultish goodies, you can definitely check that out as well. All right, so back to the podcast, and I appreciate you taking the time to talk to us today, Mike. So one of the things, just real quickly, you brought this up in the video, and again, this is just a matter of just understanding holistically biblical interpretation. So one of the things you mentioned is that Earth, usually in the Bible, typically does not mean specifically planet. So I think that's a mistake that a lot of people make when they really come into this conversation. Could you elaborate on what you meant in that video?
I noticed it. Yeah, I noticed it happening as I was reading a lot of the proof texts that were being used, and then the way they were being discussed. And I even saw some saying, "Look, the Hebrew for earth here is eretz, and eretz." It sounds like you're mixing on a yeah. You're doing some DJ work there, but the word there, they say it means planet, and this is definitely not the case. And so you could just look up the word in numerous places in the Bible. It mostly does not mean that. And I say planet, whether you define that as like a globe or a flat, Earth view, is whichever term you want to use there. But yeah, Genesis 1:10, God. He calls the dry land eretz, or earth, and then the waters he calls them seas. But usually when I see flat earth, material online, they use the term earth only to refer to the entirety of everything: land, sea, ice wall, all of it together. Then in Genesis 11:1, we have the word used again. It says the whole earth had one language and the same words. Now that refers to all people of the earth. This isn't actually talking about and obviously the people don't live in the ocean. He's just talking about people and using the term eretz to talk about humans. We're not talking, like when the Bible says world, it often speaking of the people, not any physical structures. In Genesis 13:6, we have it used in another way. It says the land, the eretz, which you could translate earth, and some would say means all of existence, could not support both of them. It's talking about Abraham and Lot. So it's like, man, how big was there groups that the entire earth could not support them? Obviously, the term eretz doesn't just mean earth. Like, you just can't translate it that way. In fact, most of the time when you see the term earth in scripture, it's not trying to talk about, and you look at it carefully, it's not trying to talk about, whether it's the globe or the flat earth model, all of that stuff. It's just usually talking about something else, something much smaller.
Okay. Yeah, I find that to be really important, because when we're thinking even of the ends of the earth phrases, like in Genesis 11:1, we can see referring to all of the people on earth. So it's a good thing to think biblically. So what about the footstool passages, Mike? What do we do with those, and where do we start?
Yeah, so I mean, I had never thought of this as being a physical description of the entirety of the earth, but that's how I've heard it used as I was looking into some of the flat earth perspectives. And so Isaiah 66:1 says, "Thus says the Lord, heaven is my throne and earth is my footstool." And here's where I've even seen pictures, models of this. And they go, look, when you look at a footstool, right, it's rounded, it's flat on top, it has legs like pillars. It's describing the cosmology of the earth here. And then I'm like going, like, I mean, as a guy, I mean, most of the audience already knows that this is like, wait a minute, what? So let me push back for those who don't, already see some issues with this. footstools, yet they're round and they're on pillars and they're flat on top. Is that what we're getting from the text of Scripture? There's several pushbacks we can have. One of them would be that heaven is his throne. Does that mean that we're getting the physical shape of heaven? But they would describe heaven as having a dome shape. So how is heaven his throne? Earth is his footstool. Does that mean he puts his feet on earth? And in heaven, he is mostly taken up just by him sitting? Is that what he's saying? Or is he saying, I rule in heaven and earth is beneath me? I'm Lord of heaven and earth is beneath me. It's a poetic discussion of God's power and sovereignty. Isaiah, here's if we use the same interpretive method to call this like cosmological descriptions of literal things, it's the issue you brought up earlier, Andrew, right? Where God, you can make a case that God has physical body parts and they're very strangely sized. So Isaiah 40 verse 12 says that it talks about measuring the heavens and that God measured the heavens by the span of his hand. So how big is his hand now? His hand would have to be from one ice wall to the other, right? The end, that measure the heavens. But then the earth is his footstool, so his feet are a lot smaller than that. Because I can't put my feet on a footstool that's only the size of my hand very easily. Right. And then heaven's his throne, so his throne is about as big as his hand span. So he's got this giant hand. He's got little feet, corresponding to the size of his hand, and he's on a throne that's about the size of his footstool as well. It's a little strange. 1 Kings 8:27 says this, but will God indeed dwell on earth? Behold, heaven and the highest heaven cannot contain you. How much less this house that I've built? Solomon here built the temple, and he's like, hey, you couldn't fit here. Heaven couldn't contain you. But wait, if we read Isaiah 66:1 as a literal description of the earth as a footstool and heaven as his throne, then heaven does contain you. I mean, who sits on a chair that doesn't contain them unless they are massively obese? It just doesn't, it's not how it works. So what we're getting here is that when the Bible speaks poetically here, yeah, heaven's your throne, earth's your footstool, but when it speaks about God's actual transcendence, right, that's where he says, hey, yeah, your presence will be here, but you couldn't be limited by anything in creation. You're above and beyond it all. And so that's the transcendence of God. So these footstool verses, I think, fail because they don't, number one, they don't deal with the everything evenly. Heaven's not a throne now, but earth is a footstool, literally. And they don't deal consistently with Scripture, which says things like God doesn't fit on heaven or his hand span is the size of the earth. It's kind of weird.
Gotcha. And just so you know, too, I mean, we're covering a lot of topics here, and there's no way that we could encompass every single topic and every single, that could be a 10-part podcast, honestly. And again, we're just focusing specifically on different proof texts. So one of them that we unfortunately didn't have the time to truly cover in this podcast, although we would have wanted to, was a couple different areas, including the aspects of the firmament. So when this podcast drops, we'll have some additional content on the cultishow.com. If you go to our blog, by the time right now when you're listening to this podcast, we'll actually have some articles up there on the firmament you can definitely take a look at, and you can feel free to give comments on our social media about whether you agree or disagree on that. Also, specifically the passage, it's a story of when Moses is holding up the staff and Joshua is fighting, and there's a battle going on, and basically the sun stands still. That is typically used to prove the flat Earth model. So we're going to take a look at that as well too, along with a couple other things we're not going to be able to cover just for the sake of time. So just if you want to definitely check that out, go to thecultishow.com and you can check out our blog and check that there. So the next category, I think this is really big. In fact, I just pulled up, just one of the examples of what people believe the flat Earth model to be, and they truly do believe that there's the Earth, there's the underworld, and there's these pillars that hold up this model of the flat Earth. And so what ends up being used for that are passages about the pillars of the earth. So this is just an example. And again, we're even if people who believe in a heliocentric model, I think they're capable of trying to, sometimes maybe if they want to argue with someone who adheres to a flat earth model, I mean, it's easy to swing the other way to try and find something in the Bible that talks about something spinning or something, something that adheres to the heliocentric model. not thinking of context first. So that's just something to be wary of. But one of the verses that you mentioned in your video, and also that I've seen as well too, is mentioning of the pillars of the earth. So 1 Samuel 2:8 says, "He raises up the poor from the dust, he lifts up the needy from the ash heap to make them sit with princes and inherit a seat of honor. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and on them he has set the world." And there's a couple other examples. So maybe if you can just elaborate on that. How did you see these from your perspective and all the research that you were doing? How do you see these contexts of the pillars of the earth being used when it comes to people adhering to a flat earth model? And is that a correct interpretation? And also, how would we interpret that correctly biblically?
Well, the first thing I want to do is notice the context. And I noticed that because you might say, here's one verse. How did these two ideas relate to each other? They're obviously related because the second sentence starts with the word for, right? For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's. Like, well, how does that relate to this? He raises up the poor from the dust. He lifts up the needy from the ash heap to make them sit with princes and inherit a seat of honor. This is implying that someone's being raised up into some sort of governmental power. And then the response is, for the pillars of the earth are the Lord's. Now, we've already seen how earth is sometimes used to talk about people. And I think in this context, it's an analogy for what's happening here, that the poor are inheriting a seat of honor. They're being lifted up. And the pillars here are the people in positions of leadership. David is the example in this case, just as the apostles are called pillars in the church, that they're pillars. Mm-hmm. So I think it's just talking about leadership in this case. I really do. In this particular verse, that seems to be the only way to connect it to the idea that the pillars of the earth are the Lord's. He's the one who puts people in seats of honor. He can raise up princes. This is a theme a lot in the Old Testament, God, and in the New, actually. And God is the one who's sovereign over who's leading the nations.
Mm. Okay. Great. And then, so another one that comes up as well, too, and this is, again, enough proof text to just giving a context. Just Job 26:10 says, "He has inscribed a circle on the face of the waters at the boundary between light and darkness. The pillars of heaven tremble and are astounded at his rebuke." So the question is, I can see the appeal, if you have this, it seems to be, too, and I've seen some of the videos, too, where there's this excitement because I'm now understanding something in the Bible that I've never seen before. And all of a sudden it's like, oh, I just see that. And now this is describing, this particular model, and it goes against everything I've ever been taught. And all of a sudden there's this new unveiling. And I think a lot of times through that excitement, there tends to be a little bit of like emotional beer goggles of sorts, where you're not necessarily looking at the entirety of the context. So for anyone who if someone would look at you being a flat earther and they bring this up, like we mentioned Job earlier, like how would you respond to this? Or maybe explain how do you think they're interpreting it? Like what's the mindset of someone like this who adheres to a flat earth model when they read Job 26:10? Like maybe take us into that world. How would you think that they're looking at this passage?
Well, they're immediately thinking that it's fairly literal and it's describing the entirety of all that you could call earth in the broadest sense, right? So land, water, ice wall, edges, it's describing everything. So it says he inscribed a circle on the face of the waters. They're talking about the boundary between light and darkness. That is seen as the edge, on the outer edge of the entire flat earth. The pillars of heaven are seen as literal pillars, that there are actual pillars. Now they might be mountains, but they're mountains that actually get contact with like a solid dome that is over our heads, right on the very edges of things. So they're these pillars of heaven. I think that context really matters, though. In Job, I think that Job is incredibly poetic. I know that sounds like a dodge to people because I see some people do that. Well, the Bible's being poetic there, and I'm like, come on, man. Like sometimes it's not. It's just telling you stuff. But in this case, Job is extremely poetic. It just really is throughout the entire book. We'll give more examples, as we go on and talk of other places in Job where even the most strict flat earth perspective would say, yeah, that's poetic. That couldn't be literal. So we'll show, and those are right alongside the same passages they used to say it's literal. So the literalism, I think, is being a bit forced. I think that probably what the original readers would have thought was, God's inscribed a circle on the face of the waters, the boundary between light and darkness. They're just talking about the horizon around them. In fact, the boundary here on a flat earth perspective wouldn't even be water. It would be ice, not water. So that's a challenge to that view. But every use of pillars, it seems to just usually have these poetic contexts. I looked up, especially pillars of the earth, that phrase. I looked up every use in the Bible. And it seems like it has this poetic context over and over again. It's possible that pillars of heaven in Job are just talking about mountains themselves. But those aren't functioning as literal pillars in a structure. And I'd be like, yeah, it's poetic. Like, they're not functioning as literal pillars in this poetic passage. They're just these tall mountains that are astounded at God's rebuke. Other scriptures talk about the mountains shaking at God's rebuke. So I think that could be just a reference to mountains in general.
Yeah. No, that's good. In fact, we'll definitely elaborate on that more. So what we're going to do, we're going to kind of wrap things up here. This is a good first part, kind of really kind of just looking at some basic verses. And so again, if you're a fan of the flat earth model, I guess you would say, we love you, we care for you, and we appreciate you taking the time to listen to us, and we definitely would love to hear your thoughts specifically on the verses that we're bringing up. That's what I think we would really like for you to do, is take a look at it. Don't take our word for it. Let's test all things. It's a two-way street. Let's look at the scriptures, see what they say, and let's think. To kind of paraphrase from your channel, Mike, let's think biblically, for sure. Andrew, do you have any last thoughts as we kind of wrap up the first part of this podcast?
Yeah, just real quick, I think what Pastor Mike was bringing up is we can't just knock something off always by saying, oh, it's poetry. But what we got to understand is that it's poetry that's trying to communicate something specifically, right? We can't say, oh, we need to take this poetry literally to bring in something that's foreign to the body text of Scripture. No, we got to say, yes, it's poetry, but the poetry is trying to explain something. And in the context of Job, it's not the cosmology of the earth. It's just not. It's just a reply to one of his friends speaking in terms of the sovereignty of God, that this is the majesty of God. These are the things that he has done. It's just simply not biblical, like a cosmology, essentially. So I think that's very important.
Definitely. All right. Welcome back to Cultish. My name is Jeremiah Roberts. I'm one of the co-hosts here. I am joined here by Andrew. We both have our trusted Mike Winger coffee cups, and Mike has his. We are here with Mike Winger once again from Bible Thinker, talking about whether or not the Bible teaches that the earth is flat. Mike, how are you doing, man?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing great.
Awesome, man. I'm just so excited to have this coffee cup. I mean, there's now just so many possibilities. I'm trying to fathom all the different things that are going to be in this cup. Right now it's water. Tomorrow might be coffee. It might be some night tea or whatever. So I'm excited to have this coffee cup. So again, appreciate you sending it out.
Possibilities are endless.
Yes. Yeah. Speak of endless possibilities, people a lot of times think there's endless possibilities of how you can come to different conclusions about what the Bible talks about a different particular subject. Where in this case, we are talking about whether or not the Bible specifically talks about whether or not the earth is flat, whether or not it adheres to this specific model. So again, what we're trying to do is just lay out certain verses that are brought up in the whole flat earth conversation. And again, just for the sake of time, there are certain categories we just didn't really have the time to get into and prep for our episode, because we have things we're working on with a little revamp of Cultish. Mike, you've got your own stuff that you're working on. So specifically, there will be some articles actually available right now at thecultishtshow.com covering the firmament, kind of going into the original languages, explaining different aspects of that in response to people saying that's talking specifically about talking about the dome, and also the story of when Moses was holding up his staff and that whole battle where Joshua had his whole army and the sun standing still. We're going to be kind of dealing with a broad variety of things not brought up, expanding on this conversation. So we're not avoiding that, just so you know, just for the sake of time. Sometimes with a production, there's certain things you can do and certain things you can't do. Okay. If you don't understand that, start your own podcast and see how that goes, or your own YouTube channel. So, Mike, so anyone jumping in, this is definitely part 2. Just tell them again real quickly about what you're all about and where they can find you if they want to see your other content. Yeah,
my goal is to help people learn to think biblically about everything. That's my agenda. That doesn't mean that my teaching's 100% perfect. I'm sure it's not. I mean, not to my knowledge. I don't know of errors I'm propagating, but we all make mistakes. My goal, though, is to show the process of how to evaluate scripture in context, to bring historical insights, and to try to demonstrate evidence along the way of how I'm getting where I'm getting, so people can make informed decisions about what scripture says. I really believe the Bible is way better than people think it is. And it's a bigger blessing, and it's more evidentially true. And it's better in just about every possible way than people give it credit for. And by diving deep into scripture, we get those blessings. And so I really want to help people learn to think biblically about everything. That's my whole agenda. And like when it comes to the topic of flat earth, that's the agenda here. Is I'm not interested in the science, to be completely honest. I'm not interested in any of those other aspects. I'm really just interested in, are these proof texts that people use to say that the earth is flat, are they being taken in context? What is the Bible really saying on this topic?
Right, exactly, and that's our focus as well too, and that's the thing we want. Again, if we had quite a few comments when we initially announced this, again, and we get your passion behind it, but we want, the goal here is to think critically, but to also think biblically when it comes to this. So again, that's going to be our primary focus. So before we jump in, let me let you know about a couple of the sponsors of this podcast. It is brought to you by apologiastudios.com. If you go to apologiastudios.com, and you can become an all-access member that supports the studio, which also supports Cultish, because our podcast would not be possible if it wasn't for everything that the studio does in regards to the cameras, the producers behind the scenes, and everything that makes this production a reality. So you can also get some great content if you become an all-access member, and also will support the studio. Also, go to shopcultish.com. You can definitely check out all the cool Cultish merch goodies we'll be having. We'll finally be having more designs soon, so definitely check that out. Also, if you want to support Cultish financially, you can go to thecultishshow.com. You can go to the donate tab. You can donate one time, or you can also become a monthly partner. And also, if you have a beard or has a friend who has a beard, you can go to forgebeardco.com/cultish and get everything from beard wash to keep your beard clean, beard oil to have it nice and shiny, all the goodies for your beard. Go to forgebeardco.com/cultish. You'll support our good friend Jeremy Rule and his this passion project of his. So definitely check that out. All right, so jumping into this in the last part of the podcast, as we are part one, again, this is part two of this discussion. We are looking at some of the proof text talking about the pillars of the earth. So honestly, if you just Google flat earth, Bible teaching flat earth, you'll see the model of what it looks like. And usually at the bottom, depending on who it is, you'll see specifically these pillars that are at the bottom, really literally holding the earth up. So we looked at look at 1 Samuel 2:8. We look at Job 26:10. One other passage that is used is Psalm 75 verse 2. And I'm just going to give you I'll read it and I'll give you my thoughts, and you guys can give me yours as well too. Psalm 75 verse 2 says, "A set time that I appoint, I will judge with equity. When the earth totters and all its inhabitants, it is I who steady its pillars." So I'm assuming, according to this, they say, okay, well, there's pillars of the earth, therefore these are the pillars that are holding up the earth. So does this mean if you want to take the flat earth model to its logical conclusion? Again, I'm not trying, there might be people who give me a hard time saying I'm trying to straw man. I'm just trying to think through this interpretation. So is this saying that when the earth totters and there's an earthquake, if it isn't for the Lord intervening, that those pillars at the bottom of the earth, it's going to collapse, like when Samson pushes it apart and the whole earth is just going to collapse in on itself? Is that what this specifically is saying? Honestly, I don't think that's the case. Again, if you look at the context, when you're looking at pillars, you're looking at the context of I would say, of rulers. And because again, he's talking about it's God who judges it's God who judges righteously. He judges with equity. And so it's him versus the pillars of the world. At least that's a conclusion that I'm coming to. I don't think you can look at Psalm 75. And again, if you want to believe that model is correct, go ahead by all means and do it. We're not arguing against that. Yeah. I think what we're trying to say is you can't use Psalm 75:2 to articulate that position.
Right. Like maybe the most cautious way we could say it is if the earth had literal pillars, and we had especially clear teaching in scripture that the earth had literal pillars, then a statement about the earth's pillars would be taken that way easily. But when your proof text, when the text you're getting to prove that the earth has literal pillars is coming from Psalms, I mean, it is poetry. This is intended to be poetry. There's tons and tons of poetic imagery in Psalms. Just imagine reading through Psalms and taking everything totally literally. It's gonna, he shall be like a tree planted by streams of water. Well, where's the water? I'm going to turn into a tree, apparently, or it just ends up being the wicked are like chaff the wind blows away. Well, there's a lot of symbolism and poetry throughout Psalms. So this doesn't seem like a good proof text. He says, he's going to judge, and then there's going to be this tottering of the earth and its inhabitants, and God's going to hold steady its pillars. This might be that God is preserving through judgment those who are in the right, those who are righteous. And that could be the holding steady of the pillars, because that's at least fits the context of Psalm 75. The whole Psalm does seem like it's not talking about like a cosmological descriptions of things. I agree with you. It seems to be talking about leaders or at least important individuals that God's singling out.
Right. But even if you look in, and I just pulled up Psalm 75 here and praise God for technology, on my iPhone. So Psalm 75, if you just go down a little bit, and here's another example where you see some sort of measurement language being used. And the question is, how do we even interpret that? So later on in Psalm 75 verse 6, just a couple verses down, says, for not from the east or from the west, and not from the wilderness comes lifting up, but it is God who executes judgment, putting down one and lifting up another. So what the emphasis on, it's about righteous judgment versus unrighteous judgment. So the question is, if you're going to be taking things literally, so can you say that are they giving an actual geographical measurement in this passage? For it is not from the east or from the west. So it's saying you have to make a measurement specifically in the eastern direction or the western direction. That's not the point of what this is talking about. This is talking specifically about just the general known, like everywhere. Don't look anywhere, don't look here, don't look there, but look to the Lord. Like that's what it's articulating. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that's great. I also think, putting one down and lifting others up, we're talking about the tottering of some and the holding up of others. The symbolism seems to be about people, not geography. But also keep reading verse 8. We shouldn't obviously take this literal. For in the hand of the Lord there's a cup with foaming wine, well mixed, and he pours out from it, and all the wicked of the earth shall drain it down to the dregs. So God has a cup, and everybody's going to drink out of the one cup if they're wicked. If you read on, verse 10 says, all the horns of the wicked will be cut off. Wait, so wicked people actually have horns? I mean, this proves it. In fact, I guess that's how I know they're wicked. They have horns. Oh, but wait, no, but the horns of the righteous shall be lifted up. So I guess if your horns last, right? Obviously, it's not intended to be taken this way. This horns are speaking of pomp, are speaking of declaration of your own glory, of your own sort of the things that represent your strength, right? But it's not meant to be taken literal. So if I don't take the cup to be this literal thing, and I don't take the horns to be literal, I'm just being consistent when I look for the term pillar to represent something about God judging the wicked and holding up the righteous.
Mm. Yeah, that's good. I mean, part of what I'm thinking in general is if we're reading the Psalm like this literally, we're actually missing out on what the text is actually saying. That's a big deal because we want to know what the scripture says because it benefits us, right? It's like his word is a light unto our feet, right? Or a light into our path. Like we want to know what the scriptures say, but if we're taking these things in their types literally, you're actually not going to understand what scripture is communicating. And the Holy Spirit is trying to communicate something clearly to us, though it is in poetic language. There's actual meaning that has purpose that can change your life. That's in here in Psalm 75. But if you're taking these things literally, you're going to miss out on the actual meaning of the text. And I think that's a very dangerous thing. Don't you think that's dangerous, Pastor Mike?
I absolutely do. And like you say, what will happen is I'll read a passage like this and my emphasis becomes cosmology when God is speaking about, be ready, I am going to judge the wicked. And that's actually the emphasis here is it's a judgment discussion and about how he will lift up the righteous. So this is supposed to set ourselves up, in our lives on this idea of future judgment, not a debate over cosmology, where the term pillars is just being taken to mean something it doesn't seem to be talking about.
Yeah. So let's jump back over, Mike, to something that you brought up in your video. I think this is actually a great verse, and people have mentioned this as well too. The circle of the earth. Okay. So Proverbs 8:27, and this is actually one of my favorite passages, and it's weird for me because you ever have those verses that you go to, and it's like you always go to it because this is my favorite, Jesus is God text, or this is my favorite text to say that, God is sovereign or whatever. But all of a sudden, for whatever reason, someone brings it in the conversation. Now it's like you're viewing it in a totally different light. I feel like this is for Proverbs 8:27, and I'll explain that. So Proverbs 8:27 says, "When he established the heavens, I was there. When he drew a circle in the face of the deep, when he was made firm from the skies above, when he established the fountains of the deep," emphasis, "when he assigned the sea to his limit so that the waters might not transgress his command, when he marked out the foundations, then I was beside him like a master workman, and I was daily his delight, rejoicing before him, rejoicing in his inhabited world, and delighting in the children of man." And so prior to even this whole conversation about the flat earth, this passage for me would always come up when I was talking to different cultists, for example, Jehovah's Witnesses and the Trinity and the deity of Jesus. This specifically would come up. Like, I see this has been one of my favorite passages to see really Christ in, like, it's a appearance of Christ in the Old Testament. I love this verse. But so, Mike, this is actually used to try and articulate a flat earth model. And there's certain things that are highlighted, specifically the fountains of the deep. So maybe you did your research, maybe you explain for us, what conclusions are people who adhere to a flat earth model coming when they look at this passage, and how should we interpret Proverbs 8:27 from your perspective?
My understanding is they'll, look at this passage and they'll notice like the circle of the earth, the fountains of the deep, and especially the earth has foundations. It specifically mentions foundations of the earth. And so they take those to be physical foundations under the surface area. Now, it also deals, of course, with he made firm the skies above, which is one of those passages they'll use to say there's a solid dome over the earth. You're going to have content that deals with that on that you'll put up with the show as well, so people can talk about that. I think for the sake of today, I just want to acknowledge to people, look, whether you believe the firmament is solid or not, you still have not answered the question of a flat earth. I'm just saying this is actually a different question, because you could have a solid dome firmament over a globe or something else. It just doesn't answer the question. So this I see as a distraction for the question we're dealing with today. So I understand a worry that people will have, that I'd respond and be like, well, it's poetry. Like it's my magic wand. Poetry. And it just goes away.
Yeah.
But I think the question we have to ask first is it poetry? Like Proverbs 8 is poetry. I mean, Proverbs, the book is poetry, but Proverbs, this whole section about wisdom and the woman there is very much poetic. And like Job is not to be taken literally in all of its poetic descriptions. This is talking about wisdom as if wisdom was a woman who was there when God created the earth. And there may be some typological significance with Christ, but personally, I wouldn't call it an appearance of Jesus. I would say we could try to find typology here.
Yeah.
But typology is different than saying wisdom literally is this woman who's with, because it's feminine here throughout Proverbs. Wisdom is seen as a woman.
Yeah.
Describes wisdom as a woman. So if we take this as a literal woman called wisdom was there, then we have a bunch of issues that I'm just going to add. I'm going to say, hey, if you're going to take it that way, and then we're going to take the whole section as quite literal, then we have several issues we should consider. If God literally has created literal foundations, at least because I could see foundations on a globe or a flat earth. I could see foundations on both of those. I wouldn't really have a problem with that term. Or fountains of the deep, which could just be underground springs. Easily. The Bible talks about underground springs. We know that there's such a thing as underground springs as well. Circle on the face of the deep could be the horizon, or it could be like a circle across, which would not, I don't know if it's that on the face of the deep, or is a circle on the on the ice wall. It's not really in the water, it's on the ice. So I'm still confused by that. But the discussion here also says that God measured things. He marked out the foundations of the earth. That is, he measured it. So did God have a giant measuring tape that he used to actually measure the earth? He marked it out. He set a line upon it, is depending on your translation you've got there. No, we would say, oh, that's just poetic. It's just representing that God determined the measurements of all things. Okay, so it's not literal there, because God's omniscient. He spoke it into existence. Like from this text, you would think that God was like a builder who was measuring and building and constructing something. Yet from Genesis, you would think he just spoke it into creation.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's because this is not meant to be taken that way. But let me give you more before you, any pushback or thoughts you have.
Yeah.
So Proverbs 8, verses 1-3. This is also a description of wisdom, right? This is the same chapter. This is the beginning of the section that we just read. Does not wisdom call out? Does not understanding raise her voice? On the heights besides the way, at the crossroads, she takes her stand. Beside the gates, in front of the town, at the entrance of the portals, she cries aloud. Should I think that wisdom is literally yelling at all of the gates of the cities?
Right.
Like there's like this literal woman there, wisdom, going like, hey, listen to me. No, obviously not. I mean, obviously this is poetic. It's not meant to be taken that way. Where are wisdom's gates? Look at Proverbs 8:34. We're going to go to just past the section we read. It says, blessed is the one who listens to me, watching daily at my gates, waiting beside my doors. Well, obviously, here we have construction descriptions, gates and doors. Like if you take a flat earth perspective, you're going to take all these things literally here. So where are wisdom's gates and doors? And how do I go stand by them so I can be wise, so I can be blessed? Because obviously it's not meant to be taken that way. I think we're just mishandling the text. Right,
exactly. And Andrew, you can give me your thoughts too. I mean, it's one thing that kind of comes to mind when I'm kind of looking through what is being discussed. You're looking at just the intricacies in regards to God's creation. So when it says, there I was beside him like a master workman. And even if you think like during the ancient times, you think of somebody who was a stone carver. You know, I'm thinking of, what was the Ten Commandments? In the Ten Commandments, they had Joshua, who was like the stone cutter, right? And so he was, you think about like in ancient times, there's someone who has whatever tools that they use to be a master workman. On any level, when Christ when the world was being created, like the context of this, does this mean that there were these particular ancient tools that were used to like form the earth together? Like, no, it's talking like there's out like a master workman. It's correlating with somebody who that's like, it's helping them understand in their native tongue, like what that passage is saying. So that's a case where I think you can't take it literally. So, one thing that also like sticks out to me, and again, this is also an example you mentioned like in Job, where you need to think about it. And again, it's not just a cop-out or caveat. We want to, again, think biblically when it comes to these proof texts. So Isaiah 40:22, it says, it is he who sits above the circle of the earth, and its inhabitants are like grasshoppers, who stretches out the heavens like a curtain and spreads them like a tent to dwell in, who brings princes to nothing and makes the rulers of the earth as emptiness. So from my understanding, Mike, so the debate over this passage in this whole flat earth discussion is that when it talks about the circle of the earth, so if you were to actually view if indeed the flat earth model is correct from the aerial view, it's circular. That's the understanding. And then the bottom, we mentioned earlier, those are the pillars that hold it up. Is that what they're trying to argue?
Yes, and it will get a little challenging because on some flat earth models, there's also corners
right
on the earth. Because this is what happens when you take all these passages literally and they're not intended to be that way. So yeah, that's the idea though. You know, there's a circle and there's like a dome over it. The outside of the edge of the circle is this ice wall, and then there's just nothing after that, right?
Right.
At least nothing that we would call Earth. Yeah.
Okay. And so from that understanding, so here's an example. So for someone who's using this as a proof text, then to say, hey, this is emphatic proof that this is what the Bible teaches, and if you hold to another like a heliocentric model, you're incorrect. You're unbiblical. How do you respond? Like, how would you explain this passage as well? Too? How should we think about this biblically?
Well, on the flip side, I've heard globe Earth perspective people say, hey, Isaiah 40:22, that word circle, it refers to a three-dimensional ball. It's actually saying this is the proof text for demonstrating that the Earth is a globe. And I'm kind of on the fence on this, actually, for a couple of reasons. One is I don't know that it's actually trying to give us a description of the entirety of all that is Earth in the most broad sense. I don't know that it's trying to do that in the first place. It could be a two-dimensional view of a three-dimensional object. You could say, oh yeah, there are other words in Hebrew that could be used there. It just ends up being a debate I don't know how to get to the conclusion of personally yet. Maybe someone else does. I'm just on the fence a bit on that. The word's indeterminate in my opinion. But I think it's actually phenomenological, which is to say, as we get continually in the text, we're not getting people trying to describe the nature in the look from space at Earth. What are we looking at? We're rather getting people who are describing from an earthly perspective as they look around what they see. So it's the phenomenon that they're observing. This is why it discusses things the way it does. So what would the circle of the earth be? I think it's just when you stand up and you have an open field around you and not a city full of buildings. If you stand up, you look around and you see a circle. It's a horizon that's around you. And God sits above the circle of the earth. He's sovereign. He's exalted above all that you see. Does it mean to tell us that at the edge of what you see all around you, that's the edge of everything? I don't think it's meaning to comment on this at all. It's just saying, here's the horizon. Wherever you look, God is sovereign. For the person who takes the flat earth perspective and they take this to mean flat disk, there's a challenge for them. And I'll present this to us. I think this is something that they'd really have to be challenged on.
Right.
If they take the word circle and they go, well, in the Hebrew, this means a flat disk. It's telling us the shape of the earth in the broadest sense. The same word, circle, is used to describe heaven in Job 22:14. We read it. It says, thick clouds veil him so that he does not see, and he walks on the vault of heaven. Now, it's translated here, it's ESV, vault, but it's the same word in the Hebrew. But every flat earth person I've ever seen thinks that heavens, we're talking about a dome. And so here they think this circle word must be a dome, but then later in Isaiah, they're going to use it to mean it has to be a flat disk because of the nature of the word. So this is just not how we can't be logically consistent. What we should do is say this word has a variety of meanings. It could go either way. I don't know. I think it's just talking about the horizon.
Gotcha. Andrew, do you have any thoughts on this? What are your thoughts so far?
It just blows my mind how amazing God has constructed his word into the fact where if people are trying to put an outside standard into his word to interpret it, that the word itself will typically refute the standard when you're just doing a deeper exegesis or having a correct hermeneutic with your approach to scripture. Typically, other places in the Bible will show you, God will correct you by showing you these things that you're not being logically consistent. And I think that's a great thing to have. I mean, God's word just blows my mind. It's just amazing.
Okay, yeah, I definitely would agree for sure. And so I think that's, again, we'll have some more additional content on this. But again, what you do, the point in bringing up these particular areas is that regardless of whether it's flat earth, regardless if it's anything that's brought up, when someone is trying to give proof text to prove their point, it's important to look at the context. So again, I think ultimately, at least my personal opinion is that I don't think the Bible adheres towards a globe model or any particular model. I think the Bible ultimately, a lot of that is used as a catalyst to declare the glory of God as him being the sovereign over all creation, and creation emphatically declares his glory. And I think ultimately the Bible gives us the preconditions of intelligibility to think scientifically and to and understand the true world around us. And so that's really my personal conclusion when it comes to all this. But again, our focus is, and again, that could be a catalyst into a whole other subject when it comes to this whole discussion of flat Earth. But our point, again, is just to look specifically context-wise. So another proof text, again, because we were talking about the ends of the earth, and Mike, you're talking as well too, the corners of the earth. So here's a passage, again, this is, regardless of where you stand eschatologically, it's important to understand what is being articulated here. So Revelation chapter 7, verses 1 through 4. It says, after this, I saw 4 angels standing on the 4 corners of the earth, holding back the 4 winds of the earth, and that no wind might blow on earth or sea or against any tree. So this is a verse then in your research then that would come up as also an additional proof text, because I was seeing some graphics even in that pulled up that was talking about a map and stationary earth where people were showing there's literal corners of the earth. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. So, I mean, if you know what the habit I hope we're seeing here, the consistent habit of those who've tried to use the Bible to support a flat earth perspective is taking descriptions in a very literal sense. This is the 2 habits I see. 1, take it very literally, and 2, apply it to the entirety of Earth in the modern sense of the planet or whatever you want to call that, right? Not just land or local area or area that you can see, which is how the Bible usually uses it, but rather apply it to everything. So notice that the term earth here in Revelation 7, 1-4, the angels standing at the 4 corners of the earth, okay? But then if you read on in the verse, it says that no wind might blow on earth or sea. Wait, or sea? Isn't earth the whole thing? Isn't it everything? Why does it say or sea? Isn't earth, sea just part of the earth? Well, again, we're seeing we're just reading too much into the passage. This has challenged some flat earthers, though, because now if you're going to take it this way, you have to say that the earth has corners, yet the earth is a circle. So it's a circle and it has corners. So you get these interesting ways of trying to put this together. And I don't even know how to interpret some of these images, because I'm like, okay, so there's like a circular earth with an ice wall that you can't go beyond, and that's the edges of the earth. But beyond that, there's these corners and the earth is square, or, you know, almost cube-like, an uneven cube or whatever. I don't know what do you call that size? I don't know what that's called.
Mm-hmm.
A cube in thirds, and there you go.
Yeah.
And this becomes like seen as a literal thing. There's literally 4 angels literally standing there. This is what happens when you use poetic language to influence your cosmology. It's not the point of the text. It starts to get difficult. You can't glue it together because it was never intended to be that kind of picture. I think that Isaiah 11 challenges the idea that there are literal corners. So let me read to you guys Isaiah 11:12. It says, he will raise a signal for the nations and will assemble the banished of Israel and gather the dispersed of Judah from the 4 corners of the earth. Now, why would I quote a verse that says corners of the earth to say the earth doesn't have literal corners? Because here the text is talking about gathering them from local countries that aren't really that far away, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So the corners of the earth here is like countries 500 miles away, 1,000 miles away. It's not talking about the entire planet or whatever you want to call that. You have to make these corners, like in the image that you have there, you have to make these corners inhabited countries now where Israelites are being gathered from. That, you know what I mean? It's like, wait a minute, this is not working because I thought we couldn't go over there in the first place. That's part of the whole idea. Another verse for this is Matthew 24, verse 31. It says, and he will send out his angels, Jesus speaking, with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the 4 winds, from one end of heaven to the other. Now it's clear in the context is it's people that are being gathered. These are people that know Jesus, right? These are saved people, and they're being gathered from habited lands. These are countries all over the place, which is, again, an amazing prediction that Christianity is going to spread all over humanity.
Mm-hmm.
But this is just generic language for all over the place, from the 4 winds, 4 corners of the earth. We even have specific countries that are mentioned in Scripture that are said to have corners, from the 4 corners of it, and it's a country. So those countries aren't squares that have they have to have actual 4 corners. It just means all over, north, south, east, west. It's just generic language.
Yeah, and then usually, like in the flat Earth model, usually the continents, they're all kind of centralized. And then if you look at it from a aerial perspective, it's usually the ice wall, like on the very outskirts. But then out to the pretty much the ice wall, it's pretty much just water, and all the continents are centralized. That's usually at least what I've seen. Right. So to try and say, like with this, it would make Isaiah 11:12 very problematic, because how do you gather Israel from, unless there's like some Waterworld scenario where you have, people on these sort of floating whatever, like out on the outskirts. You start to really jump into hermeneutical gymnastics for sure.
Yeah, they're not even being gathered from beyond the Middle East.
Right.
At that point. And so we're looking at, Isaiah 11 talks about the Middle East as the four corners of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
Because it doesn't mean planet when it says earth. It doesn't mean everything. It's a term that has a variety of meanings. And from the perspective of the original writers, if you're living around Jerusalem, you're like, yeah, look, if you go walking around in the Middle East, Babylon feels pretty far away.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not looking at it from space and thinking of the earth as this little thing on a paper in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, I think you emphasized that as far as too, when you mentioned the foundations of the earth. So again, you mentioned like Micah 6:2, Isaiah 51:6, where this language is used. Like, you need to understand the broader context. Like, these are not these purposes. When you look at read the entirety of these, read the full chapter, and what you'll see is that there's not a specific cosmology given, as much as the discussion of the earth is a catalyst to declare the power and the glory of God. Like, that's what you're seeing. And I think when you start getting into if you start focusing on the specifics, this means it's this particular model, in this case being the flat earth model, I think you're losing sight of what that passage is trying to articulate. And that's why it's important, regardless of what the topic is, you go through chapter by chapter, verse by verse. Like, don't read things in isolation. Look at in the same way you want to zoom out, look at the big picture when it comes to the text. Go ahead.
Well, there's one verse we didn't cover yet, but it was about it has to do with bases, the earth having bases and a cornerstone and a foundation, and it's in Job 38.
Yes.
Did you want to go over that one?
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. That's good.
So I think it combines a bunch of different things, and it shows it's a good one. Now these are verses that proponents have used. Like, I've heard these used. I got them all from them. I didn't just make them up. So Job 38 verses 4-7, it says, this is God speaking to Job again. Where were you when I laid the foundation of the earth? Tell me if you have understanding, who determined its measurements? Surely you know. Or who stretched the line upon it? Again, we have a picture of God putting a line out on the earth, you're like, he literally did it. If you're going to take it all literal here, then he did it.
Mm-hmm.
He put a giant line. How long was that line? Where is it now? Where did it come from? Why did he have to do it? On what were its bases sunk, or who laid its cornerstone when the morning stars sang together and all the sons of God shouted for joy? Now, from a flat earth perspective, there's a literal foundation with a literal cornerstone somewhere on the earth.
Right.
And all you have to do is keep reading. Okay, so here's me. I'm just going to keep reading. Here's the next few verses, totally in context, just starting with the next verse. Or who shut in the sea with doors when it burst open from the womb? When I made clouds its garment and thick darkness its swaddling band, and prescribed limits for it, and set bars and doors, and said, thus far you shall come and no farther, and here shall your proud waves be stayed. Now, if you want to take this poetic description in Job as literal, then you got to go whole hog, and you got to believe that the sea has literal bars and doors that keep the waves from coming up onto the coasts.
Right.
Literal bars and literal doors, because there's a literal foundation and a literal cornerstone. There's got to be a literal measuring line. We have to be consistent. The text seems to be very clearly indicating that's not the meaning of it, right? You have to believe that where ocean meets land, God put literal bars and doors.
Mm-hmm.
This is easily testable and known at the time, right? They had coasts accessible to them as they're reading this. It's using picturesque language of bars and doors to talk about how God sovereignly set up things so that the oceans stop, so that we could have land, so that we could have society, so we can have all these things. There's an order to stuff, and we give God credit for that. So you can go back to that cornerstone passage in Job 38 here. If it's a literal cornerstone, you have to believe in a literal gigantic measuring tape that God used in sizing the earth, because in the same verse he says, who stretched the line upon it? Right? Did the ocean come from a giant womb?
Right.
Because that's what the text says here in verse 8. The sea burst from a womb. That's interesting. Like, who's that? Whose womb was that? Exactly. No, it's just poetic language to discuss the nature of things. So it's rich poetry, not to be taken literally. And I think that's the case with things like foundations. Although, in my opinion, you could have an earth with foundations, no matter what shape it is. All you need is large amounts of solid material underneath the surface dirt, and the earth has foundations. So that doesn't seem like it proves much to me.
Right. No, exactly. And even, for example, and this is just example, when you look at what you're trying to prove a point. I think this is the case. What we're seeing from our perspective is that we're seeing where there's a commitment to this is the definitive model of what the earth is. Let's find verses that have a word that kind of backs up this general model. But you're not really looking at what's your ultimate conclusions, the things you actually have to accept along with that. Because if you're going to accept this type of interpretation, then there's other things you have to account for, like the line going through and things like that as well too. And this
Jerry, real quick. I think part of what I find extremely interesting is the fact that that there aren't these big doors stopping the sea from going on the earth, because you can see it, right? You can actually see it. I think part of the issue with some of the flat earth conspiracies is the fact that they believe that the earth is a disc because they have not seen what the actual earth looks like. No one's actually been to space, right? So everything that we see of the earth, everything that we see of space, there's some type of computerized image or something or the other. So there's no proof essentially to them that has never been seen. Well, the question I would have for you guys is, I understand why on your flat earth models you don't put big doors on the edge of the seas, because you can see the seas, right? But have you ever seen the bottom of the ocean? Personally, have you been to the bottom of the ocean? How do you know there's no doors on the bottom of the ocean? Right? Why aren't those on the flat earth models? All of the images you see of the bottom of the ocean, did you actually visit it?
Or have you seen the specific pillars, which apparently, there's these giant, which means that there on the bottom of earth, there's just these giant, gaps of open space, because that's what a pillar is. It holds up a foundation. And so it's kind of like they're making that model, but they're not. It's that I think a lot of times people will make an argument, but they're not truly accounting. Like they'll use that against the person that they're arguing against, not realizing, well, can you actually account for that as well too? I think, and this is a different category, Mike, and you can give your thoughts on this too. It's that, when people will argue against a emotionally charged argument about, Anne Frank, why would God allow the Holocaust to happen and for Anne Frank to go through what she went through? Well, if you have, your worldview still has to account for that. I mean, you have to, at some point, all right, let's take out the Christian worldview. Like, how do you account for that? Congratulations, you refuted Christianity. Well, now you have to account for, if you're arguing from the point of being an atheist, well, okay, well, where's the ethic wrong that's survival of the fittest going to its logical conclusion? What are you complaining about? So I think a lot of times people don't really look at what you're actually trying to articulate. And even the breadth of the earth, for example, regardless of where you understand, where you stand in eschatology, whether you have more of a partial preterist view or a futurist view of Revelation. Again, when you look at, and you mentioned this too, Mike, in Revelation 20, verse 7 through 9, this is something that's brought up as well too. When it's talking about Satan being loosed out in his prison, and he shall go out to deceive the nations, and that are in the four quarters of the earth, Gog and Magog. And then it talks about, and then to gather them together in battle, the number of them of whom is in the land of the sea, and they went out to the breadth of the earth and encompassed the camp and the beloved city, and fire came down from heaven and devoured them. And so even in this, and Mike, you can give me your thoughts too, like regardless of where both any eschatological position, like it's not arguing for a specific cosmology. Even if you go to like the MacArthur Study Bible or somebody who holds to a dispensationalist view of Revelation, that's not arguing for a cosmology. If you have, if you believe that the majority, we would hold to that the majority of Revelation is already fulfilled, right? And that's a whole nother discussion we could have at some point. But the point in being is that the context, eschatologically, it's not arguing for a cosmology. So you can hold to that model if you want to. You can't use, for example, like that passage in Revelation, regardless of what your eschatology is, to try and say, this is God showing that this is his model of the earth. That's my thought on it.
Yeah, like, and just so people get, because we're grabbing all these passages and going, oh, that's not cosmology, that's kind of. There are times where the Bible is just speaking plainly, literally about things, So when it says like in John, oh, there was a pool of Bethesda, had 5 porches, pool of where is it? Not Bethesda. What am I trying to say there? Anyway, someone's punching.
We've been
the air
talking
right
for
now
a while.
listening.
It's all good.
Someone's punching there, going like, "How did you get
Yeah.
that wrong?" Right.
Yeah.
Anyway, I mean, archaeologists have discovered this thing. Originally, they thought, "Oh, this is." There was these weird theologians, Germans.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I love Germans. Don't get me wrong. I think Germans are great.
Yeah.
But there's German theologians from like the 1700s who were just wacko.
Yeah.
And these guys were like, well, John is doing an interesting thing about the Pentateuch. There's 5 porches because there's 5 books, in the law, and that's the reason. And then they go digging in Jerusalem, and they're like, oh, there's just 5 porches there. So that's just talking about a literal description for sure, and physical things that happen there. But what we see in this passage, Revelation 20, verses 7 through 9, it's really interesting. It's partly interesting because it would never occur to anybody that this passage has affirmed cosmological anything about the earth normally, I think, right? Unless someone's probably telling them it does. So the indications are, well, there's 4 quarters of the earth. There's nations that are in, quote, 4 quarters of the earth. And then they're going to be gathered together for battle. And then they're going to go up on the, quote, breadth of the earth. And then they compass about the camp of the saints around Jerusalem for a battle. And Dean Odell, who's was I don't know, a big proponent of the flat earth views, he says, well, this word for the breadth of the earth, it's the word platus in Greek. And that word, it represents a flat earth because it's where we get our English word plateau. Now, this has like 30 problems with it when you actually evaluate the claims, because first off, where we get our English word in a modern, so we've heard this, Calvary Chapel pastor, I've heard this a million times. We get the Greek word dunamis, that's for power, the power of the Spirit will come upon you. Well, that's our English word dynamite. We get the word dynamite from, which is true. We do get dynamite from dunamis, but there was no dynamite in 1st century Greek. And so nobody's thinking about that when they're writing it. Who cares what your English, 2,000 years later, we borrow this word for this purpose. It just doesn't matter. But the second problem with it is, if it's a plateau, like nobody says, do you see that plateau? And then their friends turn them and go, are you affirming the flatness of the entirety of earth?
Yeah.
You're like, it's a plateau. I just mean it's a plateau. I'm not saying anything about cosmology here. I just look, there's a plateau. So just finding the word plateau connection there wouldn't mean anything. If you take the breadth of the earth to be a plateau, then all this means is that the army went up on a plateau.
Right.
Unless you take the word earth to mean the entirety of earth, in which case you have an army that is literally covering the whole earth, including the oceans, because they're saying the earth is flat and they mean all of it. So it just starts to be like, what is going on here? How are we interpreting this? But Dean Odell presents this in his teaching like he's discovered this amazing thing. And he's like, I looked into Strong's. And guys, Strong's is not the best resource out there. I used to think it was when I first was dabbling in really serious Bible study. Mm-hmm. And then I found out it's a good resource, but it's not what people think it is a lot of the time. So are there actual nations then on each of these corners of the earth? And then they're gathering up and they're going up on a plateau earth, the breadth of the plateau of the earth. It just, it doesn't mean that. This is an army that covers the entire flat planet earth, and then gathers around Jerusalem based upon, say, Dean Odell's interpretation of this passage, when in reality, in ancient warfare, you need flat areas to stage your armies. This is just how you stage an army. You don't stage them on a mountain. Like, you stage your army on a flat area. Like, watch Lord of the Rings, okay? You stage your army on a flat area, and then they go to war. And this is what they're doing. They're marching, maybe at the Valley of Megiddo. There's connections there in Scripture. Okay. This is a frequently used area for staging armies for battle in the area of Israel. And so I think that's probably all that's happening here.
Right. Yeah, and even, for example, here's one as well, too, and Andrew, you can kind of give me your thoughts, too, if you have any thoughts on these verses as well, is, again, context matters. So one of the categories, too, is Daniel 4:11, which says, the tree grew and became strong, and its top reached the heaven and was visible to the end of the whole earth. Its leaves were beautiful, and its fruit abundant, and in it was food for all. The beasts of the field found shade under it, and the birds of the heavens lived in its branches, and all flesh was fed from it. Verse 20 says, and the tree you saw, which grew and became strong, so that its top reached the heaven, that is visible to the end of the whole earth. And so even something like this, and I can get for someone who is, again, and I've watched those videos, and I appreciate the passion that they have. And again, the thing that at least they're right on when it comes to people who adhere to the flat earth model, that they're passionate about God's word being true and it having the say in areas of life. In this case, the creation. I get that. I think, but at the expense, but you're jumping into that at the expense of context. So even Daniel 4:11, like, this is a dream that Daniel's having, and I'll admit, I've had some weird dreams. And one of the things with dreams that you're always doing something weird. Like, you get into a fight. Like, every single time when I'd be in my dream, whenever I'd be in a situation where, like, I'm fighting for my life, all of a sudden I would be in slow motion. I couldn't move, and all of a sudden I'd be going there. Or then, I would have a dream where I would be falling, and as soon as I land, I hit the ground, I wake up. But it would be, sometimes I would speed up really, I'd slow down and then speed up when I'm falling. All these weird things, and then once you realize you're in a dream, you wake up. So the very idea of a dream, the conditions of a dream, is that you're seeing things that aren't normal. The metaphysics of being in a dream is different than being alive here on the earth. So people have, context does matter in that regard.
Yeah, it to take Daniel 4:11 as saying, hey, if a tree is visible all over the earth, then that means it's a flat earth. It doesn't work on a globe. I agree that doesn't work on a globe. It doesn't really work, I don't think, in real life. I can't see Mount Everest no matter how powerful my telescope is, so I don't see how that works. But that's kind of like saying, imagine, if you will, a flat earth. It's true now. Because Daniel 4:11 or 4, this whole section is, these are the visions of my head. It's described as the visions of my head. So we shouldn't take that as literal cosmological descriptions. Does Jacob's dream of a ladder, right? Does that mean that angels have to climb up ladders to get to heaven? Is that what that means? Does Joseph's dream about the sun, moon, and stars bowing down to him, does that mean that his dad, Israel, is literally the sun?
Right.
Is that what it means? Does Nebuchadnezzar's dream mean that Jesus is going to return as a literal gigantic meteor? Obviously not. This is all, and that's part of the same set of just visions and dreams that's in Daniel kind of clustered together. So yeah, I don't think, it's a dream. That's, what are we supposed to do? It's a dream.
Yeah. Right. And see, when I think of this passage, I think of other conspiracies, like the giant silica trees that a lot of people believe used to be massive and would grow all across the earth. They would say that, what is that rock in Australia, that crazy mound looking rock that used to be the base of this giant massive silica tree? But I think part of the root of the issue, which I was bringing up earlier, was that if you haven't seen it, right? If you haven't seen it, then you can take poetic language and make it to be literal. However, the poetic language that we see in other tests of scripture, talking about the bars of the doors on the sea and the land, obviously you don't take that as poetic because your eyes have actually seen it. But I find that that's an illogical way to interpret scripture, because now you're breaking up one section of poetic language and then the next, because you're trying to use it to fit something that's foreign to the actual full body of context of scripture. So if you're just trying to use something because it's convenient for you to try to prove a point, but you can't use that same logic to interpret the verse right underneath it, which is a consistent thought process, then it's probably not a good form of hermeneutics, in my opinion.
Yeah. Andrew, so one other question too, we're kind of towards the end of just the verses we're going to cover. And again, for those of you who are still hanging around, again, thank you for taking the time to listen to us. We have blog content available right now at thecultistshow.com under our blog, where we're going to be talking about issues of the firmament, the story of Joshua where the sun stood still, and a couple other verses that we didn't cover in this whole discussion. And so for any of you who adhere to this, again, we love you guys and gals. We're here, really the whole point of this is that we need to look at the Bible holistically and properly. And again, our gracious contention that we're trying to at least get here is that, if you want to believe that, go ahead, but you're not getting that from these proof texts. That's what we're saying. And so we're saying that you need to just look at what is the Bible actually saying, and you need to look at holistically and look at the context. So one of the last passages, we'll kind of jump into this. One of the last ones here is the story. It's actually one of my favorite. I remember being as a kid being fascinated by this. It's the story of the temptation of Jesus, when Jesus goes out into the wilderness for 40 days, and then all of a sudden he's tempted by Satan in many particular ways, and Jesus combats him with Scripture. And then the final temptation is that Jesus gets taken up to the high places, and he says, all of these things I will give unto you if you bow down and worship me. And he sees all, I believe just all the treasures of the world is how it articulates it, just everything that the world can offer. And then he said, you shall worship the Lord your God and serve him only. So Andrew, what's like when you read that, just from your perspective, just what do you see like when you read this whole passage about this temptation of Jesus, and all of a sudden, the final, the culmination of him being brought up to the high places? When you've read that initially, and when you go through that, like, what do you see? What do you think is the main point of that story from your perspective?
Yeah, the main point of that story from my perspective is that Jesus is succeeding where Israel has always failed. And he's being tempted, yet he is without sin, and he does what Israel always should have done, right? Like Israel always built altars in the high places in the very land that God gave them, right? They are the great covenant breakers. And I'm no better. I am a covenant breaker myself. I sin every single day. So I don't want to say anything in terms of saying I myself am better than ancient Israel. I'm not, but I do have the grace of God that is sufficient for me. But I see that in the fact that it's the God-man Jesus Christ who succeeds in his righteousness, in which I wear where humans fail, where humans fail. But thinking of this text as if I was to think of someone who held like the flat earth model, I'd have to say there's got to be some mountain in the world that we can go to, that we can see, and we can stand there and see everything. But is there?
Right.
But is there? You actually have the ability now to do that. Go climb the top of Mount Everest. It's the tallest mountain we have. Can you see everything there? Or do you believe that everything you've seen on Mount Everest is actually not a real photo of Mount Everest? That it's all just, I don't even know how you'd say it, like fake photographs, or these people never really actually went there, that it's just a stage in a Hollywood set in order to make you think that you can't actually see everything. Because I think that's what you'd have to do if you hold to a flat earth model.
Or anyone who's ever taken a picture on the top of Mount Everest who use a fish lens camera. So
they're fake. Yeah, it's fake, Jerry.
Right.
It's fake.
So
that's the
again,
thing.
We're just showing the logical conclusion. But anyways, yeah, that's what I've seen. In fact, like when I look at this passage too, I mean, I just see really the sovereignty and the supremacy of Christ. And also I see really the importance and maybe what we're talking about in this whole conversation. Again, Mike, thanks for, we appreciate you coming on here. It's just the importance of the authority of Scripture, that Jesus never appealed to his own authority. He'd always appear to authority outside of himself. And so he's not saying to Satan, because I said so. He quotes to him Scripture specifically. But yeah, Mike, as we wrap up here, maybe giving your thoughts too on this passage, how you saw this being used, particularly when it came to your research in the initial video that you did, and how should we look at this whole story of Jesus being brought up into the high places and having this interaction with Satan? How should we look at this?
Well, I mean, I agree with Andrew's summary. It's beautiful and perfect. Yeah. These are the high places. Jesus succeeds where Israel compromised. Jesus doesn't compromise with the making these stones into bread. Israel compromises with like, we're sick of this manna, give us meat. No, wherever they fail, Jesus succeeds. Here he is in the wilderness, overcoming, and it's awesome. I love it. I think the theology of it's really neat stuff.
Yeah.
He's the one who was tempted in all ways as we are, yet without sin. But from a flat earth perspective, I've heard this used to say, hey, there's a mountain somewhere. Jesus was taken up to it, and he saw all the kingdoms of the world. This means he had to have seen like China, and he had to have seen everywhere, right? And so now there's some of this is just a lack of awareness about topography in Israel. So in Israel, within walking distance during Jesus' temptation, he's not just in some random wilderness, right? He's in the wilderness north of the Dead Sea, south of Jerusalem. In walking distance, let's see, you could go to Jerusalem. That's 2,474 feet high. Mount Scopus is 2,710 feet high. Most likely the closest, or the highest mountain he could reach in the 40 days of temptation without supernatural powers being used is 3,300 feet. Now, some would say, well, there's Mount Hermon up in the north. That's 9,000 feet high. It's 9,000 feet high. But guess what? There was a temple on Mount Hermon. And they had gone up to it. I remember hearing Michael Heiser, one scholar who in many ways I do like, but on this particular issue, I think he propagates some things that aren't accurate. And he said, they didn't climb mountains back then. But actually there was. I mean, the highest mountain anywhere in the region was Mount Hermon. It was 9,000 feet high, and there was a temple up there. So people had gone up there, and guess what they knew? You can't see all the kingdoms of the world on any of our mountains.
Yeah.
So here's the thought. I think this is a supernatural vision, which is why Luke records it slightly differently. It says in Luke 4:5, the devil took him up and showed him all the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time. Took him up and showed him all the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time. Why is a moment of time relevant? Because it's relating to a vision he had, a brief vision of all the kingdoms of the world. It's, either he just showed him the king, it just doesn't make sense to add the phrase moment of time unless it's vision related, I think. But another scripture that balances this out is when Jesus calls Nathanael to be a disciple of his. I think it's really interesting when I realized this was kind of a parallel passage from a flat earth perspective. And he says to Nathanael, hey, I saw you when you were under the fig tree. And Nathanael's like, how did you see me under the fig? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, wow, you have divine knowledge. You must be the Son of God. And on a flat earth perspective, Nathanael would have turned to Jesus and been like, you must have been on a mountain, right? Because you could naturally see me. If you could see China, you could see me under the fig tree.
Right.
But there's a natural understanding that, no, you can't just go up high enough to see everything there is. This seems to be a vision from the text, yeah.
No, that's really good. And then I think just one thing to, maybe as we wrap up here, I just have one thought. Someone actually asked me on our Cultish page on our Instagram, someone actually messaged me. So I actually took a picture of your awesome cup. That's great there. So we got to you're going to have a bunch of people who are all of a sudden going to want your cups because of this podcast. But someone actually asked, I think it's a good question. Someone asked if the Hebrews believed a flat earth biblical cosmology, why didn't God correct them? And I think the answer to that question is that, throughout the entirety of history, there have been a lot of different ideas about cosmology, whether or not it's the earth is centric, whether or not the sun is centric, or, people in the ancient times had their model as well too. Well, ultimately, if you look at the story of the Bible, one thing we can agree on is that the Bible is a linear story. It starts at the beginning and it goes to a conclusion. And the whole purpose of the redemptive story of Jesus coming was not to convince people of a particular model of a particular cosmology. It was to talk about the coming of the Messiah, that he was going to save his people from their sins. That's the story of the gospel. That's the whole point being, is to save people from their sin. Because the main thing is not the main issue that mankind has right now, and all the brokenness and all the sin and brokenness that we see here in the world is not a misunderstanding of where the earth is versus where the stars are. Our biggest problem is that we are separated from a holy God and that we're tainted with sin. That's the purpose of the gospel. That's the purpose of the Messiah coming. That's really the focal point, Jesus being the center of history, is that it's Christ dying for our sins, being raised on the third day according to the scripture, his sin for our righteousness. That's the hope of the gospel. That's I think, my perspective, really the focus of the entirety of history. So I think really in this whole aspect of this whole conversation, one, you guys can give me thoughts as you wrap up here, is that we should look to creation, understanding it declares the glory of God, but understand too that creation, again, it condemns mankind and makes them without excuse, and it shows people that they desperately need a savior. They need Christ. Like, that's the focal point. The focal point of the gospel is people being saved from their sins. That's what people need. That's where the focal point needs to be when it comes to us as Christians, is Christ dying for our sins, not a specific cosmology. I think it has its place, but I think it can be incredibly misguided. But I think that would be my answer to that question. Do you guys have any last thoughts, that or anything as we wrap up here?
Yeah. It says in James 3:1, it says, "Not many of you should become teachers, my brothers, for you know that we who teach will be judged with greater strictness." That should be terrifying to people when you're opening up God's word, when you're posting things that you're reading necessarily, maybe on YouTube, whether you feel that you're correct. Jeremiah 17:9 says our hearts are deceitful. We must be able to be corrected by scripture. And I pose a question to anyone who does pose the flat earth model in Acts chapter 7, verse 55. This is the stoning of Stephen. It says, "But he, full of the Holy Spirit, gazed into heaven and saw the glory of God and Jesus standing at the right hand of God. And he said, Behold, I see the heavens open and the Son of Man standing at the right hand of God. But they cried out with a loud voice and stopped their ears and rushed together at him." My question for you would be, how high is that? He could see it, right? If we're taking these things literal, just as everything else that may be poetic in language in scripture, and I don't think this is poetic by any means, but I'm saying if I'm to think as a flat person who holds to the flat earth model, if I'm looking up, literally heaven is above the firmament. He must have seen something, but wouldn't it be a speck? Wouldn't it be a dot? Would he actually be able to see who it was? I would say that your thought process of scripture couldn't rightly even understand this. I would say heaven is close, but we can't see it. We need to be consistent. And remember, if we teach, we will be judged with much stricter judgment. It's a dangerous thing to fall into the hands of the living God.
All right. Mike, any last, thank you again for coming on, man. And any last thoughts from you as we wrap up here?
Well, I do have a couple thoughts. First, I'll just say thanks for having me on, you guys.
Yeah.
I appreciate this. This content, I think, is really needed in this discussion, and I'm really glad to have it get out there. In response to the question about like, what if just the Israelites were holding to a flat earth understanding of things at the time, I would say this is not okay. It's good for historical background to know what the people at the time already believed, but it's not good to project those beliefs onto scripture if scripture doesn't actually teach it, because then you trap God into the already beliefs of the people of the time. And so there's times in Israel where they were believing weird things. They're like, here's God and here's his Asherah, his heavenly wife, right? Well, there's Israelites who believe that, but the Bible refutes that. The only way we can let the Bible teach us something different than what we or someone else already believes is if we don't just make the very reckless statement of, well, if ancient Near Eastern people believed it, then the Bible automatically teaches it. And what we're doing is we've said, look, even scholars promote things like they say, well, the ends of the earth is talking about these actual edges on the edge of the broadest sense of the earth. But we showed you the verses in context. It's talking about Babylon. I'm like, you don't have to be a scholar to know they're wrong. This is just basic reading skills 101, just take the scripture as it comes. And so I also am skeptical that the cosmology of the ancient Near East was this model that we keep seeing put in front of us. But that to me is a different discussion, right? Mm-hmm. Because whatever they believed, I can just show scripture doesn't teach that and move on.
Yeah. And I think also you have to take with a grain of salt, reading through the lens of the ancient, of whoever the people were at that ancient time, just because, and again, I think, Mike, you mentioned Mike Heiser. I think he's someone who's definitely a brother, and there's aspects where I appreciate him. I think one of the areas where I do disagree emphatically is that I believe he has an overemphasis on reading the scripture through the lens of the people like during that time. And I think one of the things problematic with that is that mankind's history overall is condemned by God in Romans chapter 1. So what you actually see are people during ancient times who know the true and living God, but they're suppressing the truth and unrighteousness, and they're worshiping the creation rather than the creator. And versus when you actually have God's covenant people who are truly worshiping him, so they are really a blip they're really a grain of sand in comparison to the entirety of history as far as God's covenant people go. So I think that's another aspect too, just an example why you need to look at things holistically and not take anyone's word for anything. Now, don't take my word, don't take Mike's word, don't take Andrew's word, but look at what God says and have that be first and focal and foremost. So all that being said, this has been a great discussion. So if you guys have enjoyed this podcast and conversation, go to our social media. Definitely let us know what you thought in regards to these passages. Again, there's a lot more we could cover. We did just for the sake of time and prep. We didn't have the time to cover everything. So go to thecultishtshow.com to our blog. You'll see some content discussing the firmament, a couple other passages we weren't able to address just for the sake of time. But once again, Mike, thanks for coming on, and we will have to get you on in the near future at some point.
Sounds fun, man. I love getting to spend time with you guys, and I really believe in what you're doing. So thank you.
Awesome. And we appreciate
for keeping on.
Yeah, and we appreciate you as well. All right. Thank you guys for hanging out with us, and we'll talk to you next week on Cultish. Talk to you guys soon.
All right. That's the video. I hope you liked it. Again, you can check out Cultish, links below to their podcast and the content they have. It's very interesting stuff. And yeah, I'd be interested in feedback from flat earth proponents. And even those of you who are not, who just might go down to the comments and scroll down and look, examine this. Have they handled the verses that I dealt with, that they gave me, that I then examined and looked at in context? Have they handled them fairly and properly? Or is it a bunch of distractions and changing the subject? Because that, I'm just being honest, that's what I've seen in response to this sort of analysis. I think that flat earth proponents, including some scholars who say that the Bible supports a flat earth, have just gone way off the reservation when it comes to simple verse-by-verse study of Scripture. And that is an area that I care very much about. I'm Mike Winger, and my goal is to help you learn how to think biblically about everything.
Hey everybody, Brother Marty Leeds here. Just want to let everybody know that I, Brother Marty Leeds, never intended to claim as fact and withdraw any statements that may have been implied to do so, that Paul Lindbergh, otherwise known as Paul on the Plane, Robbie Davidson, and Patricia Steer were involved in illegal or fraudulent activity, that they committed SEC violations or were under criminal investigation or could face prison, that they participated in a rug pull, scam, or crypto fraud, or were blackmailed, coerced by the government, or threatened with prison or family loss, that they were offered deals or are now controlled by outside powers, that they knowingly lied to the flat earth community, that they colluded or conspired to mislead others, and that their return to the public scene was part of a coordinated cover-up. All parties understand that my video on these matters was never intended to be malicious, and that video is now taken down. So, all right, thank you very much. God bless everyone.
Okay. All right. Hey, everyone. We are live once again from Antarctica. Got to deal with a brand new conspiracy that just popped up very quickly. But before we do that, couple of announcements. Number one, a lot of people were monitoring our flight to Antarctica yesterday on the website Flight Radar 24. And I was alerted that our flight was the #1 tracked flight yesterday. Super cool. I think at the peak, there were some 2,000 people monitoring our flight on that website, which is pretty amazing considering that there are over 100,000 commercial flights per day. And so to have 2,000 people just watching our flight on that website is pretty neat. Second thing I want to state, very, very important, is we need so much help gathering data on the sun, taking pictures of the sun, taking pictures of sunspots using solar photography and solar filters. There is a lot of talk among the flat earth community that the 24-hour sun, which has now been confirmed, is a reflection. And so taking pictures of the sunspots would show if it's a reflection or not. Obviously, I do not believe that it is. So if you're able to help, it's super important that we get these pictures taken while we're here. And our website is set up where you can upload them. You can upload your location. And we're just trying to create the biggest data set possible. Just so you guys know, the flat earthers that are here are doing the same thing. So they're helping. We're going to have a lot of people doing this, but the more we have, the better, from all over the world. So if this is something you can do to help us today and tomorrow, that would be great. We're going to be departing here on the 18th. So pictures today, tomorrow, and the following day would be the most important. And again, the website is completely set up to help you get those to us so that we will be able to go over them and take a look at what we see. Obviously, I expect the results to match the globe, but we do need your help. So, all right, let's talk about this new conspiracy. Anybody that's been following The Final Experiment knows that I use a green screen. So I have a TFE background that has globes on it. It has flat earth maps on it, AE maps, and then it has our TFE logo and our special Antarctica logo with the different versions of Antarctica between the globe and flat earth. Always use a green screen. When we got to Antarctica, we rushed to get our orientation done, to get our camp tour, to eat dinner, and then come out to our special campsite. Once we were here, we had to set up Starlink and get it up on the roof of the building. And then as soon as we had everything set up, we wanted to go live, and we went live. And so I since I use a green screen, there's something called chroma key, which essentially removes green from the image and puts something that you want up there, which is my TFE background. And I didn't turn that setting off because I've always used it for every single video. And so the conspiracy now is that we're not in Antarctica and it's a green screen. And so we are going to refute that right now, 3 ways, irrefutable proof that we are not using a green screen. Number 1, you'll see MCToon behind me. He is live streaming. So we are both live streaming each other. That would not be possible if there was a green screen. Hello. Number 2, I am going to grab Jonathan. So Jonathan Morandi, when he went on camera, he had a patch on his shirt that was greenish in color, which was removed because of the chroma key. So I have now taken that off. And so now you can see the color of the patch, and it's there, which would have disappeared with a green screen. Thank you so much. You can get back to filming. So anyway, how it works is when you have things like, this is the water bottle I've been using out here that are green in color, and you have that chroma key turned on, it removes that. Here is a can of some Chilean Pringles called Crispos. You'll notice here the red and the green color, so no green screen. But what I'm most excited about is I am going to utilize my drone to show you that there is no green screen behind me.
He's going to fly it away behind him.
Hopefully this goes well here. I've never had to fly my drone for an audience of almost 900 people, but this is going to be fun for me. So getting everything booted up right now, and I'm actually going to remove my gloves so that I have perfect control of the drone. Do not want to have any accidents. So here is the drone, upside down, right side up, twisted all around. This is my DJI drone that I brought to Antarctica. So here we go. Let me go ahead and launch this here real quick for you guys. All right, here we go.
Home points updated.
Okay, hopefully you can hear me with the drone, but I'm also going to record what the drone is videoing, which is my screen. And I'm going to go backward. So obviously, if there was a green screen, this drone would not be able to fly backward toward MCToon, who's also live streaming and who's also filming the drone. All right, now I'm going to come right back to us. All right. And back again. So here we go. We now come on. And right back. So Here's what I'd like to say, which is that flat earthers, I do want to give you credit for the amount of effort that you put into what you believe. There's definitely something noble there. But I do want to also give you some friendly advice if you'd like it, which is that when you jump to conclusions prematurely, it's not a good look. Things should be thought out. So if you immediately thought that this green screen effect was evidence of something going on, instead of making a video about it or starting a new conspiracy, the best thing to do would be to reach out to someone who's used a green screen. I can tell you anyone who's ever used a green screen would immediately have recognized what was going on in the video. And this is going to sound weird, but it's true. Actually proves we were not using a green screen because of what happened. I'll also tell you that flat earthers who are notoriously not the biggest fans of myself or the final experiment have come to my defense. That includes Flat Earth Dave. You should know by now, if you know Flat Earth Dave, that he uses a green screen. He's always got different images and videos up behind him, and in a conversation, he can pull up whatever he wants to show people. And that's because he's using a green screen. So he came to my defense and said, hey guys, this is just the green screen effect. This is nothing. This isn't funny business. And then another flat earther who goes online by the name of Divergent Droid also came to my defense. I'm guessing he uses things like OBS or green screens, and he's very familiar with it. So anyway, there's been a pattern with the final experiment, which is things being claimed about me and predictions being made which were not true. And so we put our heads together and we say, okay, how are we going to refute this, or how are we going to answer this? And we put our heads together after we were alerted that this new conspiracy had popped up. I need to give credit to Wolfie 6020. If you guys are familiar with him, you should definitely check out his channel. He's a pilot. He's a member of the Wolfpack, and it was his idea to do the simulcast live streams with each other, which we did with MCToon. And who was it? It was Where's Wally? He had the suggestion to show both blue things, green things, and red things on this live stream to show that we're not using any type of a colored screen. He's also a member of the Wolfpack. Check out his channel, Where's Wally? And then I just was looking for fun ways to utilize my drone while we were out here. And I was like, hey, if there's a screen behind me, I can't fly a drone through it. So anyway, just wanted to give everybody an update on everything. Let me tell you where things are at. The sun is actually now over my right shoulder, which is the opposite direction of where it was when we live streamed yesterday at midnight. So I haven't looked it up, but I'm guessing we're right near solar noon.
Just after.
It's just after solar noon here. And the sun has not set, obviously. It has continued to circle above us. And our cameras are all still rolling, which is great. We're actually now on the final countdown to reach a full 24 hours of not only witnessing and observing the sun here, but also recording it in many different forms and methods, which is very exciting. So that's the update from here, from Antarctica. We're super excited. Things are just going well. The conversations are great. We're just having a great time together. We're bonding, and we're learning about each other, not only what we believe, but also just who we are as people, which is relationships are the most important thing on this earth and in our lives. And that's what we're doing. We're building relationships. So anyway, my advice to the flat earthers would be, don't jump to conclusions so quickly. Think things through, ask around, ask questions. You guys do have a very large community, and it's very broken from my perspective. It's very disjointed. It seems like there's a lot of infighting and various groups that go on, and you just don't really see that much of that from the globe community. Believe it or not, the globe community has significant disagreements with each other, but in the space of this debate, flat earth versus globe, we realize that we agree on this, and so we focus on what we agree on, and we don't focus on what we disagree on. So I would just encourage you guys to think about that before quickly jumping to conclusions and making videos that, you know, are not going to put you in the best light for people that understand what's going on and have experience with these different things. So anyway, always appreciate the opportunity to strengthen what we're doing out here. I'm going to go ahead and also spin the computer around one more time. You'll see the just beautiful, gorgeous landscape here in Antarctica. Pictures and videos will never do it justice. If you ever have the opportunity, you really do need to see this with your own eyes. You'll see all of our gear and setup. That's Dave McKeegan back there in MCToon. You'll see all the different cameras, tripods, and just the otherworldly, surreal environment and landscape that we have going on here. So there's Mark Herman. Here's Critical Think getting his gloves on. And then as we spin here, you'll see the great place that we've been using as kind of our home base, set up by ALE with solar panels and power and food and water. You've got the Tucker machine, orange Tucker machine back there, which is what they use to take us from Union Glacier Base Camp out here to where we are. It's about a 15 to a 20-minute drive. And I'll just go ahead and do a full 360 here so you can kind of get a good look at the landscape. And I would just encourage you, because these live streams aren't the highest quality, just wait until we bring back 4K footage, 5K footage. We're even going to have some 11K footage of Antarctica coming back for everybody to see, which is super, super exciting. So I do need to apologize. It's so bright. I've got these special glacier glasses on, which keep the sun from entering in on the top and the sides. And it just makes it almost impossible to see the screen. So I was not able to see the comments this time at all, but wanted to give everybody an update, answer the conspiracy that was put against us here. And again, we need to have a mindset of let's find truth. We need to have a mindset of let's work together to find truth. And that's if you truly are looking for truth. If that's something that both sides have in common, which I hope and pray we do, then we need to work together. So that is the spirit of the final experiment. That is what I wanted to do from the very beginning. And that's exactly what we're doing out here. And it's just incredible. I can't tell you how amazing this is. So whatever happens in the future in this flat earth versus globe debate, if you guys want to do any type of expeditions and experiments and observations and testing, please get together, do it together, talk to each other, meet each other face to face. You won't regret it. So anyway, we're going to get back to it. Thanks everyone for joining, and I'll keep everyone updated. So, all right, bye-bye.
Welcome back. Now, in my last video, I told you this amazing story here of an entrepreneur who took a team of flat earthers down to Antarctica to destroy the delusional beliefs that the earth is flat by showing them that you can indeed have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Now, the flat earth response to my video was something special, and it came in all shapes and sizes. We're going to look at some of those today. Firstly, there were contributors like this guy here who just wants to ignore the observation of this 24-hour sun and just say, show us the curve. Not a lot of substance to that. We have this guy here who has successfully managed to spell an entire word without a spelling mistake. But then we also have contributions like this.
The flat earthers that went on the final experiment are not real people. They are, in fact, clones.
Well, thank you for your contribution, and given that you said that thing, I have to now believe you that they are indeed, in fact, clones. clones, obviously, who did see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Now, you might think that that last contributor's post was a little bit low level, but believe me, it's going to take you at least 3 readings of this next comment to really understand what he's trying to say.
Hello, I've figured it all out. I've been doing some thinking. I know exactly what went on. Are you ready? The observation can be explained by QED. You see, the sun is an apparent point source of constant fluctuating field line interaction known as arc of collision, where matter is affected by electric charge at the apparent collision point that distributes no punctuation. Distributes photons as the matter. Hydrogen molecules are ionized. Now, argue with that?
Now, while I will admit that it is quite difficult to argue with that, perhaps that's not for the reasons that you might like to think, as is the case for this next comment here.
Hello. Now, this proves nothing, this experiment, because I'm a moon earther, and what I believe is that we're all actually living on the moon. And what we believe is the moon is actually just a giant mirror showing us our own reflection. So, yep, that's right. Why do you think we're not allowed to go back there? To where we came from, I think.
Now, in the interest of fairness, I didn't pull that comment off my video, I pulled it off Jeranism's video. Jeranism being the flat earther who actually went to Antarctica and admitted he saw the 24-hour sun there. And I do have a feeling that that guy maybe have been pulling our legs, maybe he wasn't 100% serious. I just wish I could say the same about this guy.
Okay, right. Celestial phenomena is not proof of the geophysics. I agree the sun shouldn't be there, but there could be explanations as to why it was observed there. What I need to see, what I'm really asking for, is a 24/7 time lapse.
So our good friend JK here now wants proof of the geophysics. And the only thing that will prove the geophysics to him is a time lapse, a 24/7 time lapse of what's going on in the Antarctic. But as our friend here tells him in a reply, there's already a video been made. It's out now on Dave McKeegan's channel. And here it is. Go and check it out on Dave McKeegan's channel. I've posted the link in the description. It is everything JK was asking for, a 24-hour time lapse of the sun. Surely, surely, this will answer JK's prayers and he will now have proof of the geophysics. But never underestimate just how hard a flat earther can deny something.
Yeah, I checked that guy's channel. There's no time lapse or live stream of the sun. Yeah, in fact, none of them down there has produced a video of a 24-hour time lapse yet. None of them. Even though you've just told me where to go to watch one, and I admitted going to his channel. And even though I'm going to go on in this comment to say Jeran has got one, but I've got to pay $5 to watch it. And even though it's the proof I need of the geophysics, I've not paid my $5 to watch it, even though I could have watched the free one he just put me to. So anyway, all I'm saying is there definitely doesn't exist such a video. Oh, and also I've got something else important to say. Yeah, I just want to say, shut up with that physics nonsense. Gets far too complicated. Yeah, I don't like that. Okay, my work here is done. Goodbye.
Well, thank you for stopping by, Jay. It's been lovely spending that time with you. My advice to you is maybe have a conversation with somebody you might respect a little bit more. Somebody who might have experience in the field that you want. Maybe a retired pilot, for example.
Oh, yeah, he said that because I'm here. It's super unknown, 6506 here. Anyway, that guy was already debunked. He was using a green screen, and I know because I am a retired pilot. You see, it's flat. We learned this from the day one of flight school. It's always been flat.
Now, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that on your first day of flight school, if they told you it's flat, I'm pretty sure they weren't talking about the Earth. I'm pretty sure they might have been talking about the runway.
When you got to the airport, the runway was flat, wasn't it? But you can't have flat runways on a ball, can you?
Oh, my bad. Sorry, I didn't realise. Now, before we get onto some of the personal attacks I received on my video, let's look at some of the generic, low-level, boring, yet still mildly amusing excuses that flat earthers have come up with to explain why you can see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Okay, me first, it's obvious. The sun you were looking at wasn't the real sun, it's another sun that exists for the other lands. Obvious. No, I disagree, it's simpler than that. It's just a reverse reflection of the sky. You're both wrong. Am I surrounded by idiots or what? It's simply the firmament reflecting the sun. Yeah, I agree actually. A dome would also explain that. Yeah, well done. No, 4 words. Sun, simulator, photos. Come on guys, it's obviously refraction, yeah? The 24-hour sun's an illusion. The Earth's atmosphere is just bending light. That's it, easy explanation. No, you're all wrong. The sun wasn't moving at all. They need to show it moving with actual radar detection. Otherwise, what they saw just simply didn't happen. No, what's wrong with you people? It's even easier than that, okay? Bah! Green screen everywhere in Antarctica, bus before it even started. Bah!
My word, am I the only one here with any sense? I think it could be that you are simply behind the sun and the rest of us are in front of it. That would explain everything. It's lovely that, isn't it? Don't you just love to see great scientific minds thrashing out the big ideas together? What a lovely interaction. But not every interaction under my video was so positive. This user here told me I was too old for this and I needed to get a life. And to be fair, he might have a point, at least on the age thing. But ever the educator, I wanted to correct him on his misspelling of 2, as you can see I've done here. But unfortunately, that seemed to just make things worse. Yes, he went on to educate me that outside of Britain, the words 2, 2, 2 and 2 are all exactly the same. Well, you learn something new every day. This user here said he understood my agenda and he understood my pathetic in the video. I'm still trying to work that one out. He also accused me of not showing any flat earthers in the video. Well, I suppose, apart from this one here, the one who went to Antarctica and admitted that he could see the sun for 24 hours.
All right, guys. Sometimes you are wrong in life. And I thought that there was no 24-hour sun. In fact, I was pretty sure of it. But I respect Will Duffy for being a stand-up guy, at least in the way that he kept saying it was true. I kept saying it wasn't. He said, "Do you want to go? I'll take you," and brought me here. And it's a fact. The sun does circle you in the south.
Anyway, that was just a short little video to show you the correspondence I've been having with my audience. I think it's always positive to engage in the comment section. I am going to leave this video now with the wise words of Whitsitt Gets It, the man who is a flat earther whose followers for a long time have been told that there is no 24-hour sun in the Antarctic. And it's just nice to see him eat a little bit of humble pie. And you know what? I'm absolutely positive that he will come back, he will reassess what he's been saying, he will think logically and realise that the flat earth is nothing but a delusion.
There is 100% a 24-hour sun, and I've seen it personally, yes. So at this point, I've been here for over 24 hours. The sun has not set. I've personally been here since 4 p.m. yesterday. The sun has not set. Not only has it not set, bro, it's like it stays pretty high up in the sky. Now the question is it too high? That's a good question. Let's check the elevation angles, but it seems to bounce right around where it's supposed to, which is 13 or 34 allegedly. But as I can confirm, 100%, no questions asked, that where we are, there is a 24-hour sun, 100%. I knew instantly it was the real sun. I could feel it. So, yeah, I mean, it's been an experience, man. It's been pretty crazy. I'm extremely tired. I'm honestly ready for this 24. I've already seen the sun be in the sky for 24 hours. We've been here for 24 hours.
Does the Bible teach that the earth is flat? Did pre-scientific people really think that the earth was flat?
The Flat Earth Myth and the Bible, this week on Creation Magazine Live.
Welcome to Creation Magazine Live. My name's Richard Fangrad.
And I'm Calvin Smith.
Now this week on Creation Magazine Live, our topic is the flat earth myth and the Bible.
That's right. Yep. Recently there's been an increase in the number of people seriously considering whether the earth's a sphere, which is why we chose the topic for today's show. And we're going to give a number of evidences that it is actually round.
Yes. We'll also debunk the Bible skeptics who misuse various Bible passages to suggest that the Bible says that the earth is flat, and that that's what the church used to teach. That they say that that's what the church used to teach.
Right.
Now, but we'll start there, and we'll get to some of the evidences for a round Earth in a little while.
Right. For the last 200 years or so, anti-Christians have resorted to fabricating the myth that the early and medieval Christian church taught that the Earth was flat.
Right.
With the release of his 1991 book, Inventing the Flat Earth, historian Jeffrey Burton Russell thoroughly demolished the flat Earth myth.
Right. The famous evolutionist Stephen Jay Gould, who died back in 2002, favorably reviewed this masterpiece. He wrote this: "There never was a period of flat earth darkness among scholars, regardless of how the public at large may have conceptualized our planet both then and now. Greek knowledge of the sphericity never faded, and all major medieval scholars accepted the Earth's roundness as an established fact of cosmology."
Right. Russell showed that flat Earth belief was extremely rare in the church. The flat Earth's two main proponents were obscure figures, and they were hugely outweighed by tens of thousands of Christian theologians, poets, artists, scientists, and rulers who unambiguously affirmed that the Earth was round.
Right. Russell documents accounts supporting the Earth's sphericity, the roundness, sphericity is what it's called, from numerous medieval church scholars, such as Friar Roger Bacon from 1220 to 1292, the inventor of the spectacles. Another one, leading medieval scientists such as John Buridan. He lived from 1301 to 1358. And Nicholas Orsmy from 1320 to 1382. The monk John of Scarabasco, who lived from 1195 to 1256, a long time ago, and who wrote Treatise on the Sphere, and many more.
One of the best-known proponents of a globe-shaped Earth was the early English monk, theologian, and historian, the Venerable Bede, who lived from 673 to 735. He popularized the common BC AD dating system. Less well-known was that he was also a leading astronomer of his time.
Right. In his book, On the Reckoning of Time, among other things, he calculated the creation of the world to be in 3952 BC, and he showed how to calculate the date for Easter, and explicitly taught that the Earth was round. From this, he showed why the length of days and nights changed with the seasons, how the tides were dragged by the moon. Bede was also the first with his insight, with that insight about the moon and the tides. And Galileo explained the tides wrongly centuries later.
Right. Here's what Bede said about the shape of the Earth. "We call the Earth a globe, not as if the shape of a sphere were expressed in the diversity of plains and mountains, but because if all things are included in the outline, the Earth's circumference will represent the figure of a perfect globe. For truly it is an orb placed in the center of the universe. In its width it is like a circle. It is not and not circular like a shield, but rather like a ball, and it extends from its center with perfect roundness on all sides."
Now, that's pretty clear from way back in the 8th century. Now, he lived long ago and clearly taught that the Earth was a sphere. The leading church theologian and philosopher of the Middle Ages, Thomas Aquinas, who lived from 1225 to 1274, he wrote in his greatest book, "The physicist proves the Earth to be round by one means and the astronomer by another. For the latter proves this by means of mathematics, for example, the shapes of eclipses or something of the sort, while the former proves it by means of physics, for example, by the movement of heavenly bodies toward the center, and so forth."
Right. Also, look at these pictures. As early as the 5th century, medieval European kings carried a symbol called the globus cruciger, Latin for cross-bearing orb, as a Christian symbol of royal power. The orb, usually a golden sphere, represented the spherical earth. It was topped by a cross to symbolize Christ's lordship over the earth and held by the ruler to symbolize that he had been entrusted to rule his lands. I mean, that's more good evidence that Christians long ago understood that the earth was round, not flat.
Right. For more details on this topic, there are a number of great articles refuting the flat earth at creation.com. A good one to start with is the flat earth myth. It's at creation.com/flat earth myth.
Right. And when we come back, we'll talk about Columbus and what people thought about the earth when he set sail in 1492.
In his second letter, the Apostle Peter links Jesus' second coming and judgment of the whole world to the historical reality of Noah's flood. He prophesied, "In the last days scoffers will come, scoffing and following their own evil desires. They will say, 'Where is this coming he promised?' But they deliberately forget that long ago by God's word the heavens existed, and the earth was formed out of water and by water. By these waters also the world of that time was deluged and destroyed." And Genesis is clear. The words all, every, everything and entire are used 8 times in chapter 7 to describe what was covered or destroyed by the flood. Genesis 7:23 says every living thing on the face of the earth was wiped out. In the same way the flood was real and global, so too will the second coming of Jesus be real and the whole world be judged.
To find out more from Creation Ministries International, visit our website, creation.com.
Now, if you just tuned in, this week we're talking about the flat earth myth and the Bible. There's ample historical evidence that Christians going way back to early medieval times understood that the earth was round.
Right. Now, moving forward to the time of Columbus, who lived from 1451 to 1506, we find that he was never opposed by flat earthers. This was simply because there were none to oppose him amongst either the church or political leaders. So what exactly was the real issue?
Well, the real issue was Columbus was trying to reach India by sea the long way around the earth. But to do that, his ships had to carry enough provisions for the entire length of the journey, obviously. He had learned from the 9th century Persian astronomer Alfraganus. He'd estimated each degree of latitude spanned 56 2/3 miles.
Mm-hmm. But Columbus thought that that Alfraganus meant the Roman mile, which is 1,480 meters. But he was using the Arabic mile, which is 1,830 meters.
Oops.
Thus, Columbus thought that the Earth's circumference was only about 3/4 of its actual length of about 40,000 kilometers.
Yeah, Columbus also greatly underestimated the distance between Japan and the Canary Islands as 3,000 Italian miles, about 3,700 kilometers. But the actual distance by sea is over 19,000 kilometers. So he was way off there.
Right. So it was the size of the Earth, not the shape, that was under dispute.
Right.
His critics argued that the ships of his day in 1492 could not carry enough fresh water and food for such a huge journey. And they were right. Columbus was just lucky that an enormous continent was in the way as he was going there.
Maybe people think the debate in his day was about the shape of the earth because that's what Bugs Bunny taught us.
Postafazoon. She's around, she's a firm, she's a fully packed, she's around like my head. She's flat like your head.
She's flat like your head. Yeah, that's about it.
Columbus didn't know about the Viking discoveries centuries earlier, and he still thought he had landed in the East Indies. That was the name at the time for the Indian subcontinent.
Right.
The result of this mistake continues to the present day, and the common name for native North Americans is Indians.
Yeah. Actually, the much parroted flat earth myth obviously doesn't come from Bugs Bunny or from history. So the question is, where did the myth that the church taught that the earth was flat actually come from? It came from a book called The Life and Voyages of Christopher Columbus, published in 1828, authored by Washington Irving. Irving was probably America's first genuine best-selling writer. He admitted that he was, quote, apt to indulge the imagination, and flat earth belief was one of those figments of his imagination.
Yeah, you know, it was bad enough that this myth entered the public perception thanks to the popularity of Irving's book, but it became worse when it acquired a veneer of scholarship, so it could be used as a club with which to bash Christianity.
Right.
The main propagandists for the cause were the notorious 19th century anti-Christian bigots, John William Draper and Andrew Dixon White.
Right, Draper was a fine chemist and photographer and the first president of the American Chemical Society, but he was a lousy historian. He wrote the book History of the Conflict Between Religion and Science in 1874. It was a really poorly researched polemic against the church.
Right. White was a disgruntled ex-Episcopalian and the founder of Cornell University as the first explicitly secular university in the United States. He also published the 2-volume work History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom in 1896.
Now, both authors relied heavily on the work of Cosmas the monk, who lived in the 6th century. They portrayed his flat flat earth teaching as typical rather than the almost forgotten extreme minority view that it actually was. Actually, they're the ones most responsible for the discredited conflict thesis between Christianity and science. The reality is that the Christian worldview was responsible for science in the first place, while it was stillborn in other places like ancient Greece and in China.
Right. Colin Russell is Emeritus Professor of History of Science and Technology at the Open University. And regarding these two hucksters, he writes, Draper takes such liberty with history, perpetuating legends as fact, that he is rightly avoided today in serious historical study. The same is nearly as true of White, though his prominent apparatus of prolific footnotes may create a misleading impression of meticulous scholarship.
Yeah, both Jeffrey Russell and Stephen Jay Gould, who we mentioned earlier, argue that Draper and White had an agenda to discredit Christians who opposed the then new theories of Darwin by labeling them as flat earthers. Yeah. Well, not much has changed. We'll be back shortly.
Genesis Verse by Verse is a Bible study tool available on CMI's website, designed to help pastors, students, and laymen alike study the book of Genesis like never before. And it's completely free. Simply look up any verse in Genesis 1 to 11 or just scroll down the page. The center column provides links to articles that answer common questions pertaining to that verse and the topics that naturally arise from them. Visit creation.com to use it today.
On this week's episode, we're talking about how the myth that the church taught that the earth was flat originated. The church didn't teach that the earth was flat. It originated by people who wanted to discredit Christianity.
Right. Okay. So although hardly anyone in the church had ever taught that the earth was flat, do people outside the church believe the earth is flat? Natalie Wolchover, reporting in Live Science in June 2011, writes, incredibly, some people still do.
Yeah. In her report, she said, the Flat Earth Society is an active organization currently led by a Virginian man named Daniel Shenton. Though Shenton believes in evolution and global warming, he and his hundreds, if not thousands of followers worldwide also believe that the earth is a disk that you can fall off of.
So the next time an evolutionist calls you a flat earther, point out that the leading flat earther is one of their fellow evolutionists.
That's right. There are other religions that have taught that the earth is flat. Hinduism, for example, taught that the world was flat and triangular and sits on the head of an elephant.
Right, yeah. Some people claim that the terminology in the Bible supports a flat earth. There are terms like sunrise and sunset, or in Joshua's time when the sun stood still. Revelation 7 verse 1 refers to angels standing at the four corners of the earth.
Okay, the terms sunrise and sunset are still used today.
Yes.
And everyone knows that when someone uses these terms, it doesn't mean that they believe that the earth is flat and the sun moves in an arch throughout the sky. Yeah. Today we use the same language conventions that the Bible used here. It's the language of appearance, or phenomenological language.
Right. And from our perspective, on the surface of the earth, the sun certainly does appear to rise up from the horizon high into the sky, and then it sets in the western sky. It's the same thing at the time of Joshua. The miracle at his time that caused the sun to stop moving through the sky, again employing phenomenological language, the language of appearance. Obviously the miracle was that God stopped the earth's motion and held everything in place. That's the miracle.
When Revelation talks about the four corners of the earth, again, we still use that kind of terminology today in the figurative sense. It's the commonly used way to refer to the cardinal directions, right? North, south, east, and west.
Right, yeah. On the other hand, the Bible does indicate that the earth is not flat. In Isaiah 40:22, it tells us that God sits above the circle of the earth. And the Hebrew word used there is kug. It implies ball-shaped.
Right,
that's
not
what the
just
word
a
means.
Flat circle.
Yep.
Job 26:7 says that God hangs the earth on nothing. That adds more detail to the earth's condition. It doesn't sit on the back of some animal. It floats in space.
Floats in space, yeah. As many viewers know, the public current education system is certainly not friendly to teaching biblical truths, and there's plenty of misinformation taught to unsuspecting school children.
You know, for example, that evolution is a fact, and that genetics, natural selection, speciation provides support for the idea that humans evolved from a single cell. That's an example of misinformation. Those fields of science actually all provide evidence against evolution and powerful support for creation. The genetic changes that scientists observe in living things aren't the right kind of changes. They'll never evolve a single cell to, towards a human.
Yeah. Another example of this misinformation in the education system comes from the 20th century high school history textbook, The American Pageant by Thomas Bailey. Many of its editions claimed that The superstitious sailors, talking about Columbus's crew here, grew increasingly mutinous because they were fearful of sailing over the edge of the world.
But sailors were fully aware of the shape of the earth. One myth states that people first realized that the earth was round because they saw ships slowly sinking below the horizon. But before telescopes, it was more likely that the other way around, sailors returning to land saw high mountains before the lowlands.
Right, yeah. Also, well before Christ, sailors in the northern hemisphere, when they crossed the equator, they reported that in the south, the sun shone from the north. They also knew how to measure their latitude from the angle of the sun at noon, which only works if the earth is spherical.
Right. So there are many evidences for a spherical earth that people knew about long ago. And of course, we're going to get into some of these when we get back in just a moment.
Does the human Y chromosome suggest that men are headed for extinction? In 2003, an Oxford University geneticist claimed that the human Y chromosome was crumbling before our very eyes and that the demise of men was imminent. Since this time, other researchers have pointed out that these doomsday predictions were overstated. For instance, the Y chromosome has a unique mechanism for correcting harmful mutations. Nevertheless, the Y chromosome certainly shows signs of overall decay, as do the other chromosomes. Human genetic decay is a real phenomenon, but it flies in the face of evolutionary ideas. According to evolutionists, all the complex coded information in our genomes supposedly arose through a slow accumulation of random changes called mutations. However, what we see with the Y chromosome is that such natural processes consistently degrade the genetic instructions as opposed to create them. Since the time of Adam, we live in a decaying world, just as the Bible says.
To find out more from Creation Ministries International, visit our website, creation.com.
Our subject this week is the flat earth myth and the Bible. So let's talk about some evidences for a round earth. I can't believe we need to do this, but we need to do this.
Okay. Okay, well, the ancient Greeks before Christ had realized that the earth is a globe by observing lunar eclipses. They realized that during eclipses, the earth was between the moon and the sun, and it always casts a circular shadow, regardless of the direction, which proves that it's a globe. And as you can see in this picture here, these are time-lapse photos of the moon during a lunar eclipse, or partial eclipse, as it moves through the earth's shadow. And you can clearly see the circular shadow produced by the ball-shaped earth.
Right. The famous philosopher Aristotle, who lived from 384 to 322 BC, said, "Either then the earth is spherical, or it is at least naturally spherical, and it is right to call anything that which nature intends it to be, and which belongs to it, rather than which it is by constraint or contrary to nature. The evidence of the senses further corroborates this. How else would eclipses of the moon show segments shaped as we see them? As it is, the shapes which the moon itself each month shows are of every kind, straight, gibbous, and concave, but in eclipses the outline is always curved. And since it is the interposition of the earth that makes the eclipse, the form of this line will be caused by the form of the Earth's surface, which therefore is spherical." Aristotle.
Okay, well, since there appear to be a rise in the number of people seriously asking if the Earth could be flat, let's look at 10 evidences for a round Earth. There are videos online that list some of these points, and there are other pro-flat Earth videos that say they debunk these claims, and we'll deal with some of those claims as well a little later.
Okay. Number 10. We'll start with 10 and go back to 1. Number 10, the shadow of the Earth during lunar eclipses is curved. We just discussed that one. The shadow of the Earth is always curved, so it must be a sphere.
Right. Number 9, all other planets, moons and the sun are round. It seemed kind of odd that the Earth would be the only one that was a flat disk.
Right, yeah. Number 8, day and night happen at different times. We have time zones. It's always day somewhere and night somewhere else.
Right. Number 7, the Coriolis effect. Since the Earth is a spinning sphere, freely moving objects on the surface of the Earth appear to be deflected to the right in the northern hemisphere and the left in the southern hemisphere. For example, hurricane winds in the northern hemisphere are deflected to the right, while in the southern hemisphere they're deflected to the left. And even if the Earth was a spinning flat disk as opposed to just a stationary flat disk, you wouldn't see this effect, just like toilets going the other way and the when you go to Australia.
Right. There's another example, yeah. Number 6, you can make a triangle with 3 right angles.
Right.
Now, if you walk 10,000 kilometers on the Earth's surface and make a 90-degree turn, walk another 10,000 kilometers, turn 90 degrees again, and walk another 10,000 kilometers, you'll end up at the place you started, having made a triangle with 3 90-degree angles. On a flat surface, as any geometry student knows, that's not possible.
Right. Number 5, the curvature of the Earth can be measured. For example, pick 2 places a few hundred miles directly north and south of each other, and at noon, measure the angle of the shadow made by a vertical meter stick at each location. You can use the shadow lengths to calculate the angle between the sticks, and the sticks will not be parallel.
Right.
And once you know how far apart they are, you can calculate the curvature of the Earth's surface.
Right. Number 4, the constellations and the moon appear upside down in the southern hemisphere. Now, from the southern hemisphere, any object or constellation that lies near the celestial equator, the imaginary line that divides the northern and southern halves of the sky, would appear both upside down and reversed left to right compared to the northern hemisphere.
Right. Number 3, the Earth can be circumnavigated. If you sail west long enough, you'll eventually return to where you began. Here's a picture showing a typical sailing route beginning and ending in the UK by continually traveling west. This is possible because the Earth is a sphere.
Yep. Number 2, the horizon. Ships on the ocean or tall buildings viewed across a large lake disappear bottom first. Now here's a picture of Toronto buildings from the other side of Lake Ontario. Notice the bottoms of the buildings are missing. If the Earth was flat, you should see the entire lengths of the buildings right to the ground. And of course, all of the shorter buildings that can't even be seen in this picture. Also, because the Earth is round, you can watch the sunset twice. Once if you're lying down, and then again if you stand up.
Right. And number 1, we've got photographic evidence. Astronauts who've traveled to the moon look back and see that the Earth is a sphere, and they've taken pictures of it.
Right. Astronauts on the ISS, the International Space Station, orbit the Earth every hour and a half, every 92 minutes or so. They can see that the Earth is a sphere.
That's right. That's probably the best proof for round Earth.
Yeah.
One of the lame attempts to refute it claims that the curvature of the Earth is in high altitude photos is a result of a wide-angle lens, and wide-angle lenses, do produce distortions. But what about when a wide-angle lens isn't used?
The curvature of the Earth can be seen. It's an observational scientific fact. That's the bottom line. And we'll be right back with just a few more details on this fascinating topic.
Looking for a single resource that totally destroys evolution? You need Evolution's Achilles Heels. Authored by 9 PhD scientists, the Evolution's Achilles Heels project involved examining areas evolutionists feel are their scientific strengths, such as natural selection, genetics and DNA, the fossil record, and radiometric dating. Discover how these areas and others are actually massive scientific weaknesses for evolution. Get Evolution's Achilles Heels, the Evolution Master Blaster. Order your copy at creation.com.
All right, welcome back. We're just wrapping up this week's show on the topic, the flat earth myth and the Bible. Now, as we said, there are people attempting to refute the many proofs of a spherical earth. For example, regarding the photographic proof, which is probably the best proof there is, they say that NASA is covering up the truth about a flat earth and promoting a spherical earth via doctoring images and video to make the earth look spherical through CGI, computer-generated imagery, that type of thing.
Yeah, except CGI wasn't invented till just a little while ago. So what about all the other photos and things like that? And I mean, the thing is, why?
Why?
Why would NASA do that? What's the benefit of tricking people into believing that the Earth's a sphere instead of being a flat circular disc? What's the payoff? What's the reason you would go through that much trouble and have these secret hidden cult shadow people that just, no, let them think the Earth's a sphere? Why? What's the goal of that?
As we're recording this today, Jeff Williams, an astronaut, is aboard the ISS for a 6-month mission. Scott Kelly holds the current American record for cumulative days in orbit, 534 days. Amazing. Jeff Williams will tie that record on September 6, 2016. Jeff Williams is a Christian. Yeah. I heard him speak at a conference at a church in California a few years ago. So he would need to be in, as a Christian, he would need to be in on this NASA conspiracy too. He's got a camera. He's taking pictures, and you can see them on Facebook,
Right.
on the NASA site, of the cameras that he took like an hour, the pictures that he took like an hour ago. So he's
in on it too. And so were the Greeks and all that stuff. Anyway, so let's summarize here. I mean, almost all the early and medieval church scholars who commented on the Earth's shape explicitly said that it was round.
Okay, medieval European rulers used a golden sphere or orb called the globus cruciger to represent the Earth under Christ's rule, again emphasizing that they understood that the Earth was a sphere.
Right. Columbus's opponents never disputed the shape of the Earth, but only its size, and they were right. The Earth is much bigger than what Columbus thought.
Yeah. The flat Earth myth began with a fictional account of Columbus in the 19th century by Washington Irving. Then it was aggressively pushed in what ended up being an influential anti-Christian polemics by Draper and White.
And, of course, there are many evidences for a spherical Earth.
And the final irony is the leading flat earther today is an evolutionist. So there you have it.
There you go.
It's unfortunate that many people who label themselves as creationists are being drawn into this notion that there's this big conspiracy covering up a flat Earth and saying that it's spherical.
And I think that comes from the fact that people think that there's this massive conspiracy amongst evolutionists, you know, to try to
suppress,
trick the truth of creation. These people actually believe that we evolved, folks. They believe that's a scientific
it's
process.
Not a conspiracy theory among scientists. They actually believe we evolved from apes. It's not a conspiracy.
Right. So then they take that idea that, well, that's a conspiracy, and so maybe the Earth's flat, and maybe the Bible teaches it.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Next week on Creation Magazine Live, fossils, evidence that something happened quickly. That's next week.
See you later.
It took me over a year to come up with the final experiment. Every time I would come up with an idea, it would just never work. And then one day, I got it. But I should probably go back to the very beginning. I'm Will Duffy, and I pastor a small church in Colorado. The day was August 2nd, 2021. I was scrolling through Facebook, and a friend of mine, her name is Wendy, she posted something about flat Earth. And at first, I thought she must be joking, but there was no punchline. So I read the comments, and it seemed genuine. This was very peculiar to me. How could someone today, in the 21st century, think the Earth is flat? And so I did what most people would do, and I commented to figure out what was going on. And I quickly learned she was very serious in her position. Wow. And my first reaction was, well, this will be easy to prove her wrong. I'll just show her some proof that we live on a globe. She'll quickly change her mind, and we can go on our merry way. But that is not what happened at all. She was ready for my arguments. She had good, solid answers for the proofs I was giving her. To be brutally honest, she knew the globe arguments better than I did. Now, a lot of people at this point would just write Wendy off and move on and not deal with the new information presented to them. But that is not who I am. If you know me, you know I have to get to the bottom of things. I have to know the truth. One way or the other, whether I'm right or wrong, I have to know the truth. You can ask my wife. Certain things will even keep me up at night until I figure them out. So instead of ignoring Wendy, I decided I needed to look into this more. And she would send me information, articles, videos, things that I could digest that I had probably never heard of before. And I went deep into the flat earth rabbit hole. And I remember a huge moment for me. This was pivotal. A flat earther pointed out some duplicated clouds on an image of the earth from space. And you know what made this so incredibly interesting? It was on NASA's website. I went to NASA's website myself to verify this, and sure enough, it was quite obvious there were duplicated clouds on what I believed was a picture of Earth from space. This is that moment when you really have to check yourself. That moment where you have to make that decision. Am I willing to go where this might lead? Am I willing to continue down this path knowing what might be at the end? And I just had to keep going. I had seen too much now. I needed to know what else there was that I did not know. And in this pursuit of truth, the debates were intense. The arguments didn't seem to convince either side. Everyone was pretty firm in their beliefs, and the debate just raged on. I eventually got tired of hearing the same arguments over and over and over again from both sides. And that is when I had my light bulb moment. This moment will forever change my life, and I believe will forever change history as we know it. I was driving home from work, and driving is where I do most of my deep thinking. And I decided on that drive that I was going to come up with a way to settle this debate. Literally settle it once and for all. I didn't have a name for it yet, but this was the genesis of the final experiment. This would be the final experiment in the flat earth versus globe debate. I told my wife as soon as I walked in the door. She gets to receive the brunt of my excitement, not understanding why I'm so elated, and just gives me that look of, what in the world are you talking about? I told her that I was going to end the debate over whether the earth was flat or a globe. She said, and how exactly are you going to do that? I said, I don't know yet, but I've decided to do it, and so I'm going to do it. That began the long and arduous task of figuring out what the experiment would be that could put all of this to bed. And I would brainstorm ideas, and they never panned out. They were either impossible or too expensive or would not be convincing to one side or the other. And then I noticed a pattern. All my ideas were taking me to the southern hemisphere. And this makes sense. The southern hemisphere is very different on the globe model compared to the flat earth model. I would look at flights and come up with ideas of taking those flights and seeing which direction they would travel and what you'd see out the window and how long the flight would be. But there were flaws in all of those ideas. What if there were clouds and you couldn't see out the window? What if the flight was at night? What if a compass doesn't work on a plane or in the southern hemisphere? And how would we account for jet streams and know the true ground speed that the plane was traveling? It just wouldn't work. And then one day, I was watching an interview, and that is where I finally got the idea for the final experiment. It was David Weiss. He is best known as Flat Earth Dave. And here's what he said.
One of the arguments that people give is on a flat earth, you can't have a 24-hour sun, a midnight sun in Antarctica. And I totally agree. But there is no midnight sun in Antarctica.
That's it. Antarctica and the 24-hour sun. But most importantly, Dave Weiss made me realize the single most important thing when it comes to the final experiment is that both sides agree. Both sides agree that if there is a 24-hour sun, we live on a globe with Antarctica as an island at the bottom of it. And both sides agree that if there's not a 24-hour sun, we live on a flat plane with Antarctica encircling the rest of the continents. This was the most important foundation for the final experiment. Agreement from both sides on what the results of the experiment would prove. And what I appreciate about Flat Earth Dave is that he, possibly more than anyone else, is willing to put his money where his mouth is. He has a public Bitcoin challenge where he will give you 3 Bitcoin if you can show him one proof we live on a globe. So this is how the final experiment came to be. This is the journey that I went on personally in my life that culminated with my idea for the final experiment. A lot of people are going to ask where things stand with me. I do believe we live on a globe, but I came up with the final experiment because I can't prove it. There are people who claim they've been to Antarctica and claim they've seen a 24-hour sun, but I've never done that myself. And there are others who claim they've been to Antarctica and claim the sun was not visible for 24 hours. Again, I've never done this for myself. The final experiment seeks to eliminate having to figure out who's telling the truth and decipher exactly what it was that people saw in the sky and to figure out why their videos have edits and cuts in them. We remove all of that and we simply perform the experiment together, side by side, with an agreement ahead of time that there either will be a 24-hour sun or there won't be. And what it means depending on which one we find while we're there. So let me first answer the one question everyone is going to ask. What if you don't get someone from each side to agree to go to Antarctica? That's a valid concern. And because we wanted the final experiment to be final, we considered this ahead of time. And we will be paying for one person from each side to go to Antarctica for the final experiment. And if you would like to sponsor someone to go and be there with us in Antarctica, that would be great. You can sponsor a specific person. You can sponsor someone of our choosing from a specific side, flat or globe. Or better yet, you can sponsor 2 people, one from each side. This is one of the reasons we invited 24 flat earthers and 24 globe earthers to participate in the experiment itself, so that we should have plenty from each side who are excited to participate. As you saw in our last video that we released on YouTube, flat earthers have been saying for years that they are not only willing to go to Antarctica, but they are already making plans to go. So I'm not worried about not having a flat earther join us in Antarctica, especially since we will be paying for one of them to go. I could not find many globe earthers talking about going to Antarctica or expressing a desire to go there, but I suspect they are going to want to go as well. They are just as invested in their belief that we live on a globe as flat earthers are that we don't live on a globe. The final experiment actually has 3 parts to it, and you don't even have to go to Antarctica to participate. The first part of the final experiment is we are going to see if either side starts to change their position and what they've been saying for years. For example, if globe earthers all of a sudden start to say things like, well, there might not be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, but there's definitely 24 hours of light. That's a huge change in what they've been saying for years. They have only said that there definitely is a 24-hour sun during the southern summer in Antarctica. And if flat earthers all of a sudden start saying things like, well, there's actually a second sun, and that second sun does a 360-degree circle around your head when you visit Antarctica, that's a massive change in what they've been saying all these years. They have stated emphatically that there is not a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And the best case scenario is that there is 24 hours of light, but that the sun absolutely will not be visible for 24 hours. So part 1 of the final experiment is to see who from either side is going to change their position now that we are going to actually put it to the test. Now that we are going to actually do this experiment on location in Antarctica, who is going to go back on what they've been saying all along? If they do, that means they really don't believe what they've been saying to their followers. We sincerely hope no one is going to do this, and we don't expect either side will, but just in case they do, we are going to keep track of how many people do this from each side and see if it's only one side or the other that does it, or if it's about equal on each side. Part 2 of the final experiment is to keep score of how many of the official invited participants, 24 from each side, actually choose to participate. We will have a scoreboard on our website, thefinalexperiment.com, keeping score of how many of the 24 flat earthers choose to participate and how many of the 24 globe earthers choose to participate. And here's the best part. We have made it incredibly easy to participate and be counted on the scoreboard as someone who officially participated. If you are one of the 48 who were invited to participate, all you need to do is one of these 3 things, and you will be counted as someone who officially participated in the final experiment. First, you can join us in Antarctica this December. Second, you can interview me on your channel to talk about the final experiment. And third, you can submit a suggestion to make the final experiment a more robust experiment. Let me cover each of these in detail. If you want to join us in Antarctica, we will be there from December 14th through December 18th. And you will need to purchase a seat on the plane through Antarctic Logistics and Expeditions. ALE is based out of Salt Lake City, Utah, and they've been flying people to Antarctica since 1987, which is over 30 years. If you want to interview me on your channel, just reach out to us and we can get something scheduled. It can be live or pre-recorded and aired at a date and time of your choosing. This is a really fun way to participate, as it's easy, doesn't cost anything, and you don't want to be the only one not talking about the final experiment. I will answer any questions you have and will gladly take questions from your audience as well. And finally, if you want to make a suggestion which will make the final experiment better, that will also count as official participation. We can't think of everything. And I'm sure both sides are going to want to make sure that this experiment is done in full integrity. So no lies, no CGI, no doctored videos. Any idea that you would like for the participants to do while in Antarctica, we will make every effort to make that happen for you. But just your suggestion alone is enough to count on our scoreboard of who has participated and who has not. So this is it. 2024 is the year that this age-old debate will finally come to an end. This will be historic, and you don't want to miss out on participating on such a historic event. And if you were not one of the 48 people invited to be an official participant, don't lose hope. Anyone can participate. Yes, anyone. If you want to come with us to Antarctica, come along. Just email us and we'll get you all the details on our trip. If you want to interview me on your channel about the final experiment, I'd love to. Just reach out to me through our website and we can get it scheduled. And we will keep a small bonus scoreboard of how many people who were not on the official invitee list who interview me and see if one side has a lot more than the other. And finally, if you want to make a suggestion for while we are in Antarctica, to make the final experiment a more complete, well thought out experiment, contact us through our website. We want nothing more than for this to be the best experiment ever conducted and to be the final experiment on the shape of the Earth. Can't wait. All right, welcome everyone. Thank you for being here today. Really excited to have this conversation. Something I have learned in my time in the flat earth community is that flat earthers will say and claim things about themselves that are simply not true. For example, flat earthers will claim to be pilots, but they're not actually pilots. Bob Nodell claimed to be a commercial pilot and he was lying. He was not a commercial pilot. And then people in the flat earth community will claim to have doctorates and to be doctors, and that's also has been shown to be not true. For those of you that missed my conversation with Stephen Alonzo, he claimed to be a doctor and a pilot. Both of those were not true. So anyway, there's something important when you have the truth on your side. You don't have to lie and you don't have to make these things up. But today we're going to talk to someone who actually has a doctorate, who actually is a doctor. And I am excited to have with us Dr. David Weisskopf. David, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me. It's a privilege.
Yes, and I will let the audience know a little about you. So number one, your name stuck out to me in this world of flat earth because there's someone named David Weiss in the flat earth world that most people are familiar with. He goes by Flat Earth Dave. And so jokingly, tongue-in-cheek, I'm going to refer to you, David Weisskopf, as the globe's answer to David Weiss. But you do have an actual doctorate from Touro University. You also have a master's in Jewish studies from Hebrew University, a master in Israel studies from Hebrew University, and you're also fluent in both biblical Hebrew and modern Hebrew. And so I'm so thankful to have you here. You reached out to me. Word about the final experiment spread internationally very quickly. You are coming to us right now from Jerusalem, which has been your home for at least a couple of decades. And I'm excited to dive into the Bible today, to the scriptures, and to look at the biblical Hebrew from someone who's an expert. I'm excited to learn. Hopefully everyone else that's joining us today is excited to learn as well. And with that, I'll turn it over to you. You can talk a little bit about you and your YouTube channel, and then we can go ahead and dive into the Bible, into the book of Genesis.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me on. I appreciate how quickly you responded to me. I reached out to you because I was getting really frustrated with both flat earthers and atheists agreeing that we Jews have ever believed that the earth was flat using Hebrew scriptures. And it drives me crazy to see these debates happen out of ignorance. It's one thing when people know what they're talking about and disagree with each other. It's another thing when people accuse Jews of believing something that we don't believe and never have. I do have a YouTube channel that I would appreciate people coming and checking out. It's Dr. D 1967. Right now I'm doing a Bible study, a weekly Bible study on parental alienation in the Torah, which anybody out there who's interested in that subject, be happy to have you come and subscribe to the channel. And that's about it. Do you want to jump right in?
Let's jump in. Yeah.
Okay. So I have a PowerPoint presentation. And the name is, or the title is, Do Jews Believe That the Earth is Flat or a Globe? And before going into it, I want to give a disclaimer about Greek texts, which includes the Septuagint, the New Testament, and Josephus. I don't understand any Greek. It's all Greek to me. It would be irresponsible of me to try to give you answers from Greek texts that I don't have. And just like it's irresponsible for flat earthers and for atheists to give answers that they don't have about the Hebrew text, it would equally be irresponsible for me to give you answers from the Greek text. So I'm going to focus exclusively on Hebrew texts, though I'm aware that there are these other Greek texts out there that are part of this discussion, and you could, certainly find somebody who is more versed in Greek to cover them. But I don't want to do that kind of a disservice to your audience by irresponsibly giving answers that I don't have.
Hey, David, give me 1 second. They're saying they can't see the presentation, which I don't understand.
Okay.
So give me 1 second here. Why wouldn't you guys be able to see it? Sorry, 1 second here. Yeah, so I am so stumped right now. Sorry, give me 1 second here. It's on the stage on my end. Okay. All right, I think they can see it now.
Okay.
Just go ahead and press hide at the bottom there on that little white bar.
Right.
And then
okay. How's that?
And then we should be good to go. All right. Here we go.
Okay. All right. So diving right into it, studying a foreign language requires humility. Though you may be confused in a language that is not your own, the native speaker and listener are not confused with each other. It's arrogant and presumptuous for a non-speaker of a language to impose a foreign agenda on the native speakers. Okay? Language is fluid and ambiguous, and oh, by the way, English is not an exception to that rule about languages. For example, imagine 2,000 years in the future, archaeologists and conspiracy buffs try to decipher English texts. What will they find? Despite all of our technological advances, and if you think about it, we can land probes on other planets and shoot asteroids off course from wherever they're going. We have great Wi-Fi until we need it. but we still have not been able to precisely answer the following question in English. How high is the sky off the ground? Okay, let that sink in. We still cannot articulate in English precisely how high the sky is off the ground. What the heck is primordial soup? Okay, is there a big bowl of soup floating out in outer space? The same way that you would want archaeologists of the future to understand that English expressions can sometimes be fluid, vague, and incomplete, so too I request your patience with the fluidity and ambiguity of the ancient Hebrew language spoken by my ancestors. With that, we're going to go into exegeting the main passage, which is Genesis chapter 1, about this word rakia. And what I did was I have the original Hebrew on one side, along with an English translation provided by Chabad.org on the other side. And the reason why I went with their translation is I really like how they captured in English the way in which Jews have understood this text for centuries before there even was an English language. And particularly when we look at verse 1 here, I really like their translation, and I really don't like most other translations. They do it differently from any other translation I've seen, and I like their difference here. What it says in the Hebrew is Bereshit bara Elokim et hashamayim v'et haaretz, and Chabad translated it as in the beginning of God's creation of the heavens and the earth. Okay, let that sink in for a second. Doesn't that feel kind of awkward? You want to fix it. You want to send an email to Chabad.org and say, hey, you made a mistake. Something's wrong here. To which Chabad.org would respond back to you, no, we did this on purpose. And what they did was they captured a similar kind of awkwardness that's happening in the Hebrew. The Hebrew is sort of grabbing a hold of you and saying to you to restrain your urge to want to simplify this and fix it when we're talking about a topic that's going to be very complicated, and frankly so complicated that's kind of beyond human words to express, but we're going to try to put them to words anyway. And I think Chabad did a great job on verse 1 of conveying that kind of awkwardness and incompleteness that you want to fix it, and you're not supposed to fix it. You're the one who's supposed to wrestle with these very difficult and deep concepts that the text is about to go into. Verse 2 continues and says, V'ha'aretz haita tovu v'vohu, and I put that in red because this is another expression that has been a big challenge for theologians for centuries. And let's look at how Chabad translated that. Now, the earth was astonishingly empty, which is, it's a good translation. I think there's other translations that say null and void, something to that effect. But this word, this expression, this phrase, tovu v'vohu, I would like to take a little bit of license and stretch that meaning beyond astonishingly empty and say primordial soup. So though that's not literally what that expression says, it captures that ambiguity and that complexity that primordial soup has in English of this state that the earth and frankly the universe was in at the beginning, that was embryonic and nebulous and globular, blob of stuff that doesn't exist today in the same form. It's a state of matter that doesn't really exist as we know it today, like primordial soup. So if you allow me a little bit of license to stretch the meaning of tohu v'vohu in Hebrew, it sort of captures this ambiguity and a warning to you that the earth is in this state that we can't really relate to, but we're going to still try to give some words to understand it. And I want to point out a couple of phrases after that that's going to be important for us later. These two words here, alpane. We have alpane, hatohem, and over here we have alpane hamayim. Okay, let's look at how Chabad translated this phrase alpane and alpane. It's there twice. So they translated it over here as on, and they translated it over here as over. It's the same phrase, but two different English words. One is on and the other.
Hey, David, I just lost your audio. Yeah, I lost your audio for some reason. I still can't hear you. Is your microphone like, is it, I don't know if it has like a battery or anything, but it's weird. It just cut out like instantly. Okay, now it says you're muted. When I try to unmute you, it says that you don't have a mic connected. So yeah, you're going to have to unmute yourself, and it will allow you to unmute once you have a mic connected. This is one of the issues with becoming an expert in something, is you can't be an expert in technology. But I'll let you know once we can hear you. It's going to be important that you're able to press unmute at the bottom of your screen on the StreamYard tab, because it won't let you press that until you have a microphone connected. I think this is what you were mentioning about things working until you need them. Okay, so now it doesn't say unmute anymore, but you're frozen. So you might be rebooting or something. There's someone in the comments. Can you say something, David? Can you hear me? Still can't hear you. I'm not sure why. You could reboot if you would like, if you think that might help. And then I could field some questions right now in the Q&A if people would like, while you're resetting. Yeah, people are saying to disconnect and reconnect the microphone, but I'm guessing you've done that. Maybe try, with everything plugged in, maybe try leaving StreamYard and coming back in. That might be the way to do it. So I do want to highlight a couple of people in the chat. First is Flatzoid was in the chat. I'm not sure if he's still here. So Flatzoid is on record saying that the South Celestial Pole would show a globe. And so we showed the South Celestial Pole, not only from Chile, but also from the GP of the South Celestial Pole. So technically, Flatzoid should be a glober now, if he was going to be honest about what he said. But flat earthers are famous for moving the goalposts. Imagine if we went to Antarctica and there was no 24-hour sun, and we all just continue to pretend like we didn't say that. That would be a definitive way to show that we don't live on a globe. You guys would never let us hear the end of it. Sav was in the chat. Not sure if he still is, but he said that if the sun goes a certain direction away from us in Chile, that would prove we're on a globe, and it did. And so then he changed his mind on that. Hey, David, can you hear us? I cannot hear you, unfortunately. So anyway, flat earthers, I've noticed their predictions are almost always wrong, or if they predict something that they say will falsify flat earth and show a globe, they don't stick with it when that prediction comes true. So only their wrong predictions come true because we don't live on a flat earth. Yes, Sav also said there's no South Pole, which is false. He must have missed our video. The South Pole is something that is only on a globe, is not on a flat earth. And we just did a video on the South Pole. So the South Pole is devastating for flat earth. Essentially, all they can do is say nah to the South Pole, but it's there. You can visit it from anywhere in the world. And when you travel there, you can go south from anywhere in the world and get there. But if you go south from anywhere on a flat earth, you would actually go farther and farther away from each other. Multiple people would never end up in the same place, heading south from the south of New Zealand and Africa and South America. So flat earthers have no answer for the South Pole whatsoever. And they also will struggle to point to where it would be on a flat earth map. The only person that has made an attempt at that was Stephen Alonzo, and he picked some arbitrary location. Not exactly sure why he picked it, but that was easily falsified. Okay, David is back. Let's see if we can hear you now. Can we hear you now? Still cannot hear you, unfortunately. You're something's going on with your microphone because we can see you, and I can see you moving, but we cannot hear you. Oh, here we go. No, automatically. Yeah, I don't have any control on my end, unfortunately, to help you with that. By the way, someone made me aware today that Mikey Smith showed up at my church here in Colorado. So that was interesting. I was not there, but he was there with Roger Ledwell. And he filmed the cross on our sign and said it was upside down, which is bizarre. It was not upside down. Hey, David, did you reboot your computer? Or did you just leave and come back? You want to try rebooting? That might be a good idea. All right. Just trying to keep up here on the comments. By the way, the South Pole video also shows that the Earth is rotating. There would never be a geographic South Pole on a sphere unless that sphere was rotating. So that the South Pole not only shows a globe, but it also shows rotation. And Shiloh Carpenter has no answers for any of this. And so he will not post them in the comments. Yes, Sean, they do not understand art, but this is okay. People think that I'm frustrated with the flat Earth community's response to TFE, and I am not. The flat Earth community's response to TFE is actually showing me something that I didn't even see. And more importantly, it's showing flat earthers something that they didn't see, which is that they are in something that very much resembles a cult. So 3 flat earthers who have left because of the final experiment, 3 so far have contacted me and said, Will, I did not realize I was in a cult. That's their words. And one of them actually said that they didn't know, but they were actually a cult leader. And so this is very important. The reaction we are seeing from the flat earth community is actually showing the truth about the flat earth community, and it has nothing to do with truth. It has nothing to do with evidence. It has nothing to do with finding the truth and showing the world. What our latest video in the final experiment series on the South Pole showed was that there are no flat earthers who actually want to prove to the world that we live on a flat earth, because they don't do anything. So if we go all the way back to 1911, 2 men risked their lives, actually more than 2 men. They each led their teams. 2 teams of men risked their lives because they believed we lived on a globe and they wanted to find the South Pole. Compare that today to flat earthers. I can't find a flat earther that is willing to do anything to show that we live on a flat earth. They're just not. They're not willing to be cold, they say. They're not willing to spend money, they say. And they're not even willing to raise money. It takes courage if you really believe in something. And so I'm starting, this is a process, but I'm starting to believe and think that flat earthers don't actually believe we live on a flat earth, because they don't show any evidence of that. Actions speak louder than words. I come along, I'm a nobody. I am introduced to this whole flat earth debate, and I am confident we live on a globe. And I'm so confident that I'm actually willing to do something. I created the final experiment. I gave my own money and my own resources. I gave my own time. Why? Because I'm confident we live on a globe. Flat earthers are not willing to do any of this, okay? That is the biggest message of TFE. Flat earthers could create their own final experiment. They could create their own experiment that they invite the globe side to, that they make sure they're not misrepresenting the globe side on. You see, I didn't misrepresent the flat earth side. I listened for over a year to what the flat earthers were saying, and they were saying that Antarctica is this ice ring, and it's not a continent, and there is no 24-hour sun. And a lot of them even said you can't go there. And it's like, okay, great. I'm listening. I hear what you're saying. Now we're going to test it, and we're going to go see who's right. The reason I did this is because I actually believe we live on a globe. And so that confidence came through in my willingness to do this. But flat earthers are not willing to do this. They're not willing to do anything like this. It's just complain, 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 cry, fake, fake, fake. And so this is very, very telling. I am still waiting for a flat earther to do anything like this to prove that they actually are confident and believe that we live on a flat earth, but it just isn't there. By the way, flat earthers like to say that flat earth is censored because it's true. And there's no bigger censorship than by flat earthers, by far. So here's a cool test that people should do is someone like Flatzoid, someone like Flat Earth Dave, do a live with me and go into YouTube and show all the people that you've blocked. Flat earthers censor you as soon as you have information that they can't respond. David.
Can you hear me?
We have you back.
Okay.
So do you want to
all right.
pick up your PowerPoint?
Yes.
By the way, I remember the exact thing you were saying. When
Do
the
you?
audio
Okay.
went out,
Okay.
you were talking about the fact that they translated the same word on and
Mm-hmm.
over.
You were talking about the fact that they translated the same word on and over.
Right. Okay. So let me see if I can.
Make sure you click present, share your screen, and then I'll add it.
Make sure you click present, share your screen, and then I'll add it.
Right. Okay. All right, how are we?
Fire away.
Can you see me? Hear me?
Yep, you look great.
Fire away.
Okay. All right. Yes.
Yep, you look great.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to come back to that later. These two words out, these two phrases, alpane and alpane, which is translated on and over. Another translation can be above. And it goes on to say, God said, let there be light, and there was light. This passage, these first 5 verses, by the way, though they are short in the scriptures and sometimes a little too easy to read quickly, in the Zohar, which is the Kabbalistic Jewish mystical text, these 5 verses take up a whole chapter and go into a lot of detail about the barrier between the spiritual universe, the physical universe, and God moving from one realm into another. And I want to point that out as a mystical Jewish understanding of these verses here. I'm going to move on. So verses 6 through 8, this is where we get this introduction to this word rakia. And I highlighted each time in red. Now let's look at what it first says over here. I'm going to deliberately go into the English, where it says, and God said, let there be an expanse in the midst of the water, and let it separate between water and water. So before I got cut off before by the technical problems, I sort of warned you that the concept of water in this primordial soup may not be the H2O water that you can pour into a cup and drink. It's in a state of matter that we don't really relate to nowadays. That's my 2 cents worth. And here we have this expanse. We don't know what it is. The word rakia in the red, we Jews, for centuries before there even was an English language, have understood it this way that Chabad is translated for us, as this expanse that separates whatever these kinds of waters are from these other kinds of waters. Let's continue. God made the expanse, and it separated between the water that was below the expanse and the water that was above the expanse, and it was so. Now here in verse 8, we still don't know what this rakia is, or as we're translating it as expanse, but verse 8 is our first clue from the text of what the expanse is. It says, God called the expanse heavens, and it was evening and morning, second day. So now the text clarifies that this expanse, the rakia, is heavens. Verse 9 and 10, this is a little bit of a bonus. So I'm not going to charge any extra for it, but it says, God let the water beneath the heavens gather into one place, and let the dry land appear. And this is that word for dry land. It also can mean continent. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering of the waters he called sea. So God calls this dry land earth. Modern day scientists call it Pangea. And by the way, this little bunny trail that I'm going on here is just an extra bonus. I'm not going to charge you any extra for it. But if you look at this continent here as this big circle here that includes this body of water over here with this island in the middle, and you have this big landmass here. Right in the middle of all of that, right over here where my arrow is Jerusalem. So it's kind of refreshing to see modern day science catch up with Torah and to catch up with what we Jews have been believing since ancient times, that Jerusalem is the center of everything. And oh, by the way, as these 7 or 8 continents have moved apart from each other, Jerusalem hasn't moved very far from this location. So that's just an extra bonus for you that I'll throw in there. Going back to our passage of Genesis chapter 1, verse 14 says, "And God said, let there be luminaries in the expanse of the heavens to separate between the day and the night, and they shall be signs for you for the appointed times and days and years." Here again, we have the Rakia Hashemayim. So we have these luminaries, whatever they are, they're going to be put out there into the skies, into the expanse or the background of the skies, in order us to create our calendars, right? I want to focus on 3 types of calendars from this verse. First one is the solar calendar, largely used by Christians, other people as well, but a lot of Christians use the solar calendar. What do I mean by that? On the Gregorian calendar, it focuses on the sun and ignores the moon. So January 1st, which is the Gregorian New Year that a lot of Christians celebrate, always happens in the middle of the winter. It's always the same number of days after the winter solstice every year. However, the moon is irrelevant. Whether there's a new moon, a full moon, a waning moon, a waxing moon, it doesn't matter. January 1st is always fixed to the Earth's position to the sun in the middle of the winter. By contrast, you have the Islamic calendar, which is a lunar calendar. And it's the total opposite. It focuses on the moon and ignores the sun. So you have Ramadan is always going to be 1 lunar year after the previous Ramadan, but it can be in the summer, it could be in the winter, it could be in the spring, fall. It's the position of the earth to the sun is irrelevant for Ramadan. It's the earth's position to the moon. Whereas the Jewish calendar has to take all of the luminaries into consideration according to this verse 14 of Genesis chapter 1. So we have to build our calendar in a way that takes into consideration the sun and the moon and also the stars. Why do we need to do this? Well, we've got a couple of passages that explain why. One is Exodus chapter 12. We're talking about Passover. And the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, "This month shall be for you the head of the months. To you it shall be the first months of the year." So the Jewish calendar has to start with this month over here, whatever this month is, but we'll find out in a minute what it is. And verse 18 of that same passage says, "The first month on the 14th day of the month, in the evening you shall eat the unleavened bread," or as we call it, matzah in Hebrew. So that night from the 14th to the 15th is always going to be a full moon. Okay, so Passover always has to fall on a full moon. And then we find out in this passage in Deuteronomy chapter 16 verse 1, to keep the month of spring and make the Passover offering to the Lord your God. For in the month of spring, the Lord your God brought you out of Egypt at night. So Passover must always be in the month of spring and on a full moon. So if you look up in the sky, you see a full moon, and you see the correct constellations for spring, and I'm not very good with horoscopes or these constellations, but I think it's Aries or Taurus. Somebody out there knows better than I do which constellation it should be, but you have to see the correct constellation, you get a full moon, and it's spring, and the earth is in the correct position with the sun and moon and the stars. Then we can celebrate Passover, and only then. So you can you imagine how complicated it is to accurately predict the Passover on our calendar. Our calendar is a complicated calendar to figure out, and we've had to do that from ancient times. This year, Passover is going to be on April 12th. My ancestors calculated that the full moon for the first month of spring will be on this date, and they did this centuries ago. I challenge everybody out there. How could they do this without accurately understanding the heliocentric model of our solar system? We're going to talk more about this later, but I'm dropping a seed right now for you to sort of mull over how that could have been possible. Verse 20. Now, this verse, I think, is a nail in the coffin for flat earthers, and I see that they like to sort of sweep this verse under the carpet. They like to talk about verse 8 and verse 6 and these earlier verses, but I've yet to hear one exegete this verse here, and I wonder why. Let's take a look at what it says. In the English, it says, "And God said that let the waters swarm a swarming of living creatures. Among them, let fowl or birds fly over the earth across the expanse of the heavens." Now, I'm going to take issue with Chabad's translation over here because it's the same word al panei. So it's al panei rakia hashamayim. So they're saying across the expanse of the heavens. I would say that al panei implies that these birds are going on or above the rakia. So they fly on or above. Now, flat earthers love to be super literalists. I would literally like to have an explanation of how a bird can fly al, above, on top of rakia hashamayim. That's that in a nutshell. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, you're doing great.
Yeah, you're doing great.
Okay, good. So with that, I'd like to shift gears and respond to Dean Odel's video. And I have to say, I watched this 4-hour, 41-minute, and 47-second video, so you don't have to. You're welcome. Okay? This video is the poster child for a person can take the Bible and make it say whatever they want it to say by cherry picking a verse here and there out of context, twisting it in a way that it doesn't say what they're claiming it says, and then cherry picking various translations all over the place and trying to fit this square peg into a round hole. And it's so convoluted and confusing that I had to watch it several times. So I repeat, you're welcome. I'm not going to let you off the hook altogether. I'm going to torture you with a little bit of his nonsense. And we're going to watch a couple of minutes. I'm going to do two sections over here. One, yeah. Other
expanded but expanding something that's solid.
Hold on. There we go.
The Hebrew word for firmament is the Hebrew word rakia. It has a root word, a three-letter root word. So you have rakia is the word for firmament, and the root word is raka, according to not only what the Hebrew meant, but also what they believed. So we have to see how God uses it. But firmament rakia does not mean an empty expanse. Anybody who tells you that the firmament or rakia means empty expanse, like Dr. Danny Faulkner of Answers in Genesis, he will say it's an empty expanse, the Hebrew word. Literally, it says that it's an expansion of plates, broad plates beaten out. So it's literally, the word means taking something that's solid and beating it into a shape. Okay? That's the definition of the word. The verb raka acquires the sense of beating out precious metals, spreading that out, and results to spread over, to overlay. All right? He goes on here. Of course, this is the Brown Driver Briggs. It says extended surface, solid, expanse as beaten out. Not an empty expanse, but expanding something that's solid over something. That's the picture of this word. And the Hebrews, the ancient Israelites, believed that it was solid, the firmament was a solid structure, and called it the vault of heaven. So here's your definition: the vault of heaven, or firmament, regarded by the Hebrews as solid and supporting the waters above. This is what all of the ancient Jews believed, because they believed the Bible. Amen? They believed it about the firmament. Here is another lexicon. Jeranism Hebrew Chaldee lexicon defines rakia like this: the firmament of heaven spread out like a hemisphere above the earth, like a splendid, pellucid, translucently clear, transparent, crystalline, glassy, allowing the maximum passage of light, as glass, sapphire, stone, to which the stars were supposed to be fixed, and over which the Hebrews believed that there was a heavenly ocean. Now this is another lexicon defining it as they believed it, as the Bible spells it out, not as new Copernican Christians want to believe it is to be.
Okay, so I'm not going to torture you anymore. That was, I'd have to say, the most intelligent thing he had to say in his 4-hour, 41-minute, and 47-second sermon. Now, first thing I'd like to point out is that his sources are not Jewish. He's claiming that ancient Jews believe this. I do have to qualify that by saying that he does go on to talk about Josephus in the Greek, and I can't interact with Josephus in the Greek because I don't understand Greek, and it'd be irresponsible for me to do so. However, with what I saw him butcher in the Hebrew language, I can't imagine that he treated the Greek any better, but I would like to defer that to a Greek expert who could, or an expert on Josephus who could answer him. But in the Hebrew texts, all of his sources that he cites that claim to express what my ancestors believed, they were all non-Jewish sources. Second thing I'd like to point out is Reka means background, which fits nicely with expanse or sky. So you have birds flying in the background of the sky. Just pointing that little tidbit out there. Oh, and one more question in light of Genesis 1:20. How do birds and airplanes fly on top of this metal plate or crystal dome? If you remember, Genesis 1:20 said that birds fly on or above the Rakia Hashemayim. And commercial airplanes can fly even higher than birds, and I've been on my fair share of commercial airplanes. I have never crashed into a dome, taking off or landing on an airplane. If somebody else has out there, feel free to explain it, but I don't see how a plane could fly on top of a solid stone, metal, or crystal dome. But that's my question to put out there for him. The next little bit of torture, it's only going to be, I promise you, only a 30% torment that I'm going to have you watch, is on this topic that he claims is and 17. This will be the last little bit you'll have to listen to, and then we'll move on.
It doesn't work. And I will tell you why they call it missing mass. The missing mass is called the firmament. You're going to see that in a second. That's what, skip ahead here. I've already talked about this. This is what is called the Hebrew concept of the universe. This is what the Bible teaches. All right? And we'll get back to this in just a second, but it shows you that this is what the firmament is, the dome structure over the flat, non-rotating earth. Hell is beneath, heaven is above that. God's throne sits on that. This is what the Bible teaches. There's all of the scriptures around that. We're going to get to that in a second.
Okay. So here again, his sources are not Jewish. So here he's claiming that my ancestors believed this depiction, and yet he uses this image with this text that comes from a website called logos.com or logos.org. It's logos.something. It's a Christian website for pastors and not a Jewish website or a Jewish source. And I'd like to put a challenge out there for anybody who wants to look into whether or not my ancestors believed anything that looked like this depiction. I invite you to come to Jerusalem, to the National Library here in Jerusalem, which has the most extensive library collection of books of Jewish texts throughout history, all kinds of languages, and I challenge you to find a Jewish text in the National Library here in Jerusalem that depicts this as part of any kind of Jewish philosophy. If this flat earth is important to you and you want to research the truth, then you should be happy to go to the National Library in Jerusalem. I've had to spend many hours there doing my own research. I can't claim that I've seen every book because it is an exhaustive collection of Jewish texts. But I'd be happy to even go with you if you want, and we can go together, or not if you don't want, and look for a Jewish text somewhere that depicts this imagery of the universe, or this portrayal of Jewish thought, thinking that our world looks like this. And by the way, before I move on, I want to point out another interesting thing. In the zeal to claim that the Earth is not a globe, I find it interesting that they depict this as a globe, a wrong globe, but a globe too. It's round, but never mind. Oh, yes, one more question I have for flat earthers on this topic. How does water stick to a dome without a container or gravity? I don't know if anybody has heard this challenge from flat earthers to globers, but I'd like to repeat this back over to you. You claim that there's all of this water sticking to this dome on the sides over here and over here. And by the way, these sides are to the side of the Earth, not above the Earth. They're on the sides. But that's all just, technicalities, I'm sure. But explain to me how this water sticks to the sides of this dome. I'd be interested to hear how you explain that. Let's go to some real Jewish texts that are ancient. Okay? Now, my background is this timeline here that is 4,000 years of Jewish history, from time before the time of Abraham till today. I'd like to consult with a couple of texts to see if they can answer any of our questions that we have here tonight. One being the Mishnah that was written between 180 and 200, and the Jerusalem Talmud, which was a continuation and an expansion from the years 200 400. That would be these texts here, the Mishnah and the Talmud. See if we can get any answers out of those. So the Mishnah, I have a link to this Mishnah here. I didn't copy it here simply for the sake of time, and it takes up a lot of space. But you're welcome to look at my source of information. Go to this Mishnah, Tractate Rosh Hashanah, Chapter 2, Mishnah 8, and I'll summarize what it's about. If you remember, earlier I talked about, when we were talking about Genesis chapter 1, verse 14, and the complexity of the Jewish calendar that was calculated in ancient times, and we still continue to use it to this day, and it has gone without a hitch most of the time, except for 1 year. There's only 1 year in documented history where there was a glitch in our calendar. And what it was when the Sanhedrin was on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, we had to calculate our new year every year. Now each month, including the first month of a new year, starts on a lunar calendar with the new moon, which is this phase of the moon over here. Now you can imagine, to the untrained eye, how it's very hard to see a new moon. There's just this tiny little sliver that, if you're not trained to look for it, is very hard to see. And you can mistake this new moon either for this waning crescent, which is on the wrong side, right? That's on the left side, this is on the right side. And if you make that mistake, then you'll go a day early. And if you wait too long and you get the waxing crescent, then you're going to be a day late in calculating the new year, or the first day of the month, right? So back in the temple era, we had sort of this triangulation of, in order to calculate when the new year was. We had this calculation, this mathematical calculation that we still use to this day. Alongside of that, there was this...
To learn more about the Hebrew Scriptures. And I'm just, again, thankful that you gave your time for all of us here today.
Privileged to be here. I really appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, everybody, for joining. And hopefully you learned a lot. And we'll keep bringing more content that will help people get out of flat Earth and stop wasting their lives on this issue, and hopefully make the world a better place and using their time better. So take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
Many of you know that in the past, I covered Ranty Flat Earth a lot. At the time, he was a flat earther, and it was perfectly acceptable for him to receive a critique from me. Now, in a shocking twist of fate, Ranty is here as a guest content creator for Flat Earth Friday. Being one of the most well-known flat earthers to defect and rejoin reality, Ranty puts out content from an extremely unique perspective, which is obviously a position of understanding regarding the flat earth community. Today, he's explaining that unique perspective. Take it away, mate.
Thank you, Dan. And can I just say what an absolute honour it is today to be presenting your Flat Earth Friday show for the very first time. Hopefully not the last. We shall see. Anyway, many of you people may know me already in the community. I used to go by the name of Ranty Flat Earth. That's right, for about 5 years, I was a flat earther. And of course, all that changed last year when an image popped up in my feed on Facebook. I did some analysis on it. Turns out that we don't live on a flat earth, we actually live on a globe. Anyway, I'm here today to talk to you a little about flat earth and what goes on inside the community. So, let's get into this. Here we go. So a couple of months ago, when Dan first asked me to do a video for his Flat Earth Friday show, I decided to ask my subscribers what they would like me to do and what they would feel that Dan's audience would love to see. And here is the results of the poll. Now, I did think about doing the debunks, but honestly, they are so frequent now that I thought, well, you might not see any value in them. So I decided to run with the associated dangers of flat earth on mental health and lifestyle. Now, on my new channel, which I only started because of the sheer lack of honesty inside the Flat Earth community, as for my reasons coming back to the globe, well, you can find all kinds of unique content there. I'm a comedian at heart, and you may find me talking to my twin Ranty, who is still a flat earther, or using Flurf kitchen science, or actually doing some great debunks of the so-called flat earth proofs. Having come from the flat earth perspective, I know all of their arguments, all of their pitfalls, and all of their tricks, so I know how to pull them apart rather easily. I also know all the so-called faces inside of flat earth, and know so much about what goes on behind the scenes, and I talk about that a lot. So if you're interested in any of that content, please head on over and subscribe. I think you might enjoy the uniqueness of the content. Anyway, back to today's video, and I'll try to give you as much information in the time afforded here today, and hopefully by the end of it, you might have learnt something interesting. So, let me first ask you, if somebody you knew came up to you and said they were a flat earther, what is the thing that you would think of when they said that? Take a few moments to think, then write the answer in the comments below. So, John comes up to you and says he is a flat earther. What is your immediate thought? I think most of you will answer that they believe that the Earth is a flat disk with a dome over it. Now, I could be wrong, but let's run with that answer. Now, you have to decide if they actually know themselves what a flat earther is. And for the longest time, I didn't even know that myself. What is a flat earther? Is it someone who just believes the Earth is flat? Well, that's what I thought it was, and that is why I called myself Ranty Flat Earth. You see, from my perspective at least, down at the beach and the shoreline in Blackpool, I could see far further than I thought possible on a globe.
From an elevation of 6 feet, close to 19 miles, we are seeing shore to shore.
So the possibility of the Earth being flat, to me at least at the time, seemed far more reasonable than it being a globe. But then that answer gets you thinking, how on earth anyone can consider that the Earth is flat? And that, I believe, is one of the biggest WTF moments globers have with flat earthers. Just because you see too far, you're now going to claim that the Earth is flat. It's beyond most people's comprehension how that can even happen. But nobody wakes up one day and just thinks, hey, I'm going to be a flat earther today. That process is something that takes a long time to happen, and often involves many other conspiracies along the way. You will often hear flat earthers talk about things such as the 9/11 incident, or chemtrails, or 5G, or free energy, or Nibiru, to just name a few. These will be conspiracies that they have looked into, and often from the perspective of there actually being a conspiracy involved. And in their minds, behind all these conspiracies, there is a deep, dark secret that a small group of people who control the world are trying to hide it from the masses. For instance, if you believe the 9/11 conspiracy, you would essentially be believing that the government, the US government, had a hand in that event. But you wouldn't really know why or the end goal of that event. You could speculate, of course, and sometimes that would then lead you into another route to investigate, or another conspiracy to unmask. And there is no end to people willing to make content for views and popularity.
6 months ago, he said it looks like it may be depopulation. He said now there is no doubt this is depopulation.
To a conspiracy theorist, any event published by mainstream media is fair game and can be pulled apart in the most insidious of ways possible to make the simple reposting of a tragic event something much more sinister and much darker. And having been pre-exposed to other conspiracies in the past, someone who is in that community is far more likely to be persuaded by the sinister story that probably emanated from some lunatic living in his mother's basement.
Look at Rose. Look at Jaren. Look at deep inside the rabbit's butthole.
But that narrative will permeate throughout the community, and others will regurgitate that narrative, and soon that now so-called proof will become reality in the conspiracy theorist mind, and added to the list of other conspiracies that all seem to link back to the elites in some way. In the minds of the conspiracy theorist, the justification for all of these events needs an end goal, some bigger purpose, a reason as to why they are being perpetrated. The media is seen as the enemy and the mouthpiece of the elites, and the reporters are bought and paid agents and will create stories to hide the agendas of the elites. Nothing from the mainstream media can therefore be believed, and so the question remains, why? And Flat Earth fills that burning question, because the Flat Earth is a battle between creation and evolution, between good and evil, between God and the devil and his minions. Now, if this is pushed out to the conspiracy theorist in the right way, then anything is believable. Suddenly, you have some obscure references to some passages in the Bible that could be interpreted as suggesting a flat earth, and that is pushed as the word of God. Then you have all the ingredients for someone becoming a flat earther. For my own part, I followed the conspiracy trail just as I described. I watched all the videos and I listened to all the famous conspiracy nutcases out there, and I bought into it. However, not everything that was pushed to me, I believed, but the idea that some events might be linked, I did. And I was at a time in my life when I was actually pretty susceptible to this type of brainwashing. Luckily, I never went full nutcase, although I certainly fell hard for the flat earth idea. I was consumed with the idea that we see too far, and yet I never stopped looking for proof. And this is, looking back at least, why I never really was a true flat earther, much as I hated that suggestion by some in the community that I was not. You see, I thought I was a flurf. I believed the earth was flat. So surely that makes me a flat earther, right? Well, wrong. Not at all. Not even close. In fact, I dare say that a proportion of people who still class themselves as flat earthers don't even understand what a flat earther is. And that is why I asked you all before about that.
Right, okay guys, listen, I hope you enjoyed the presentation. I've seen a lot of back and forth there in the chat. Ultimately, you know, this is, I guess you'll resolve this in the next couple of months. We'll see whether or not these predictions are true. If there's any grain of information there that you want to take away, by all means do your own research, and if you feel that you need to actually prepare yourself a little like this, hey, what's it going to cost you? A few quid? You never know, it may save your life.
You see, a true flat earther doesn't need to prove the shape of the earth. They just know it. They have a belief. And actually to them, they just know it is, and don't need the evidence to convince them. Which is why, to a true flat earther, research is not required. And to a true flat earther, the amount of time thinking about the shape of the earth is almost non-existent. To the true flat earther, the war is not about the shape of the earth. It is about uncovering, understanding, and pushing out the other conspiracies that they see as affecting our everyday lives. A true flat earther is anti-science, is anti-mainstream in every aspect of their lives. They live by the code that everything we think is real is in fact not real, and that we are living in something akin to the Matrix. A true flat earther rejects models. They hate the AE map, vehemently hate it, as they know it is a broken map which simply does not work. And yet, there are people happy to push that map around and be ridiculed on mainstream television. That is why people like Bob Nodell, Jeranism, DITRH, and Mark Sargent are not seen as true flat earthers. The fact that they get into bed with the mainstream media and will push the AE map around whilst performing tests that prove a globe is almost too much for the true flat earthers to take, which is why there is a huge war between the true flat earther and those seen as shills or fake flat earthers.
But what we found is when we turned on that gyroscope, we found that we were picking up a drift, a 15-degree-per-hour drift.
Thanks, Bob.
If you're seeing through this hole, through the next hole, and seeing the light at the backboard, or at 17 feet off the water, the Earth is flat. If he's holding it up at 23 feet high and we're seeing the light, well, that's because the Earth's curved. Enrique, how high is your light?
17 feet.
I mean, it's as, we don't see you, Enrique. Lift up your light way above your head. Interesting.
You rarely, if ever, will hear those aforementioned full Earth leaders talk about other conspiracies. And again, this is something that a true flat earther would be pushing. So why do these not? And the simple reason is that they are not true flat earthers. They are the ones who, like me, wanted to see if the Earth was flat. But whereas I was happy to have my mind changed, it seems that they have too much skin in the game to do the same. They are globe skeptics at best, and not a true flat earther. A flat earther would quite literally die for their beliefs. In the past 2 years, Flat Earth has lost Sheeps and Neeps, Rob Skiba, Antonio Subarats, Jibby Jedi, and Flat Earth Fokker. And all of them, in my opinion, died because of their distrust of the mainstream science and medication. They wanted to try alternative medicines or reject the advice from people who were far more educated in medicine than they were in favour of untested and wackadoodle therapies. They bet their lives that they knew better, and they paid the ultimate price because of it. Also, the factions inside of the Flat Earth are just as crazy, each of them with their own beliefs and agendas, but of course that can be for another video. As for now, be assured that simply believing the Earth is flat doesn't make you a flat earther, far from it. You have to have taken a drink from every conspiracy as you fell down the rabbit hole, and then go full auto hoax, and then you might consider yourself to be a true flat earther. Lastly, I just want to say that those affected by conspiracies are not all like the faces you see pushing out those narratives. Often those affected are struggling with some form of mental health condition, something that affected and still affects me. They may also be outcasts in the community, or people who shun the outside world and find it difficult to mingle with people day to day. They may be alone and suffering from bereavement. They may have some illness that affects their ability to socialize. They could be suffering from depression or feelings of anxiety, yet long for some kind of friendship and communities. And Flat Earth offers that to them. It gives people the ability to be whoever they want to be. They can think whatever they want to think, and others will join in their fantasies. They can fantasize about thousands of continents on an endless plane, or some form of looping model that brings back the sun and moon across the plane. They can be teachers, scientists.
This is an egg. This is a parts per million counter.
They can be explorers or researchers.
Notice the angle is a right angle. Look at that vertex. This can only happen with straight right angles.
And they can have interactions with people day in, day out who are happy to engage in communication with them. These are the people affected by these conspiracies, and these are the ones paying the price for the egos of a few people filling their heads with nonsense in order to fill their pockets with coin. Nathan Oakley is a YouTuber who produces flat earth content. He is not a flat earther. Bob Nodell and Jeranism are YouTubers who produce flat earth content and actively prove the globe regularly. Yet they sell the AE map and products to a community of people who are easily led. These people prey on the misfortune of others in order to profit from it, and to keep people locked in a cycle of mistrust and despair. I aim to change that with my new channel. I aim to go after all the conspiracies that others fall for, to break them down from the perspective of someone who actually researched them in the past. I aim to use my knowledge of the cult leaders to chip away at their influence and bring back as many people from the isolation that the flat earth belief makes people endure. I think the debunking community as a whole does a fantastic job, and we need this valuable resource to counter the damage that can be done by believing such nonsense. So I hope you enjoyed that, guys. For me, I really enjoyed the opportunity to be here and give you a little insight as to what it's like to be a flat earther and all the pitfalls that you end up going through to actually end up on flat earth. It isn't just as easy as believing that the earth is flat, right? And I know I've been very broad in this entire video, and a lot of people may feel put out because they may feel to themselves, hey, you've put me in one camp or another and I wasn't in that camp ever. But I think for a very broad generalization of what it's like to be a flat earther, I think this video does a good introduction to that. So on my channel coming up, there'll be plenty of more stuff like this. I will be debunking all those conspiracies that led me down the path to being a flat earther. I also have plenty of content out there already, which is debunking flat earth stuff. I also do a lot of comedy. There's a lot of comedy over there. So if you like a good laugh, please go over, check out some of my videos. And if you do feel like hitting that subscribe button, I really would appreciate it. Now, I want to say to the Globe Earth community who welcomed me back with open arms, thank you so much. It's been really enjoyable. And I want to say again to Dan, thank you so much for inviting me here today to talk to your audience about this. It really, really does mean a lot to me. So thank you.
So I'm going to bring them in, and then we'll start with first Dave. You may know him as Professor Dave Explains. He's linked. All of his channels are linked. He's on YouTube. He should also be on Rumble because, you know, reasons. Dave, welcome. How are you today?
Good. How are you doing? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I'm doing well. Thanks for being here. And then we've got Austin. You might know him as Witsit on Twitter. He's got a YouTube channel. I assume, I don't know, you should have a Rumble channel too, but their YouTube channels are both linked in the description below. I recommend you hear them both out. And I guess we're going to talk about flat Earth, and we're going to start the clock at the 7-minute mark for Dave, if you're ready.
Sure. Yeah. Just present here. How do
that on the bottom?
Oh, share screen, right?
Yep. If I can actually drop out too if we need more room on the screen, you know. Yep, there's that.
Can we see the slides?
Yep,
you got it all?
Yep.
Okay.
So ready? I'm gonna shut up. I mean, I'll keep it to. So I got 4:37 now on my clock. So at just flip to 4:38. So go ahead.
Okay. So we're here to talk about flat Earth versus globe Earth. Austin is going to pretend to defend the flat Earth. He will do so with two tactics, which I will undermine right now. First, he will pretend that the default position is that it's just totally flat. Just observe and see how flat it is. So the burden of proof is on the globies to prove it is a globe. No, that's false. All of observations since antiquity have only make sense on a spherical Earth. Looking at the sun, moon, stars, only makes sense on a sphere. That's how we've known the Earth is a sphere for 2,500 years. Furthermore, if you deny a globe, most things don't make any sense. Day, night, seasons, weather, tides, Coriolis, geological phenomena like volcanoes, earthquakes, technology, communications, simple things like line of sight increasing with altitude, terrestrial motion, gravity. None of it makes sense if you deny that the Earth is a globe. Speaking of gravity in particular, I know that Austin will be very eager to talk about his electric gravity bullshit. Here are some reasons why that is stupid. He cannot derive 9.81 meters per second squared. He cannot explain why this value is based on Earth's mass. He cannot explain why G varies precisely with Earth's radius and your altitude. Despite electromagnetism being both attractive and repulsive, he cannot make anything significantly massive fall up. And no, his little middle school science project with a piece of styrofoam doesn't count. He cannot explain why there's no discrepancy in the motion of objects with differing properties, paramagnetic, diamagnetic, ferromagnetic. Cannot explain why there's no difference in activity over differing substances of different conductivities, grass, sand, water, concrete. He cannot explain why things fall at the same rate regardless of elevation. His electrostatic field dissipates with elevation until it disappears. yet things still fall. So, Austin, this is the default position. This is the position that correlates with all observations and every nook and cranny of our knowledge about the physical world. If you would like to make a case for the contrary, feel free to do so, and make sure to bring quantitative predictions. The second tactic he will use is, because he knows the flat earth is so unbelievably indefensible, he will try to obfuscate by turning it into a discussion of geocentrism versus heliocentrism. He does this because he relies on using word salad about esoteric topics in modern physics, like relativity and certain experiments from the 19th and 20th centuries. Unfortunately, though, for him, geocentrism utilizes a spherical earth. That's right, the Ptolemaic geocentric model that was used from antiquity until Copernicus uses a spherical earth. So if he would like to change the topic of the debate completely from flat earth versus round earth to geocentrism versus heliocentrism, I'm willing to entertain that if he first admits that the earth is a sphere. And he has to mean it. If he is unable to make that concession, I will continually drag him back to very simple, naked eye observations and basic logic that prove the earth is a sphere without any understanding of physics whatsoever. Number one, the observations of the stars. In the northern hemisphere, the stars rotate counterclockwise. In the southern hemisphere, they rotate clockwise. This makes absolutely no sense on the pizza land. Why would the sky be rotating in opposite directions, just depending on where you're standing? Also, why can't we all see the same stars? If you have a line of sight to a star, you should be able to see it. Both of these make perfect sense. On a rotating sphere, you have two celestial poles, and the Earth is rotating, and then we can't see through the Earth. That's why you can't see certain stars. So in the north, can't see Southern Cross. In the south, can't see Polaris. Speaking of the Southern Cross, in order to get the pizza land, he has to take the point that is the South Pole and unwrap it to get the perimeter of the pizza. And that results in total absurdities like these three people all looking at the Southern Cross at the same time, despite looking at completely different directions. That makes no sense at all. Again, on a sphere makes perfect sense where south actually means something, and they're all looking at the South Pole. Number two, day and night and regions of illumination. This is very bad for the Flurfies because in the winter months, they need to take the sun all the way out to the periphery of the disk, and that would result in most of the pizza being dark everywhere most of the time. Of course, in reality, the opposite is true. The edge of Antarctica in these winter months is illuminated almost all the time. So how does the light get all the way over there? And then you don't even have to go all the way to Antarctica. You can go to Ushuaia, which is at the tip of South America, where people live, and that must be illuminated around 70% of the trajectory, while places like Point Barrow, Alaska, experience 24-hour night. In order to try to explain this, they have to make light do things that it doesn't do, and in fact, flat earthers do not ever try to explain this at all. It gets even worse if you go all the way to the South Pole. There is a 24-hour sun there, which completely obliterates the flat earth, as flat earthers themselves admit. And that is why a rich person lately has been offering fully paid trips to the South Pole so that flat earthers can see the 24-hour sun, and they are all busy crapping their pants trying to make excuses to not go. Once again, on a globe earth, this makes perfect sense. Day is when you're facing the sun. Night is when you're facing away. Pretty simple. Number three, Southern Hemisphere causes trouble. For years, flat earthers have been pretending that there are no direct flights in the Southern Hemisphere. This is wrong. There are many. Sydney to Santiago is one of them. And this goes both ways, nonstop, in both directions over the Pacific Ocean. And then we have the Antarctica Cup Ocean Race, which is a boat race that circumnavigates Antarctica. They go all the way around every year, and neither of these things make an ounce of sense on a flat earth. You would have to have, for the flight, the Sydney to Santiago takes this incredibly enormous arced path instead of going the straight line path, and neither of which could be done in 12 hours anyway. And then the boat race would have to go around the entire world, always steering away from Antarctica instead of towards it, which it doesn't do. So all of these observations are very extremely basic, intuitive ways to prove that the Earth isn't flat. Okay, these all obliterate the flat Earth. They prove without a doubt that the Earth is a sphere. Every single one of them does this. Austin is unable to discuss any of these topics. He has no ability to explain any of these observations on a flat Earth, and so he will desperately try to pivot and turn this into a debate about geocentrism versus heliocentrism. Unfortunately, that's not the topic of the debate. If he wants to have that debate, that's totally fine. He must simply concede this debate that we're having now, admit that the Earth is a sphere, and then we can talk about that completely separate other topic about whether the spherical Earth moves or not. All yours, Austin.
Perfect. Hey, let me perhaps I should have defined, Austin, I'll give you an extra 60 seconds if that's okay with you, Dave, to define what flat Earth even is, or just because not everybody in my audience knows.
Okay. I mean, I feel like it's pretty self-explanatory. But,
you think so? Should we just go right to the 7?
That the Earth is flat. That's
yeah. Okay. Just so everyone knows, but also that the Earth is at the center of the universe too, right? Is that one? Are those two things combined?
I mean, yeah, there is no universe if there's right. Okay, it doesn't matter. Go ahead. Whatever.
Okay. Well, no, that's fine. We'll just go right to the Dave's. I'm sorry.
Well, wait, what happened?
He just left.
He left?
Well, he might have just, maybe he'll come back. He might have clicked a button that
Yeah, well, yeah, maybe he accidentally closed the window.
He might have closed the window. Yeah, he might have been trying to add something.
He probably tried to swich tabs to go to a
yeah. All right, there he is.
Something.
All right, I'll there you go. There you go.
bad.
No, you're good. I was like, debate over? What? Okay, I'll shut up and then so at 4:46 you have your 7.
Cool. Yeah, I didn't really make a PowerPoint, but I'll just use the classic one here if you can pop it up on screen for me. So yeah, it's our position is that the Earth is a geocentric stationary plane. This feeble attempt to separate the conversations is disingenuous. That the Earth is stationary, it's in the center of the universe. None of the kinematics or dynamics, even of geocentrism, is exclusive to sphericity. That is just a get out of jail card because he will not be able to defend the claim that we're moving around the sun. To very quickly go through some of this, falsification is independent of replacement. And so what always happens is people don't defend the globe. They just want to ask millions of questions to the flat earthers. And somehow if a flat earther doesn't know the answer, then all of a sudden the globe model becomes true. And then of course the burden of proof is the one making the positive claim. And then shifting the burden is making the other person prove why your claim isn't true. So if I read a book and say all these fairy tales exist, I don't have to prove that unicorns don't exist. Very simple concept that gets overlooked consistently in this debate. Oftentimes we get what's called a straw man fallacy. People say that this is what flat Earth is, and they point and laugh, and no one that I know thinks that it's a flat disk in a solar system. That's ridiculous. Hopefully we can prevent these, but these are the typical fallacies used. Of course, a straw man fallacy, which we just discussed, ad hom, attacking the person instead of the argument, credentials. Oh, you're not qualified to talk about this. Appeal to what everyone else thinks, appeal to authority, poisoning the well, begging the question, shifting the burden of proof. These are always used. Everyone was taught the Earth's a globe when they were young. That doesn't mean it's true. So let's just quickly go through the basic claims here. Claim 1 is that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. The second claim is that the Earth is spinning, tilted, wobbling, revolving around the sun, shooting through the galaxy. That's then shooting through space. That is a positive claim. And then the third one is that the Earth is in the vacuum of space. The heliocentric model has the burden of proof for these claims. So attempting to remove the burden and pretend that it's just automatically granted to you at the beginning is not how logic works whatsoever. And then one would say, wait, isn't saying the Earth is flat a positive claim? It is, of course. And so then we would have the burden of proof, and we have fulfilled that, right? Actually, this right here is a specular reflection. Any convexity or concavity of the water, if it was curving, you wouldn't be able to get a specular reflection because it will cause what's called a diffused reflection. If we move on here, we have actually verified the Earth is flat in many ways. Radio waves can be sent over 10,000 miles. Amateur records show that they're sent thousands of miles at all frequencies far beyond the geometric limitation of the globe. Here we have a distant mountains observed from 167 miles away at less than 1,000 feet. So the target hidden height should be almost or over 11,000 feet, but the mountain's only 12,000 feet. We should only be seeing roughly 1,000 feet of the mountain. Clearly that's not the case. Here we have another one, 168 miles. Target hidden height is almost 12,000 feet, and the elevation is entirely 12,000 feet. So we should not see the entire mountain. This is a major problem because you're going to have a problem trying to invoke refraction here, and hopefully you do. This used to be the world record longest distance line of sight. Of course, that means you're a direct line of sight to what you're observing. The world record for the longest photo. Here we have a target hidden height of 16,000 feet, and the top of the tallest mountain is 12,000 feet, which means that the mountain should have been thousands of feet below the curvature. Here's another one, 271 miles. Again, the entire mountain should have been obstructed by over 3,000 extra feet. Here's another one, 250 miles. You get the idea. Over and over, the mountain should be obstructed, except for just roughly 800 feet here. Here's another one, 241 miles. The entire mountain, almost the entire mountain should be hidden. And then it goes on and on and on. Here is a very important observation everyone ducks away from. If you look in the top left here, you see you can't see the mountains. These are called Canigou Mountains. You cannot see the mountains. So when people say, can you see, will you be able to see forever if the earth was flat? That's a ridiculous straw man. Even within a globe paradigm, you'd have to admit you can't see forever because of something called attenuation. The light gets absorbed into the medium. We cannot see the mountains until the sun gets behind it. Due to the intensity of the light from the sun, you now get a silhouette, and we can see the Canigou Mountains. These should have been completely obstructed. You can buy a plane ticket right now for 2 specific days of the year, and you'll know that you'll see the mountains because of a silhouette based on where the sun sets. So I guess refraction is just colluding with the calendar and with the atmosphere to make the earth look flat over and over. Of course, as a silhouette, refraction affects light, not the absence of light. Here to address his straw man about the geocentrism thing, these are projected onto a plane. These are literally azimuthal projections. So to say that it requires sphericity is ridiculous. Here we see that all the paths of the planets fit right within a ferrocell magnet torus field. Okay, what a coincidence. And to address this misnomer that sunsets are impossible on a flat earth and they just go behind the curve of the earth, that is also not true. Here we see the sun disappearing above the horizon with a horizontal line blocking the bottom of it far above the horizon. This is proof that the sun can disappear up above the horizon due to atmospheric conditions. Of course, we have tons of assumptions when it comes to the military that the earth is flat. Specular reflection, again, I'm going to kind of speed through these, but specular reflection, you see that just a small concavity or convexity in the water actually causes what's called a diffused reflection. You'll see here in the left. So you actually need a flat surface to have a specular reflection. We see these over long distances consistently. So we'll just skip over here. So, and then of course, the globe claims that the horizon is a physical, tangible surface, and it is not. It's literally a horizon that is apparent. That's why it is where the sky appears to meet the ground. So here we can get into some of the specifics here, but of course, also on a globe, the horizon should drop down and away from you as you increase altitude. What we see in reality is it rises with us, which is a major problem. So long story short, the entire globe model depends on the accuracy of the claimed radius value. And if that radius value is wrong, the entire model is wrong. So in closing, what I'm going to say is, again, falsification is independent of replacement. The literal default position is that the earth is a stationary plane. The globe says, well, yeah, but it's so big it looks flat, and it's so big that based on the angular rate of motion, you can't tell that it's moving. Could that be true in theory? Sure, but that is a concession that the default position based on empirical evidence and observation is that the earth's a stationary topographical plane, hence why we utilize it as such for all military technology, etc. Therefore, to make a claim that everything is antithetical to that, you objectively and logically have the burden of proof. So, and then we'll get into a lot of the things that he mischaracterized my arguments regarding throughout the debate, hopefully. But yep, there you go.
Okay, thank you for the opener. I want to give you both. What do you think? Like, I assume there's one or two things that both of you have said or that strongly disagree with. Other. Do you want me to open it up to just give you both a 5-minute period for rebuttal?
No,
or do you just want to leave it open?
We can dig into it.
Okay. Why don't what was the first particular topic maybe that Dave you want to poke around?
Well, Austin is denying this idea. He's insisting that the default position is the flat plane, empirically, observably, everything observable. Okay, so explain the observations from antiquity that I told you. How are you getting the sky to rotate in opposite directions depending on where you're standing? Let's start with there. How observable is that? How does that fit with your default?
This is what always happens. Instead of providing evidence that the surface is curving, you're saying, well, but if it's not, then how does this happen?
No curved surface. You said the default position, flat plane. I'm asking you on your flat plane, explain the observations of the celestial sphere. In the north, you get counterclockwise rotation. In the south, you get clockwise rotation. Explain that to me on your default flat plane. Explain it.
Yeah, so the counterclockwise and clockwise direction is super simple. It's based on looking different directions. Your better question is, why does it go around a singular point, is what you're trying to say?
No. I'm asking about the direction. I'm asking about the direction.
Just looking opposite directions would make them go the opposite directions. They all go east to west.
If you put a clock
literally.
on your ceiling, which way can you face to make the hands go counterclockwise? Tell me which way you can face.
Not analogous. The stars drop.
No, it is though, because the hands on a clock,
you don't get it.
Right?
You don't get it. The stars drop due to perspective, so we're actually looking out towards them, not directly up.
Which
Did you know
depends
that?
on your latitude, right? Depends on your latitude. If you're
So
at the equator, they're going from horizon to horizon.
Wait, do you agree that if I was looking out and something was spinning one way and then I looked at it from the other direction, it'd look like it was spinning the opposite way?
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't.
Okay,
That's why you just said, if I put a clock on the ceiling, right? Which way, I'm asking you, which way you just said, if something is spinning one way and you look a different way, it'll spin another way. So I'm asking you, put a clock on the ceiling. Which way can you face that'll make the hands appear to go counterclockwise?
You obviously don't comprehend what I'm saying, Dave.
I think you don't understand what I'm saying.
Do you agree that things will appear to drop due to perspective?
Why are you talking about perspective? I'm talking
because you don't understand it. So
you're trying to obfuscate.
No, I'm not. If the stars are above me on a plane and I look out, they're going to look like they're dropping down, which means I'm looking out at. You don't even understand basic stuff, dude.
Look at this. Hang on. Where's the camera? Which way is this turning? Which way is this going, buddy? Which way is this going?
I don't know. Which way is it going?
Yeah. Which way is it turning?
Who cares?
Why
are you obfuscating away from what I'm saying?
No, I'm talking about exactly what I'm talking about. Is this going clockwise or counterclockwise? Come on, just give me the answer, buddy. You can see it.
To be fair, the webcam is mirrored, so it might be.
It is.
I think so. So
I don't know, and I don't see what's the relevance.
I see it going counterclockwise.
Yeah, that's how
That's going counterclockwise, right? Just say it, Austin. Just say it.
It looks like that. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So we keep it turning.
Do you think I don't understand the concept?
No, I'm showing you, and I'm showing all the viewers. Look, which way is this going now?
We all get the concept.
Going clockwise. So if you're standing up here and you look at the sky, you see it rotating counterclockwise. If you're down here, you see it rotating clockwise. So admit that this phenomenon makes perfect sense on a globe, and on a flat Earth it doesn't, which is why you're rambling about perspective and all these other things.
No, there was no rambling. You incessantly interrupted me explaining it because you can't actually allow me to say.
Change the subject.
Okay, let me ask.
I'm not.
Let me try this. If it's okay, can we start with because you guys are both super familiar with this. Let me toss out. So people can dip a toe. One of the biggest conversations that goes back and forth. Both of you talked about this in your videos. Is in a flat Earth. Dave's video points out that there are some issues where, for example, the sun is coming around, right? And we know because we live here that one area of the world is in perpetual light, the other is in perpetual dark. This would be non-congruent with a flat Earth. So what is the flat Earth position? Am I describing that fairly, Dave? I'm oversimplifying.
Sure. The flat Earth cannot explain the region. That was my second point, that it cannot explain the regions.
That's what I was trying to remember. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So what is
regions of what?
The regions of illumination, the parts of the Earth that are day or night at any given time.
But I know you know the answer. So I've heard the answer given to you. No, but Dave knows the answer. So something called
the answer is that if you're facing the sun, it's day, and if you're not, it's night. That's the answer.
Dude, I'm gonna enlighten you, bro. If you don't allow the other person's point to be made, you didn't win anything. No matter how much coping's going on in the chat.
For you to make a point. Go ahead.
Okay, it's called a coffee cup caustic. It's a literal physical effect that can be replicated. The light will actually bend around the rim of any type of containment. It can literally be demonstrated and shown to perfectly replicate the seasons, the perfect light distribution on a plane Earth. You're objectively wrong. You've had this presented to you, and now you're back here in front of people pretending you don't know what it is.
Who has presented this to me?
Dave Weiss did. I watched it.
No, Weiss floundered like a buffoon. That's why you guys all call him controlled opposition now. If you could demonstrate this, you'd all have videos demonstrating this.
There are literally hundreds of them.
No. I'm not talking about, shine it and, it kind of does a thing, sort of. I'm talking about show the precise regions of day and night over a several month period, right? Have it exactly precisely align with where
it's literally been done multiple times, Dave.
Sounds like an empty claim to me because I've never seen it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you have.
So okay, hold on. So Austin, give him a second to explain his side. So you're saying the what most people see is that, you know, the daylight is predictable. And daylight, nightlight is predictable based on what is believed that the orbit, the current belief about the Earth's orbit. In a flat Earth, the rotation, in the flat Earth, just let him finish. Dave, you get 2 minutes. Can you describe?
Oh, me? What?
No, sorry. I'm going to shoot it back to you for 2 minutes, but give Austin 2 minutes to describe what he's talking. Because I just want you guys to remember, like, the audience doesn't know what coffee cup, whatever it is, right? So remember, okay, but remember, you're talking to like normies.
Sure. Okay, so
that's what I'm asking. So Austin, you have 2 minutes. Describe. Okay. We talked about how the sunlight stuff goes on. So 2 minutes, and then Dave, you get 2 minutes.
Okay. So if you type in coffee cup caustic, which I will literally I'll share the screen. And Dave has been shown this in his debate.
Standpoint, though. Standpoint.
Oh, okay. I am.
Answer my question. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just Google coffee cup caustic. If I have a coffee cup, if I took the lid off of my coffee cup and then light was shining in from the window, what will happen because of the rim is the light will hit inside the coffee cup and wrap around the entire rim. I can take this little flat earth model right here and do it live. I'd have to cut all the lights off, and since the windows are open, I can't. So it's very simple to explain it. There you go. It wraps around. Now, if you apply this to a flat earth, you will be able to perfectly replicate the distribution of light that gives us day and night, depending on the proximity of the source of light. It's easily done. Everyone knows that, and you can look it up. If you're new to that, that's fine, but just look it up, right? And the way that we determine sunset time is with the equation of time, which uses the apparent sun. It uses the mean of the apparent sun. So we don't even use the globe model and a physical location of the sun to determine sunset time or day and night distribution. In the real world, we use the equation of time. So you can replicate this on a flat earth. It goes in the globe earth and flat earth basket. It isn't exclusive to either one.
Now, how does this, and I'm going to kick it over to Dave after this question, but I watched his debunk video, which is a little bit older, but has a zillion views. So congrats on that. But there's like, let's say you have this coffee cup caustic, right? And his claim is that there's like perpetual night, daylight in this spot and perpetual night in this spot, right? Am I representing that accurately?
Yes, near the solstices, there are places with 24-hour night and 24-hour day.
So how does that figure into this?
Yeah, look, okay, I'll share the screen so everyone can see it.
Okay,
does that work? We'll just do that. So I gotta find which one it is. Here we go. Okay.
I got you.
Okay. If you see here, this is a demonstration of the coffee cup caustic. Okay. That's what this is. So if you look, you put a dome over at the top of the flat earth, you're going to take a light source. It's going to give you see the distribution of the equinoxes and the solstice right there below it. Now watch what the light does. Now look at it wrap all the way around the outside. Okay, this is called coffee cup caustic, meaning if there was a container on the earth, it would literally have to do this. It would have to do this. And yes, all the mathematics has been shown, and I could pull that up if I need to. Well, so the math has been shown.
I want to give, while you pull that up, I'm going to give Dave 3 minutes to respond because we went over. So I want to give Dave, I'm like, I'm kind of keeping it rough, but, just try to keep some semblance. So I want to let Dave respond to this.
I don't need 3 minutes. It doesn't perfectly match. It's just a very hackneyed demonstration that kind of sort of makes a shape. They're not showing any kind of actual model that directly correlates with all the positions. So number one, it absolutely does not correlate with the times of day and night, doesn't do it. But second of all, it also creates gigantic problems because in order to get this, you're pretending that there's this dome, magical dome or whatever the hell you're talking about that's giving this effect, which number one isn't there, right? You cannot demonstrate that this dome is there. But number two, it creates other problems because if you're saying that the sun is outside of this dome, then you don't get to have the sun inside the dome for the magical explanation for tides and all these other things that don't make sense on a flat earth that you're pretending that the sun and the moon do, right?
Yeah. Now, when Dave mentions this is another point of contention. I just, you guys are going at it, but I just want to keep everyone else in the loop. There is one of the points of contention is whether or not in the flat Earth model, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, is whether or not the sun is inside or outside of this hypothetical dome. Because in one case, it's responsible for the tides and this, that, and the other. And then the other case, it's responsible. What is it? Tides and what did you?
Storms, everything.
Yeah.
Right? Coriolis.
So what is the
storms rotate in opposite directions depending on the hemisphere?
Oh my gosh.
So okay, all right. So Austin, I'll give you. Go ahead and respond to that.
Okay. Yeah. So we don't know what's above us because you can't freely just shoot stuff up as high as you want to. Okay. And GPS cuts off over a certain height. It's all militarized. But there could be layers to it. I don't know if you've ever thought of that, Dave, but there could just be layers. There could be multiple layers. And yeah, we know the sun affects things here. Tides don't work. You just gish gobs. Tides don't even work in your model. You can look up a paper by a Harvard paper, a century of tidal theory failures.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Okay, it's very simple. But this was if the whole debate is just, hey, let's just start spamming Austin with questions of how would this work on a flat Earth. That's not a debate. You're supposed to support the claim the Earth's a spinning ball. I showed direct falsification of it in my PowerPoint. So avoiding that is totally disingenuous.
Like the rotation of the night sky, depending on latitude, and you can't answer. You just say the word perspective and run away.
So Dave,
no, I got 3 words out and you interrupted it.
No, you were free to answer. That's all you could do. You remember we did the whole thing with the clock on the ceiling, and you have no idea what you're talking about. You said that,
fellas. Let me do. Okay, I'll play ball. I think that's fair. Why don't I give Dave and Austin both blocks of time? Dave, defend your position. I'll give you, is 5 minutes enough? You think?
No. We don't need to. I mean, longer chunks of time are just time for word salads, right? We need to actually.
All right, defend that the Earth is a globe, and then when you're done, I'll pass it to Austin and let him defend that.
Well, I mean,
right?
Look,
that's what you're asking for, Austin, right? So I'm gonna do that.
I want him to rebut the specific falsification of the globe, where we see things from hundreds of miles away that should be obstructed by literal miles of vertical curvature, including silhouettes.
Pick one thing. Pick one thing like that. Okay, so that is the question.
Okay, the question is, why do we see too far? And the answer is, we don't. Sorry, they're all lies. Every time you do a picture like that, you're lying about the distance, you're lying about the elevation, right? The altitude from which the picture is taken. You're just lying, right? All of these things.
What is the picture you're talking about? Is this a picture where it's like, oh, here's a mountain that's
they just take pictures and like, look at this thing that's so far away, we shouldn't be able to see it. Or like, here's the Chicago skyline from across the lake, well, we shouldn't be able to see it. They're just always lying. They're just lying about the distance. They're lying about various.
Bro, those were everyone I showed was from a professional photography website that has nothing to do with flat Earth, with all of the information listed.
Austin,
your model doesn't claim that the distances are wrong. That isn't your model's answer.
No, you guys just lie. You guys just lie. That's all it is. You just lie about how far away things are and how high.
It's a professional photography website. It has nothing to do with flat Earth.
Well, can you share one so people can see what you guys are talking about, please?
Yeah, sure.
Anyone you want, as long as Dave agrees that it looks good. Share one that you think, Austin, that you think. I'm trying to, share one that you think supports your position, and then Dave can debunk the photo, or he can share his criticisms of the photo. And while he's looking that up, I want to give everyone a chance, let you know. I'm joined here by 2 creators, 2 commentators, both Witsit Gets It Done on YouTube. Linked in the description is at YouTube at Witsit, and as well as Professor Dave. Also enjoyed your Terrence Howard video because I think he actually is legitimately insane, but that I don't know. But the
expected virality on that one,
yeah, that was all right. Yeah, but both guys create content. One of the people in this room are banned from Twitter. I don't want to name names, but the otherwise you can find them on Twitter or Dave, is there somewhere else where you want people to look for your stuff other than okay.
YouTube.
One of these guys in the room is also propped up by all the algorithms.
All right.
I make popular content, man. I make popular content because it's funny.
Wait. You're prioritized by the algorithm.
No, I'm things that people like to watch are prioritized by the algorithm.
If I Google Witsit Gets It, you guys come up.
So few people are stupid enough to fall for a flat Earth, so nobody watches you guys.
Dave, listen.
Interesting.
If I YouTube Witsit Gets It geocentrism, a literal stream I did, you pop up. Can you explain to me why you're popping up when I search for me? Okay, let's not play games.
Let's try it.
YouTube admitted in Congress they deprioritize flat Earth content because it's misinformation. So what?
Yeah, I don't get it. I got if the Earth is flat, what's under it? Shorts.
Yeah,
Solar
that's what I
system
got.
from Earth's
Of
perspective.
course, because it's heavily censored. It doesn't mean it's true, but we don't have to play this game that like
I
you're
got a
not propped
cheap
up.
video.
Jeff recommends popular content, but I make very good, informative, educational content.
Look at that. What do you wait? Go down. What do you have to do with
Okay.
Witsit gets to geocentrism?
Third
What does your video have to do with it? You
I
just
don't know.
proved my point live for the whole entire audience.
Maybe I
Thank
put
you.
the keyword geocentrism in there. I don't even remember what my keywords are.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
You don't know. You don't know what my keywords are.
I know for a fact you didn't. So anyway,
You don't have
let's
access
get
to my
back to the
YouTube
photo.
because
studio.
I've
You don't know
tested,
what my
I've
keywords
tested this because you're the number one propped up anti-flat Earth. Dude. They admitted in Congress that they consider it misinformation, so they deprioritize it and they prioritize the information correcting the misinformation. That would be you, according to them. So they prioritize you. If you look up anything flat Earth related, you get Professor Dave. Okay, we all know that content blows the rest of your content out. That's why you got so many tens of millions of views.
Look, I have 1,500 tutorials. Do we really want to talk about my education?
No, bro, I'm not even. I hope you. Good luck, brother. I'm not hating on you or your success. I'm just pointing out.
No, you definitely.
I'm literally not, dude. If you make $400 million, I don't care. I wish you would. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I'm just pointing out, bro. I'm just pointing out.
Awesome.
The objective fact that it's C-Park.
Awesome. I love you, but hold on. Now, here's a picture that Austin shared. Nobody denies that this picture exists. Austin, what do you say this is showing? Now, remember, I keep bringing it back because people who are watching aren't as balls deep as you guys both are in the topic. You know what I mean?
Sure.
This is just a picture to me. What does this show?
Okay, so this was the world record at the time. It's been beaten now for the longest line of sight photograph ever taken. This is a mountain called Pic Gaspard. Okay, and it was so now on a globe. If I look out, the Earth should be curving and blocking things in the distance, similar to how I can't look around a corner, right? Like if I look, it's like looking at a hill. So if based on your height,
taken at 12,000 feet, though, right?
Correct. Right. So what you do is you pull up Earth Curve Calculator, you put the observer height in, and then it'll tell you where the horizon will be, and it'll tell you how much of the target hidden height there is. So this is from the Earth Curve Calculator, official calculator. And if you look at it, the observer was 9,000 feet up. The target hidden height, meaning how much Earth curvature should be there, is 16,000 feet, and the top of the tallest part of the mountain is only 12,000 feet. That means the top of that mountain should be 4,000 feet below Earth curvature.
Okay, and then Dave, what do you say to that?
Two things. One, I cannot verify any of those numbers. Those could absolutely be fabricated by you. And number two, we're not doing any of the math. So those are two things that are not being verified. So instead, let's talk about something purely conceptual and intuitive. Why can we see farther with elevation?
You're on the screen. Be careful.
What happened?
I know.
Awesome. Okay, I was just saying
this guy's just denying basic math.
I put my own home address on when I didn't realize it, so I was just telling.
I guess you could look.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, let me finish the thing I was saying.
Go ahead. Sorry, Dave. Go ahead.
So we can't verify any of these numbers. So instead, let's just talk about something very simple and intuitive. If we are looking at something at the horizon, if we go up in elevation, we can see farther. That is not intuitive on a flat Earth because that actually increases the distance to the horizon, right? If you're going up, now there's an additional distance, right? If you get a hypotenuse, that's always going to be longer than the leg there. So why can we see further with higher elevation? That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, that's insanely incorrect. So you change your angle of view.
Okay, so just address the point, right?
I did.
Okay, go ahead.
Within 7 seconds. He made a claim
you're
that
here
it doesn't make any sense.
Here.
It's
if you go up,
basic
this is
math.
even farther now, right? If you're here and you're looking at something here and you go up in elevation, that thing is now further away from you. So why can you see further with additional elevation?
Because you're increasing your angle of view.
Increasing
You
your
didn't
angle
know
of
that?
view, you can see how can you see a further distance? We're not talking about an angle, a further distance. How can you see?
Because now you're changing your angle of view, so you're increasing your angular resolution and the things that you can pick up in the distance. Also, the ground ramps up due to perspective. Dude, just imagine, just think about it simply. If I was on a flat floor and I laid my head down on the floor, as I start to stand up, I'm going to be able to see further along the floor because my angle of view increases. This is again not exclusive to a globe Earth. And you deflected away from the observation that refutes the globe again.
Because I can't verify any of these numbers or the math. They're just lying about them.
Okay, so if the numbers are correct, then you concede it refutes the globe?
Probably not, no.
Okay, then answer it as if the answer, because these are not my numbers.
Okay, I don't know that.
Everyone at home's going to be able to go look it up. It's a official professional photography website.
I want to let you guys both know. At the start of the show, I did a poll. Just so it's with about 3,000 votes, it's 65% Globe Gang, 35% Flat Friend, which I thought I'm going to run it again at the end because I thought this would be fun and a fun experience.
Well, nobody's going to change their mind here.
Well, you're probably true. So you've watched online debates before, Dave. So yeah.
Well, no, not really. He brings his flat Earth, people, and I mean they're impervious to facts and logic, so they're not going to change.
Says the guy that says ducking a picture.
Yeah, I'm ducking a picture because it's a picture, right? I'm talking about very simple physical concepts, right? I'm talking about observations that we can all agree on, like the observation of the celestial sphere rotating counterclockwise versus clockwise, that you cannot explain, that only makes sense on a spherical Earth, that we used in ancient times to prove that the Earth is a sphere. That's why sphere is the default position that you're trying to undermine by talking about.
Hey, real fast, can we show some intellectual honesty? I understand that you don't know these numbers, and fair enough. Okay,
fair.
we want to verify them. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. I'm asking you in good faith, if the numbers were correct, which they are, what would be your response?
You could say if the numbers were correct.
Okay. Yeah, it's an intellectually honest question, and it's actually disingenuous to avoid addressing the evidence just with the cop out that I can't verify the numbers right now.
It's actually really not, because when you have an entire model that is all interconnected and all observable phenomena are explained by that model, one singular datum, like one photo, is not going to be powerful enough to undermine an entire model. If the numbers were true and if the math wasn't fudged, then I would say, okay, there's probably some kind of atmospheric effect or some kind of thing that I am not aware of that is making us see a little bit further. Maybe it's something that particular day. There's a particular humidity, or it's clearly over water that's going to increase the atmospheric refractive effects. None of these observations are ever done over land. I think that's why. Same with the skyline of Chicago. They're always done over water for you guys. So there's something clearly, just one singular explanation that is missing. And that's why one datum is not going to undermine an entire model that explains every single thing about the world that we live in, from everything we see in the night sky to geological phenomena to just absolutely everything in our world, right?
So hand wave dismissal, red herring fallacies, appeal to possibilities. That's your rebuttal. Okay, we can move on.
Fallacy, name a fallacy, fallacy.
Let's move on.
Do you know that fallacies are important, Dave?
Now, I know that you guys name random fallacies to pretend that you've won something when you didn't.
You literally appealed to possibilities. You said there's probably something that could possibly be happening. You literally did a textbook appeal to possibility. It's all good.
You're pretending that one observation is worth more than thousands upon thousands of observations every single day.
I showed 10. It doesn't matter. You're just affirming the consequent and reifying your model by saying it explains everything. What about the
We see too far.
What about the long distance radio waves? What about when we shoot radio waves line of sight?
That's
thousands
called
of
sporadic
miles.
E propagation. It bounces off a layer of the atmosphere.
Okay, that's called skywave propagation.
Okay, hold on.
Sporadic E propagation.
Everyone's had their say on that. Okay, let me ask you. Another thing that I found fascinating as a normie is the contention between the what do they call you, Dave? A glober?
I don't know.
What is the name?
Heads, globe.
Globe.
I don't care.
And then so the globe people and the flat people is the idea that's one of the things that I saw Austin talk about and you talk about was that essentially 5,000 years ago, there was a different North Star. And the question around whether or not the stars move, because that is actually paramount to the idea that the Earth is rotating around the sun versus the Earth being the center of the universe. So Austin, I'll go to Austin, then I'll go to Dave, and then next time we'll start with Dave. So in the flat Earth model, is it that the stars, can you explain the stars thing to the layman in the flat Earth model?
Okay. Wait, the star thing? Like the question you just asked about the star moving or something else?
Well, I thought maybe I misunderstood. Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought the flat Earth mindset was that the stars did not move. Is that not true?
Sure.
Am I wrong about that? Okay.
Okay. Well,
or correct
the
me.
claim. There is a claim that the North Star used to be a different star, and it's a very vague, ambiguous claim based on like architecture. So there's no actual legitimate evidence verifying that. For all legitimately recorded history, we have Polaris. But there is something called a kinematic equivalence, which sure that soes fancy, but it's not.
Hold on. I know you're explaining it, but you didn't add. So is it? What is the flat Earth position on stars? Do they move or do they not move?
They move every day. That's called sidereal rotation. If you mean over time, there does seem to be a slight progression of the stars. But what I'm trying to explain is that isn't exclusive to the Earth moving or not moving, right? It's called kinematic equivalence, which is what relativity is about, relative motion. It's like, oh, is the plane moving or am I moving? You can never tell. That's what the globe model says. So anything that moves in the sky could by default not prove that we were the ones moving according to the official globe model. That's the point I'm making. It's called a kinematic equivalence. So whatever the stars are doing, because we can't go back thousands of years and verify if the North Star was different, whether it was or wasn't, it doesn't prove the Earth is moving.
So, Dave, your response to that?
Yeah, a couple things. Number one, the North Star became Polaris in like 600 CE or something.
6,000 years ago or something, yeah?
No. Way more recent than that. Polaris, it was Thuban in the times of the Egyptians, became Polaris. So that's well documented. But furthermore, we don't need to do that. We can very accurately observe Milankovitch cycles. We can see the precession of the rotational axis happens every year. It could be measured. And then there's parallax and all these other things. But that's not really what matters because, again, he's trying to do this thing where he doesn't have to where he's pretending that geocentrism doesn't assume a spherical Earth. When the argument was going on in the Renaissance, early Renaissance, about geocentrism and heliocentrism, we knew that the Earth was a sphere. So every time he does this kinematic equivalence thing, the kinematic equivalence he's trying to refer to is whether the Earth goes around the sun or if the sun goes around the Earth, not doing little donuts on a pizza land. That's not an equivalence. Those are not equal things. We're talking about one going around one or the other going around the other. Those are the two things. So geocentrism, you often try to defend a geocentric model. It assumes a spherical Earth. That is an actual model that can, to some reasonable precision, describe the motions of the celestial objects and put them where they're supposed to go and predict quantitatively where they're going to be. Flat Earth doesn't have that. You don't have any model. You don't have any way of saying this is where the planets are going to be. This is when an eclipse is going to happen. Any of these things. You absolutely cannot do any of those things. That's why I told you in the beginning, if you want to defend geocentrism, that's totally fine. We can talk about how we know that the Earth moves, which is a completely different topic from knowing whether the Earth is round or flat, because geocentrism uses a spherical Earth.
Okay, response to that, Austin.
Okay, so what's happening is I'm specifically addressing the singular point in your gish galloping. No. So, like, you want me to address everything you just said, right? Like, for one,
kinematic equivalence has nothing to do.
How about this? I'll throw it back to you real quick. Why is geocentrism exclusive to the Earth being a sphere?
Because it's a model that works. Flat Earth doesn't work. It doesn't explain anything we see, like the observations of the celestial sphere that you keep running away from. You cannot explain why the stars rotate one way in the north and the other way in the south. You cannot explain that.
All right, I'm going to take my time back and let me respond to everything you said, because you didn't answer. So the answer is that it's not, because with everything...
You didn't answer, that's fine.
You didn't. You just started talking about star trails again. So with everything going on in the quote-unquote universe, you said universe wouldn't exist. No, maybe not as you've defined it, but with everything going on, all the quote-unquote planets, everything moving around, the Earth's shape doesn't matter. You just project that. Relative to your projection, you create a transform relative to your projection or your assumption of motion.
Observations of the night
Buddy,
sky.
I let you finish. Chill out. Okay. So
let him finish. Let him finish, Dave.
So the truth is that all observations have shown that the Earth is stationary. We have the cosmic microwave background, which showed anisotropic inhomogeneous distribution of energy, which is the exact opposite of the heliocentric prediction, and intersected on the Earth. The 23.4 degree axis was on a non-local observation.
Salad.
Dude, define word salad.
You're just using words. You're trying to pretend that cosmology proves the Earth is flat. Then all cosmologists would be flat earthers. Do you have any idea how insane you sound? No, it's not. You're pretending to understand cosmology. You're pretending to
What did I say that was word salad, Dave?
No, I'm saying it's word salad because it is word salad.
Yeah, I said that was word salad.
We're talking about the shape of the Earth. You're defending a flat Earth, which we figured out it isn't true in 2,500 years ago, and you're trying to talk about modern cosmology to try to talk about this when you can't even explain naked eye observations of the stars in the sky.
Okay, look, they're directly related. The idea is that the Earth is a tilted, wobbling, spinning sphere that revolves around the sun. The alternative is that the Earth is a geocentric, stationary plane. Both of those are directly related.
Sphere, that is a stationary sphere, was the alternative. Prior to heliocentrism, we thought that it was a stationary
Stop interrupting.
sphere.
Hold on.
You keep going off the rails. I got to bring you back to what we're talking about.
Hold on, guys. Okay, I'm getting some flack for allowing too much interruptions. That's on me. I know that both of you feel passionately about this, but please try to keep that to a minimum. But I do want to say, most importantly, I think it's really important and really cool that both of you took time out on a Saturday night to get online and do this and stream. And I just want to thank, I just want to give a shout out. I don't care who people back who are watching or whatever, both channels are linked in the description. Witsit gets it or Professor Dave. Ideally, you'd subscribe to both and consume both people's content and make up your own mind. I just want to before emotions heat up too much, just say, hey, I appreciate you both being here. I know that it's a weekend night. Can I, if you'll allow me, I'm getting called a coward for not bringing up The Edge, apparently, which is, I assume, one of the more controversial opinions and Austin, I think it's fair for you to say, hey, I showed up and I'm the one that has to answer. I'm the one that has to defend all our positions. But I also think that's a result of the fact that the spherical Earth is the commonly accepted opinion. So I want to be fair, and I'm not doing awesome at it, but I'm trying. So I want to say, if there are specific positions against the sphere or against that you want Dave to answer for, I want to give you that opportunity. But one thing that is what I found fascinating today was the idea of the ice wall or Antarctica. There's a lot of craziness around that, because what I thought, just being unbiased, trying to be unbiased, but I guess being honest, that is very hard for me to believe. Because people can literally go to Antarctica. I watched a lot of Flat Earth video. I told you guys before, I watched almost 8 hours, and I was like, these bastards better show up, because I spent my whole Saturday watching Flat Earth videos. But I was watching the Antarctica thing, which is a common talking point, and people go there all the time. So what is the Flat Earth position about the rim? Basically, that's what people in chat are asking that. What's going on the edges in the Flat Earth? And then Dave, I'll give you a chance to. Is that okay? I'll give you a chance to respond to that. Okay.
All right. First of all, to address the first part, I'm cool with asking questions. That's the natural response, because Flat Earth is so out of left field for most people.
Yeah.
But that's more of a normal conversation thing, not a he's supposed to be debating me thing. But it's all good. Okay. I'm pretty chill.
I can let you guys just go at it too, if that's what you want.
No, it's cool. I'm going to answer your question. Okay. This is the typically held position. You cannot freely and privately explore past the 60th south latitude, which is a ring around the outside. So to independently and freely identify and verify what all is out there is not possible. Do people go there? Yes, you can go on approved guided tours. Most of the time, it's just a couple locations. They say it's super dangerous. I have a friend that this is anecdotal, but a former NASA employee was stationed there for 6 months. He's a flat earther. It's admittedly the highest elevation on Earth. So when people say ice wall, there are videos and pictures of what you would call an ice wall. It's the highest elevation on the Earth.
Hold on. Highest elevation on Earth in Antarctica.
Highest average elevation. So not like Mount Everest, the highest average elevation of a continent.
Okay. That might
be. So we're saying we don't know what's there. And oftentimes people get this straw man. It's like flat earthers say you can't go to Antarctica. People go there all the time. No, we're saying you can't freely and privately explore it, right? Like if I let you in my house, but you couldn't go upstairs, you couldn't tell me what was upstairs, right?
A sex dungeon. I would know.
So are you going to go with Will Duffy to the South Pole? He's paying for you.
I told him when he first emailed me, before I even knew who he was, that I was open to going. I had specific parameters, which is that they can't take my words out of context and make a hit piece like they always do, that they have to be forthcoming about all the funding and all the stuff like that. And I said I would go. I have no reason not to go.
Hold on, Dave. Can you explain the Will? Because I know about the Will Duffy thing, but most people watching.
Yeah, I didn't know. I was getting these emails and not even knowing who he was, so I didn't reply. But he was this guy, Will Duffy, has been emailing flat earthers and people who make flat earth debunking content about paying to bring some people to the South Pole to observe the 24-hour sun.
He's like some eccentric billionaire guy, right?
I don't really know anything about him, and I don't know how much money he has. I don't think he's a billionaire. I think he has enough money to pay for a couple people to go.
Because I will go. I'll do the South Pole tour.
I wouldn't. I have things to do, but I would love for some flat earthers to go and see the 24-hour sun. And most flat earthers are already making excuses. Weiss is saying he doesn't want to go because he's evil, Satan or something. I don't know what he's talking
Austin
about.
said he would go.
Okay. That's great.
And Dave's position was that he doesn't respect people that are dishonest and hide behind anonymity and stuff like that. So whatever, I said I would go because, dude, I'm not scared of anything. You know I'm a flat earther?
Did he contact you?
Yeah. He sent like a mass email. And when I saw it, I responded. I said, dude, look, I'll go. It has to be transparent, honest. People have stolen money. They claim on their videos they're going to fly us. And then we contact them. They're like, I'm not going to actually fly you. That's just for my YouTube video. But he still has a GoFundMe up to make flat earthers look bad. So I said, if it's honest, I'll go. I'm not scared of the truth, dude. I'm a flat earther because you can go see mountains from hundreds of miles away consistently. It doesn't add up. The math doesn't add up. So anyway, and
can I bring it back?
I don't know how that's going to manifest, but as of now, it looks like it could be me and Jaron going with, I guess, Dave McKeegan or something. But
I give you.
And when we don't see the 24-hour sun,
what are you going to have to see? So if you go, all right, right here and right now, you go, you see 24-hour sun, you come back, you make a video, because look, I saw this in Dave's video. I feel like I've saw you, and I have also. Everyone's been wrong. It's not like a big deal. I'm not saying you are, but I'm saying, what will it take? Like if you go down there and you see 24-hour sunlight, you'll come back and say, all right, cool. I'm cool. It's global. I'm a global guy now. What would it take if you went to the South Pole for you to change your mind?
If I saw a 24-hour sun that does a 360 around me, like the Go predicts, I would readily admit that doesn't.
What's a 360 around me look like?
Like the sun should just do a full circle around you and never set, just like it does in the north in the midnight sun. It should do the same thing in the south.
What does it look like in Alaska when it's light for 24 hours there?
It literally does. If you're far enough north, you can just see the sun do a full circle around you, which is what the flat Earth predicts is what. What's up,
Dave? Do you have any issue with that? I don't know. I've never been there.
No, great. I can't wait. I really hope they go, and then when they come back, that's the end of flat Earth because that will be it. And
let me finish what I was saying.
Okay.
Yes, it would match the globe. I would step back and be like, whoa, I don't expect it to. So I would admit, yeah, that's weird. That matches the globe. That's not expected on the flat Earth from my understanding, blah, blah, blah. I'd openly admit it.
Isn't that what you just did to me about the photograph? Or I was thinking of another explanation?
What? No. I didn't even say that yet, but maybe. But a more definitive test actually is to charter a plane, fly far enough south, have multiple mechanical gyros spinning up that maintain rigidity in space. They should tip over as you go, and then it should flip over. So it should tip and flip based on the curvature of the Earth. If, say, that test and the 24-hour sun was actually manifested, which I don't have high hopes for, if I found out for sure the Earth's a globe, I would be the first one to come out and admit I was wrong. Because that doesn't prove one thing doesn't prove is that we're flying through space. It doesn't prove any of this other nonsense.
Okay, well, let me ask this. So, I feel like Austin's been on a bit of the hot seat. So let me pose a question to Dave. I watched a bunch of your videos today. I actually really appreciate. I can definitely tell you're a teacher because all of your PowerPoint slides gave me PTSD back to my college days.
I'm good with slides.
Yeah. I actually, when I was getting my master's degree, I still had a professor that used overhead projectors that he had written in the 70s.
Old school. Yeah.
Yeah. But I've heard the terminology around flat Earth several times in your videos about grifting, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is the grift? What is the grift in saying that there's a flat Earth? Can you kind of describe that? Because I don't see a lot of these flat Earth guys being like, give me money. Like,
well,
so what is
it's
it?
just a little cult, and there's super chats, and they do the conferences and all these things. That's all it is.
So there's
it's not like a
conferences.
huge grift. It's not like Scientology or something. But
Okay, we all agree Scientology is a huge grift, right?
I hope we all agree that.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, flat Earth doesn't make you money, bro. I get demonetized all the time. I'm deprioritized. I had to lose a 6-figure job offer because I had flat Earth videos online.
Okay.
It is if you were going to grift, why would you pick the thing that doesn't make money?
Because you're
like, it doesn't make
a better grift. If you could do I've been debunking Billy Carson and some of these guys on the Rogan thing. That guy actually makes money lying about archaeology and ancient aliens and stuff like that. That would be a smarter grift.
What?
Okay, anyway, but this is the problem. People are going to get so triggered that like Dave's not being forced to actually address his improper claims.
Okay, well, what is it?
I'm just going to be real.
No, he's right here. He's right. Okay, hold on, Dave. All right. What is it? Articulate the question that Dave has not answered, and then Dave, the floor is
all
yours.
ears.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So like I explained earlier, when we looked at the cosmic microwave background, it actually showed that there was, he called this word salad, anisotropic.
Wait, what is it? I just want to, we're not all, so what did you say? The what microwave?
It's called the cosmic microwave background, CMB, which is just, you send something up high in the air and you read the electromagnetic radiation. There's the visible spectrum of light, then there's the non-visible spectrum. It's pulling in all the data from the light that you can't see with your eyes.
If you've ever researched flat Earth, you know this image, right? Dave's seen this.
Probably,
image.
yeah. Most
It
people
has nothing
certainly
to do with flat Earth. I mean, this is cosmology.
Hold on. But hold on, Dave. Okay. Hold on. Just let him. Yeah. Just let him.
It's about is the Earth moving or not? So in the current model that the Earth is flying around the sun, the universe, whatever, all the energy should be evenly distributed. That's called homogeneous, and it should be isotropic, meaning it has no preferred direction. Okay, but what they saw was that it was inhomogeneous and anisotropic, and actually the part that had a preferred direction intersected on the Earth. And they ended up calling it the axis of evil. And then what they saw was that this anisotropic inhomogeneous distribution of energy was actually on a 23.4 degree tilt, which was supposedly the Earth's tilt, but it was observed way beyond our quote unquote galaxy, which means it could not have been the Earth tilted. So it's a major problem. The CMB matched the geocentric model.
Wait. Okay, Austin. So you're talking, so this image, right? The CMB model, right? You're saying, how does this, one thing I'm a layman, so I feel like I'm speaking for just regular people who are watching. What about this should Dave talk about when it comes to the sphere heads? So when you talk about the microwave, whatever, how does this relate to flat Earth is what my question is.
This is just about if the Earth is geocentric or not. If the universe is geocentric.
Okay,
so
that's a different conversation then, right? Because
it's not though.
The planet could be yes, it is, because the planet could be a sphere but still be geocentric.
It could be, yes, that's right.
Okay, so it is different.
The point is that the mainstream model we were all inundated with was that the Earth is a spinning globe. So the alternative is that the Earth is a stationary plane. And what always happens is the people that believe in the spinning globe, they want to avoid the burden of proof for both of those things, curvature and motion. And if they think they can say what's an eclipse, then somehow they don't have to explain all the evidence that shows the Earth's not a spinning globe. And that is illogical.
Austin, how do you explain eclipses? You brought it up. I didn't bring it up. So
I don't know this one up first. I mean, let's not jump topics here.
Okay, I'll shut up. You're right, Dave. Thanks for keeping me in line.
Yeah. You can go whatever you want after this, but no, this is what Austin relies on. This is why he's so incapable of doing.
But what does it supposedly prove? I'm sorry. So what does
that the Earth's in the center of the universe?
Got it. Okay, Dave, respond.
Okay. So no, it absolutely doesn't. Otherwise, cosmologists would all agree that Earth was at the center of the universe. Right? This is all freely available information that you're finding on Wikipedia. If this demonstrated what you're saying it does, that would be the consensus among people who study this for a living. It is not, and that doesn't do what you're saying. You're just saying it does. This is what you do, right? You need to talk about esoteric aspects of modern physics because your viewers don't understand what you're talking about, and they just believe you, instead of talking about very simple things, like which I want to keep bringing you back to. Why is it that people looking in different directions can all see the Southern Cross at the same time? Very simple, intuitive things. These are what we should be discussing.
Sure. Okay. So hand wave dismissal, appeal to consensus, and appeal
You're just lying
to
about
authority.
what it says. You're just lying about what it says.
You said if it said what I said, all the experts would agree. The consensus is that there is no the consensus is that there's
homogenous. The CMB is homogenous. This is common knowledge.
The consensus is that there's no legitimate explanation that's agreed upon for it. And it was originally rejected and then redone and showed the same unexpected result, and then done again and shown the same unexpected results. That's the actual truth. There isn't a legitimate consensus answer from your paradigm. Doesn't matter. When you want to keep talking about the stars, you said look different directions. Just like when Dave Weiss was talking to you, he tried to tell you magnetic declination's a thing, and you called that jargon and said that wasn't a real thing. You're just making up words.
I didn't say you made it up. I just said he's saying magnetism for no reason because it has nothing to do with what I was talking about. How is magnetic declination going to allow you to see the same thing by looking in different directions? Explain. You go ahead. Go ahead and ask the real man what Weiss said.
We're going to see that you didn't follow him then either. And that is that you're talking about directions. You're invoking cardinal directions.
Mm-hmm.
How do you determine your directions? So if you're going to use a compass, according to your paradigm, when you get to the south, the magnetic declination gets way worse.
Why do I need a compass? Can I use geographical phenomena? Can't I point in a particular geographical direction by known landmarks? Don't we know on a map?
How do you know the exact? First of all, when you're looking at the stars all the way to the Southern Cross, what known landmarks are you going to use?
Anything on the tips of those continents. What are you talking about? You're standing at the tip of a southern continent. Look, I'll give you, let's say you're off by a degree or two. Okay, fine. We're looking a little bit this way, a little bit that way. On the graphic that I showed you, they're looking in completely different directions, all seeing the Southern Cross at the same time. It doesn't make sense. You can't.
First of all, it's not a degree or two, Dave. It is dozens and dozens of degrees. If you go far enough south, it is actually 179 degrees at one point. Meaning,
how far south? Very near the magnetic pole?
Yeah, in your paradigm, which your magnetic pole's in the ocean. But the point is dude, if you're going to say I'm looking south for sure, you're relying on magnetic declination corrections. Okay, but that's the point Dave was making. You hand wave dismissed it, and it's just a fact.
I can go outside of my house and look north without looking at a compass because I know which way north is on a map. Do you use a compass every day to orient yourself, or do you just know which way the cardinal directions are?
Yeah, but in the north we have Polaris to go off of, right?
No. On a map, on a street, walking around the street, you've got a grid of streets, you know which way is north. Do you need a compass to do that?
Well, actually, if you use the compass, it will show you different directions over time. I'm asking you, how do you verify south?
Use geography.
How did you verify the exact cardinal direction of different geographical input? Okay, but let's just anyway. You don't understand that point apparently, but it doesn't matter.
Or you're just desperately pivoting.
No, dude. You said that it wasn't a real thing, and now you think it wasn't a real thing.
I said you're just bringing up magnetism for no reason because you think that's going to save you. It's almost verbatim what I said.
How else? You're saying the only other way to verify it is to look at geography.
Dude,
okay,
you're pretending that if I'm looking at what I know is south on a map, that I could somehow be pointing basically north or near north. Is that really how much of a distortion you think is physically possible when you're just using a map to look south?
You don't just use. Okay, I'm trying to explain to you that in your paradigm, in the south, the magnetic declination gets crazy. In theory, could that be true? Sure.
Where does it get crazy? How close to the magnetic pole do you have to get in order for it to get crazy? How close?
Wherever you're viewing the Southern Cross from is far enough south that the magnetic declination is a significant factor.
Is it though? Because it's not really that close to the magnetic pole.
No, but it can still be 40, 50 degrees magnetic declination in your paradigm.
No,
yes, you can go to magnetic-declination.com and look it up. The other thing is there's something called an azimuthal grid. So we actually see the world in a little azimuth grid. That's how we measure it, right? That's how we measure the stars. We take our zenith, and then we take elevation measurements down to our azimuth. So it gives you a little dome. Now, when you actually run this through a software, you'll see that if you had a bunch of stars circling over top of you and you had this little limit of vision that was a dome, you'll actually see the stars appear to converge at a point where they're actually not converging and circle around that point. We have replicated it, so we actually expect it. The problem is we need to verify the exact cardinal direction to even put that input into the software to know for sure, to give you a flat Earth model you all beg for, and it is impossible to 100% verify the cardinal directions that far south. So
hold on. All right. Okay.
You have no such model. You have no such thing, or you would have shown it. You would have all been celebrating it in all your videos. You can't.
We've shown it. We have shown it.
Well, bring it up. I'm going to let you bring it up, Austin. I want to say this. Go ahead, take a minute, bring it up. I want to be respectful of everyone's time, so I wanted to keep this to, maybe 30. Are you guys okay with 30 more minutes? Is that okay? Or
Yeah.
20, 30?
20, yeah.
Okay. So are you guys okay with, I want to just pull the pin on a grenade, chuck it in, and back out and let you guys go at it because I'm getting yelled at for interrupting too much. But also, would you guys be okay with the last 10 minutes of the show? We looked at some viewer questions. Is that okay? So can we do 20? Are you guys okay with 25 more minutes or no?
Yeah,
I am. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But I just wait.
Hold on. You good with 25 more minutes?
Yeah.
Austin, Dave. Okay. So I want to let everyone know. Hey, again, I'm getting a lot of shit for being, maybe interrupting too much, but I just want to let people. I try to pick my spots, but what matters most is that these two gentlemen spent Saturday evening with me. 3 dudes on a date on Saturday night. We obviously could have been out there slaying puss like incredible chads like we are. But make sure you check out their channels in the description below. Wits It Gets It has obviously a wide variety of content available, as well as Professor Dave. Please support their channels, and please, independently, if they have Patreons or whatever, support them directly. Obviously everyone's pissed that I haven't brought up the ice wall, the edge, or the dome. That's the last thing I want to end on. But I did want to ask you about this video. I'm a big SpaceX guy. I'm a big, I'm a big space guy. We're on SpaceX right now. Bro. Starlink. I know. Sorry. I know. I'm sorry. Yeah.
It's a lot of it's fake, brother. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's what people say. So when we watch this, I won't watch it, but right. So this was the space jump, right? We can obviously see the Earth is digitally or not curved, right? This guy, jumps out. This is when I think flat Earth, because I watched this video like in real time because I'm a space dork. Keep that in mind when we discuss, not that my opinion matters. It's really the viewers' opinions that matter. And then I'll ask them in 5 minutes. So I want to bring up the conversation. Actually, you know what? Is there something that either one of you, Dave or Austin, that you really want to, I fucked up and I didn't talk about it? Because you've already given a bunch of your time. Should we not talk about the ice wall and the edge or the dome?
Well, I think I already addressed that. We can't freely privately explore there. It's highest elevation in the world. Some people think that's what it could be.
Talk about. Yeah,
you can all go to.
You can't fall off the edge of a lake or a pond. We don't know what's beyond it. Could there be more land? Sure. Could there be something containing it that touches down? Sure. We literally can't freely and privately explore it, so we don't know. It's kind of like saying, do you fall off the edge of a lake though? Like, no, Antarctica would serve as the shore.
Make sure you go to the South Pole with Will. Make sure you get over there.
I'm in. So
can we address the Felix thing though, since you brought it up?
Go ahead.
Okay, so
he's talking about the diver, right? The Felix.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it looks like the Earth is a ball, obviously, an extremely small ball.
He's in lower Earth orbit here. He's not.
No, he's not. He's 180,000 feet up, so that's actually very low. And this was sponsored.
Orbit.
Real fast. This is sponsored by GoPro. So this is a GoPro fisheye lens. If you look at the video, the angle from inside the cockpit or whatever you want to call it, you can actually see the horizon's flat. So Neil deGrasse Tyson himself came out and addressed this idea that people think that Felix was so high that he could see the curvature of the Earth.
That's from the cockpit. That doesn't look flat.
No, that's not. That's from outside, still using the GoPro.
Well, that's exaggerated. You can admit that is exaggerated curvature.
Yeah.
Because it's on a.
The curvature is still there.
Yeah, it's on a squish.
Well, you say that, okay, but according to even Neil deGrasse Tyson, you would never see the curvature of the Earth from that height because you'd only be 2 millimeters above a typical blown up beach ball or whatever. But
what about that?
The point that's important here is I've heard Dave say, and I don't watch Dave, so I'll be honest with you, bro, but I listened to a few minutes of it earlier. I heard you say something.
You should watch your debunkers, dude. That's time well spent.
No, I've watched some of his older stuff. Okay. It's all the same stuff, bro. But anyway, so this is the problem.
That's obliterating your position.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, with all straw mans. But look, this is what I want to point out. Dave said that this guy was in his balloon and it maintained the momentum due to the conservation of momentum with the spin of the Earth. So when he fell out, he maintained that momentum.
Yeah.
Felix Baumgartner landed like dozens of miles in the opposite direction.
Well, he accelerated though. When you watch this, he did not maintain his position, right?
But if you're spinning underneath him, why would he fall in the opposite direction?
In the opposite direction. What's going on while he's falling? Is there no interaction with the atmosphere? Is there absolutely no change in what's going on?
Well, there's not much atmos up that high. You could say once he got down, he started drifting, if that's what you want to claim. I mean, I actually looked at the weather data. It seemed like there wasn't much wind. I'm pointing out that your claim that he was just following the Earth is patently false. He fell like 40 miles in the wrong direction.
Okay, well, on a
that
flat Earth,
isn't
you're supposed
curvature
to
of
be
Earth.
going straight up and straight down, so it actually obliterates your position. I don't know what you're gloating about here.
What?
I didn't know this
on
was
a flat Earth,
flat
you're
Earth
going
video.
straight up
I
and
didn't know
straight
that.
down. Why would there be any discrepancy in where he lands if it was a flat Earth?
Okay, it wouldn't obliterate my position. We can both agree now it has something to do with wind, and your claim that he was just following with the Earth is ridiculous and stupid
Yeah, just
and
like satellites.
not true.
Ridiculous and stupid. That's obscene. But I think much more importantly,
That was your
what
claim,
you
though.
what you absolutely can't explain is why that guy fell down.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
the
because
gravity conversation.
Electric
I
gravity.
forgot.
Let's
talk
do
about
electric gravity.
Yeah,
Let's talk about it. Let's
because he has weights when he's more dense in the air and he went
What
down.
is weight?
It is mass times gravity. Mass is volume times density times downward acceleration. Gravity is little g, which is just downward acceleration, 9.8 meters per second squared, which you falsely claimed that we can't derive, but you can do that with a kinematic equation, strictly a kinematic equation.
Get me
Yes, you can.
9.81 meters per second squared without using the mass of the Earth.
Literally, you can do it with a kinematic equation. It's also been done with
see it. Where is it?
Yeah, initial height, velocity, and time will give you the same exact 9.8 meters per second value. That's just the effect. Did you know that 9.8 meters per second squared is just the effect? It isn't even like the claimed cause.
What do you mean the claimed cause? It's a value. It's an acceleration due to the mass of the Earth. That's why G changes with radius, with elevation on different celestial bodies. That's why G is different on the moon. It's different on Mars. You think that's all fake, of course, but So, very, very simply, you cannot explain why things fall down. You just can't do it.
I can.
No,
yeah.
you can't.
Everything. It's more dense than the air, and so the question would be, why is there up?
Why does it go down?
Why is it down? That's your question.
It is less dense too. The air above it is less dense. Should fall up.
Why is it? What?
The
Dude,
air above an
you're
object.
more dense than the air. It doesn't matter if the air above you is less dense than the air below.
Why does it go down? This air is less dense. In fact, this air is even less dense than this air. Why does it go up?
Okay, why would that mean it goes down?
What do you mean? Why would that mean? Because the mass of the Earth is the things fall. The reason that things fall down.
Dude. Helium. Why does helium rise?
Because it's less dense than air.
There you go. It's less dense than the other air.
Gravity pulls the air down more than the helium.
That's
the
what
same
you
reason
think.
The beach ball goes up in the air, in the water.
You're just reifying your belief, and this is what's even funnier.
Reify.
Listen,
How is it
listen, dude.
reification? I'm not doing anything abstract and turning it.
Yeah, because you have a
concrete.
concept. You have a concept of gravity in your mind, and you are attributing concreteness to it, and just assuming it's true by treating the concept as if it's actual.
Anything, because I know that it's exclusively an effect based on mass and not electromagnetism, as you pretend. You absolutely cannot use electromagnetism to explain anything that gravity explains. You can't.
I never said electromagnetism. There's a downward electric current on the Earth. This is actually another falsification of the globe. We have a
electricity
uniform.
and magnetism are not part of the same thing. What do you mean, not electromagnetism?
We have a vertical electric field on the Earth, and it has 100 volt per meter increase. It's equipotential increase. It's a vertical electric field. It's a vertical electric field, and it's uniform. And so we have 100 volts per meter. Now that's impossible. That's impossible.
It's not.
Does it increase 100 volts per meter?
No, it dissipates with elevation, which is why Felix can't be falling down due to electromagnetism.
Does it increase 100 volts per meter?
For like 100 meters. And
no.
Dissipation.
No, your model claims it's up to like 50 miles.
Okay, look, even if whatever
you're so wrong about everything.
Why doesn't anything fall up? Austin, why doesn't anything fall up? Electromagnetism is both attractive and repulsive, right? So some things are attracted to the Earth. Why isn't anything repelled from the Earth? Why doesn't it fall up to the other Gaussian surface or whatever you want to talk about? Why doesn't it fall up?
So first of all, so radial distribution of a sphere would not allow you to have equipotential parallel surfaces that are 100 volts per meter.
Why does it?
No, I'm finishing my point. Then I'm just letting the audience hear the conclusion of the point.
Let him answer. Let him answer.
So that's the conclusion of the point that Dave previously avoided, which is that radial distribution of a sphere could not replicate what we have on the Earth. But you said, why don't things go up? You mentioned my middle school experiment or whatever you called it, right? Where I actually made something lift, and I did it with iron filings. I did it with multiple different materials, even insulators. So you said that doesn't count, and I can't make big objects.
Yeah,
I can't make big. Okay.
Hey,
did you know that physics scales?
The bigger an object is, the more charged particles there are in it, right? So the effect should be greater. Why can't you do it with a rock or a person? Why don't we see anything fall up ever?
Because you would have to increase the amount of, say, electrostatics you introduce proportionate to its weight, which is, again, mass, which is volume times density relative to the pressure mediation of the atmos. Wait. My question is,
yum.
Dude, what did I say that was word salad?
All of it. You're just saying words.
All of it.
I'm asking you why things don't fall
words.
In a field, particles of opposite charges are accelerated in opposite directions, right? So why can't you make anything fall up? Why doesn't anything on the Earth fall up? It's a very simple question.
I'm trying to explain it.
A lot of people fail up. I'm just saying.
Fail up.
Yeah. I'm trying to make it's really a simple concept. So when you have something that has weight, that's volume times density, okay? That's mass. And then volume times density times acceleration. Little g is just downward acceleration, just an effect. So whenever that's the case, that pressure mediates...
Acceleration due to gravity.
Accelerate.
That's what you guys believe. That's what he thinks, okay? Little g is just the effect. It isn't exclusive to any belief. Okay. Well, everyone keeps invoking little g as if it's proof of, I guess, the bending and warping of space and time or whatever.
We don't even have to go with electricity. Or I
know you can't go that route. Trust me. We know.
Well, no, you can. Relativity is one of the most corroborated theories in the history of science, but it doesn't matter.
No, it's not.
You can just use Newton. Well, it is.
It was falsified in 1933. Fritz Zwicky was off by 99%.
Definitely, it was never falsified.
Let me ask this question, dude. It's a simple question. You said that my experiment doesn't do anything. In reality, what I did was manipulate the electric field, and then it caused the objects to go up, even though that they were heavier than the air.
What you did was apply an enormous electric field to overwhelm the effects of gravity. You took a different force, electromagnetism, to overwhelm gravity for a teeny tiny little object. Right. Once again, what I just said, a very massive object, a lot of matter, has more charged particles. In my body, there are many, many more charged particles than a tiny piece of styrofoam.
What about
the effect be greater? Can't we accelerate up? Can't we levitate? Can't we fly? Why not?
I just have a simple question. You won't let me get it out because you know you won't.
I just answered it.
Ask the question then. Ask the question.
Okay, I've tried like 3 times. It's simple. You're saying that doesn't count because I can't do it with bigger objects.
Yeah.
Do you know that physics scales?
Yeah, so a larger object, more charged particles, the effect should be greater. Why doesn't anything?
So you agree though that if I do the same principle on a bigger scale, if I increase the force proportionate to the object, I would be able to make things go up. And your claim that you can't do it with bigger objects is completely ridiculous, non sequitur.
Countering gravity. You would be countering gravity. I'm
just reifying gravity again.
Stop saying reification. Do you have any idea how dumb you sound when you say
reification?
reification?
Hey, come on now.
Okay.
You're just begging the question over and over, dude. You're just saying, I promise.
Fellas. We're bringing it home.
You can only do this with a Van der Graaf generator because you are applying an external field to overwhelm gravity. You're saying that out there in the world, it's all electrostatic. So we shouldn't need a Van der Graaf generator. Out there in the world where this is an electromagnetic effect, and we know that electromagnetism is both attractive and repulsive. Out there in the world, why doesn't anything fall up ever?
Okay. First of all, depending on the environment, say like your hair will stick up during thunderstorms. Bumblebees literally do something called non-contact pollen detachment. They fly over top of the flowers and the pollen levitates. Literally, there is naturally occurring phenomena that's based on the electric field of the Earth. You're saying we're adding an external force? No, we're manipulating the force that's already... Let me finish. We're manipulating the force that's already there. I didn't add anything. Everything that exists is electrostatic, right? Which is on the smallest scale is 10 to 36 power stronger than your belief in gravity. And all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic. That means all objects that exist are held together by that. So you're acting like I'm adding something that wasn't there. No, I'm just manipulating what was there. Now you do the same thing with your belief in gravity. Isolate gravity and prove it's true.
Yeah, things only fall down. That's it. Well, I'm asking you why things don't fall up. All you're doing is citing, a bumblebee does something. These are all teeny tiny objects where electrostatics can overwhelm the effect of gravity. Why doesn't a rock fall up, or a person, or a car, or anything ever?
Let me ask this.
Because the pressure mediated by the density relationship in the weight makes it go down. It's pretty simple.
Okay. I feel like you both
Those sure were words.
Okay, so
dude, that's pretty bad look.
Well, hold on.
It is a bad look for you.
All right, hold on, gentlemen. What I want to say is that you both have been extremely well behaved and entertaining, and I want to let the viewers, of which there are many thousands, get in for a few minutes. But do I dare bring up Cavendish? Do I dare bring up, because that is a point of contention, right? Of that matter attracts matter, right? That disproves gravity, right? Like I'm a very large fat man, very attractive young, but not young. Why did I say young? That's creepy. Very attractive thin women are often attracted to me. But let's actually not go down that. Let's not go down that road. It's probably too complicated. I want to let people.
Yeah, because everything's electrostatic. It's way stronger than gravity's claimed to be.
Yeah,
but they shield for electrostatics.
If you have a lot of questions like that, it's like, we can have a conversation in the future, man, whether it's streamed or not.
It's maybe down the rabbit hole too far.
I just want to this is the only thing that I really want to know, Dave, before we move on, bro. Like,
all right, go ahead.
You said you didn't think the numbers were correct, whatever, you dismissed it. Then you said maybe there's some type of atmospheric effect. Do you agree, though, that refraction is the bending of light, which means that a silhouette can't be refracted because it is the absence of light?
What?
Can a silhouette be refracted?
If you're seeing something, there's light traveling to your eyes. So
sure, but
the
mountains should be below the curve of the earth, right? But we're seeing the silhouette once it gets backlit, which means you need a line of sight to the physical object blocking the light.
I don't know, man.
So we falsified the
doing. I saw a thing. Therefore, everything we know about physics and science in general is wrong. It's just not going to fly.
Dave concedes defeat. You heard it here first.
Okay,
He conceded the Earth is flat. Everybody knows now. Dave conceded.
It's so easy to go against flat earthers. Just dismiss all the uncomfortable evidence and ask about.
It's not uncomfortable evidence. You just make up bullshit.
Like just ask about random things that we were taught when we were 5. Like, well, then how does this work? And like, whatever. I mean,
I ask you very simple things like why does the night sky rotate in opposite directions in opposite hemispheres? You have yet to answer that. You have
answered it directly.
Okay, go ahead. Repeat that.
If you look a different way, it'll rotate a different way.
I said first of all, you have to verify cardinal direction, which when we go to the south, we actually use immense magnetic declination corrections, which could be skewing where you think you're viewing. That's just a
celestial pole. Looking at the celestial pole with your eyeball.
Let him finish.
That's just a fact.
Yeah, and then he's galloping. It's just word salad. He's just saying words to deflect.
Dude, stop using the term word salad. You don't know what it means.
It means you're just saying words that aren't saying anything, which is what you're doing. That's what it means, and that's what you do, right?
But you can never give specific examples of when I did it.
Just now, what you just did. I'm asking.
I said that magnetic declination.
What does that have to do with
in the south? What?
What does it have to do with what I'm asking you?
You have to determine your cardinal direction, and then the second part is because magnetic declination corrections are immense. In the south,
you're confused
that
about
makes
what I'm
it very
asking
difficult to verify cardinal direction.
Directions thing. I'm asking about rotating counterclockwise versus clockwise. You have yet to answer that.
He's going
okay. You need to determine.
Just so the viewers know, hold on. You guys are both being really great, by the way. Like you're being very respectful, and I appreciate that. Dave, I believe, is going back to his literal.
The first thing I said.
The very first thing he said. Yeah, the globe.
This is all recorded. I tried to answer it the first time he asked it. He interrupted 7 times. I've answered it 3 times.
If I look in a different direction, it'll magically spin the other way. That's not how things work. If you put a clock on the ceiling, it's going to go clockwise no matter which way you face. Sorry, buddy.
I said that we see, this does require usually some visualizations to understand it. We see in a little dome. It's called an azimuthal grid. You can go to Stellarium. That's how we map the stars. We have a zenith position, an azimuth position, and we measure elevation angles. When you do that 360, it gives you a dome. That's how we view the sky. NASA themselves have articles talking about how we see the sky to be a dome. We have an equidistant limit of vision. It's like a little dome. If you were to replicate that with a bunch of spinning stars and you looked out towards the edge of this dome, it's going to make them look like they're converging and spinning around the central point, even though they're literally not doing that. We have replicated it. Therefore, we would expect to see it just like crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays. When the sun's setting in the west, it'll look like it's in the east at the same time, and the rays will converge to a point, even though it's just based on perspective.
Okay.
That isn't objectively a viable answer for the star trails.
It's not a viable answer. You're just saying words like crepuscular and perspective to appease flat earthers who have no idea what you're talking about, because you cannot answer how things rotate counterclockwise in one hemisphere and clockwise in the other.
You know what anti-crepuscular rays are?
Explained perfectly by this model. It turns.
You know what anti-crepuscular rays are?
Well, what? Tell me what they are. Go ahead.
So you called it word salad, but it's just that you don't understand the terms.
It doesn't matter, but you're just taking it's a jumble of words. It's not that each word doesn't mean something. It's not just literal gibberish and syllables. You're taking words that are words and putting them together to make a salad, like your lettuce and your croutons and your things like that. That's why I tell you of yum yum word salad. You cannot explain what is can you concede that this makes perfect sense visually, intuitively, just spatially? Can you at least concede that this makes more sense than what you're saying?
No. I mean, I would say that if it is exactly south, yeah, of course, that's what the globe predicts. But we made the globe model.
You're admitting that the globe Earth explanation for the way we see stars moving in the sky makes more sense than everything you just said using random buzzwords that you.
No, I didn't say that. But this is the point I want to make here too. Look, Dave had to deny that the default position is that the Earth's a stationary plane.
It's not the default.
That is a
position.
Fact. That is literally a fact. So
that's just a thing you say.
Wait. Whenever we fly a plane, do we treat the Earth like it's flat?
It doesn't matter. We're just flying. We're not talking about the shape of the Earth.
Hold on.
We're just traveling.
If
it's a default.
If that's true, hold on, Austin. If that's true, as the debunkers point out, when you fly on the southern hemisphere, or why do planes take direct routes as opposed to following the flat Earth map? Because it takes the same time to fly from Australia. I think that, what is the example you used, Dave?
Sydney to Santiago, over the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah.
Let's do this one because we didn't get to it.
It's always obfuscation away from the point that the actual physical flying of the plane requires a flat stationary.
So he asked the question. I'm just going with him.
I just think it's funny. I just think it's funny.
All right.
Okay, I know all the debunks. They're not debunks, or I wouldn't be sitting in this chair right now.
They are. You can't explain that.
Okay, I'll just go ahead and explain it. So if you say you fly from Sydney to Santiago, one direction actually takes significantly longer than the other return flight.
How much?
It doesn't, though. It doesn't.
It objectively does.
Have headwinds back way. It's like 30 minutes. That's all.
No, there are flights that are up to 3-hour difference. Okay, that's a fact.
I looked it up.
Now, everyone can verify everything I'm saying, and you can go to 24-hour flight radar and look at the data. You can go to 24-hour flight radar, look at the data. What you'll see is it says the plane's going, say, 550 miles per hour, right? On the globe, obviously, you just have a similar distance both ways. But if the time is different, they're obviously not going the same speed. So what that proves, right, because speed equals distance over time. So what that proves is that the data we're being given about how fast that plane goes is wrong. You can Google plane goes 800 miles per hour, and there will be articles talking about planes catching jet streams.
You're going to need 2,000 miles an hour.
Okay, but planes can't. No, you don't.
Sure,
it's ridiculous. You guys.
That distance is like triple or quadruple the distance that makes sense for the amount of time it takes. So are you going to pretend that there's some that crazy wind or personal tornado that makes it fly quadruple the speed to get it over there?
Hurricane.
And also, why doesn't it go the route that makes sense on the flat Earth? Why doesn't it go that way?
First, if you assume the Earth's a globe with a projection, that doesn't prove the Earth's a globe, and it doesn't. So you're asking me, are the pilots in on it? No, the pilots aren't in on it. I know tons of flat Earth pilots. They thought the Earth was a globe. Most of
flat Earth pilots. That's a lie.
Well,
see, this
okay,
is what I'm
hold on,
saying. You
let
have to lie about stuff like that,
You're
dude.
the one
It's so
lying.
weird.
There's no flat Earth pilots. Ask any pilot if the Earth is flat. They'll laugh in your face.
I know
They all take great
multiple.
circle routes. They take great circle routes that are.
Can a
based
circle
on
exist on a flat Earth?
My wife is a pilot.
no, a great
My wife-
circle.
Does anybody want to talk to me? My wife's a pilot.
Yeah.
What does she think? Bring her in.
She does.
Dude, I have an Air Force pilot that reached out to me of 30 years. That's a flat Earth.
Cool. That's true. Totally.
I don't want to.
See what I'm saying? You have to deny basic reality.
Why is it so crazy to think that you could be making that up on the spot?
But what I'm saying,
hold on a second. Either I let these guys go at it for 10 more minutes, or we answer viewer questions.
I feel like we've gone good time.
I feel like
Let's
we're
do
there,
it.
right? Yeah, we're there. So I want to pick a few of these. I'll stick around live for a few minutes after I let these guys go. I want to just like give a digital. I mean, I don't care what side you're on. Thank you both for being here and for being so passionate and being so engaged and being just great. Obviously people are going to think, whatever they want to think, but I hope people are entertained. There are many not many tens of thousands, but there's over, 15,000 people watching. So a lot of people are entertained on a Saturday night, and they could have been watching some garbage. So this is obviously much better. I will read them all after I let these gentlemen get on with their Saturday nights, but I wanted to pick some that I thought.
Can we do like a 60-second closing or something at some point?
Absolutely. I'll do a 2-minute, and then because you guys should we coin flip for who goes last? It's like a criminal trial, right? So generally the prosecution goes last. But I'll just say
I'm indifferent.
Okay. Well, then we'll let Dave go first. Someone says, make Dave define one thing in detail that Austin has said is word salad. Well, he did that. I think he did do that.
No, he didn't.
It's not that he's using words that aren't real. It's that he's stringing together words in a way that isn't saying anything.
Give an example.
Scientific terminology. I can't
Give an
remember
example.
because you didn't say anything, so it doesn't really stick. Yeah. Right?
The definition of word salad is incoherent rambling.
Yeah.
Typically associated with schizophrenia. So if I was saying,
You don't have
yo,
to be
chicken,
schizophrenic
yesterday,
to do it.
sunset, okay, whatever, dude. The fact you didn't understand the terms like anti-corpuscular rays and anisotropic and magnetic declination doesn't make it word salad. It means you need to go inform yourself what the words mean.
I'm saying that those words don't pertain to any kind of explanation for what I was talking about. Magnetic declination isn't going to explain away looking at an object in the sky, seeing that it rotates a particular direction, going to the other hemisphere and seeing that it rotates in the other direction.
Now, you're trying to rebut my argument. You're trying to rebut my argument, but that doesn't. You need to do that. Don't just dismiss the argument as word salad. It's basically vocalizing inept vocabulary skills and bragging about it. It's super weird.
It's pointing out that you use a bunch of terminology rapid fire to make it sound like you know what you're talking about, to trick people into thinking that you know what you're talking about.
Somebody said this. I have a challenge for both Dave and Austin. Using your preferred method, model the Earth universe derived to the 9.8 meters per second. It's indisputable that falling objects accelerate towards the ground at that acceleration. Gravity is true. I'm a physics guy. So I think I don't want to like every question somebody asks, I don't want to like devolve into like a 20-minute, but I think Dave would say gravity and Witsit would say density, right? Like
yeah,
but the 9.8 meters per second is consistent. It doesn't matter if it's a bowling ball.
It's derived from Newton's law of universal gravitation, and you need the mass of the Earth in there. If gravity was electromagnetism, the mass of the Earth wouldn't be a factor. And
Okay, well, you can get it from electrostatics. If you look at Gauss's law, it's a very similar relationship. But what's funny is it actually doesn't always fall at 9.8 meters per second squared. That is an agreed upon average. It's close to that. It's close to that. No, in a vacuum it changes. There's something called gravimeter measurements, which is a vacuum sealed chamber with interferometry measuring a BB fall, and it'll fluctuate above 9.81. Right now it's decimal points, but the point is that it fluctuates at specific times when the electric field changes, even inside of a vacuum sealed chamber. So yeah, to claim it doesn't have anything to do with electric field is insane. Prove that it's space-time bending and warping, or we're winning because we can physically prove it's electric. So until you can prove another claim, you don't have the upper upper edge at all. It's actually the other way around.
Let Dave reply. Let Dave reply.
You cannot do anything with electromagnetism to demonstrate this. You cannot take objects of differing properties, paramagnetic, diamagnetic, ferromagnetic. Why does it not matter at all what the composition of an object is? It all falls 9.81 meters per second squared, not as the average, right? I know it varies depending on altitude and radius of the Earth where you are locally, but you cannot demonstrate any discrepancy. Take any object, a bar magnet, a iron, ferromagnetic iron, anything. Show me that it does anything different than what anything else does that's neutral. Wouldn't it interact with the field in a different way?
Actually, it's a drop tower test that was done in Europe at, I believe, a university, and they show different elements falling at different rates. And so this is the truth, though, that the electric field that creates a downward electric current of 10 microamps per meter. So it's very small and it's very nearly constant. So we don't expect the downward pressure to change much. That's a real verifiable part of physics. I can go out and measure it and manipulate it and make things float. Can you prove that space-time is bending and warping?
No,
of course not.
To what
you
said.
Can just assume.
No, you absolutely can. Relativity is very well corroborated, but you have absolutely zero ability, right? Opposite charges accelerate in opposite directions in an electric field, right? So why, again, does nothing fall up?
Okay, because when the object is more dense, density is the compactness of matter. So what holds the matter together? It's electrostatic charges that gives it a compactness. Literally, all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. And if you call that word salad, that's insane because that's just a direct quote.
No, it is word salad because you're not answering the question. You're
it's a direct quote from Purdue University, dude.
Purdue? What?
I just quoted Purdue verbatim. So this is the problem with listening to people like this guy. They're just going to dismiss it as word salad. You can't have an intellectually honest conversation.
You're just it's just random. It's just random words. You just said density. I'm asking you why nothing falls up, and you answered density. Air is less dense here. Air is less dense here. In fact, this air is less dense than this air because it becomes less dense with elevation. Why does it fall down? Why does
it's still less dense in the object in all scenarios, Dave? Do you not know that even in a vacuum, it's still more dense than the environment or the medium, right? It doesn't matter if it's a little bit less dense, the object's still more dense.
Down because the mass of the Earth is below it. So why doesn't anything accelerate upwards? Why doesn't anything fly to the other Gaussian surface? Why isn't anything repelled by the Earth?
Because there's a downward electric current.
Electromagnetism.
There's a downward electric.
Flip the current. What about a lightning strike?
Because you can't manipulate the entire Earth.
When the lightning strikes, does something there suddenly fly up to the cloud? There's a reversal of polarity there. Why is it that you can't get anything to fall up?
Okay, you cannot flip the entire electric field of the Earth. Now, for it to be analogous to
right there, right under the lightning bolt, something can fly up. No?
All right, here's what I'm going to do. I know that it's late. I'm going to give you both. First of all, a huge round of applause. Please, everyone in chat who's currently, the chat is just as hinged as I thought it would be.
Hinged or unhinged?
I mean, I unhinged.
Yeah. Unhinged, yeah, I would have said.
But I really, really appreciate both of you being on. This is incredible, super entertaining. Everyone in chat, I don't care who you agree with or disagree with. Please check out these individuals' particular YouTube channels. I assume both of them will use this footage and make more content. Watch that. And I want to give you guys both, what do you think? 3 minutes to go out on?
I mean, I need like 30 seconds. I don't need it.
Okay, all right. 2 minutes to go out on. And since I think Dave, you went first, leading in, we'll let Austin go first, leading out. But I want you both guys to know I'll have you back on any time you want. This was a blast for me. Like I know that chat, I know they enjoyed it. Obviously, both of you hope to educate people, but for me, I'm a loser entertainer, and I know everyone was entertained. So if everyone had a good time, please support whoever side you want. And I will read everybody's chats after I let these guys off the hook because they've got more important shit to do. So Austin, I will give you the floor. I will shut off my camera and give you 2 uninterrupted minutes. Plug whatever you want. Let people know where to find you. Watch your content, and then we'll go to Dave, and then I will stay on and respond to all the other stuff if that's okay with you guys. Does that sound okay?
Yep, sure.
Okay, go ahead.
Actually time it. So the default position is that the Earth's a stationary plane. It's what we all experience. Could, in theory, the Earth be a spinning globe? Sure. Whenever you point at the sky and say, look, it matches the globe, it's very ignorant because we made the globe model from the sky. We took observations and reverse engineered the way that we see the sky and assumed the Earth's a sphere. Of course it matches. That's how we made it. And it didn't match for hundreds of years. It had to constantly be updated, still being updated. Relativity is the most verified theory ever. Isn't true at all. 1933, Fritz Zwicky saw the galaxy cluster only had 1% of the mass it needed to actually keep the galaxies from escaping. That means it was missing 99% mass. That's called dark matter. It was originally called missing mass. It's still a major problem. Relativity can't even predict things on the quantum, local, or cosmological scale. It's been falsified with things such as anisotropic light propagation, meaning light's actually a variant, it changes, etc. So a lot of these things are a bit more complex. I encourage people to go actually look at my channel or Ether Cosmology and listen to us break down Einstein's papers, and you can hear him say it. Look at the tests that falsify this stuff. But this is the part that's very important. Falsifications independent of replacement. We were all told that the Earth's a spinning globe. It's very easy to mock and ridicule people that are much more informed to diligently research and actually go out and do tests in real life than actually look into it for yourself. I get it. But just calling them names, appealing to consensus or whatever, doesn't matter. This is a crazy conversation. And actually what we have proven for step one is that the Earth is stationary, and that's been done with interferometry. And so even Einstein admitted that if the interferometry measurements were correct, that his entire theory is wrong and the Earth is stationary, effectively being the implication. We have verified that the interferometry changes with altitude, periodicity, etc. Long story short, it has been proven that the Earth is stationary. It is therefore in the center of the universe. All observations ever showed that. The globe claims everything is actually an illusion. It just looks like the Earth's in the center. It looks like the Earth is flat, but it's really not. Everything is just an illusion. So I encourage you to inform yourself about it because, you can't really be confident in your position until you actually know what your position is. And the vast majority of people don't even understand the globe model. So they actually don't know what they believe in. So that's really the only reason I do this, is to encourage people to at least inform themselves about what they believe before they're so confident in it.
Thanks, Austin. Thanks so much, dude. Dave, lead us out. I'll stay on live after Dave's final here. But yeah, thank you both for coming on.
Cool. No, he's absolutely wrong. The default position is that the Earth is a sphere, and as predicted, he chose to obfuscate by going to relativity and Einstein and all these things, which are not helpful. Since antiquity, we've known that the Earth is a sphere. All observations demand that the Earth is a sphere. He was absolutely incapable of answering this. He just did a thing about, if you look in a different direction, it's going to spin the other way. Doesn't make any sense. Was totally unable to explain this. Utilize magnetic declination. Again, these positions are nowhere near the magnetic pole, and so the idea that they could just suddenly all be looking in the same direction because magnetic declination. I'm sorry, David Weiss. I'm sorry, Austin. This is not sufficient explanation. Day and night regions of illumination. All we got was a little toddler, shine a light on a thing where there's supposed to be a dome, even though there's not actually any dome, and the sun's going to be outside, or is it going to be inside? Doesn't make any sense either. South Pole, come back to that again, day and night. Southern Hemisphere, we did not get to any adequate explanation of how this route is possible. He just said, they go really fast. I don't remember what he said, some wind or something. And we definitely have absolutely no explanation for this Antarctica Cup ocean race. These boats are not going all the way the entire world, turning the opposite direction of where they are actually turning. So I think that was pretty fun. I think we managed to stay away for the most part from the esoteric aspects of modern physics that Austin likes to spew his word salads about, and we stuck for the most part to things like gravity and things falling. So it was somewhat productive, but I do look forward to Austin going to the South Pole.
Hell yeah. I'll go with you, bud.
Seeing
I'm
the
built for it.
24-hour sun, and then I can't wait to see his video saying, I now believe it's a sphere, and then we can be rid of this idiotic flat earth disease forever, hopefully. Maybe in 1,000 years it'll come back somehow. I don't know.
Gentlemen, you both killed it. You're both incredibly entertaining and very respectful and well prepared. And I want to thank you for coming on. And I want to remind everyone in chat, please do, I don't care whose quote unquote side you picked. Check out both of their channels. Both are linked in the description. I think it's good to take in both sides of whatever conversation is going on. Fellas, thank you so much for coming on. I will wrap it up with chat here too, and follow and let them know what's going on. You obviously can reach out to me anytime. Use this content how you see fit. and have an incredible weekend, both of you, please.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for hosting it, man. Much love.
Oh yeah, it was a blast. Thank you.
Hey everyone, we are live from Antarctica.
It's never been done before. I can't find any evidence of any flat earther going to Antarctica. You certainly can't find any evidence of a group of flat and globe earthers going together to try and prove each other wrong.
I was alerted that our flight was the #1 tracked flight yesterday.
They were 400 miles in.
Whoa.
So this was part of the final experiment.
I was shocked that it's the 21st century and people are still debating the shape of the Earth. I didn't know what I was going to do yet. I just needed to find it. Just a perfect final experiment. I had heard so many videos from flat earthers stating that Antarctica does hold the key to the truth.
I'm here to do the science, to partner with people that want to partner.
I think people will look back on of us going as something that is special.
I just heard about it. I thought this was something that I wanted to participate in. I mean, it just excited me, the whole idea.
He maintains that it is to move the discussion forward.
What I ended up learning throughout this journey was something that I would have never seen coming.
Big up to God, because he has a funny way. He has a funny way of humbling people.
This is not what we agreed to. You guys are changing the rules. If that's what you guys want your legacy to be, that's fine.
We can't just have a discussion about maybe just staying here. I mean, I'm not even sure that any of us would object to it.
I'll be there. It's too important to me.
Good day, everybody, and welcome to Modern Day Debate. I'm your host, Ryan. Today, we're going to be debating flat versus globe, Will Duffy versus Flatzoid. So thank you so much for being here, Will. We're going to hand the floor over to you for your up to 6-minute introduction. So we're going to be talking about flat Earth and Antarctica predictions. The floor is yours, and thanks for being at Modern Day Debate.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for having me. I've been really looking forward to this. Just so everyone knows, if you don't, I created the final experiment about a year ago now, and we're going to be going to Antarctica in about a week, and that's the one place that flat earthers have said for years would tell us definitively if we live on a globe or if we live on a flat earth. And the main thing we're going to be doing in Antarctica is seeing whether or not there is a 24-hour sun. So we're going to make some predictions today. I'm going to make some predictions based on the globe. Hopefully Flatzoid can make some predictions based on flat Earth. And I'm going to go ahead and share my screen right now. Let's see here. Okay, great. All right, so I'm going to answer 3 simple questions, and I hope Flatzoid can do the same. So the first one is, on the globe model, what is Antarctica? So on the globe model, Antarctica is a continent, and it is an island continent, meaning it's completely surrounded by water. And that's pretty much it on the globe model. So I'm hoping to hear what Antarctica is on the flat Earth model. And I think we're going to see that it's very different than the globe model. Second question is, where is Antarctica? So I've got a globe here, and on the globe model, Antarctica would be as far south as you can go on the globe. So if you go all the way south, you will end up hitting Antarctica. A lot of flat earthers challenge globers to show how you can go to the South Pole and then keep going south, and that's a misunderstanding of the globe. You cannot go further south than the South Pole. So very simple. Here is the island continent of Antarctica, and where it is it's on the southernmost part of the globe. And then lastly, the third question is, what does the sun do in Antarctica? This is a very, very important one. On the globe model, during certain times of year, specifically during the southern summer solstice, which we are coming up on in a couple of weeks, most of Antarctica at that time has what's known as a 24-hour sun. And this is because on the globe model, we have what's known as an axial tilt. That's why when you purchase a globe, it's tilted. And so if you look here, I'm going to tilt the globe towards the camera. As the Earth spins, you can see Antarctica the entire time. And so during the southern summer, as the Earth is spinning, a lot of Antarctica is exposed to the sun the entire time. So that results in what's called a 24-hour sun or a midnight sun. This is something that flat earthers have said for years does not happen in Antarctica. They have said there is no 24-hour sun. They have said you don't see the sun in the sky for 24 hours. And they've made a very adamant stance against this. And the globe model says, hey, there is a 24-hour sun. And so that's why I created the final experiment. As I said, let's just go and see. Now, in terms of modeling, a gentleman, lots of people on the globe side have done models of what they expect the sun to do where we will be at, which is Union Glacier, Antarctica. But a guy named Ole D. Hasselier, hopefully I'm pronouncing his name right, he sent me a model of what the sun should do on the globe model where we will be. And so I'm going to go ahead and share that now. And this model, you'll see the rotating Earth in the upper right corner. You'll see the sun there and the motion of the sun. And you also have the terrain around us at Union Glacier. This kind of modeling can be done because the globe is real. You couldn't do modeling like this on something that doesn't exist. So because the globe is real, you're able to model the exact movement of the sun at any particular place on the globe. You'll notice that the sun is going up and down. That is also due to the tilt of the globe. I'm not sure if Flat Earth has an explanation for that. Maybe Flatzoid will say that the sun is not going to go up and down through the sky like that. So I hope Flatzoid can answer those three simple questions, which are, what is Antarctica? Where is Antarctica? And what does the sun do in Antarctica? And then we can have a discussion together about this. And then at the end, time permitting, I would like to talk to Flatzoid about some comments he's made about me being insecure about my religion, if we have time. So with that, I'll turn it over.
Ooh, okay. So there's a little extra heat we didn't know about. Well, thank you so much, Will, for the introductory statement. We are going to head it over to Flatzoid in just 1 second, but I'm going to remind our audience that if you don't know, I want to welcome you to Modern Day Debate. We're a neutral platform hosting debates on science, politics, religion. We hope everybody feels welcome here. If you haven't already, smash that like button. We appreciate it. Share this out in those spaces you like having these discussions. But more importantly, if you want to grill one of the speakers on screen, we are going to take super chats at the end, so get your questions in now. I see all kinds are popping in. LJ is biting at the chomp there, or champing at the bit, I should say. I can't talk today. I'm tired from last night, I swear. All right, let's hand it over to Flatzoid. You got up to 6 minutes.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate this discussion. Thank you, Will, for actually asking for this, because I'm happy I could actually present this now, especially now it's almost time to do this. So I'm going to argue against why I say the final experiment is not an experiment, as it's not scientific and it's only a false dichotomy. First, we have to look at the basics. What is science? Well, science, based on definition, is the systematic study and the structure of behavior of the physical and natural world through, note, observation, experimentation, and testing the theories against the evidence obtained. So we have to observe what we're claiming, and then we have to do experimentation to make it called science. So, do we observe the sun? Well, I agree. Yes, obviously, we see the sun. What do we observe about the sun, though? Let's see. We observe the sun moving across our sky. We see that it gives heat energy. We see it lights up the sky. We see divergent rays. We see it following a circuit with its times and seasons. This should be interesting because since Will Duffy is a Christian as myself, and the Bible does talk about the sun following a circuit, it should be interesting to see how he will speak about this later. We see its change is in angular size based on the weather and just the angle movement. Sometimes you can see the sun huge at the horizon. Sometimes you can see it small. It has different optical effects. And yes, we are even able to show angular size change with lens caps. So next we have to make a hypothesis. What is a scientific hypothesis? A scientific hypothesis is a testable statement that is a prediction of the outcome of an experiment and is based on prior knowledge and observation. So we have to test it based on a prediction, and we have to do an experiment based on a knowledge of these observations. Okay, so what is a hypothesis, you might ask? Well, it's simple. There's just three very basic essential parts. The explanation. This is the explanation is part of the hypothesis, which means you have to know the independent variable. The independent variable is the factor that the researcher has to manipulate to see if it affects the other variables. The other variables it will have to affect is the dependent variable. So the dependent variable is the other variable that is affected by the independent variable. So let's just make this very short and simple. The IV, the independent variable, has to be manipulated to cause the effect for the DV, the dependent variable. This has to be happening to make it scientific. So, what is an independent variable? Simple. It is the independent variable are the directly manipulated by the researcher, while the dependent variables are not. They are dependent because they are affected by the independent variable in their experiment. Notice that this is in the experiment done, not just due to observation. Observation is not an experiment. The hypothesis requires an IV and a DV, and the IV has to be manipulated because that is the presumed cause for the effect. So, can we manipulate the cause in the final experiment? No. So not science. No, it's not an experiment. So therefore, we can't claim the final experiment as an experiment because it's not scientific. Now, why is the final experiment a false dichotomy? Well, it's very simple. A false dichotomy is a logical fallacy that presents a situation as having only two options, usually extreme opposites, when in reality there are more possibilities. Yes, this is what the final experiment pushes, either globe or either flat because of sun. Therefore, it's a false dichotomy. What is the argument for the final experiment? Well, simple. If we see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, then that means a globe Earth. And if we see it setting sun, then it's the flat Earth. The issue I have with this is, it doesn't matter if it sets or is above the horizon 24 hours a day. It will not either invalidate or validate a flat Earth. The only ones making a claim here are the globe, just like Will Duffy did in his presentation, showing the sun and models of the sun moving around the globe. So in other words, it's only there to invalidate a globe, not a flat Earth. Flat Earth is able to have the sun going in a circuit around Antarctica 24 hours a day and not as well. It doesn't really change if the Earth is flat or not. So, why do we look at the sun and ignoring all the huge glaring issues? Why do we not observe physical curve? Everything we observe is optical. This can be demonstrated and shown to be so. Why don't we observe Earth movement? Well, it's simple. We know the stars are moving like the Bible describes it as well. Why don't we observe gravity? Well, the claim is gravity is real, although there is no science for gravity. It's based on pseudoscience and false attribution to things falling. So
30 seconds.
Just a whole bunch of claims of pseudoscience backing as masquerading as science. And that's my opening statement. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Flatzoid, for your introductory statement. We are going to kick it into open discussion. So a big reminder to our live chat that we are going to take the super chats at the end. They're flying in there, guys. So I'm going to set, I'm going to set 40 minutes on the timer there, and then I'll check in with you guys. So I'm going to hand it over to you, Will, to respond to some of what you just heard in the intro, and we'll try to get a natural flow going back and forth. So whenever you're ready there, Will.
Great. And I can still share easily, same way?
Sure thing, yep.
Okay, cool. So number one, this discussion, as both of us knew going into this, was supposed to be about predictions, and you didn't make any predictions in your opening statement, so hopefully that will change as our conversation goes on. I did anticipate you telling me that it's not an experiment. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen real quick. And I do have a question for you. Are you a doctor?
No, that was a joke.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to tell you something fun here. If you don't like the name, which I happen to like, you can just call it something else, like maybe the Final Expedition. But what I've learned, Keith, is that when people focus on things that are not substantive, it's because they don't have answers to the actual arguments. So I bet Globers, and I won't do this, I won't say anything about you calling yourself Dr. Flatzoid, because that would only mean I can't respond to your actual arguments. And so therefore, I need to make fun of your name. Okay, so we don't need to talk about whether or not it's an experiment. You can call it whatever you want. We're going to get to the heart of the issue, which is whether or not a 24-hour sun in Antarctica is possible on a flat Earth. How does that sound?
No, first of all, Dr. Flatzoid was me making fun of not a Professor Dave, because he calls himself a professor and he's not a professor. Secondly, it's a false equivalence, because what I call myself as a name has got nothing to do with what you're claiming is an experiment. You have claimed multiple times that this experiment will either prove a globe Earth or a flat Earth. Someone's name doesn't prove a model or the other. So yes, the predictions were talked about in me stating it's not science. You are the one making a claim that because sun does this, therefore this is the outcome. Therefore, a false dichotomy and not scientific. Now, I'm glad you concede it's not scientific. That's great. But I don't need to make a prediction, because I'm not the one with the burden here. You are the one having a burden because of your insecurities, as you plainly said we're going to talk about. Because you have an insecurity about the globe, you need to go and prove it to yourself.
Okay, cool. You said it's a false dichotomy, right? Is whether or not there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica in reality a false dichotomy?
Yes, because your outcome is either globe or either flat.
Okay, let me explain this to you. Whether or not there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica is a true dichotomy. There either is or there isn't. You can't say it's a false dichotomy because there is no third option. So if you want to call it a false dichotomy, tell me what the third option is. Option 1 is there's not a 24-hour sun. Option 2 is there is. What's the third option?
Again, your argument is if sun, then globe. If no sun, then flat Earth. That is the false dichotomy. Whoa. It's not just because sun or not sun. Your argument is because sun, therefore model. Therefore, it's a false dichotomy.
We will get there, but you're not answering my question. Is whether or not there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica a false dichotomy?
Not on its own, no.
Correct.
But your premise is based upon either flat or globe, which makes it a false dichotomy.
We'll get there. Okay, we'll get there. So whether or not there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica is a true dichotomy. Okay, so that's number one. What was your position on the 24-hour sun in Antarctica prior to the announcement of the final experiment?
Well, my belief was I wouldn't be able to see it because everything they've ever showed usually is faked. But then again, you're just now obfuscating from your false dichotomy, because your whole argument is, which you're now ignoring, because we see the sun, it's either a globe or flat. Is that true or not?
We'll get there. I do believe we can falsify the globe, and I believe we can falsify flat Earth based on whether or not there's a 24-hour sun. But I think this is super important for the audience to know what your position was prior to the final experiment. So I'm going to play a quick video. It's super, super short. Okay, here we go.
And that's why you get the borders confused with the 24-hour sunlight in Antarctica. As they see the sun's there 24, but it's not the sun, it's just the sunlight.
Yeah.
You don't even see the sun.
Separator says it's literally sunlight for 24 hours. No, it's daylight, not sunlight. You don't see the sun. There's no sunlight for 24 hours. Only daylight, Liberator.
Okay, cool. So that was your position before the final experiment was announced, right?
Still is.
And why were you taking such a hard stance that you don't see the sun in the sky for 24 hours?
Because I just said, I haven't seen actual evidence of 24-hour sun other than faked edited videos.
Okay. Now, I've looked at these faked and edited videos that you're talking about, and there's only one that was edited of all of them. And I looked at it very carefully, and there's only 11 frames missing from that edited video. What's the big deal?
Okay, based on 11 frames, we've been through this before. Even Ryan knows. You do know those 11 frames are in the video. And because you're bringing it up, is showing you just dishonest. And by the way, if you guys have been realizing, his whole tactic is try and attack my character. So we're going to go back to the actual argument of, is the final experiment scientific and a true dichotomy? No, it's not scientific, and it's a false dichotomy because Will Duffy has an insecurity about his own belief system. Now, I'm going to say this again. Does this TFE debunk a flat Earth or a globe? No, it does not disprove or prove a flat Earth in the least. The only one it can invalidate is a globe, because the invalidation is based on a claim made by the globe. So the burden is on the globe side, not with the flat Earth side.
Okay, so a couple things here. The reason I brought up the 11 frames is because it's really unfair of you to say that someone who edits a video means you should reject what they put on their video because they edited it when you yourself edited a video, okay? Now, when you say, and I'm very familiar with this because I do my homework, when you say that the 11 frames were in the video at the beginning, that's because you were playing it at full speed. A frame is 1/60th of a second. So at full speed, no one was going to notice it. But at the end of the video, when you were going in slow motion, frame by frame, where people would actually notice that it went behind the horizon, that's when you removed the 11 frames to get rid of curvature or evidence of curvature. That's the truth.
First of all, a guy's edited video to say, look, 24-hour sun, and he's literally edited to make it look like a 24-hour sun, has not comparison to what I showed. I showed all the frames. You can even put on 2 times speed, 0.25. It will show all the frames in the video. So that's literally a false equivalence again. And then I even point out to say, look where it lands. And I show you the horizon. I show you the apparent horizon. I show you the inferior mirage. And I show you me taking away the inferior mirage after I showed all the frames. So that is totally not the same as someone making a video and saying, look, a 24-hour sun, and it's faked and edited. And by the way, that model you pointed with the sun going up and down, a lot of the videos we see doesn't do that. How does that comport to the model that was presented?
That's because you don't understand the globe. So if you watch a video of the 24-hour sun that is taken at the South Pole, the sun will not go up and down. But the further you get away from the South Pole, it will, because of the curvature of the globe. That's just a misunderstanding of the globe model. Now, again, we can make these very specific predictions of altitude and azimuth, and guess what? I think you know they're going to come true when we get to Antarctica. So how is it all of these people who have never been to Antarctica can make these predictions that will come true if the globe is false. Explain that to me. Explain to me how we can have dozens of predictions of what the sun will do in Antarctica. You claim there's no videos of it, and you claim that the only videos that exist are faked. So how is it that these people can make an accurate prediction of what the sun will do in Antarctica?
Okay, first of all, I said the videos I've seen are faked. I'm not saying all videos are faked. Secondly, again, you are trying to reverse the burden onto me to make a claim I don't need to. You, the one with the claim, you are the one making a false statement here by claiming because sun in sky, therefore globe. Because sun not in sky, therefore flat earth. It doesn't disprove or prove anything. It's literally a waste of money and a waste of people's time because you're pushing something that is a false dichotomy.
Okay, so you didn't answer my question. I can't let you get away with this.
My answer is I am not going to be bullied into making a claim because of your insecurity.
Okay, hold on.
I'm not clarify the question, and
I'm not bullying. I'm not bullying you. I'm not asking you to make a claim yet. I will be, because you agreed to do this to make predictions of what we will see in Antarctica. But I'm not doing that with this question. My question is very simple. How can dozens of people around the world who have never been to Antarctica accurately model what the sun will do if they've never been there? How is that possible?
A model is a model. They can accurately model a black hole in space. Does that make a black hole real? No, it doesn't. A model is just a model. You can put data in, you can make it. You can make a model of a donkey Earth and get the same results. That doesn't make it reality. A model that you're claiming is reality is a reification fallacy. Now, again, you are trying to push me to make a prediction and me to make a claim which I've never made. And no, I never agreed to make predictions. The whole thing was you came and asked, will I have a discussion with you about the TFE? I said, perfect, that would be great. Because the whole reason I wanted to do this was to show it's not an experiment and to show it's a false dichotomy. And it's very telling, guys, that this guy's trying to be dishonest and trying to character assassinate me and trying to bully me to make a claim that is his.
Okay, so number one, I didn't character assassinate you. I brought to the table a reality, which is that you have been caught editing a video. You didn't even admit to it. You were caught. And here you are talking about someone who edited a video that was taken in Antarctica. And so there just seems to be a bit of a double standard. Now, let's let the record show you have not explained how it is that dozens of people who have never been to Antarctica can accurately predict the sun's movement through the sky, including altitude and azimuth angles, and where the sun will be based on the mountains at Union Glacier. You haven't said how they can accurately predict that if they've never been to Antarctica. So maybe
maybe you don't understand this. It's not my burden. I don't need to make a claim of it.
I'm not asking you to make a claim.
You are. You're saying, how are they doing this? Because you want me to make a prediction. I don't need to. Secondly, a model is just a model again. Like I said, anybody can create a model, and that doesn't make it reality. Again, the 24-hour sun works on a flat earth too, just like it works on your globe. It doesn't disprove or prove the other. Now, you claiming it doesn't because of your ignorance and saying, EMAP straw man model doesn't make it false. You are trying to reverse the burden onto me because I showed everybody that the final experiment is nothing but a waste of money and time.
Let's like I say, if we're gonna keep circling on this one, not maybe pun intended, I'm not sure, but if we want to keep circling this is fine. As long as you feel there's more to unpack, but it might also be useful to go into some of what you presented in your intro there, Will. So, questions
I've got
about
more.
Antarctica, so we can let's try to go down that one for a little bit, if you guys don't mind.
Okay, cool. Hey Keith, did you change your position after I announced the final experiment?
No, I just said I got exactly the same position.
Which is what again?
I don't believe there is a 24-hour sun because I haven't seen any evidence for a 24-hour sun. But again, that doesn't make it a flat or globe Earth. It has nothing to do with, do I know if there's a 24-hour sun or not? The reason I don't believe there's a 24-hour sun is because all I've seen is edited footage. Now, if there's a 24-hour sun, the only thing that will change is, I see now there's a 24-hour sun. But does that make it a globe Earth? Heck no.
Okay, so let me think this through for a second. How many videos have you seen of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
Quite a lot.
Okay, so I'm struggling because there's only one that's edited. I've contacted
According
the
to
men.
you.
No.
Yes.
According to reality and evidence.
No, according
So-
to you, there's only one edited.
Can you describe these edits you saw in the videos?
Yeah, just like the one you usually see, overlaid clouds, lights.
That's the only
sun of
one
the
that
light.
that's the only one that has an edit. What other ones
There's
have
one
you
with
seen?
there's one with a watch, there's one without a watch, there's one with a smokestack, there's one without a smokestack. Which one are you talking about?
None of those have edits.
None of them have edits. Why? So that's your claim.
Well, no. You're actually making the positive claim this time that they have edits.
You're
So what are?
claiming they're not edited.
Oh my word.
Yeah, you
Okay.
just claimed they're not edited. So can you please?
Okay, so I want everybody to see here. This is a tactic of flat earthers. He made a positive claim, which was that a video that was presented as real was edited, and he can't show where it's edited, and so he's going to turn it on me and say that I'm the one making the claim. But that's okay. I'm going to share a video with everybody really quick here because I do believe, Keith, you have changed your position since we announced the final experiment. This video is only a little over a minute long, but it's going to be pretty important to see. Because again, I don't understand why people are changing their positions before we even go. So here we go.
Sorry for
They're
turning
going
your camera off there.
to Antarctica, well, they're apparently going, and they're just going to say, ooh, I see sunlight, therefore the sun's up in the sky. Yeah. That's what's going to happen, because they're not going to see the sun 24 hours a day. Because they don't understand the difference between sunlight and daylight.
Exactly.
All right, we've got Flatsuit. Are you willing to publicly admit you were wrong about flat Earth if we see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica this December?
Yeah. Sorry to break it to you guys. You're not going to see the sun 24 hours even if you wanted to.
All right, we've got Flatsuit. Are you willing to publicly admit you were wrong about flat Earth if we see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica this December?
Yeah. Now we're saying you'll see daylight for 24 hours. You won't see sunlight for 24 hours.
All right, we've got Flatsuit. Are you willing to publicly admit you were wrong about flat Earth if we see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica this December?
Yeah. And that is seeing the sun for 24 hours in the sky, which you won't. Because many people we have spoken to that worked in Antarctica never saw a 24-hour sun. Yes, there was sunlight, but they never saw 24-hour sun.
All right, we've got Flatsuit. Are you willing to publicly admit you were wrong about flat Earth if we see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica this December?
Yeah.
Let's let Flatsoid respond. We can.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, I'm happy because this is showing all he has is trying to misrepresent what I was saying there. Yes, I will change my position on seeing the 24-hour sun or not. Not that the Earth is not flat or a globe. This is what's called misrepresentation of a person. Thank you very much again, Will Duffy, for showing more dishonesty. So can we get to the actual conversation now on the shape of the Earth based on your not final experiment? So since you made a claim that it either proves a globe or a flat Earth, can you show us how does it actually show this? Because like I showed everybody, it's not scientific and it's a false dichotomy. It doesn't prove anything other than it might just show your claim wrong.
Okay, so you just accused me of misrepresenting you. How is playing clips of you talking misrepresenting you?
You playing it and saying I'm changing my mind about the flat Earth. My mind is about the 24-hour sun on the flat Earth, not the flat Earth is going to be a flat Earth or not. This is called misrepresentation, Will.
Well, it's okay. It just means you changed your mind. The question
No, I haven't.
was,
I've got the same. And also, stop telling me what I do and what I don't do, because I'm keeping the same argument. I don't believe there's a 24-hour sun. Okay, the only thing that can change it is if you see a 24-hour sun, but that doesn't make a difference whether it's flat or a globe, which your whole experiment is about, is it not?
Yeah, I just want to make this clear for a second because
Is it not?
I think everybody heard it.
Can you just answer?
Question-
Is
Hold on,
it
the
about?
Flatsoid.
Wait.
Flatsoid, you got to let
Is
him
it
respond.
about? I gotta know. No, he's doing the
It's
same
okay.
thing
I'll
over and
answer.
over.
I'll answer.
I just gotta ask. Thank you. Is it about the globe and the flat Earth or not?
Yes.
There we go. False dichotomy. Thank you.
Okay, real quick. The question asked of you is, will you admit you were wrong on flat Earth if we see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? And you said yes. So you have changed your mind because you're no longer willing to change your mind on flat Earth if we see a 24-hour sun.
No. What does the flat Earth model say about the 24-hour sun?
It says that there is no 24-hour sun.
Great. So does that change the information about the flat Earth model, or the flat Earth doesn't exist?
If a 24-hour sun is not possible on a flat Earth, which is what I'm stating, then a 24-hour sun falsifies flat Earth.
There we go. False dichotomy. And why won't it work on a flat Earth?
Okay, so I don't believe flat Earth exists. And so this is where the title of this discussion is Antarctica Predictions. And so I'm still waiting for you to make a prediction as to what the sun will do, considering you believe we live on a flat Earth.
Again, the predictions is from your side, not my side. I don't have the burden to make a prediction. And no, it's about the final experiment. And I'm showing you how it's a false dichotomy and nothing but insecure ballers needing to supply evidence for their belief system.
Okay, so you don't have any idea what the sun will do in Antarctica?
It doesn't matter. That's the whole point.
Okay, let's go back to square one here. In your mind, what is Antarctica?
Ice.
Okay, that's it. So if I have
It's ice and land. It's a land.
Okay, great. Where is
the
Antarctica?
outer rims? The outer rims. They have answered two of your questions.
Hold on.
Okay?
What do you mean by outer rims?
As the Bible says.
No.
It's where the dome meets the earth. How's that?
What dome?
The dome that was spoken about, you know, the firmament in the Bible. Come on, you're a pastor. You're supposed to know this.
Hold on. The Bible talks about things historically, which I love. We're talking about present day. Are you saying present day right now?
Are you claiming
Hold on,
the
you're interrupting
narrative from?
You're interrupting me.
Let's let him finish his sentence.
Sorry.
Are you saying right now, present day, December 6, 2024, there's a dome?
Yes.
Where is it?
Up in the sky. Where else would it be?
You've seen it?
No, we're breathing. That's why we got a dome. It's holding the waters above.
Okay, so there's something that you believe exists that you can't prove exists and that you can't see?
I can. It's called the second law of thermodynamics.
Okay. Okay, so you haven't seen the dome.
Well, do you see the Eiffel Tower from your home?
No.
So does the Eiffel Tower exist?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Do I need to see a cow before I know my piece of steak came from that cow?
No, because the steak is evidence that the cow exists. Do you have a piece of the dome? Is that what you're trying to say?
No. The reason we're breathing is because we have containment.
Huh. Okay, interesting. Okay, so you said Antarctica is an outer rim, right?
According to the flat Earth model, according to yes.
So kind of like this here?
That's a map. That's not a model.
What's the difference?
A model makes predictions. A map just explains things. It gives directions. That is a sun map. So it's giving the directions of where the sun moves and time. That's what it says on the top there. Read what it says.
Is this an accurate map?
That's what it says according to the sun.
I'm just
Read
asking
what it
you.
says.
We're trying to talk about Antarctica here, right? Is this an accurate map of where Antarctica is?
That's just a map about sun movement, not about Antarctica.
I know, but you're not answering my question. Is this an accurate?
That is my answer. You got different maps for different things. This one is specifically about the sun's movement over the earth, not about Antarctica.
Okay, but is this a good representation of Antarctica?
Probably, because it's on the outer rims, as you would say.
Okay, perfect. So again, this is not a perfect map. No one's claiming that it is. But do you believe there's only one sun?
Yes, because that's what the Bible says. and I've only observed one sun. But
Perfect.
We have seen videos where there's more than one sun, and I would more like to think that is a reflection on the dome than a second sun.
Okay, great. So this is South America, right?
Mhm.
We're going to be south of South America in Antarctica, so right about here.
Mhm.
Meanwhile, Australia, way over here, is going to have a sunrise and a sunset each day.
Mhm.
How can we have a 24-hour sun down here while they get a sun each day over here?
Again, trying to make me give claims. Secondly, have you ever heard of reflection, internal reflections? Caustic cups. Caustic
Yeah.
cup reflections. Yes, there we go.
Okay, great.
It's a possibility.
Okay, perfect. I love this. This is great.
Mhm.
So you're saying that it's possible, either for the people in Australia or us, that we won't see the actual sun, we'll see a reflection of the sun.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So if we take pictures of sunspots and they're not reflected, they're not reversed, would that prove you wrong?
How would it be reversed?
I don't think it will be.
Reflection doesn't always just get reversed. How do you know that where the sun's location is, you're not seeing the same side of the sun based on its angle?
I don't understand your question.
Let's say you are looking through a glass of water and you've got a pencil, okay? And you're on the side of the glass and you're on the side of you're looking at the same angle, so you're seeing the same side of the pencil, which is the front. Does that mean now that it's not a pencil?
No.
There we go. Again, you're trying to push things onto me to make a claim. I don't need to. I'm just saying there are possibilities, which explains it on the flat earth, which again shows that it's just a false dichotomy because it won't disprove a flat earth at all. The thing is, you're going to go to Antarctica or fund this thing, and it won't disprove anything other than just showing gullible people for what?
Okay, so when you say they won't see a sun in the sky for 24 hours, is that a claim or is that not a claim?
That is my belief based on evidence.
And what evidence is that?
That all the videos I've seen so far are either edited or not showing a sun.
Okay, so that's a claim, right? And so what is your evidence that the videos are edited?
What am I? Easy. I told you, they have different time lapses. They have different things showing it's edited.
Well,
You just claiming it's not edited doesn't make it not edited.
If someone's going to claim that a video is edited, they need to have evidence that it's edited. They can't just say it's edited because it goes against what they believe.
No, you see, the thing is, when someone goes and says, look, I have a 24-hour sun, and then it's shown to be edited, that means it's dishonest. Why did they need to edit it in the first place?
Well,
okay,
it hasn't. They haven't been shown to be edited. That's the point that I'm trying to get to here.
There has been numerous people showing these videos and showing how they're edited. So you're just making a claim that they're not edited doesn't make it not edited. People have shown and gone through it and shown it's edited. So again, can I show a video quickly? Because this is based on why I think you have such a, how can I put it, hard time not wanting the flat earth to be real. Because you have, seems to be flat earth hurt you somehow and you have a personal vendetta against it.
Yeah, you can go ahead and share your screen whenever you're ready there. And
okay,
that's up.
Is it showing?
Yep, sure is.
It took me over a year to come up with the final experiment. Every time I would come up with an idea, it would just never work. And then one day, I got it.
This is Will Duffy. Well, Pastor Will Duffy, to be exact. He is the author of what he calls the final experiment. The issue here is this actually the final experiment for all humanity or just for him?
Well, and a friend of mine, her name is Wendy, she posted something about flat earth. And at first, I thought she must be joking, but there was no punchline. So I read the comments and it seemed genuine. This was very peculiar to me. How could someone today, in the 21st century, think the earth is flat?
Well, the whole point to that is it shows this is just a personal thing for you because you have an issue with the flat earth for some reason, and you have to make it your mission in life to discredit it and to debunk it. So again, you came up with the final experiment. You even said later, if I go around there, I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I just know I had to. So, Will Duffy, is it true that you are making sure that you have to do something about flat earth because it bothers you?
No, I chose to.
So you could have just left it?
Of course.
I don't know what I'm going to do, but I just have to. Doesn't that make it seem very personal?
No. But by the way, that video was edited.
That was my documentary I made, yes.
And you edited my voice.
Yes, because of copyright issues. It's
okay,
called fair use.
But by the way, I'm completely fine that you edited. Does the fact that you edited my voice make that video fake?
No, because you spoke those words, did you not? I can give you the source saying exactly the same things.
Yeah, so it doesn't mean that I'm not real just because you edited it, right?
Nope.
So the one video, so flat earthers claim to be researchers. They're not. I have shown that through the final experiment a ton of times. So if flat earthers were researchers, they would have taken the only one video of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. None of the rest are edited. They would have taken the one that was edited and they would have reached out to the guy. I did. His name is Anthony Powell, and I'm now friends with him. And I said, hey, man, just curious why you made an edit. He explained it to me. He explained to me the whole thing, and then he gave me a link to the unedited video. See that? And so I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, that's not me. I didn't say that because it's edited. I'm going to say the truth, which is, of course, we know it was edited. We know why, and we know that it's still real. So you claiming that you don't believe there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica because you think all the videos are faked is not a good argument.
No, not because all the videos are fake, because I don't see evidence for it. There's a difference. You either don't have evidence for something, or because videos are fake is part of the evidence. Again, you trying to say we don't research things is just, again, another jab at flat earthers and showing you are just a bigot, unfortunately. But I have a personal question for you, because since you are a pastor and you don't believe what the Bible says about the firmament, and you do think Jesus is coming from the crust, apparently, because you think the firmament's the crust, how did you come up with that?
My previous pastor, who has since passed away, who was way smarter than me, wrote a detailed article based on the Hebrew word and based on Moses in Genesis 1 adding a qualifier to the word firmament, calling a different firmament a firmament of the heavens. And he argued that rakia might actually be referring to the crust of the earth. It sounds plausible to me. I'm not a Hebrew expert. And yeah, that's where I came up with that position.
Okay, I can quickly explain it to you. Rakia comes from the root word raka, which means to beat out firm. In Genesis, it's talking about God created rakia, the firmament, to separate the waters above from the waters below. So that's not below. Already you got up and down wrong. When it comes to the heavens, you're talking about Shamayim, which means the sky. There's more than one firmament or heaven in the Bible. So no, it can't be the crust, because what happens when Jesus comes down from heaven? Does he come down or does he come from the crust?
The firmament of the heavens is not the crust of the earth.
Just to jump in quick, somebody in our live chat said rakia means archway to the sky, or archway.
No, it doesn't.
I just was throwing that in there.
Yeah, no, it means solid expanse, solid firmament, vault of the sky.
So, yeah, okay, so I've never said that the firmament of the heavens is the crust. So...
Okay, so what firmament is the crust then? That doesn't make sense, because there's nowhere in the Bible where it talks about the crust being the firmament at all.
It does in the beginning of Genesis 1.
No, it doesn't.
It adds it's fine. It's okay. I don't want to talk about the past. I want to talk about the reality of our present world. Like, just so you know, theoretically, there could be a spherical firmament around a globe. Like, the idea of a firmament doesn't tell us one way or the other if the Earth is flat or a globe.
Oh, yes, it does. Because the
Okay.
globe, does the globe have a firmament?
Theoretically, it could.
Where?
Oh, my word. Do you remember how you were making the positive claim that there's a dome, but you can't prove it?
No, you made a claim that the firmament is a crust, and now you're making another firmament, a claim that there could be a dome or a firmament around the globe. Then how do they, where would it be? Because you guys claim people go to space, don't you?
I'm just telling you it could be theoretically possible. It could. You're ready for this? How about this? What if there was one in the past and there's not one now? Wanting to focus on what happened in the past is the exact opposite of what I'm going for with the final experiment, which is what is happening on the world today.
And what's happening on the world today still keeps with how God created the earth. Yeah.
Not necessarily.
Why? When does it say God changed the earth?
God does things, right?
His word is the same today, tomorrow, and forever, correct?
Yeah. Is the earth flooded right now?
No, because why would it be flooded right now?
Exactly. So
proceeded in Noah's time, as the Bible said.
Exactly. So God can do things in the past that change the world that he created.
And did he say anything about him not having a firmament anymore?
Yeah. If you interpret the windows of heaven breaking open for the flood, you claimed there's waters above the firmament, so maybe it all broke, and that's where the water came for the flood. Do you see how easy this is to make?
No, this is.
Hold on.
It's easy.
Don't interrupt, please. You see how easy this is to make the Bible say whatever we want it to?
I do.
The only difference is.
I do want to interrupt right quick and just say that I don't think the final experiment is going to change either of your theological outlooks. So if we can get back into the subject at hand, we could definitely visit, a debate, if that's something you're interested in, and having a debate versus each other regarding that subject, and we can really unpack at that time. But yeah, for the audience that's coming in for this debate, let's try to focus back on the Antarctica or the 24-hour sun. So. Either one of you, just
Great, yeah. But can I just give a statement about that quickly then? Then you just have to look at Revelations where God says he's going to pull the firmament up like a scroll. That means the firmament's still there. But anyway, back to the final experiment. Okay, the final experiment, again, you haven't shown how it's going to either disprove a flat earth or prove a globe.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica evidence for the globe?
That's a claim of the model, so it's just evidence for it, yes?
I'm asking you, do you believe that a 24-hour sun is evidence for the globe?
Based on its model, yes, because it's the claim made.
Okay, great. So if we see a 24-hour sun, that's evidence we live on a globe.
One evidence.
Great.
So what does that got to do with flat earth now? How does that disprove flat earth?
Well, hold on. If we prove the globe, that inherently... Hold on. If we prove the globe, that would inherently refute flat earth.
But you haven't proved the globe. Evidence, one evidence doesn't make it a globe. Again, 24-hour sun can work on a flat earth too. It doesn't make it a globe.
Okay, you just made a positive claim. You said a 24-hour sun can work on a flat earth too. How?
Reflection, internal reflection, one of the issues, one of the ideas you could say. Remember, we as flat earthers don't claim to know what the sun is or where it really is, but there are models out there which people have made to show you, and I'm sure you've seen it, internal reflections to give a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Okay.
So this comes back. Sorry. So this comes back to you saying proving the globe. But remember my opening, I said, you haven't shown anything else, which is the glaring issue of the globe claims. You claiming so many things which show against the globe, but now you're saying because something that can work on both models means globe. Don't you think that's a bit illogical?
Let me ask you this. What would prove the globe?
Everything. Show me gas burst out containment. Show the Earth actually spinning. Show gravity actually doing anything? What is gravity? No one even knows. There's no science for gravity because it's not even a scientific hypothesis and scientific experiment for gravity.
Okay, so if I show you evidence right now that the Earth is spinning, that would prove the globe to you?
How are you going to show evidence? Go ahead.
That's no. If I show you
go
evidence,
ahead.
no, hold on. You need to answer the question. If I show you, you just said, if I can show the Earth is spinning, that would prove the globe. So if I can show you right now,
evidence.
Hold on. If I can show
There's
you,
a different way. Right. There's a difference between evidence and proof.
okay, so hold on. Forget evidence for a second. Keith, what would prove the globe?
Okay, what would prove the globe? Show gas pressure without containment, please.
Okay, great. I'm going to share my screen. More than happy to do this. Here we go.
All right, you're
guys.
up and running.
Okay. Can you see that?
No.
We can now, yes.
That's not
Okay.
showing gas pressure without a globe, without containment.
Sure it is.
No, that's showing a picture claimed to take from a place that violates natural law. So can you please show me where
Hold
you
on.
have gas pressure without containment?
This is a picture of gas pressure without containment.
No, it's not.
What is this?
It's claimed to be a picture that is in a place that violates natural law. That means the picture is not showing the globe in space. Now, I'm asking you to actually demonstrate gas pressure without containment.
I am. Okay,
It's
so
not. You're not. You're
quick
taking me
question.
to Narnia. You're taking me to Narnia to prove something in Narnia. Do you get the
Okay.
issue here?
Quick question for you. Do you recognize this picture?
The blue marble.
Okay, so I apologize if anybody thinks that this was not right of me, but I set you up. This is not the blue marble.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter. They look the same. What's the issue?
Exactly. That is the issue. So flat earthers believe that Apollo 17 only took one picture of the Earth from space. That's
Never
false.
said that.
Okay, do you know how many pictures of the Earth they took?
No, because they took hundreds. Apparently.
Correct.
Apparently.
They took hundreds of pictures of the Earth from Apollo 17. You thought this was the blue marble because it looks just like the blue marble. This picture, I left the number here at the top, is 22725, which they took before the blue marble picture. Okay?
Something's covering your picture
Yeah,
right now.
like a gray screen.
Sorry. I
it's
just
away now.
I just fixed it. So here are two pictures, Keith, that they took from Apollo 17. Now, I listened to your videos and I know your take on what these are, but can you tell the audience what you believe these are?
These are photos that are very easily done in studio.
What kind of a studio?
A darkroom with a model, even a hyper-realistic painting and a photo with a film camera.
Okay, great. So in your opinion, these are pictures of paintings.
Hyperrealist, yeah, it's possible. It's more possible than showing Narnia that goes against entropy and telling me that's where it's taken. So again, can you demonstrate gas pressure without containment instead of taking me to a place that violates natural to say, look, it's a photo of it?
I'm getting there, I promise. Okay. By the way, I spent a lot of time on this for you specifically, and I focused on South Africa, which is where you are from. So these two pictures are claimed by NASA to have been taken at different times from Apollo 17, but you're claiming that they're just pictures of a painting.
I just set a 5-minute timer for going into Q&A just to let you know.
Okay.
So we'll do 5 more and then we'll start doing
Great.
questions.
So Keith, then that means these pictures should be the same if they just took a picture of a painting.
No, I said could be hyperrealistic paintings. It could also be a model. Can you make a spherical model?
You tell me, I don't know.
Yes, the answer is yes.
That looks like this?
Yes. Have you ever seen NASA's model division? Have you ever seen the models they made? They made hyper-realistic painted models.
I haven't seen any of those from 1972, but Here's what I did. I zoomed in to South Africa for you.
Mhm.
And these pictures, when I zoom in, still look the same.
Wow. So it's the same model taken with the same camera?
But then I zoomed in a little bit more, and if you look, they're different. The clouds have changed ever so slightly.
Can they have more than one model?
It's a claim you're making without evidence, but I just want people to realize
You are claiming they can go to a place that violates natural law and stating your argument is, look, they took this in the place that violates natural law, so therefore it doesn't. I want you to demonstrate, not in Narnia, where gas pressure does not need containment, please.
what I'm saying is that they took hundreds of pictures on Apollo 17, and every single one of them is different. And so your argument that they're taking pictures of a painting or a model is completely invalid. Since we're running out of time, and I said this at the beginning, you have criticized me for being insecure about my religion. And I wanted to ask you a question. Are you insecure about your religion?
Definitely not.
Are you a Jehovah's Witness?
Definitely not.
Okay, so you believe that Jehovah's Witnesses, JWs, are completely wrong because they state that we live on a globe.
Yes.
Okay, great. I appreciate that.
All right, let's get into the super chats.
JWs are heretics. They don't follow Christian doctrine. That's why. Not if they believe a globe or not. Heck, I don't call people not Christians just because they believe in a globe. So again, trying to make it seem I don't believe they're real just because they believe in a globe.
Well, as somebody whose wife was, yeah, I can definitely say they probably won't be on the channel anytime soon, based on what I have. Well, anyway, let's just get into the super chats, guys.
Hey, Ryan.
I'd love for that to happen, though. That'd be a lot of fun. Sorry, what's up?
Hey,
Will?
Ryan. Right before we get into super chats, I have made a discovery. It's massive. Throughout this entire experience of the final experiment, I have noticed that the flat earthers do not want to make predictions. They do not want to show a model. And I figured out why. You ready for this? Flat Earth doesn't have a model because you can't model something that doesn't exist. Just let that sink in, everyone. Thanks so much.
So another false statement. Thank you.
All right, let's just get into those super chats there, guys. So thank you to both of our speakers on the panel for having a lively discussion, making space for each other to make your points. It was a lot of fun. We've got a lot of people tuned in right now. Almost 900 people have already voted in the poll. So let us know what you think. Will there be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? 70% have voted yes, 22% have voted no, and then 9% have said, I don't believe in the sun. They just don't play by the rules, and you know what? Whatever. We're just going to read those super chats, so keep them coming in. I set an hour on the timer, so we're going to do a hard stop there, guys, at that time. So I do apologize in advance if we don't get to read any of your super chats, but with that said, let's get right to it. Roger Ledwell, thank you so much for your super chat. Says, Will, you have sent me on the flat Earth experiment, or the flat experiment. Oh, the final experiment. Sorry, I see FE. Sorry, in these debates. I see FE and my brain just goes... Anyway, you should have sent me on the final experiment. Oh, this could be tough. All right.
I'm sorry. He's asking if I should have sent him, or is it just a statement?
Yeah, it's just a statement. Yeah, I read it wrong, and now
I can tell you the
confuzzled.
Context. He spoke to Duffy a few times, and it sounded like Duffy would like to send him, and it just, I don't know, somehow fizzled out.
Never said that. From the very beginning, I picked 24 flat earthers. I had them, we voted on them. We started with Dave Weiss, then we went to Jaron, then we went to Austin. I don't know what he's talking about.
All right, let's just carry on. I don't think, like I say, there's too much to get out of yeah, it's not really much of a question, more of a statement. So Big Daddy Globe says, Will, thank you for the final experiment. You're the man. All right, so Big Daddy Globe
Appreciate it.
He's giving you a huzzah on the chat. We'd appreciate that too. LJ he's coming in to grill you. I know he is. Thanks, LJ, for your support. It says, Duffy, how much money did it take to sell your soul? Oh, LJ, that I don't know if there's You can tell
So,
LG to fly off if you want, but it's up to you.
Yeah, no one's paying me, haven't sold my soul. So it's just another baseless claim. I'm guessing he's a flat earther.
All right. LJ has another question. Says, why doesn't Earth spin under a hovering helicopter?
Oh, my word. Okay, so this is definitely complete ignorance about the globe model. You need to watch a video of somebody that's on like a moving car or a moving train, or just go on an airplane. When you jump up in an airplane, you don't fly back and hit the back. When you're in the back of a pickup truck and you jump up, you don't fly out the back. It's called conservation of momentum. This is very, very basic stuff. So when a helicopter takes off, and when a plane takes off, it's still moving at the same speed as the rotation of the Earth.
So Velcro there. Yeah. Can you explain the tangential velocity with elevation?
No. I don't even know what that is. So.
All right, let's ask the
It
next
means it
super
has
chat.
to speed up to keep with the rotation the higher it goes up. Therefore, it is invoking extra energy, which goes against the first law of thermodynamics.
Like the sun has to go faster around the Tropic of Capricorn because it's 4 times the distance in the Tropic of Cancer, kind of like that?
No, this is a total false equivalence.
Oh,
This
okay.
is about your velcroed air, which you're claiming is moving in lockstep with the Earth. The higher you go up, the faster the air has to travel with the Earth. So in other words, it has to get energy to keep up with the Earth, and therefore it violates the first law of thermodynamics.
All right, let's move on there. I was injecting. I thought you guys were ready to move on and wrap up, but sorry if I was cutting you off.
All good.
Second best Bob says for $5, Flatzoid blocks me from his channel for asking questions. Ask him why. This is second best Bob. I don't know if you want to say anything to Bob or if you want to carry on.
Last time I checked, Bob was on my stream last night, so I'm not sure what he's talking about.
I'd like to say something. Flat earthers claim that there is censorship of flat earth because it's true. In my year of doing the final experiment, people keep contacting me and they're like, hey, Will, this flat earther has blocked me. This flat earther has banned me. This flat earther won't let me post on his channel anymore. The biggest censorship I've ever seen in my entire life comes from flat earthers. And if that's not saying something, I don't know what is.
Okay, would you not block someone who comes and literally just posts negative comments about you and swearing and going crazy because they triggered ape shit because they're taking their globe away?
Never.
Well, I've got people literally obsessed with me that they literally try and get information about me. It's crazy that they even bring my wife and children into it. This is how crazy they are. That's why I block them.
All right.
When
Next
you get
one.
stalkers, then you talk again.
All right, let's just ask the next question before we get down into a different rabbit hole. JSS Tiger asks, can Flatzoid explain how divergent sun rays are different from parallel railroad tracks appearing to converge at a vanishing point?
Yeah, simple. Sunlight, physically diverging. Railway roads, apparently converging. One's optical, one's physical.
Any response on the other side, or do you want to carry on?
Nope.
All right, no worries. Well, thank you to our panel. I'll just quickly say Flatzoid and Will for answering the questions. We are answering questions right now from our live audience. So remind you once again, in case you forgot how YouTube works, hit the like button, boost us up in the algorithm. I see that there's well over, we had over 1,000 there. So yeah, hit that like button. Let's try to keep this pumped out in the algorithm. That'd be a lot of help for the channel. We love you guys. Sunflower says, Flatzoid, wouldn't a 24-hour sun in Antarctica be harder to reconcile on a flat Earth than on a globe?
No, because we haven't made a claim. Okay, compared to a globe, no. Because internal reflection can explain it. So no, not really.
Any thoughts on the other side, or carry on?
Yeah, so when these things come out like internal reflection, that's a claim, number one. That's a claim that there will be no evidence given for, just like the claim that there's currently a dome in the sky. And so there is a double standard here, which is when the globe side makes a claim, we have to give evidence, but when they make claims, they just claim that they're not making claims.
No, we do have evidence. It's called the law of entropy, which you failed to prove against.
I was mentioning your claim that there is reflected suns and a
With a
dome.
dome. Yeah, the
those-
reason we know we have a dome
is the law of entropy. The reason we know we have reflection is because the dome. Ah.
How do you know the dome is a reflective material?
Just like the Bible says.
The Bible says the dome
Crystal
is a
molten
reflective
looking
material.
glass. How do you know it's not a reflective surface?
It doesn't exist, so I can't model it.
That's not my issue. That's yours.
It's actually yours, but that's okay.
No, that's not my issue.
All right,
you
let's-
can't model
let's
it
not
because
do I
you
know
don't
you
believe
are,
it.
what am
Doesn't
I?
make
Come
it
on.
my issue.
We
It just
can't do-
means you're denying reality.
We're not doing yeah, that's
Mhm.
fun. All right, let's carry on, guys. Yeah, that's fun. Thanks, Sunflower, for your super chat. We got a lot of super chats, so we are gonna try to pump through. Davgar says, "Where does a pastor? Sorry, like I said, I'm so tired. My goodness, we were up so late last night. If you didn't see last night's debate, go check it out after this one. It was wild. I will say, it was definitely wild. So Davgar says, where does a pastor get send idiots to Antarctica money? What would happen if you allocated equal funds to help your community?
Yeah, so people don't realize how much I'm actually going to be helping the community, meaning worldwide community, with the final experiment. There's the famous proverb, right? Give a man a fish, you'll feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, you'll feed him for a lifetime, something like that. I am doing the equivalent of that. People don't see that yet, but they will. There's been a common theme that I've seen throughout the final experiment, which I never saw coming. And that is flat earthers have told me literally dozens of times that they're broke and that they don't have money. It's weird. They've volunteered that to me in the context of not being able to join us or not being able to afford to go to Antarctica on their own. And so I think it's possible that wasting time on flat earth, becoming obsessed with flat earth and making it your life actually makes you broke. And so I'm hoping to free flat earthers from that through the final experiment.
Okay, can I just say something? First of all, that's a very bigoted statement to make. Because flat earth, therefore poor. Dude, that is so wrong. How many people are poor globers? Does that now make them poor because they're a glober? The irony.
All I'm saying is I never saw this coming. I never would have thought of it, but it was volunteered to me, and it's just an interesting insight that I've made. And I started thinking about it. When I look at flat earthers' content, it's hours and hours and hours and hours and hours long. And I'm like, okay, this does make sense. They're obsessed and they're wasting their life on it. And so if I can free them from that, that's a good thing.
All right, I think we've answered that one.
I think making sustainable jobs will actually feed them, but okay.
Well, let's. I think we've answered Dadgar's question there, and yeah, don't worry about too much censorship. I know Flatzoid's good for a chat. he's had some pretty hot takes from the live audience in the past, so he takes it with grace. LJ says, "Why can't I purchase a ticket to watch a rocket land?"
Is that question for me?
I would imagine from LJ, it is probably for you. Why?
So I have no idea what he's talking about. I'm pretty sure you can watch rockets land for free. I will say that the video that Red's Rhetoric made, that again, Keith took 11 frames out of, does show something landing into the ocean, and it shows it actually going behind the curve of the Earth.
I have a question for you. Since I took an inferior mirage away, and once I took the inferior mirage away, it looked, well, before I took it away, it looked like it went behind the curve. Is the question, the inferior mirage, is that the curve, or is the curve the curve?
There actually isn't an inferior mirage because the splash would have been hidden by the mirage as well, but it wasn't. It goes through the entire thing.
Because I removed the inferior mirage. Well done. So in other words, guys, he just conceded the Earth curve is not physical. It's an inferior mirage. Well done.
All right, let's just carry on there, guys. We got lots of questions. Dusty Circuit says, if the Earth is flat, how do you account for satellites? Anyone can test this with a simple $20 SDR and a directional antenna.
Nice. We have what we call satelloons. There's definitely geocentric satellites and things floating up in the sky, but are they in the place that violates natural law? No. So there's definitely satellites. They're just not in space, in a space vacuum.
Any thoughts on the other side? Do you want to carry on?
I've seen Starlink travel across the sky at night, and those are definitely not balloons.
I agree. I never said they were. I said we do have balloons, not they are balloons.
What is Starlink?
Satellites, as you put it, but they're not in space.
Where are they?
By the way, Starlink sucks because I know a lot of flat earthers that have Starlink and they suck with their reception when they're streaming.
If they're not in space, though, where are they?
That felt so genuine.
In the sky.
Flatsoid.
And what's keeping them in the sky 24/7?
Anything can keep it in the sky. How do we know? There's a lot of technology that's not actually available to the public. What about you can have electromagnetic propulsion? How do you know it's not just linked to the dome? Whatever, it doesn't really matter. It could be quantum locked for all we care. I'm not making a claim what it's doing. All I know is I see stuff in the sky and I don't need to make a claim on what it is or where it's coming from. All I do know is it can't violate natural law, so therefore it's not in space.
All right, that one was for you, so I'll let you close that one out. But yeah, no, I definitely empathize with the I don't know exactly what their internet connection is, but just about anybody when they drop out like that, it's really, it's very sad. Anyways, Andrew Johnson, flats. How many meters are there in 35 kilometers?
3,500.
All right. Cool. All right. JSS Tiger says, if observation doesn't constitute science, then why do flat earthers use observation of a flat horizon as a default position?
Is that for Duffy?
No, it says, if observation doesn't constitute science, then why do flat earthers use observation of a flat horizon as a default position?
Because a flat horizon is a default position. Because everything you measure off is a flat Earth. Even the globe they base off comes off of a horizontal plane. So by definition, it's literally flat. A horizon as well is a plane circle.
Any thoughts on the other side? Do you want to carry on?
Yeah, the horizon on a globe is a circle as well.
All right, let's just carry on. The grumpy old mechanic says, Flatzoid, what is your evidence that the Roald Amundsen expedition's meticulous observations of the 24-hour sun at the South Pole were faked?
Sorry, say again?
Some of these aren't worded so well. Maybe it was just me. Flatzoid, what is your evidence that the Roald Amundsen expedition's meticulous observations of the 24-hour sun at the South Pole were faked?
I don't know. I've got to look at it. Has anybody got a link for that? Then I can look at it. Maybe I've seen it. Maybe I don't. I don't know.
All right.
But again, it doesn't mean it's faked. Like I said, it just doesn't prove if the Earth is globe or flat.
You're having some trouble there. I'm doing what I can to.
And the funny thing is, it's 20 past 12 at night, and my children are awake. But that's because it's 35 degrees Celsius at the moment, and we're dying of heat.
Oh my. Yeah, not up here. It snowed. Snowed here in Nova Scotia this morning, my G. All right, let's see. Vipe says, Flatzoid, which encyclopedia details the impenetrable barrier south of 80 degrees that aircraft keeps crashing into?
Encyclopedia of 1958 talks about the dome, and then the impenetrable barrier was by explorers like Richard Byrd.
Hold on, are you saying that airplanes have crashed into a dome at 80 degrees south?
That was apparent testimonials of this, yes.
Huh. I wonder how our plane is going to land at 80 degrees south.
Depends on how you are.
So hopefully we'll see the dome then.
Hopefully. I think that'll be more of a truthful thing. Go and search for the dome instead of look at the sky and determine what's happening on the ground and ignore all the other evidence that it's not a globe.
There's a guy crossing Antarctica right now alone. He'll tell us, but I don't think he's going to run into any domes.
Yeah, it doesn't help that they always, when they get to the South Pole, they make a hard right or left.
He comes out south of New Zealand, and he started south of South America. That doesn't work on any
Which
flat
follows
Earth.
the flat Earth map going across, yes.
No, it doesn't.
Yes. Everybody that's tried to circumnavigate that way
New Zealand
seems to go to the south, and they... Why? Because it follows your globe.
Where's the South Pole on here?
Away from north.
No, where's the South Pole? You just said everyone that goes to Antarctica
geographic
goes
the
to the South Pole and then veers. Where is it?
Geographic or the magnetic?
Whichever you want.
Well, They go to the South Pole, wherever they placed the South Pole in the south.
Great. The one that they placed, where is it on the map?
In the ice.
So you don't know. It's fine.
Not on that map. I can't show you like that pinpointed, but it's based on latitude and longitude, which is a coordinate system based on the flat Earth topography. Thank you.
All right. Well, hopefully when this is all over, we'll figure out whose dome is indeed an impenetrable barrier. Let's see. Big Daddy Globe says, you can make a model of a donkey Earth and make it work. I think this debate is over. Keep up the good work, Will. Oh my goodness, where's the bag of bread? Let's do it up, guys. All right, let's close out that poll and we'll let you answer the silly chat.
What's a donkey Earth?
Earth that's shaped like a donkey.
Real arse of a planet. No, so go ahead.
And so does that exist?
No, because the point is you can make a model of anything and make it work. It doesn't make the model reality. In other words, it's called a reification fallacy, and that's what your globe's based upon.
If the donkey Earth doesn't exist, you actually can't model it, right? You can't talk about measurements. You can't talk about the boiling temperature of water because it's not real. That's my point.
Okay, I've got a book here. I can model this book out.
Yep, because it's real.
Dimensions, everything, and I can claim that's Earth. Does it make it Earth?
You can model the book because it exists.
Yeah, you can model a donkey because a donkey exists.
Correct, but flat Earth doesn't have a model because you can't model something that doesn't exist.
The globe doesn't have a model either. You have multiple models for every single thing, just like how things work in reality. Just like flat Earth has multiple models, the globe has multiple models. You don't have one model for everything.
The globe has a model and it makes predictions, which it can do because the globe is real.
Pick up that globe of yours quickly, please. Show me 9.8 meters per second squared gravity there, please.
This is not a life-size model, I'm sorry.
So a model cannot do everything. You don't get one singular model.
When I say model, I don't mean a plastic globe.
That's a model, is it not?
That is, yes. So I'm talking about modeling and being able to make predictions.
Okay, so if you have your globe model,
yes,
can it make anything it wants to?
I don't know what you mean.
You claimed you only need one model for the globe. Can you present this one model for me, please?
Yeah, it depends on what you're talking about. Are you talking about...
So it's different models.
No, it's not. It's the same globe, right? So the globe model can predict a path of totality in Orlando in the year 2045.
No, that's based on the Saros cycle. It's been observed for centuries.
It's not.
Thousands of years. Yes, it has.
Hold on a second. The Saros cycle says nothing about a path of totality over Orlando. You should admit that right now.
Okay. Yes, but it's based on cycles, so they're able to base those cycles on what's going to happen, and then they know.
No. The path of totality changes. The cycles might repeat, but the path of totality changes.
Cycles repeat.
Hold on. The path of totality will be in Orlando in 2045 because it's based on the globe model.
No. Not because it's based on, because it's cycles.
No. There was no historical eclipse over Orlando that repeats. That's false.
How do you know?
You can go back and look.
How do you know? You guys claim on the globe that the North Star never used to be Polaris, it used to be Thuban.
So
do you have evidence for that?
It's okay. We're gonna keep making predictions because the globe is real and the predictions will keep coming true. I'm still waiting for a single globe prediction that flat earthers can say will not come true. Still waiting for one.
Okay. I can.
What is it?
Aliens won't come.
That's not a globe prediction. That has nothing to do with the globe. No, that has nothing to do with the globe.
It's got everything to do with the globe because you guys claim there's space aliens because globe in space.
Globe predictions have dates and times and geographic locations attached to them. That's a globe prediction.
Okay, can you show how the globe works with God stopping the sun and the moon in the sky in Joshua 10?
That's not a prediction.
Yes, it's actually shown to have happened. There's a missing day. There's literally a missing day in history.
It's okay. I think you just proved that you can't name a single globe prediction that won't come true.
I just did.
All right.
What?
Your globe cannot account for a day missing in history.
That's not a prediction. I'm talking about the future.
That shows your globe to be false because it cannot predict why it was not shown.
Okay, it's not a prediction, but that's okay.
Yes, it is. Can you predict using your globe on why the day is missing?
That's a past event. I'm talking about future events that the globe predicts, like the eclipse path of totality in 2045.
It's a cycle. What
No,
more
it's
can I
not.
tell you?
There is no
Yes, it
cycle
is.
that says there's always going to be a path of totality in Orlando. That's false. You should just admit this and just be honest about this.
Does it follow a cycle or not?
The day is a cycle. The path of totality is not. Just please don't misrepresent the globe model.
And wait. The path is following a cycle as it's moving along as well, correct?
Only on the globe.
No, not only on a globe. A cycle repeats itself with a pattern. So that pattern of the path of totality is moving in cycling.
No, the path of totality has no pattern whatsoever.
Keep telling yourself that. Okay, next
Okay,
one.
make a video showing us the path of totality pattern, and I will publicly admit I'm wrong, but you can't because there is no pattern.
All right.
1 year here, next year here, the next year there. There we go. It's following a pattern and moving across the plane.
No, it's not.
Okay.
All
next,
right, let's move on.
because this guy's just
And
going in circles.
I do want to close out our poll here. So with over 1,000 votes, I'm closing it out. We have, will there be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? 71% of our audience voted yes, so that will win that poll there. 20% voted no, and then 9% said that they don't believe in the sun. So we're going to put up my classic poll, which is it flat? Is it a globe or is it a loaf of bread? So stay tuned for that. But I'm going to ask that next question. Cue the our speakers up, and then I'll get that up for you, our live audience. So thank you to our live audience because they're digging this, guys. Like there's so many questions. Lots of curiosity. What's going on here? It's
a flat loaf of bread, to let you know.
Flat loaf of bread. Oh boy, no unleavened bread. Okay, yeah, no yeast, right? Yeah, no, it's all good. All right, let's see. JSS Tiger, Flatzoid. If you don't feel any burden, you may as well sit and watch Flat Earth flounder. Are you okay with that? I'm not sure what that
there's
is.
no flat earth founding. You see, the issue is if someone makes a claim and they're not able to back it up, and then they want to reverse the burden onto the person pointing out that they can't back it up, doesn't make me wrong. It just means they aren't able to back their claim up. And that's what flat earth's about, actually. Showing the globe claims a lot of things, which goes against reality, which shows it's not a globe.
All right, let's just try to keep pushing forward here. We got a lot of questions. We still have 35 minutes on our clock. So the boy Lambert says, Flatzoid, please demonstrate how a 24-hour sun would prove a flat earth.
It doesn't prove a flat earth or a globe. That's what's a false dichotomy.
All right, next one, Jay says. Oh, sorry.
But you
Go
did
ahead.
say it's evidence for a globe. I want to make sure the record is clear here. Keith said that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica is evidence that we live on a
Yes.
globe. I'm
Yes,
very
and
happy.
it would
I'm
be-
very
and
happy
evidence-
with that.
And evidence for a flat earth. So therefore,
No.
it doesn't matter. It's a false dichotomy. It doesn't matter if there's a 24-hour sun or not, because it doesn't disprove one or the other. The only thing that can be disproven is a globe.
It's not evidence for a flat Earth because the flat Earth doesn't predict it.
How? How is it not evidence for a flat earth? Tell me. You still haven't told me how it's not evidence for a flat earth if we see a 24-hour sun there.
Because you nor any other flat earther has shown how a 24-hour sun in Antarctica could
Internal
work.
reflection.
Hold on one second.
Many
Flatzoid.
demonstrations being done.
Let's let him respond. I haven't had to put anybody on mute, so let's let Will unpack, and I'll let you respond.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, no one has shown how a 24-hour sun in Antarctica would work on a flat Earth. And just to prepare you, because you're making some pretty bold statements, which I love, is we already have a way to test if the sun we're seeing is a reflection or not. And so if you're confident that it could work as a reflection, you should admit that if we prove it's not a reflection, that flat Earth is wrong and that you're wrong.
And what if there's more than one sun?
You said you believe the Bible when it says there's only
That's
one
what
sun.
I believe, but there's many flat earthers that believe there's two suns. This
Yeah,
is my
so-
whole point. Not all flat earthers have the same belief of
We
the
will
flat
be-
earth. But
we will
we
be
do share the same belief in that the globe has been shown false.
We will be taking pictures of sunspots around the entire world, so we'll be able to show that there's not a second sun as well.
All right, let's carry on. JSS Tiger says, Flatzoid, you originally said there isn't a 24-hour sun. Now you say you don't believe it. So I think we just clarified a little bit about your statement just now. So hopefully that answers your question, JSS Tiger. We got so many questions. I want to carry on. Bitter Truth, Doctor, how fast sun is orbiting Earth? Where's the Doctor, how fast is the sun orbiting Earth? Okay, let's.
That's probably Duffy
clean it up.
because we don't have orbiting.
No, that's your model.
No, we don't have orbiting. Orbiting requires falling at a
He's
parabolic
asking.
rate.
Okay, all he means is how fast does the sun move in your model?
15 degrees an hour. There we go.
So it changes speed because it has to cover different distances.
Like I said, how do you know where the sun is? How do you know what the sun is?
All right, let's carry on. Flat Earth Dave Interviews 2 says, the video with the watch starts with no snow on the mountain, and then there's snow 2 seconds later. Provably edited. I think
False.
That's for you.
That's false. The video that has no sun on the mountain was taken by Anthony Powell at Scott Base. And he filmed the 24-hour sun, which flat earthers don't understand how hard it is. Go try to film something, anything for 24 hours. Especially in Antarctica, it's extremely hard. So he did the 24-hour sun film, which he's released unedited. Flat earthers will not acknowledge this. Keith, would you play the unedited footage from Anthony Powell of the 24-hour sun on your channel, yes or no?
Yes, I will.
Okay, I'm going to send it to you. Thank you so much for doing that.
100%.
So he's released the unedited footage. When they were making the documentary, they said, Anthony, we need you to tell us what we're looking at and what this is. And it was a different part of the season. So he went back on the roof and said, hey guys, I'm filming the 24-hour sun. It's midnight here. That's why there was a difference in the background. If flat earthers were true researchers, they would reach out to guys like Anthony Powell, who are very friendly and will explain things to you, which I did.
All right, let's carry on. The Grumpy Old Mechanic says, Flatzoid, why are you afraid to take 500 from me for a couple hours of reading abstracts?
Now you know why I block trolls, because this guy gets the same answer, says the same thing over and over. I'm not even going to answer the guy anymore.
I'll take $500, Grumpy Old Mechanic. You can read
I told
me
him I'll
anytime.
take it. The guy just ignores it, and then the next day he says the same thing again.
All right.
I can't say, yes, I'll do it every single day. So this is why guys like that is not worth my time.
All right, let's just carry on. Phoenix Rising 86 says, the illusion is over. You all failed God. And death, a lot of babies? I don't know what's going on with your guys' super
Sounds more
chats.
like a statement.
The miracle of the life in the womb turned graveyard Duffy. I'll see you later personally. From God. Okay, so thanks for that. That's great. Big Daddy Globe says, Flatzoid, stop with the false dichotomy bullcrap. You explicitly said there's no 24-hour sun. You've been exposed and are now grasping at anything. All right, anything to say to Big Daddy Globe?
Okay, again, it's a false dichotomy because it doesn't prove or disprove anything. Therefore, false dichotomy. I still stick with, I don't think there's a 24-hour sun. The only thing I would do would change my mind is if they do see a 24-hour sun, is that it shows a 24-hour sun. Does it disprove a flat earth? No.
All right, let's just carry on. I'm just checking out the live chat, making sure everybody's behaving themselves. But yeah, let's ask the next question. So, Phoenix Rising says, Big Daddy Globe Boy, grow up, projecting poop emoji. Okay, well, another objective super chat. Thanks for that. You got your couple seconds there of fame. That one random says, can you have Professor Dave on again versus Flatzoid?
Yay!
I think that'd be fun. I haven't actually gotten to host Professor Dave or even interact, so I think that'd be a lot of fun. I've met most of the people in the sphere, but that's always in the back pocket. Hopefully we can arrange something down the road.
Apparently my channel's too small, so you guys are going to have to help me to get a bigger channel so he can debate me.
A1. Well, I will say, actually, it just reminded me, I will remind our audience that if you like what you're hearing from either of our speakers, we are going to tag their links in the description of this debate. And if you're also listening on podcast forum, there'll be all the tags will be in the description there as well. But if you do want to catch them live, if you're listening on podcast right now, you do have to subscribe to the Modern Day Debate YouTube channel. That way you can ask questions and interact with the speakers on screen. This is where we do the live, all right? So, Daniel Garuk says, so Flats, according to your answers, we expect to see reflections, not the actual sun.
I said it's a possibility.
All right, let's carry on. Cody Payne says, Flatzoid, if the sun is reflected off the dome, but the actual sun is too far away to see, why isn't it too small to see the reflection?
Say it again.
All right, so if the sun is reflected off the dome, but the actual sun is too far away to see, why isn't it too small to see the reflection?
Internal reflection. I don't know if you guys watched a video recently by Veritas, where he took a sphere, glass sphere, and he pointed a laser at it to try and show rainbows working. The angle will show why you see it the way you do.
Did you want to respond there or carry on?
No.
All right, we'll just carry on with the super chats. Thank you to our live audience. We're about halfway down now. So Wesley Grandillard says, Grandillard? Oh, I'm so sorry. I just butchered your name. I totally know it. Will, please read the text in the bottom right of your Gleason's map regarding the December solstice. Flats, do you agree with what Will reads? So, yeah, if you have that handy, if you want to read that out.
I do. Flatsoid, do you know what's in the bottom right of the Gleason's map? I'm curious.
Read it.
Well, no, before I read it, are you aware of what it says in the bottom right corner?
I know in the top it says scientifically and accurate. And the bottom right, you're talking about the scale bar.
No, the bottom right where it says December solstice.
Oh, yeah. What about it?
Yeah, the Gleason's map actually says there's no 24-hour sun. It says on December 21st, the sun moves around the Tropic of Capricorn and during the day lights up the southern portion of the Earth from the Arctic Circle to some portion of Antarctic ice. Here's the key line. There is no sunlight beyond 80 degrees south, but only unknown regions of ice.
Nice.
No sunlight.
Nice. And again, does that mean flat Earth or not?
No, but what it means is that the guy who created this map, the actual creator of this map, Gleason, Alexander Gleason, he knows that a 24-hour sun is not possible on this map. And so if we see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, we should all throw this map away.
Did he ever look into internal reflections with this?
Internal reflections are not gonna solve this, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah. But anyway, the thing is now, a Mercator map is not perfect. Does that mean it's not a globe now because a Mercator map's not perfect?
A Mercator map comes from the globe.
Is the Mercator map perfect?
No.
There you go. So not a globe then.
I think we've entertained this one long enough. Let's carry on. Shovelhead Steve says, make dumbass prove editing of videos. Not sure.
You guys can go and search it. There's many people that have looked through a lot of these videos and showed them edited. So if you want to, just go and search.
Any thoughts on the other side, or do we want to just push?
Yes, I don't believe that's true, Keith, unfortunately. So I will watch for you to show these edits because there's only one. I've contacted both individuals that are responsible for the majority of the 24-hour sun videos in Antarctica, and they're just not edited at all. Robert Schwartz took one at the South Pole with 0 edits in it.
All right, Frode Nays says, Flatzoid, do you not answer questions because you know that you will be wrong and will not make prediction because you know they will not hold water? That's from Frode Nays.
No. I do answer. I don't make claims because it's not my burden to prove. The point is the claims coming from the globe side. I'm just pointing out how it's not true. The claim I do make is we are on a flat Earth. And these are the reasons we're on a flat Earth, and this is the reason it's not a globe. And I stick to those claims. And I'm sticking to the same claim that this whole experiment is not scientific and it's a false dichotomy, and it's not there to prove anything other than globers who have issues with their belief system in the globe.
All right.
I'll just say this one more time quickly. Flat Earth doesn't have a model because you can't model something that doesn't exist.
You either. You don't have a model. Just like you have models, we have models.
All right, Big Daddy Globe says, Ryan, you got to reel this one in, man. I'm doing what I can. I don't know what he means. I don't know what you mean by reeling
Ryan's doing awesome, man.
Actually, this came in, I think, right around when it was right after I'd said, we can have a theological debate, down the road. I think that would be interesting since you guys you really seem to have some fire under your ears for that one. So let's ask that next super chat. Young God Creationist says, question, theoretical, the Bible would be false too? What is QT QWD. What's that stand for? Hold on. I'm not up.
Oh,
my lingo.
question for me.
Oh, sorry. That's okay. Yeah. All right. Question for, Will Duffy. All right. Theoretically, the Bible could be falsified too. Hey, it's their first super chat. Thanks so much.
I think, yes, I think the Bible could be falsified. How? I'm not sure at the moment, but I think absolutely it could.
All right, let's just ask the next question because it's for you, Flatzoid. Also a first super chat, so thank you. Lots of new interest in the discussions happening on Modern Day Debate. I don't know if you guys heard earlier, we're actually having another debate tonight. And then Alex Connor's going to be on with Stuart and Clip Neckley. So yeah, you don't want to miss out that. I'm sorry for forgetting your partner's name. I don't have it up right now. So, oh gee, don't quote me out of context there, guys. Conspiracy Music says, Flatzoid, now that you've definitely heard it multiple times, what do you think about the hit song Optical, Not Physical?
I haven't heard it because it's a troll channel, which I don't watch. So it doesn't matter how much times the people send me the link, I'm not going to watch it because I don't watch that guy's stuff.
No jamming.
And by the way, if you guys want to know, the guy's literally just dedicated a channel to me.
All right, let's ask the next question. Phoenix Rising says, Duffy, the windows are galaxies. You are trapped.
Okay, cool.
I'm not sure.
I don't know what that means, but
they put a little rainbow and then a peace icon.
Okay.
If that helps. I don't know. We're doing what we can, Phoenix Rising. Thanks for your support. JSS Tiger says, Flatzoid, you said no evidence for gravity. Cavendish, Eddington, and more. I think I
been through this many times. There's no independent variable and dependent variable for the Cavendish. And Cavendish is a demonstration, not an experiment. And it has multiple claims, which actually just says gravity causes gravity at the end of the day.
All right, you got it. Let's carry into Megan Marie's question. I can't wait for the final experiment to prove the globe. Thank you for creating this experiment, but I think it's insane that this experiment has to be a thing in 2024. That's from Megan Marie. Did you want to say anything to Megan there, Will?
Yeah, I agree. It's one of the reasons I created this is I don't think we should be spending any time debating the shape of the world we live on. And hopefully I can put that to rest and we can all spend our time making this world a better place.
All right. Next one coming in from Dr. Mantis Toboggan. Will, why do you think Keith was sweating so much during this debate? Oh, Dr. Mantis, aren't you just stop beating him. He's dead already, he says. Oh, boy.
I'm going to take a guess that it's because he is in his summer because he's in the Southern Hemisphere.
It's because it's 30 degrees Celsius now at 1:45 in the morning because we have a heat wave and it was 50 degrees Celsius the whole day. And if you look nicely, I'm actually sunburned to a crisp.
Oh, no. Yeah, no, I lobster up as soon as that sun hits
That's
me.
why I'm wearing red, so it takes the red off of my skin.
Oh, see, you know you're color coordinated. I don't pay attention to that stuff. I just wake up and dad it up. All right, Bob says Flatzoid could be faking his position on flat Earth, so he's probably actually a glober. See how easy that is? A worthless argument. I think they're making a meta.
No, I can guarantee you, I'm
analysis of what
definitely a
you've
flat
put up.
earther.
If Flatzoid was the one offered a free trip to Antarctica and he accepted it, then all flat earthers would have turned against him and called him a shill. That's what we've seen.
Well, I wouldn't waste my time and leave my nice family alone to go freeze my tits off for a false dichotomy.
At the beginning of your opening statement, didn't you say science was about, doing tests and exploration?
Can we quickly go through that for 5 minutes, if you don't mind? Can you tell me what's the scientific hypothesis for it then, please?
You just said you don't want to leave your house to go explore the world. I mean, if you,
No.
if you actually
I got a vacation with my family. I don't need to go and leave my family to go to an ice place where I just need to freeze my tits off to look at the sun and not prove anything because, like I said, it's a false dichotomy.
If I believed in a dome, which I don't, and if I believed in this dome and there was zero evidence for it, man, I would really want to get to Antarctica to try to find it. But hey, that's just me.
Are you allowed to go and see how far you can go to look at this dome in Antarctica?
I'm saying if I believed in a dome, I would want to go find it, but you guys don't want to. You guys don't want to get cold.
Experiment.
You don't want to get
Do that,
cold.
do that as your next experiment. Send flat earthers to look for the dome in Antarctica. How's that?
I don't believe there's a dome, so why would I look for it? Sorry.
So you can send people to look at the sun, which doesn't prove anything, but you won't send them to go look for a dome which proves something. Okay.
All right, super chats are flying there, fellas. So let's push it forward. But it doesn't sound like, regardless of what you choose there, Flatzoid, you're gonna have one extreme or the other. So there's no winning on the weather for you. All right, so Bob says Flatzoid. Sorry, we just read that one. Thanks, Bob. X Forbidden One says Flatzoid. I firmly also a first super chat. Oh wow, well, like I said, lots of new faces popping into. Like I say, grill the person on screen. Every time I say that, another 3 pop in. I gotta behave myself. We'll be here all day. I firmly believe you are not Christian based on your pathological lying and constant burden of proof reversal fallacies. You have the burden from both claiming it's flat and going against the census. Fail more.
First of all, these people keep saying I'm lying, which they still haven't shown me lying, which is weird. I stick to what I say. And yes, I'm definitely a Christian. Jesus died for my sins. I accept him for my sins. To die for my sins, and I have here by grace, and I do follow what the Bible says. So that makes me a Christian, as far as I know. And as for these unfounded claims of lies and grifting and stuff, have you noticed that's all they ever say without providing evidence for it?
Well, I'm no gatekeeper, so I'm not. We're going to move on from there. You guys behave in the old live chat there, all right? But thanks for your support. Ask him how he learned about the crust of the earth and his claim of when he got into flat earth. I interviewed him with Butters and Sovsoul.
Who is this?
Ironwork.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I remember our interview. Okay, so I got into flat earth in August of 2021 when my friend Wendy posted about it on Facebook. That's when I knew it was a real thing. Someone I was close to believed in it, and that people are making videos and spending an obscene number of hours on it. Is that good?
Yeah, let's just carry on. But thank you so much for answering the question there, Will. And once again,
Can I ask a question? There's a lot of people that believe in aliens or Bigfoot that spend insane amounts of time on that. Why don't you have an issue with that?
I do. I just haven't met any of them yet, and none of them are in my circles.
What are you gonna do? I was gonna say, if you start meeting people, oh my goodness, look what he's doing right now. Yeah, no, I'm just picking. All right, so Matthew of Vicendez says, is the final experiment going into orbit?
Would that convince Keith?
What do you mean?
If you went into orbit?
How will it convince me? Let's say I go in the Blue Origin. It goes up high enough and then it just falls. It's not going into space. It's still in Earth's atmosphere.
If you went up and saw the spherical Earth with your own eyes, would that change your mind?
There's no spherical Earth curve. If you look at the windows of the design, it shows how it literally takes form with the window's shape. I've actually showed this where it shows flat at the top, and as it's going with the window, it's curving.
So no. Okay, so no.
Let's just put it this way. It cannot show it to be curved because it's taking shape of the window. Just like if you climb in a cockpit of a Mirage, the window shape causes things to refract.
All right, next one. Phoenix Rising says, question for Duffy. How will you feel when you meet God?
I can't wait.
Amen.
All right. Theodore Paul says, Flatzoid, you don't understand thermodynamics. If you did, you should understand the Earth can hold its atmosphere, and yes, you can't have a model of non-existent things.
Again, you don't understand. Great statement, man.
All right, Rodman says, is Flatzoid going to answer Will's 3 questions?
I already did.
All right. I'll bounce that over to Will. So if there was anything from your 3 opening parts that you wanted to hammer out just for a second here for the super chatter, or we can just carry on.
Yeah, the answers weren't great. The 3rd question was, what do you predict the sun will do in Antarctica? I don't think we got an answer to that, did we?
We did. I said I don't predict the 24-hour sun because that's what I believe.
No. What do you predict it will do? Not what do you predict it will not do? What do you predict the sun will do?
I can't make a prediction on what it will do because I believe it's not there. So in other words, my prediction is I don't think there'll be a 24-hour sun. But if
But
there
you-
is, all I will do is change my mind that there's a 24-hour sun, but it doesn't change flat or globe.
Yeah, but you won't tell us what you think the sun will actually do.
I don't think it will show. It would go down below the horizon. That's what I think will do. In other words, it will set.
I
Is
didn't
that-
know.
Can I make it
Yeah.
any clearer?
Well, yeah, that's cool. Down below the horizon is a globe thing, but that's cool.
No. That's a flat Earth thing too. We can show demonstrations on flat surfaces. I've got many demonstrations on my channel. Many flat earther channels can show demonstrations of this. It's an optical effect.
When you do the demonstrations, is the object resting on the table?
Over the table.
It's not resting on the table.
On top of the table. I
Yeah, but
even give a
it's-
reference to show it's on top of the table.
Hold on. It's touching the table?
On top, over. I take an aluminium flat base with a bolt, okay? And I take caps and I place them in reference. You can see the caps look like they're going down. And that bolt at the end that's painted on the red on the bottom vanishes. There's nothing there because of diffraction. And I
Yeah.
show the reference of my camera above there because I got a bolt next to it. We can do this with refraction as well.
It's not valid because the sun is not resting on the earth. So you're going to have to do a
I
different.
never said the sun's. You said things can't go below the horizon on the flat Earth. Was
The
that not what you
sun.
said? The sun can. It's called lensing. It's called perspective. It's called diffraction. It's called angles limited. It's called foreshortening. Things have limits, man.
All right, final
Just
thoughts on
model it where something's not resting on the table.
I can. You can even
No.
go to Rob Skiba's channel and you can see where he shows the Fresnel lens and he shows the sun going below. It's all optical, man. We can show different demonstrations non-stop doing the same thing.
A1. Let's carry on. Phoenix Rising 86 says, to the host, I'll see you personally too. From God. Oh my goodness, is my mirror talking to me? No, just pick it. All right. Godzilla says, great savings idea, great dollar savings idea. Just show the video of the 24-hour sun that you claim to have and end this. But you can't, can you? William McBluffy. Ooh. That's,
Yeah, because I've got a
wow.
question on that as well. If it was shown to be true, why do you need to go and spend money to show it?
Because you guys won't accept it.
You say you're going to send me an unedited video, so I can accept it off the unedited video, can't I?
Yeah, will you accept it?
Yes, if it's unedited.
Okay, great. I'm going to send you at least 2 unedited videos.
Great.
All right.
Awesome.
Well, once again, sounds like we'll have some more unpacking down the road. So, yeah, keep us posted here at Modern Day Debate there, gents, on what you guys are up to in your own spaces. And like I said, we'd like to have you back and maybe unpack some more
I'd like to do a biblical debate with Duffy. I think that'll be great.
Oh, I would agree. That would be fun, too. But, yeah, there's definitely room to revisit this after y'all, return and get yourself settled and then... hit us up. Tiny Captain says, Flatzoid, what is the lowest pressure in the pressure gradient of the atmosphere according to you? You banned me twice due to this question.
I haven't banned you. Notice that mods will do something if you actually cross the line. They first warn and then they ban. So don't play victim if you cross the line. Secondly, I don't know. It would be about 10 to the minus 11, maybe? But still in the same system, it doesn't really matter. The point is, it's still the same system. According to the globe, you got 2 separate systems. One is a high pressure system, one is a low pressure system. The reason you have pressure gradients means you have containment.
All right, Roger Ledwell says, I asked you, Duffy, myself. You told me if I could raise the funds, I could go. Never heard back from you, just like your emails.
So yeah, if I've told a lot of people if you can raise the funds, then you can go. So why didn't he raise the funds?
Yeah, I was gonna say, send a message, Roger. I mean, I don't know what you guys, what your history is, but yeah, we're just gonna carry on. The boy Lambert says, Fladzoid, are you saying that physical railway tracks optically converge while optical rays of light physically converge?
Okay, if you take a point source of light that's a sphere, light is physically going in all directions. That's called diverging rays. A railway track is parallel with each other physically. They appear to converge due to perspectives.
All right. Conspiracy Music says, yeah, Flats, I was banned from your channel by saying, hi, chat, your channel is the most restrictive channel on YouTube.
Wow, it's amazing that they keep claiming I am banning them.
You could easily go into your YouTube settings, Keith, and you could show the list of all the people you've banned.
You know how much times I've actually unbanned everybody, and then I get people going in again with 30 soccer accounts to literally just insult and play victim like these guys. Do you realize that because they're all just saying, you are banning me, is showing they are literally just coming to cry because they crossed the line? It means they're showing their trolls.
I'm going to whack all these out then. Oh boy, I say the worst things. I say the darndest things. We're going to get all these out of the way right now. Tiny Captain says...
And wait, I also want to point out, how do you know they're even banned? Did they show you they're banned, or are you just believing them?
Well, they're
because
just,
a lot of these
these
people
are
I
just
don't
super
even
chats.
heard of.
Yeah, these are just super chats, so if you recognize their names, but like I say,
Cool.
you're welcome to engage with them or just say pass. So